According to Jeaner's ovulation schedule, they hadn't used any protection that time.
Could it be?
Han's deep eyes flashed with disbelief. He tightened his smooth hands and hesitated slightly. Are you saying you're pregnant? Sue Jeaner dragged out the sound, her smiling eyes looking at him. Maybe today is double happiness. Han's eyes showed great surprise, but also a bit of panic. He had never been a father before, but this day didn't surprise him too much. After all, they didn't use protection, and Jeaner refused to take the contraceptive pill afterward. His fingers unconsciously clenched. He glanced at the still flat belly, gently embraced Sue Jeaner's shoulders, and leaned down to kiss her face. I'm very happy, Jeaner. You are the surprise that this world has given me. Feeling the excitement and slight choking in his voice, Sue Jeaner raised her hands to hug him, and they sniffed each other's scent. Their mutual comfort made the atmosphere warm and intense. Han gently kissed her lips, which he had tasted many times before, softly absorbing the sweetness and warmth, until Sue Jeaner pushed him gently, her voice moist. All right, let's go out. Don't get too excited and lose the match. Today, I came to see you in the championship. Heavy breathing gradually pressed in his ears. Han nodded softly with a gentle expression, carefully helping her out of the car. One hand held her slim waist, the other took her hand, as if supporting a pregnant woman carrying a few months. Sue Jeaner found his nervousness a bit funny. There's no need to be so careful. I'm fine. The child expected by the lucky one will be born safely and smoothly. Han, pushed away, said, I'm worried about you. Be careful. This way, with Han acting as a pass, Sue Jeaner followed behind him smoothly into the official backstage area. Under the curious gazes of many staff members, they walked to the VQ team's lounge. Usually, outsiders are not allowed in here, but Han's face is important, so no one stopped them along the way. Eat some fruit. No one was in the room yet. Sue Jeaner asked curiously, Your coaches and others? They're outside preparing for interviews. The rest of the team is signing autographs and doing fan activities. Eat some fruit. It's washed. Han sat beside Sue Jeaner, wiping each piece of fruit and handing it to her. This is very sweet. After eating a big cherry, Sue Jeaner squinted.
Take more if you like.
After the match, I'll buy some for you to eat, Han rubbed her face affectionately. Seeing her pinch a piece for herself, he opened his mouth to eat it. No, I won't. I won't take the food you eat during the match. She shook her head. After a week of observation, she found nothing special about this lounge, except for a large screen showing the match footage. The two sat quietly for a while when footsteps sounded at the door. Sue Jeaner looked up and saw Hai, along with other members of the coaching team, walking in. He was momentarily surprised to see her, which was unexpected. But as soon as he saw Han sitting beside her, he understood immediately. Wow, how did Ling Qing suddenly bring his girlfriend to the competition? He had refused to let anyone see her before, and now, at a critical moment in the match, he brought her along. Coach, Han called out calmly, continuing to offer Sue Jeaner some fruit. The coaching team watched carefully, surprised into silence. A friend you brought? After a pause, Hai finally managed to say this, curious. He looked at the girl across from him. She was dressed lightly, with long, thick hair like silk, and clear, dark eyes that left a deep impression. She sat next to Han but was not overshadowed by his handsome appearance and aura. Instead, they complemented each other, beautiful like a gentle stream that suddenly leaves a strong impression. Looking closer, her features were very fine. Without heavy makeup, her face, shoulders, and neck were delicate and beautiful. A figure blocked Hai's view as he tried to sneak a closer look. He saw her mostly hidden behind the person, almost as if she was about to be picked up and held in his arms. He felt a twinge of envy. This possessiveness matched the secret messages he had sent earlier. That feeling. Suddenly, a soft, gentle voice broke the quiet in the lounge, like a clear spring's tinkling sound touching the heart, making everyone feel relaxed. This voice was so beautiful it made people imagine the speaker's stunning appearance right away. Indeed, She was extraordinary. Everyone thought this. When Han turned to look at the coaching team behind him, who were staring intently, he glared at Wang Hai, who hesitated and then looked away awkwardly. Cough, everyone, let's discuss how to handle the match later. Don't stare so much. Ling Qing's friend, no need to be so curious. We're coming. When Han took a small bag of fruit and, without hesitation, took Su Jiner's hand and walked out. Really, friends? Oh wow. Is this Ling Qing's girlfriend? They make a perfect pair. No wonder Ling Qing's personality changed so much. Who can resist sending messages to their girlfriend? Playing games is more important than having a partner. I support that. The coaching team members each said a few words, feeling very jealous inside. Ling Qing is so bossy. They haven't even seen her face clearly, but she's already blocking their view. Wang Hai, who finally saw Su Jiner's face clearly, cleared his throat and pretended to be serious. Alright, just know that Ling Qing has a girlfriend. Don't talk about it outside, or fans might hear. Many of Wen Han's female fans are around. If this gets out, it could cause a big fuss. It's better not to cause trouble for their team. The arena isn't crowded with spectators. Most are outside waiting for the players to sign autographs. They will enter gradually later. Su Jiner's seat is on the left side of the stage, very close, less than 20 meters away. The players on stage can see her just by lowering their heads and looking forward. Her seat is a comfortable, soft leather chair. There are 4 seats in total, and she chose the middle one. Yang Huan's third brother left before seeing Wen Han, saying he wanted to experience the excitement of the finals and get some signatures. Wen Han sat with her patiently, speaking softly to cheer her up. After the match, I have a day off. I'll go with you to the hospital for a checkup. Do you want some milk tea? I can order it now, and someone will bring it to you later. No, you should go back first. Others are coming in one after another. Su Jiner looked back and saw the staff arriving one by one. Wen Han didn't rush to leave. He stayed a few more minutes until Yang Huan and the others entered. Then, at her urging, he went back to the lounge. Yang Huan and the others only saw a figure from behind. But just by looking at their team uniforms, they could tell who it was.
Wow.
That's Ling Qing. He looks so handsome from the back. Yeah, he was already famous before. There are so many fans outside with his photos. It's definitely him. Incredible. The goddess got the male god? The male god is so generous, giving away so many gifts. This is worth it. Now, we can also watch the match. Later, we can take photos. The 3 of them sat on either side of Su Jiner, excitedly asking her questions. Since she brought her roommates here, Su Jiner didn't hide much and explained everything she could, but she didn't share any private details. As more people gathered around her, she stopped talking. In the viewing area behind them, near the center stage, Lu Wanwan quickly spotted the closest seats to the viewing platform and looked for the girl who might be a suspect. The lighting wasn't very bright, so it was hard to find someone just by glancing at their clothes. When the lights above turned on and many spectators started to enter and the seats around her filled up, Lu Wanwan finally identified the young women sitting in the front rows. One slim girl with a distinctive back view caught her attention. At first glance, she looked like a very beautiful person. Lu Wanwan's gaze fixed on the white powdery cloth wrapped around her arm, and she was about 60% sure of her identity. The girl was talking quietly with the person next to her, mostly smiling slightly with her face turned to the side, showing attractive, full, delicate features. Her simple movements were enough to catch everyone's eye. Lu Wanwan wanted to see her face clearly, but didn't get the chance. She seemed glued to her seat, waiting patiently, only occasionally eating some fruit she brought. Her fingertips looked delicate and pale under the flickering lights. Like many young, fashionable women, Lu Wanwan had to admit she had a natural charm that drew attention. But during this brief moment, she noticed many people secretly watching her. Hey, that girl looks familiar. You must be mistaken. How can you see clearly from so far away? It's just a feeling. I'll find a chance to look closer later. She's sitting so close, the camera will definitely show her. The excited chatter of girls reached her ears. Lu Wuan suppressed her irritation and waited anxiously for time to pass. Finally, after several warm-up shows and interviews, the two finalists appeared on stage. He is our undefeated champion, winning multiple seasons in the league. This year, he's back at the finals again, aiming for the championship and a new milestone. This is our VQ. Welcome to our VQ event. First, let's introduce our VQ shooter, Nan In, known for his quick and flexible moves. Next, we have the warrior, Shijue, the mid laner, Laping, and the support player, July. Now, everyone has been waiting eagerly for our all-star, our jungler, Ling Qing. As the host announced Ling Qing's name, the venue erupted with cheers and shouts, celebrating his arrival. The scene was incredibly lively. On stage, when Han, dressed in the black and white team uniform, walked out with a new, spiky hairstyle. His tall figure looked like a star stepping onto the stage. He carried a calm and commanding presence that made it hard to look away. He walked around the official design stage, paused briefly to look at the audience, then quickly returned to his team. The many cheers for him didn't make him nervous or overly excited. Just like in every match before, he remained calm and composed. Watching him, VQ fans felt full of confidence. "Go VQ! Go Ling Qing!" shouted a male fan loudly among the noise. When Han looked over and nodded, the fan cheered even louder in response. Lu Wanwen covered her ears, clearly affected by the lively atmosphere around her. She used to think esports was just a game with no future and didn't see how it could help Han's future. She didn't understand why, when Han chose not to study, but instead pursued this seemingly uncertain career. Wouldn't it be better for him to take over the family business and stay by her side? But at this moment, her thoughts were turned upside down. Seeing Han standing on stage, shining in front of so many people, was completely different from what she expected. He had found his own path. In an instant, Lu Wanwen felt a twinge of regret. Maybe she should have believed in him back then. After all, Han was never someone who acted recklessly. The venue was filled with energetic music, cheers, and applause. Yet, Lu Wanwen suddenly felt a heavy weight in her heart. She looked at a girl very close to the stage. If she remembered correctly, Han had briefly looked at that girl just now. The host continued to introduce the next team to perform. Next, let's welcome our other team to the stage. They have fought the field, seizing opportunities through ups and downs to reach the stage. They are the empty team. Now, coming up are our marksman Mingjue, the warrior, the support Feng Han, and the jungler Zi. The members of the empty team walk onto the stage, circling around as usual. This is mainly for fans to see the team members up close, a route arranged by the organizers. Su Jiner looked up, took out a sweet and sour candy, and put it in her mouth. Her gaze fell on Han standing on the stage. His eyes were fixed on the empty ground ahead, not distracted. Instead, he was focusing his attention. This is when Han is most serious, a small habit that all fans know well. She was about to look away when, perhaps sensing something, Han looked up again. His deep, dark eyes looked at her, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. Su Jiner instinctively raised her eyebrows and made a gesture of encouragement, unaware that everything had just been recorded by the camera. At this moment, only Yang Huan and a few others closest to Su Jiner noticed something unusual. After all, Han had long been suspected by them, and his good looks naturally drew more attention. When they realized someone was looking at them, they didn't have time to get excited. They immediately understood that the gaze was on the person beside them. Seeing Su Jiner still making a fist gesture to interact, they understood what was happening. "Wow, Jiner, you've eaten so well. Your boyfriend is really super handsome," Yang Huan whispered excitedly among the crowd. "He's a perfect match. I have no problem with you being together." Su Jiner smiled quietly, not bothering to say much. She didn't need to say anything. A few people nearby were already secretly joking about their ship, having fun on their own. Millions of viewers flooded the live chat, with the official stream's viewers exceeding 10 million. People kept typing Ling Qing's name and sending supportive messages in groups of comments. The director's camera favored Wenhan's face, and during another team's entrance, they also intentionally shot Wenhan into the frame. You surprised me. I've never seen Ling Qing smile like that before. I've fallen in love. Wait, something's off. Is this near the family seating area? Could it be that Ling Qing's family is here, and that's why he's smiling so happily? Still, I don't think he's in love. I believe you guys are about to have a sister-in-law. What sister-in-law? I haven't even talked to my girlfriend yet. Move aside. Gossip alert. My friend said that this time Ling Qing brought a young girl, not a family member. She doesn't look like one. Go Ling Qing. Don't spread rumors if you don't know the facts. You're going to break my heart. Do you want to inherit my aunt credit card? A quick burst of gossip flashes across the live chat. Too fast to see clearly, but it doesn't attract much attention. However, the source is already there. The system backend connects to the official live cameras, secretly watching over the host from above. If anything unusual happens, it immediately notifies the host to leave. Of course, the host is probably protected by the system's luck, but it's better to be safe. The online buzz about this finals is very high, and it quickly hits several trending topics. Among them, Wenhan stands out with his looks and aura. VQ Team Ling Qing is so handsome. Glory Finals VQ, reaching the peak of glory. Host, today's game is very popular. Should you go live too? The system quickly scans. Several streamers are broadcasting inside the venue, including a live feed from the official backstage lounge. It's lively. If some viewers tune in, your fans could grow a lot. Forget about live streaming. It's too noisy here. Recording a video is fine, Su Jiner says, taking out her phone. She realizes she didn't prepare well this time. No selfie stick. But it's not a big problem. She records a clip of the two teams taking their seats, focusing on Wenhan. Then she turns the camera to face herself, raising it to look at the field. Many people in the venue have done the same, so her actions don't seem out of place. After a few minutes, the pre-match warm-up ends. The coaches from both teams come out as the host introduces them, and the first game's hero ban and pick phase begins. For this final match, the empty team clearly prepared well in advance for the VQ team. Their opening moves were very interesting. Facing empty's aggressive tactics, VQ took a risky approach by using weaker heroes to counter the opponent's strong 5-man lineup. Led by Wenhan's surprise moves, they achieved victory. Just one game shattered empty's plan to score points. In the second game, the opponents continued to play aggressively, but after losing a few strong heroes, VQ countered with some easy-to-use heroes. Unsurprisingly, VQ won again. After 4 wins out of 7 games, there was a 20-minute break. In the third game of the first half, empty team was under great pressure. The coach's face looked very serious, and the players couldn't even smile. During the short 5-minute break, the players sat quietly on their chairs, closing their eyes to rest and regain energy. Wenhan did the same. Because he was close by, Su Jiner's phone was just able to capture his face up close. He sat in his gaming chair, head bowed. His handsome face appeared startlingly close on the camera, giving a perspective like looking up at a beautiful god. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. His deep, calm gaze looked over, as if he was looking down on a mortal. His gentle eyes slowly showed warmth, like a sudden bright light in the world, brief but breathtaking. Yang Huan and others were stunned. They watched their idol smile, even if not directly at them. It still made everyone feel excited and thrilled. Wenhan quickly looked away, afraid that the fans nearby might notice. Su Jiner bit her lip, her expression normal, but she quickly lowered her phone and chuckled softly. The official live stream didn't notice anything because this moment was during the host time, when the host and guests discussed predictions and reviews of the game. Only Lu Wanwan in the back felt completely heartbroken at that moment. Seeing Wenhan smile at another woman made her feel like she was the only one in the world. Only she had experienced that feeling before. Now, he was more focused, but his gaze was on another woman. Only those who have loved and lost truly understand how painful it is. Lu Wanwan felt deep regret. She used to think he couldn't live without her, and they had coldly been apart for over 2 years. Now I realize that she couldn't leave his indulgence, and at this moment, she feels regretful. But thinking about being forced into blind dates with foolish second-generation rich kids after going back, she grits her teeth and tells herself to at least try. Brother Wenhan definitely hasn't forgotten her. The last game of the first half ended unexpectedly with a big victory for VQ. Both teams left the field in different moods and went to their rest areas, some to drink water, others to eat fruit. The audience on the scene also started to move around. Su Jiner stood up and Yang Huan and a few others went to the bathroom together. Their seats were close to the backstage, so they quickly joined the line on another path, leaving the main group to handle personal matters first. Just as they were about to return to the stage to watch the halftime show, Su Jiner received a message on her phone. Wenhan, come to the rest area. I bought you some milk tea. Su Jiner replied quietly. When did you buy it? Wenhan, the coaching staff bought it for me, and I also got you some small cookies. I'm waiting for you at the door. Everyone's out now. I didn't expect today's match to be so exciting. Yang Huan and the others came out, excitedly discussing today's game. Su Jiner glanced back at them and whispered, You all go back first. I have some other things to do. Seeing her understanding friends, she took another route to the other entrance of the rest area and was greeted inside by Wenhan. The security guard on duty looked a bit surprised. Isn't that the young man who's not very popular? Is this girl his girlfriend? The guard took some money and didn't pay much attention after a quick glance. Su Jiner followed Wenhan into VQ's exclusive rest area. Inside, Wang Hai and the coaching staff were reviewing the game with others. Because of their 3 consecutive wins, everyone was very excited. She carefully looked inside and suddenly saw a few young people looking at her with excited eyes. Before she could react, she was already pulled to sit next to Wenhan. He gave you some tofu milk tea from one. Let's see if it's good. The straw was thoughtfully inserted, and Wenhan held it to her lips. People around noticed her looking over and secretly observed her with curious eyes.
Su Jiner looked at Wenhan.
In his gentle gaze, she didn't feel uncomfortable at all. She obediently took a sip from his hand. Delicious, you should try some too, she said, pushing the milk tea toward him. Her long hair, flowing like a waterfall, playfully fell a few strands onto her white, slender arm, creating a striking contrast of black and white. Under the lights, her obedient face focused on him, as if she was his entire world. Warmth filled his chest, and he took a deep breath, resisting the urge to reach out and take a sip. She's the captain's girlfriend, our sister-in-law? So pretty, wow. Is she really not a celebrity? She's so dazzling. The captain is really good to his sister-in-law. He even drank from her straw. Indirect kiss. A group of young boys discussed loudly and casually. Their voices were loud enough for everyone in the room to hear. A blush appeared on her face. Su Jiner glared at Wenhan with a pout. I need to go back now. If the officials see us during filming, it wouldn't be good. Her tone was gentle, but if there were no outsiders, Wenhan would probably hold her and tease her, enjoying her shy look. But now there were too many people. He wasn't used to letting others see his girlfriend act shy. And if the official cameras caught her now, it wouldn't be good. Even if they planned to announce their relationship officially, it would have to wait until after the competition. He shot a warning look at Chiyue and the others. Once they quieted down, he took Su Jiner's hand and picked up the other cups of milk tea on the table. Your classmates are here too. These are for them as a gift. I'll invite them to dinner next time. After escorting her behind the stage curtain, Su Jiner took the milk tea bag and returned to her seat.
Wow.
Our milk tea. The idol is so nice. The girls who received the drinks were very excited, praising happily. Su Jiner recorded a video to save the moment and shared some cookies with others. Then she watched the game on stage peacefully. In the back viewing area, Lu Wanwen wanted to take a quick bathroom break to see Su Jiner's face, curious about this woman whose name she didn't know.
But there were too many people around.
When she went, she only saw Yang Huan and the others returning, and she didn't see the woman. She knew that when Han must have called her over. Seeing the extra cups of milk tea in their hands, her wish became reality. This kind of attentive care, even during breaks, she had experienced before. But now it was someone else. Lo Wanwen found it hard to describe her feelings. She stared intensely at the figure with their back turned to her, as if trying to see through them. Maybe her gaze worked, because Soo Jiner suddenly turned her head to look back. For a moment it felt like the air was still. Lo Wanwen looked at her face, which was perfect and delicate. In that brief glance, her pure black eyes stayed in Lo Wanwen's mind. She had to admit, it was a very beautiful face. With her calm and quiet presence, it was hard not to look at her again. Many people had already been attracted by Soo Jiner's back, and now they all turned their attention back to her. Feeling the sharp gaze on her, Soo Jiner kept her face calm. She sat up straight, took a few sips of her milk tea, and then put on a mask to hide her face. She knew Lo Wanwen was watching her from behind. The system had recorded all the cameras and sent her the message. Lo Wanwen wanted to see her, and Soo Jiner was curious about her too. When she turned her head earlier, she saw a bright and lively girl. As the main character in the story, Lo Wanwen was quite beautiful. The cool male lead and sunny female lead made a good match. But now, she was standing next to Wenhan. Soo Jiner didn't feel much. Since she chose this path, she knew what she needed to do and what to expect. Before the big decision was made, she didn't think it was wrong to fight for herself. Those who act first often get to enjoy happiness first. The strength of the empty team declined visibly after 3 tough losses. Their defeat was overwhelming. In the last game, VQ quickly won in less than 9 minutes, crushing their opponents. As the champion's song played, the losers silently left the stage. The VQ team members and coach hugged each other and ran toward the trophy in the center. Amid the cheers of the crowd, they raised the trophy high, symbolizing victory. Below the stage, among the cheering friends and family of the players, Soo Jiner took out her phone to record the moment. Wenhan was at the center, holding the champion trophy high. He looked up at the sky, bathed in golden rain, like a god basking in sunlight. Next to him were his teammates and everyone from the coaching staff. This moment was firmly recorded by the camera and captured frame by frame, becoming a wonderful highlight that fans would always want to edit and revisit. The host passionately delivered congratulatory words, while fans cheered loudly. In a daze, when Han looked down, his eyes filled with golden light and tenderness, resting on the viewing platform, meeting Soo Jiner's moist eyes. It felt like a moment that would last forever. The comments on the live chat flooded with questions. Watched it again.
Who are they looking at?
At this key moment, with this look, I don't believe they're just friends, so sweet, so adorable. Director, please be considerate and show us who it is. Not just friends. The director respects the privacy of the players' families, so they usually don't show the sister-in-law. Sister-in-law? Fake. All fake. Stop spreading rumors. Everyone knows Ling Qing usually prefers to be alone, even avoiding fans. Do you think he's looking for a girlfriend? Female fans, don't be stubborn. Facts speak louder than words. When Han had already looked away because, under the host's arrangement, they were being interviewed. From left to right, when Han stood beside the coach, clearly positioned at the end. Winning was undoubtedly exciting and joyful. The host's questions were straightforward, and no one mentioned anything outside the event. Even though the host had received hints about Wenhan possibly having a girlfriend and saw someone who might be the person, his professionalism and principles kept him from doing anything inappropriate at this moment. After the interview, Wenhan was undoubtedly chosen as the FMVP, earning the honor of selecting a signature skin. Most fans did not leave immediately. They watched as Wenhan signed his name under the VQ banner, and only after the staff gently urged them did they slowly exit. Those remaining were mainly players' families and busy staff members. Yang Huan and Su Yan had already left together, leaving Soo Jiner alone in the crowd, waiting. Soon, a figure cut through the crowd and approached her, smiling as he stood in front of her. "We won. Congratulations, your boyfriend." As they looked at each other, a secret tension flowed between them. When Han looked down at her and suddenly, ignoring the watchful eyes around, gently embraced her. Amid a soft whisper, he smiled and said, "Today, come with me to celebrate. Let my teammates meet you officially." Soo Jiner didn't speak. She reached out and hugged him back, but her eyes drifted to the crowd. Lu Wanyan stood in the shadowy corner, watching their sweet embrace like all the other spectators, her face pale. No matter how she managed to stay until the end as a spectator, the ending was already decided. Someone is watching you. It's a girl, Su Jiner said, tugging at his hem to signal him to let go. When Han turned to look, and his gaze paused, Lu Wanyan walked over gracefully. People nearby made way for her, realizing there was a juicy story to watch. It was about the great Ling Qing. Two women fighting over one man? July and the team's other members, along with coach Wang Hai, stopped celebrating and taking photos, all turning to watch the scene. Official staff pretended to be busy, but were secretly listening. Brother Wenhan, Lu Wanyan's face was pale as she forced a sweet smile, looking up at Wenhan just like when they were in school. Before Wenhan could speak, she hurried to explain, I sent you many messages saying I wanted to watch your game. I didn't eat salt, you know. You're really amazing. You were great in school, and you're just as impressive in esports. No wonder my parents value you so much. Congratulations on winning the championship again. Lu Wanyan wore a long denim dress, her pale face making her look fragile. Most people would feel soft-hearted seeing her. Su Jiner glanced at her, lowered her head without speaking, her expression unreadable. When the crowd heard Lu Wanyan call Wenhan, Brother Wenhan, they quickly sensed that Wenhan might have a special connection with this sudden girl. Everyone's eyes soon focused on Wenhan's reaction and the girl, who was half leaning on his arm, her head lowered, revealing only her delicate face. A hand suddenly grabbed her waist, causing alarm. Su Jiner moved closer to Wenhan and heard his voice, flat and calm. Thank you for coming. But you don't have to force yourself to do things you don't like. As soon as he said that, Lu Wanyan's face turned even paler. I remember the last time the two of them met and argued. Lu Wanyan openly said that esports are a waste of time and only the worst people play games. At that time, she clearly said she didn't like playing games and didn't want him to play either. Then she was rejected. Now, when Han mentioned it again, as if reminding her that their interests are different and they are not from the same world, Lu Wanyan had to realize that they were really drifting apart. I was just joking back then. It's been almost 3 years since we met, and I didn't expect you to still remember, she said with a bitter smile, looking at Wenhan with a sad expression, hoping he would still be as tolerant and caring as before and take this burden on himself. Wenhan only nodded coldly and said, I have a good memory. Lu Wanyan smiled bitterly and heard him say coldly, my girlfriend and I have something to do. I'll go ahead. You should head back early. Although his tone was cold, he was gently holding another person. He turned his head with a softer look and walked toward the stage with her. Lu Wanyan watched eagerly, feeling completely left behind. She saw them being warmly accepted and surrounded by Wenhan's teammates and coach, who even took photos with them. Captain, holding your wife and winning the trophy. Yes, such a strong boyfriend. Your wife is so lucky. Chiue cheerfully snapped photos with her phone. The VQ team staff were a bit surprised but still took several photos from different angles. Handsome men and beautiful women naturally drew more attention. Wang Hai glanced back at Lu Wanyan's now empty spot and sighed slowly. The troublemaker in love. She clearly liked Ling Qing. But this girl wasn't bad either. They seemed to be in a good relationship. Captain, I also want to take a photo with your wife. Shi Jue and others raised their hands, eager to take pictures with the beautiful wife. When Han glanced at them and pulled Su Jiner's hand, not letting go. Come now if you want to take a photo. Here we go. Captain, your possessiveness is really strong, Chiue whispered, standing happily beside the captain's girlfriend. Beautiful people are always popular. When Han was already well-liked, and with Su Jiner there, everyone wanted to take photos with them. Su Jiner was forced to be a model for about 10 minutes. Finally, she took the chance when her hand was inside Wenhan's coat and gave him a playful slap, then happily stopped. Most of the people present were athletes and their families, with some staff members. When she refused to speak, it was clear she was not giving Wenhan any face. Wenhan's reaction was just right. He let out a sharp sound, his cheerful smile faded, and he politely declined the next photo request, saying, "That's enough, no more photos. My girlfriend is hungry. Yes, yes, let's go eat. Let's celebrate our victory. That's enough. We've taken plenty of photos, and the staff has also taken many. If you need any, ask the staff later." Chi-Chi shouted loudly, seeing the team leader leave with his group. She quickly followed with her parents. Everyone headed to the agreed restaurant to celebrate. After eating, they planned to go singing. No one took offense, and Sue Jenner also went along. In the end, she couldn't hold on and fell asleep on Han's lap, wearing his clothes. No one knew that that night, a huge online buzz erupted. Along with the massive attention on VQ Team's victory, Han became a trending topic. Ling Qing suspected to be single, Ling Qing smiling. Forever young Ling Qing. Everyone was trying to find the person Han was looking at. Bored netizens excitedly looked for clues, eager to identify the suspicious person. The power of netizens is incredible. They actually found Sue Jenner among many videos. Most of the photos were her back, but there were some front shots, all with her face covered by a mask. Even so, her unique aura was obvious. She looked like a pure and beautiful young woman. The crowd went wild. Fans were initially shocked, as Ling Qing, who usually kept a low profile and rarely showed her face on live streams, suddenly had a partner? It sounded like a joke. Fans started mocking and denying it. When they saw Sue Jenner's photos, they felt jealous, so the idol was dating someone else. The girl wasn't them, and they also thought Ling Qing's standards for a partner were too high. No wonder it wasn't them. Female fans felt hurt, and male fans felt the same. She was really beautiful. Who wouldn't want to see her face? Just as the situation was heating up, a staff member possibly leaked a clear photo of her face. This is a group photo of the VQ team. In the picture, among many masked relatives, a woman being affectionately hugged by Ling Qing stands out. She is wearing a pink and white long dress, which clearly shows she is the sister-in-law. Their positions in the photo are obvious. She is a real sister-in-law, no doubt about it. Wow, she really found someone? The standards for a boyfriend are so high. Only a super beautiful girl can match him.
Wow.
Her skin is so white. Maybe she takes baths with milk. Rich and beautiful. Who doubts her figure? Not only guys like her, but also us female fans. She doesn't seem to be a popular internet star, just an ordinary person. Why are so many people gossiping? If the boyfriend didn't say anything, it means he doesn't want us to bother his girlfriend. Be more considerate. Sue Jenner slept directly in Han's room. They didn't book separate rooms. Last night, she was so tired that she fell asleep unknowingly. When she woke up, she was in his room. Warmth from beside her reached her body. She opened her eyes and looked up to see Han lying nearby, awake, looking at her.
What are you looking at?
His voice was a little hoarse. He handed her a glass of water. She sat up slightly and took a sip from his hand, still a bit blurry-eyed. Just looking at you. Are you full? Let's go downstairs for breakfast. What time is it? Sue Jenner wanted to grab her phone. Han handed her his phone. It's 9:30. I have class this afternoon. I'll eat and then go back, she said, being hugged suddenly. Her head was kissed, and Han looked a little sad. You're leaving so soon? I want to stay with you.
It's okay.
Aren't we on vacation? You can come find me when you want, Sue Jenner said, getting off the bed. She looked down and realized she was wearing a new dress, a blue chiffon dress that looked especially good on her. Han looked at her a few more times, feeling satisfied. He followed her, handing her a toothbrush and a water cup, very attentive. He explained his schedule. Today I'll take you home first. In the next few days I'll be busy with business trips with the team. I have several meetings to attend. I'll try to free up some weekend time to go out with you. In a little while I have a game variety show to record. We'll be traveling to different cities, so I might not have much time to spend with you. Before that, there's one more thing we need to do. Sue Jenner looked at him curiously. Does filming variety shows have anything to do with me? She spat out the foam in her mouth and cleaned it away. He held her shoulders and turned her around. Han's deep eyes looked at her, and his thin lips slightly curved. It has something to do with you. I do variety shows to earn more money to support you and the child. Before that, I want to give you and the child a home. Soo Jin-er was momentarily stunned, falling into his gaze as if wrapped in soft cotton candy. Are you saying, dear girlfriend, are you willing to spend your life with me? I don't have much now, but I promise that once I earn enough money, I will give you a big wedding to make up for everything. Your friends, my friends, and teammates will all be there to sincerely bless us. He smiled at the corner of his mouth, full of hope. Before that, we'll buy tickets to fix things, and that's also to give the child a home. With Wenhan's sincere understanding, Soo Jin-er's situation was already clear to him from her words. She had no parents, no support, and very few friends. Wenhan felt sorry for her and was willing and eager to build a family with her, to face hardships together. The passionate warmth in young people's eyes could melt everything. Soo Jin-er opened her mouth, afraid that if she didn't agree, he might really eat her alive. A strange feeling spread in her heart. She chuckled softly. We're going to get on the train first and then buy tickets, but whether I buy the tickets depends on your sincerity. Wenhan took out his phone and started to operate. The system's alarm sounded loudly in her ears. Host. The account on Taobao has reached 8 figures. This money is almost half of Wenhan's net worth. Soo Jin-er took out her phone, and a message of receipt appeared on the screen. The note said, gifted without compensation, clearly showing Wenhan's sincerity. She looked at Wenhan with mixed feelings, then reached out and touched his slightly warm face. Are you afraid I'll cheat you out of money? I'm not afraid of the barefoot not fearing the shoe. I'm willing to let you cheat me. His hand was held, and his black eyes sparkled with unusual brightness. I love you. From now on, all the money I earn will be under your control. Where there is love, there is money. Wenhan, who had lost his parents' support, had worked his way up alone. His hard-earned savings were now given away without hesitation. Tears welled up in Soo Jin-er's eyes. She smiled through her tears and threw herself into his arms, softly saying, Two large hands rested on her slim waist, and their breathing intertwined, making the atmosphere warmer and more intimate. Eventually, Wenhan gently stopped his actions. I'll go with you for a checkup this weekend to see how the baby is doing. Next Monday, we'll go register our marriage, he whispered, his breath hot and hurried, but he deliberately kept control. Soo Jin-er was a bit worried. What about your parents? I will inform them, but they can't influence my decision, he replied. Just like when he graduated from high school and immediately entered the esports industry, his parents' anger couldn't change his mind. Moreover, Wenhan had now grown financially independent, without emotional weaknesses, and was fully focused on Soo Jin-er. This was undoubtedly a promise. Soo Jin-er leaned into his embrace and nodded softly. After breakfast, Wenhan personally drove Soo Jin-er back to her school and bought her several dresses to wear. Any dirty clothes, I'll take home to wash. You can wear them when you come back on the weekend. In Wenhan's words, he naturally and skillfully referred to the new house he bought as their home. Although Soo Jin-er hadn't been there yet, it was already decorated and filled with many things prepared for her. Now, Wenhan was looking at baby products. They discovered the online controversy in the morning. Seeing that no one knew Soo Jin-er's true identity, Wenhan felt relieved. He was worried that if he wasn't around, fans might disturb her life. Soo Jin-er wasn't too worried about this. After Wenhan openly shared his concerns about keeping their relationship private, the system quickly took action, blocking related rumors online. Some false claims were collected, and she chose not to pursue legal action. Since people liked to spread rumors, she decided to fight fire with fire. For the system, handling small rumors was as easy as water. Life returned to normal. Soo Jin-er's live streaming career flourished, and her personal life was busy too. Meanwhile, Lu Wanquan, who was deeply hurt and returned to school, spent several days accepting reality. Under her parents' repeated pressure to set her up on blind dates, she had a falling out with her family. After losing her allowance, Lu Wanquan, who usually spent money freely, had to cut back and face reality, preparing to find a source of income. She tried to borrow money from Wenhan, which was quite funny. Over the years, She realized she didn't have many reliable friends, and now the only person she could ask for help was Wenhan. Fortunately, he wasn't completely heartless and lent her some money to use. My girlfriend agreed to lend you 20,000, and there's no rush to pay it back. Lo Wanwen smiled bitterly. Now, does she have to inform his girlfriend every time she borrows money? Lo Wanwen felt sad and didn't have the courage to ask him directly. On Friday noon, when Han drove to school early to pick up Sue Jenner, his first action was to take her to a pre-booked hospital for a health checkup. They finished all the pregnancy tests in the afternoon and then returned to their new home. The house is a villa located in the city center. It's quiet despite being in the busy city. It has 2 floors, over 200 square meters of space, and a 100-square-meter yard. The yard was planted with beautiful flowers and various fruit trees, giving a peaceful feeling. The house was decorated very tastefully and elegantly, divided into several areas. Besides the nursery and master bedroom on the second floor, there was an extra maid's room on the first floor. The remaining space on the first floor was turned into a workspace, fully equipped with electronic and streaming devices, shared by both of them. Sue Jenner was taken on a tour upstairs and downstairs, then settled on the sofa in the living room to watch TV, while Wenhan prepared dinner in the kitchen. The quiet house suddenly filled with the warmth of family life and a lively atmosphere. Do you need any help? No, I can make some simple dishes. I also ordered a big meal to be delivered later, Wenhan said softly, gently kissing her and smiling tenderly. They hadn't seen each other for a few days, and there was plenty to talk about. But they were content just being together. That evening passed quickly. The next morning, dressed in new clothes and wearing masks, the two prepared to go on a trip. Their baby was healthy, which gave Wenhan many more options for their travel plans. Holding hands, they strolled through the lively streets, eating, taking photos, and checking in at various spots like many couples do. They also visited a cool, refreshing place to escape the heat, sitting under a bridge to drink tea and fish, spending the whole afternoon there. On Monday, with all their official documents ready and dressed in matching red couple outfits, they registered their marriage, captured on Sue Jenner's phone camera. All external eyes could not stop them. At this moment, they no longer cared about status or secrets, freely revealing their true selves at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Soon, a gossip post appeared online. Friends, you probably don't know who I saw today at the Civil Affairs Bureau with my girlfriend. Ling Qing. He registered his marriage with a girl. That girl is so beautiful, and he's so handsome. Everyone was stunned. Unfortunately, although the keyword mentioned the popular figure Ling Qing, the post didn't gain much attention under the system's control and quickly disappeared like a stone sinking in water. Wenhan, your phone is ringing. In the room, Sue Jenner took off her wedding dress and put on a loose new dress. She saw Wenhan's phone on the bed light up. It was marked Dad. Looks like when Dad was calling. This was the first time in years he had reached out proactively. Wenhan didn't hide his family background from his parents. Since they started dating, he had been honest about his family. Now, when he answered the call, he didn't avoid it. Hello, Wenhan's voice sounded calm, with no obvious emotion, though his fingers holding the phone turned white. Sue Jenner reached out and held his hand, and he hugged her. On the other end, when Dad's cold voice came through, it's been years. You've really become stubborn. You'd rather not come home than stop playing your games. If that's all you're going to say, I'll just tell you. I do only what I want to do, Wenhan replied expressionlessly. When Dad felt a surge of anger and helplessness. He couldn't understand how his once outstanding child had become so stubborn. He had hoped Wenhan would go out on his own, face some hardships, and then come back. But over 2 years, that stubborn kid refused to give in, never even sending a message to his parents. Every year, Wenhan's mother would find an excuse to scold him, asking why they pushed him out and why he had distanced himself from the family. The truth was, as long as Wenhan wanted to do something, he could do it well. A year ago, the family secretly started watching Wenhan's competitions and live streams. Only then could they see him and watch him grow. Until now, they had been holding on. And when they watched the finals, they discovered their son had a girlfriend. That night, his wife, Han's mother got upset with him again, saying that the family had missed out on the most important 2 years of their child's life. Wen's father also felt helpless but finally couldn't hold back and took the initiative to call him this morning. When he heard his son's cold and firm reply, he couldn't help but get angry and said, "Is that how you talk to your father? Then how should I talk?" Say what needs to be said. As father and son, they both had stubborn temperaments that ran in the family. Neither of them was willing to back down. Wen's father was tough, and Han was even more stubborn. His phone was snatched away, and Wen's mother softly and carefully said, "Son, I am your mother." She choked up a little. "Son, come home and visit. We miss you very much. We didn't understand you before, but now you've proven yourself. Do whatever you want in the future." Compared to Wen's father's firmness, Wen's mother had already sided with her son. Moreover, her son was now successful and had come this far on his own. Why make the family look like enemies? This is flesh and blood, after all. Mom, when Han softened his tone and didn't say anything bad to his mother. "Mom, I'll come back when I have time. Didn't your competition just end? What's the matter?" Wen's father's cold voice sounded from the other end. When Han paused, gently touching the long hair of the person in his arms, and smiled. "I have business trips. I can't come back now. We'll return during the spring festival." Hearing his son's submissive tone, Wen's father stopped speaking. Wen's mother was a bit dissatisfied. "What about the weekend? Your competition just ended, and you still have business trips?" She still wanted to see her son. "After the business trips, there are variety shows to record. Then there's the annual finals." Wen's mother sounded disappointed. "So busy." "All right then, they have been apart for over 2 years, and since they hadn't contacted much, the atmosphere was a little awkward." After a few words, when Han hung up the phone himself. Looking down, he saw the person in his arms looking up at him with big, adorable, bright eyes that shimmered with life. "Did you make peace with your family?" "Yes, we'll go home together for the new year." He leaned down and kissed her heavily on the lips, his voice deep and gentle. "However, will your parents not like me? You are my wife, not theirs." "They don't have a say," when Han confidently replied, because he always keeps his promises. When Han's work is very busy. Besides weekends, they rarely have time to meet, mostly communicating through their phones. Soo Jiner focuses more on taking care of herself and her live streaming. As time passes, her belly grows bigger. She declined the annual company event at the end of the year. Wearing autumn clothes, Soo Jiner carefully walks around campus. She carries a thick stack of borrowed books, planning to read them to pass the time. The child's father bought many educational supplies, and she also wants to learn more herself. Before the school winter break, during exam week, Soo Jiner unexpectedly meets Lu Wanyan, who came looking for her. "Are you?" A childhood friend of Han. The two stand facing each other. Soo Jiner isn't very nervous under Lu Wanyan's curious gaze. Hearing her words, Lu Wanyan smiles bitterly. "Did brother Han introduce me like that? He told me you grew up together, but later you didn't like him playing games, so you drifted apart," Soo Jiner says. Lu Wanyan didn't expect Han to openly tell her about herself. She can't believe she's become less of a close friend in Han's life. But that's how it is. Now, she can only secretly come to see Han's girlfriend, to find out what kind of person she is. Even at close range, even wearing a loose coat, her delicate beauty remains. She looks more lively and charming than when seen from afar before. Compared to herself, after having a disagreement with her family and starting a part-time job, she no longer has as much time or energy. "Why did you come to see me?" Soo Jiner looks at Lu Wanyan, who is lost in thought and smiling bitterly. She feels a bit strange. Recently, she was sure Han and Lu Wanyan had no contact. But suddenly, she appears in front of her. "I just want to see who Han likes, and let go of some old feelings," Lu Wanyan says. That warmth used to belong to her, but now it belongs to someone else. Lu Wanwan did not speak, but Soo Jiner could feel what she wanted to say. She lowered her thick eyelashes to hide her thoughts, and a faint smile appeared on her pretty lips. "Just joking, in the past I was the one standing beside brother Han.
I have to admit, I lost him.
But now he likes you, and he might like someone else in the future. Soo Jiner, don't be too proud. Unable to hold back, Luan Wanwan spoke harsh words bravely, then turned and hurriedly left as if running away. She was afraid she would cry and lose to her rival in front of her. At this moment, Luan Wanwan didn't know that once something was lost, it was gone forever. Her brother Wenhan had already registered his marriage with another woman and would never turn back. The annual finals were in full swing. Under Wenhan's leadership, the VQ team successfully reached the finals again. The date for the match was set, and tickets went on sale. Just like last time, Soo Jiner received a close-up ticket from Wenhan. The finals were scheduled a week after her final exams. After exams, Wenhan took half a day off to help remove some things. They went home to settle everything, then drove straight to the hotel where the team was staying. This year's finals were still held in the same city, at the same hotel, in the same place. After the finals, the next year's schedule would start in different cities, moving from one to another, no longer staying in one city. With the team and coach's approval, Soo Jiner booked a separate room. Wenhan occasionally came down during breaks. On the day of the finals, she rode the same bus she saw when she first made eye contact with Wenhan, leaning on his shoulder as they headed to the arena. Everyone knew Wenhan had a girlfriend. After the finals, Wenhan planned to publicly introduce her. The official team staff knew this was big news. It would bring a lot of attention, so some procedures were changed. Even the backstage area prepared a comfortable seat for Soo Jiner, and a work badge was issued for her, a clear sign of her special status. Be careful. Are you cold? Since it was winter, Wenhan personally handed her a towel and brushed her messy hair. I'm not cold. I'm dressed warmly enough. In the lounge, lying on Wenhan's shoulder, Soo Jiner watched Coach Wang Hai and others make their final preparations quietly. The camera briefly scanned past in this direction, and she glanced at it but didn't pay attention anymore. After getting Wenhan's approval, the production team intentionally filmed two people's poses more to attract attention, cleverly avoiding showing the girl's face. This caused a lot of comments and fans to be confused and anxious. I wish I knew there was a sister-in-law. Why didn't they show her this time? I have official news. My friend works on the crew, and he said he saw the girl in person. She's very beautiful. I heard the male god will go public today. Get ready, everyone. No way, such an important final. Why are they still flirting here? Heartbroken after years of chasing, it's not me. Ling Qing's girlfriend. Ling Qing goes public. Glory finals before the match started that day. Related topics quickly trended on social media. With Wenhan's current popularity, he quickly attracted huge attention, and the number of viewers on the live broadcast of the tournament hit a new high. Meanwhile, Wen's father and mother sitting in the audience exchanged glances. They hadn't even met their son's girlfriend yet, and now she was about to be revealed publicly? Dating is fine, but our daughter-in-law from the Wen family must be approved by us first. Wen's father said with a hoarse voice. He took time out from his busy schedule to watch his child play, and now such a big surprise appeared. He wasn't happy at all. His child's important life event, he had to have a say. You can say that yourself, but don't let your son hear it. Wen's mother advised. She shared the same idea, but dared not say it in front of her son. She was worried that her son might turn against them because of another woman this time. Until a young girl in a trench coat and long dress sat down beside them, neither of them reacted immediately. Soo Jiner carefully approached, handed over 2 gift bags, and looked at the well-dressed Wen father and the elegant woman in a long dress. She smiled sweetly and politely said, "Uncles and aunties, nice to meet you. This is a small gift from me, a little token of respect." Wen's father and mother turned to look, both surprised and impressed at the same time. A young girl with this kind of hair color immediately caught their attention. Looking at the gift, Mr. Wen frowned. "Is this for us?" Mr. Wen, with his slicked-back hair and serious expression, still looked very imposing, especially when he stared intently at someone. But Soo Jiner didn't feel pressured or scared. She smiled warmly, like honey, and her voice was sweet. "Yes, uncle and auntie." I bought a brooch for Uncle and a jade bracelet for Annie, which is your favorite. The brooch and bracelet are things the couple uses often. They had to admit that this girl was quite close to their son, since she knew their tastes and gave thoughtful gifts. Looking closely now, they saw her outfit, which had flashed briefly in the camera just moments ago.
Ah,
Thank you, young lady, Mrs. Wynne said, softening her attitude as she looked into the girl's clear, focused eyes. Her previous thoughts vanished, replaced by kindness. She reached out to take the gift, smiling and nodding. I really like jade bracelets. Thank you for thinking of us, young lady. Thank you, Mr. Wynne said, holding the gift bag. He found the girl quite likable, and he had no objections to his son dating her. Both of them were stubborn but kind-hearted. When they first met Sue Jenner, they found her easy to get along with. She shook her head with a smile. No need to thank me. It's just a small gesture from a younger person to an elder. You've raised Han very well. Mr. Wynne smiled slightly. Yes, we did. Our child has been excellent since he was young. We never had to worry about his studies. But later, His expression changed as he remembered Han's interest in gaming. Mrs. Wynne gently pulled his arm and gave him a warning look. Then she smiled at Sue Jenner. What's your name? How many people are in your family? When did you meet Han? I'm Sue Jenner. I'm only child. We met about 2 months ago. 2 months. It's a reasonable amount of time for a relationship. Mrs. Wynne nodded and continued talking to Sue Jenner, who was eager to get closer. Soon, they became more familiar with each other. Meanwhile, many people secretly watched this scene from afar. After all, a middle-aged couple dressed like they were attending a high-level dinner was watching the match. Unaware young people had never seen such a scene before. The rich aura exuded by Mr. and Mrs. Wynne was very different, especially Mr. Wynne, who seemed to carry a hint of warmth and kindness. When it was confirmed that the two were sitting in the family viewing area and seeing their appearance, it was clear that Han was definitely their son. When Sue Jenner, the only young girl brave enough to speak to them, appeared, many young people around gasped at her beauty. Everyone gradually realized that Han's guest was not only his parents, but also his girlfriend. In fact, the girlfriend had even met the parents beforehand. Suddenly, everyone understood that this was a sign of something more serious. Being able to meet the parents meant it was not just a casual relationship. Their idol was serious about this. The director also seemed to notice this. The camera briefly stayed on them for 2 seconds before quickly moving away, catching most of the audience and viewers off guard. After all, the director often captures these seemingly insignificant masterpieces of shots. The match officially began. As the final championship, the grand scale of this year's finals was even bigger, with more sponsors. The host read advertisements for 2 minutes, followed by the appearance of the competing teams. Auntie, Han is the captain of the VQ team. They will definitely win again this time. Not only does it prove his effort, but it also shows that the 2 years you gave him were not wasted. Below the stage, Sue Jenner smiled as she looked at the familiar faces on stage. Wen's mother looked at her son under the spotlight, feeling touched. Hearing Sue Jenner say that her son's efforts proved that the 2 years they gave him were not wasted, her mood was very complicated. She seemed to like this young girl very much. Even Wen's father's expression softened. Looking at his son's young and confident face, he sighed that time was relentless, but he was also very proud. They didn't understand the game, but they were moved by the atmosphere around them. They saw their son controlling a hero and fighting fiercely on the field, while all the fans cheered and roared for him. This passion made them forget their status, and they started to cheer for their son with the young people around them. On stage, Han often cast his gaze down at the viewing area. He saw with his own eyes his parents cheering happily for him, and he saw his partners smiling proudly at him. He felt a deep sense of satisfaction he had never experienced before. On this day, he never expected this moment, but now it has come. Let's congratulate the champion of the annual finals, VQ. Congratulations to them for winning again, securing their 10th championship in history, breaking the team record. The host's excited voice echoed through the venue, and fans cheered loudly for VQ's victory. Family members on the viewing platform also felt proud of their children and friends. Mr. and Mrs. Wen were overwhelmed with joy, hugging each other tightly. They looked at their son, shining under the golden rain of confetti, and for the first time, truly understood the choices their son had made. Soo Jiner and Wen Han on stage exchanged proud glances and gave a thumbs up. Now, let's interview our team captain. He has grown with VQ, step by step, through many seasons and championships. I believe many people want to hear his thoughts. Come, Ling Qing, what would you like to say to yourself, your parents, or others? Wen Han's interview was still the finale. After the host finished speaking, the camera briefly focused on Wen Han's face before quickly switching to his parents. Next to them, a girl in a trench coat also caught attention. The camera returned to Wen Han's face amid questions and doubts. He picked up the microphone, looked directly at the audience, and smiled softly. To win this championship, I first want to thank my teammates and coach. We've trained together every day, reviewing and practicing repeatedly, which led to today's exciting match. Next, I want to thank my parents. Their doubts helped me grow and made me realize I can reach this point on my own. And finally, I want to thank my partner. Wen Han paused briefly. The audience erupted in applause. Fans who hadn't left exclaimed in surprise, and the camera quickly focused on the girl in the trench coat. Everyone on stage looked at her with gentle eyes, but ultimately, their gaze settled on just one person. This time, the camera focused directly on the calm and elegant figure. She wore a gentle smile, and her gaze toward him was warm like spring flowers blooming. She quietly looked up at him, and he looked back with deep affection. He said, I want to thank her for her company during this time. The warmth from the past helped me find my way out of confusion. I now know what happiness is and what it means to let go. From now on, I hope you can stay with me for a long time. The last sentence was a face-to-face conversation with Soo Jiner, almost like a confession, which made all the fans' hearts break. Has the male star really come out?
Wow.
And he met his parents. Oh my gosh, is the male star really that charming? So responsible.
Please tell me who this girl is.
She's really beautiful and matches our star.
Wow, I'm drooling.
Why doesn't such a beautiful girl like me? No, I'm not ready for the star to be single. Wah, I'm just a single fan. Why did he leave me behind? The comments reflect the fans' thoughts. Even if they feel upset, they can't change Wen Han's honest decision to reveal everything openly. Down below, Wen's parents were surprised to see Wen Han's gaze on Soo Jiner was sincere, not fake. They felt complicated. The Wen family's children are very passionate. When they truly care about someone, it's hard to change their feelings afterward. They used to think that Wen and Soo Jiner hadn't been together for more than 2 months, so their feelings weren't that deep. But now, Wen dared to openly express his feelings in front of everyone, which clearly contradicted their previous assumptions. But on the bright side, at least they liked this girl, right? This interview caused a big stir. Several trending topics appeared online, but the main characters didn't seem to care and didn't appear for interviews on public platforms. The photos included a family picture of Soo Jiner with Wen Han's family. There were more than one, and all the coaches and team members joined in. Despite Wen's parents feeling a bit uncomfortable around Soo Jiner, they finished tonight's celebration meal, marking a perfect end to the evening. Mom and Dad, should you stay at our place or book a hotel? At 1 a.m., Wen Han drove out. Soo Jiner sat in the passenger seat, innocently looking out the window at Wen's parents. Dad Wen choked. Mom Wen tugged at the corner of her mouth, cautiously asking, Are you living together? Yes, we bought a house. Wen Han replied calmly. Dad Wen was surprised. Jiner isn't a student anymore. Wen Han nodded. But I'm an adult now. I didn't tell you we got the marriage certificate? Naturally, once married, they would live together. Their plain words hit Dad Wen and Mom Wen like a thunderbolt, and they stared in disbelief. Married. Yes, we've been married for over a month. You got married. Dad Wen didn't finish his sentence before Mom Wen pulled him back. He stepped back reluctantly. Son, you're really quick, Mom Wen finally managed to say. She believed that if she said something discouraging now, her son would just turn around and leave. She truly cared about her son, and she couldn't ignore this daughter-in-law. Dad-Wen also looked frustrated, pulled into the car by Mom-Wen. Let's go. Probably to your place. Haha, at least now we have a place to stay. They sat in the back seat. Mom-Wen's gaze lingered on the small duck toy in the neighboring seat, but she paid no real attention. Uncle and Auntie. The fruit Wen-Han bought to quench your thirst, Wen-Han said as he drove out the window, passing some bags to Sue Jenner from the front passenger seat. Mom-Wen looked at her with a very complicated expression, then slightly smiled. Thank you, Jenner. You're 18 this year, right? Almost 19. Annie, do you think I married Wen-Han a bit too quickly? Actually, I didn't want it to happen so fast. Sue Jenner looked troubled, and a big hand gently pinched her face. Wen-Han smiled. Yes, I was the one pushing you to get the marriage certificate. Otherwise, your pursuers at school wouldn't stop. I only felt at ease after we got married. That's not true. I haven't paid attention to them. You can ask Huan and the others. I usually stay honest in the dorm and do live streams, Sue Jenner said with a playful glare. Dad-Wen and Mom-Wen, sitting in the back seat, looked at each other, feeling like they were witnessing a love story. So it was their son who insisted on it. After all, Jenner is very pretty, and she clearly has many admirers. As Wen-Han's parents, their relationship has become more peaceful. Sue Jenner naturally doesn't want the couple to feel awkward, so she keeps chatting and looking for topics during the ride home. However, it's getting quite late, and she can't help but yawn several times on the way. While waiting at the traffic light, Wen-Han takes her hand and says, Stop talking. If you're sleepy, just sleep. But just sleep, be good. Mom and Dad won't mind. When Dad and when Mom, replaced by their son, think. Their son has a wife now and has forgotten about his parents. When they see the villa they bought, when Dad feels very proud. This is a real home, and they didn't spend a single penny. It's all their son's hard work. He bought the house and a car all by himself. Truly, his son is amazing. There's even a yard. This house is really nice. The couple walks at the back, while Wen-Han carries the sleeping Sue Jenner in front. After unlocking the door with recognition, he goes straight to the second-floor bedroom, carefully covers her with a blanket, then leaves the room and goes downstairs. He happens to see Dad and Mom rushing out of the first-floor room. Mom grabs his arm anxiously and asks, Son, this house, this is the nursery. Jenner, is she pregnant? Dad doesn't speak but looks very tense. Mom, keep your voice down. Jenner is indeed pregnant, Wen-Han says with a smile, turning around to pour water for them. Dad and Mom, hearing the confirmed news, their eyes light up with joy. Grandchild. They're going to have a grandchild.
How old is she?
Wait, Jenner looks so thin, and her clothes are loose. You haven't been together long, just over 2 months. Wen-Han gestures for them to sit down. Less than 2 months. The baby is very healthy. Really? Son, you're so impressive. This marriage was so good. I didn't expect we'd have a grandchild so soon. A granddaughter is fine too. You're still young, have more children, when Mom says excitedly, clapping her hands. In that case, I won't leave. I'll stay here to take care of my daughter-in-law, wife, when Dad gets worried. Does this mean she wants a grandson and doesn't care about him? His wife can stay here, but when Dad has to go back to handle company affairs. He can't be away for too long, which means they might have to live apart. Wen-Han glanced at his anxious father and then looked at Wen's mother. Mom, Jenner is still in school. When she has a holiday, I will take her back to see you. There's no need for you to stay here now. Once the baby is born, you can help take care of him or her. As for the second child, let's wait until Jenner graduates. It's not convenient for her right now. Wen-Han himself often travels to different cities for competitions with his team, so it's rare for him to stay in one place for so long like this year. He didn't want Sue Jenner to be alone and struggling at school while pregnant, without anyone to support her. The arrival of this child was unexpected for him, and he agreed to it because Jenner wanted to keep the baby. He was happy to cooperate, but next time, he didn't want to be so passive. Anything is fine, I'll listen to you. You're both still young. Even after Jenner graduates, she's only 21 or 22. She can have children anytime she wants. Right now, Wen's mother was very pleased with Soo Jiner and was about to transfer the bride price she had prepared to her daughter-in-law's card. Wen's father was also happy. Not having to live apart from his wife was a good thing. Mom and Dad, you can stay in the guest room on the second floor. Go to bed early. Tomorrow, I'll take you out for a day of fun. After sharing his plan, when Han got up, went upstairs, washed briefly, and then held the sleeping Soo Jiner to bed. The next day, Soo Jiner learned from the system that when Han and his parents had explained their future plans. When she saw the new 8-figure amount credited to her bank card, her eyes widened. Jiner, from now on, you will be our daughter-in-law. Your wedding has been discussed with your dad and me. Once your baby is born, we will take a holiday to hold a big, beautiful wedding for you. Last night, I already transferred the bride price we prepared for our son to your card. After the baby is born, there will be a bonus too. You should take good care of yourself. If you feel unwell or unhappy, talk to Mom anytime. When Han came out of the room behind Soo Jiner and looked at Wen's mother. Mom, you didn't give her the change fee. Oh, I forgot. Wen's mother was reminded and picked up her phone, transferring another 8-figure sum. Daughter-in-law, this is the change fee. From now on, your dad and I are part of your family. There's no need to be so formal. What a wealthy family. Soo Jiner blinked her big, round eyes and shyly nodded while leaning into Han's embrace.
Thank you, Mom.
Thank you, Dad. Hey, Mrs. Wen smiled happily, and Mr. Wen glanced at his new daughter-in-law. He held back a smile and nodded politely. If Soo Jiner was treated like a princess before in front of Han, after Wen's parents arrived, her treatment improved to that of an emperor, a big step up. She didn't need to worry about what to eat or drink. Jewelry and clothes were bought in batches, and even several houses were purchased near popular scenic spots for her to stay in the future. They went out without hiding, and the four of them happily shopped openly. Last night, when Han and Soo Jiner were trending online, attracting many fans who took photos with them. Usually, when Han agreed to photos as long as they weren't taken secretly. But if someone was rude, he wouldn't be polite. With the system managing the scene, anyone spreading rumors online would learn why when Han was so popular. Wen's parents also realized how much attention their son and daughter-in-law received. After a day of sightseeing, they reluctantly left. When Han and Soo Jiner enjoyed their private time together. While Soo Jiner's belly was still small, they traveled to nearby cities and visited many tourist spots by car. By the time they returned to Wenhan City, it was the 29th day of the Lunar New Year. In a luxurious estate, Soo Jiner had everything she needed: clothes, food, and comfort, gaining some weight. After New Year, many business partners visited with gifts. Everyone knew Wen's son had found a partner, and Wen's parents were very happy with her. They had already registered their marriage. Thoughtful people sent gifts that young girls liked. Uncle, Auntie, Lu's family visited. Lu Wanyuan greeted Wen's parents stiffly, and her gaze briefly swept over the pair standing in the garden. People in this circle knew Wen's son was married, just waiting for the wedding. Lu Wanyuan didn't expect things to move so quickly, making her previous harsh words to Soo Jiner seem like a joke. Looking at the happy couple, she forced a smile and didn't bother to speak again. The spring season started after the new year. When Han returned to the team, but it was clear that his main focus was on another city. He would take time each week to visit Soo Jiner's school and spend a day with her. As Soo Jiner became famous online, her identity as a streamer was gradually revealed. Wenhan's many fans started to follow her, and every day, she received a lot of support and donations. Her school life also attracted more attention. People kept posting photos of her meeting Wenhan online. Although the system filtered some content, many fans figured out the pattern of Wenhan visiting her. Fans couldn't believe Wenhan had a partner and had even met her parents. They slowly accepted the truth and secretly followed their relationship, even during the short spring season. Wenhan won the spring season championship again. During the interview, the host asked about his plans for his private life, which was now under more attention. "I don't have any special plans. I'll just go with the flow," Wenhan said with a smile. Fans sighed in relief. That's good. That's good. Our idol is still young. He's always serious about dating, so it's normal that he took Soo Jiner to meet his parents. Maybe they still have a chance. Of course, this was just wishful thinking. During the long summer season, when Han suddenly took a month off from the team and disappeared from the competition scene, all fans tried to find him and guessed where he might be. It wasn't until when Han suddenly appeared at the finals, leading his team to win again, that the truth was revealed. At the interview, when Han stood alone on stage, looking tired but gentle, he smiled and said, "I have some not-so-great news to share today. First, thank you to all the fans and viewers for your support. Thanks to my team for trusting me and giving me freedom. And thank you to my teammates for sharing the hardships with me. Victory isn't just mine, it's everyone's effort and dedication. I'm proud and honored to have achieved this over the years." Oh no, I have a bad feeling about this. What bad news? No way, no way. I can't even imagine. Has the idol's long absence meant there's trouble at home? Amidst the random guesses from fans, when Han's smile grew gentler. Yes, I think someone has already guessed what I want to say. He took a deep breath and slowly said, "I announce that after this competition, I will temporarily leave the stage and return to my life to take on my responsibilities. Thank you all for your support along the way. From now on, I wish everyone smooth sailing and a bright future." He bowed deeply, then looked up with red eyes. In the midst of many surprised voices, when Han left the stage without hesitation, leaving his teammates and coaches to handle the fans' attention.
No.
Did something big happen? Wah, my idol, my youth. What exactly happened? My heart hurts seeing my idol with red eyes. Does anyone know what's going on? What's the situation? Don't go, Ling Qing. Don't go, Ling Qing. Don't go. Ling Qing suddenly trended on the hot search list. Everyone who knew when Han was paying attention to this news, trying to find any clues. Before the situation could escalate or fans could imagine more dramatic stories, a new message appeared under when Han and Soo Jiner's accounts. Soo, the tech genius. Welcome, my little treasure, to this world. Hello, Qing. From now on, Mom and Dad will love you very much. VQ Ling Qing reposted the message. Also my little treasure. You are my big treasure, and she is my little treasure. Everyone initially thought something serious had happened in the family. But now, it's clear, something good has happened. The idol went to have a baby with his wife. Female fans were heartbroken. They had only been dating for a little over a year, and now there's a baby? Male fans were also upset. How could Soo get married so quickly? They couldn't accept it. Ling Qing, the baby is here. Soo, the big treasure.
I'm heartbroken.
That person isn't me. A few more trending topics appeared on the hot search list, confusing fans even more. Meanwhile, members and coaches of the VQ team also reposted Ling Qing's message to congratulate and send their best wishes. Of course, they knew about the news in advance, but only a day ahead. In response to July, the boss acts too quickly. He registered his marriage with the goddess a year ago. Otherwise, I would have had a chance. Playoff, a frog dreaming of eating swan meat. Baby is a girl named Wen Qing, with the nickname Qing. She is very loved by her dad Wen and her mom Wen. Some parents are willing to help take care of the children, and there is also a nanny. Soo Jiner doesn't worry as much, mostly focusing on her live streams and Wenhan's decision to leave the esports scene was carefully thought out. The child needs care, and her mother is studying in another city. To accommodate the two babies, he chose to leave the gaming stage and work with Wen's dad on the company's business. Now, he is a deputy manager at the main company, gaining experience. After Soo Jiner starts school, they plan to open a branch in the corresponding city to expand their business. Actually, that city already has company operations, but it's too far from her school. Wen's dad agreed easily to Wenhan's plan to expand the business, giving enough money to see what he can do. After Wenhan left the esports scene, many fans couldn't find her and started following her live streams. Sometimes, they get updates about her family from her streams. Since her identity was revealed, Soo Jiner chose to do facecam live streams. Occasionally, fans can even hear her idol's voice. Everyone is quite happy with this. When Soo Jiner was a senior in college, she had so much money she couldn't spend it all, and then she felt her stomach rumble again. I promise I didn't do anything. It was the little umbrella that broke itself. After a checkup at the hospital, when Han held Soo Jiner with an innocent look. You're stubborn. It's all your fault. Okay, the baby is my fault. Don't be angry. I will stay with you this time. A pretty little girl, over 2 years old, ran over quickly with innocent eyes. Dad, are you calling me? I'm calling big baby. But I'm happy even when little baby comes. Come here, Dad will give you a kiss. When Han kissed both of them, the little girl was soon taken away by the nanny. Soo Jiner picked up the test results. This time, it's triplets. Did you tell Mom and Dad? Not yet. I'll tell them later. Baby kiss, when Han clung to her, breathing hot. After graduating in her senior year, Soo Jiner was in the hospital giving birth in October. Warm Dad and warm Mom are holding Wenqing outside the hospital room, while when Han waits alone, anxious and tense. A few hours later, the doctor pushes a baby stroller and a hospital bed out and smiles, saying, "Everyone is safe, both adults and children. That's wonderful." "Thank you, doctor," warm Mom says gratefully, walking to Soo Jiner's bedside and speaking kindly. "Gina, you worked hard. You're a great hero for our family. Mom, this is also my child." "I am willing," says when Han gently, carefully holding Soo Jiner and kissing her head. "No more children. For kids are enough. I've scheduled a tubal ligation so we can live a good life together." That day, the internet was again flooded with mentions of Ling Qing and Su Su. The 3 babies were born safely amid fans' attention. From then on, the family of 5 lived happily. Soo Jiner slowly opens her eyes. It's dark, lit only by a faint yellow kerosene lamp. She is kneeling on the ground, dressed in white. "Host, I've sent you the plot summary." The system reminds her just in time. Soo Jiner glances at the coffin in front of her and listens to the noisy sounds outside the door, then lowers her head again. This is an ancient, fictional world torn by war and chaos. The male lead is a young man from modern times who has traveled to this world and become a young scholar in a small frontier town. Like many typical hero stories, he starts as a scholar, takes exams, and uses his modern knowledge to solve ancient problems. Gradually, he rises in rank, gains fame, and becomes a young prince with great power and influence. Along the way, he gains many female friends, overcomes difficulties, heroically rescues women, and eventually marries several beautiful women. Soo Jiner's current identity is also an ordinary girl from a small frontier town. Her father is a well-known mountain hunter named Soo Daming. When she was 14, Soo Daming was seriously injured while fleeing from enemy attacks and died due to poor medical care. Before dying, Soo Daming used all his money to find a husband for Soo Jiner. It was the male lead, a scholar named Yang Sheng, who is also transmigrated from the modern world. He is 3 years older than her, from a poor family, and both his parents are dead. They banded together to form a family. In the past, Yang Sheng was a scholar who didn't pay attention to outside matters. He was proud and arrogant, and he didn't like the original girl, who was a hunter's daughter. Even though Soo Jiner was described as beautiful, young, and cute, he didn't develop any feelings for her. So, they became like siblings. Yang Sheng protected Soo Jiner as a man, and Soo Jiner took care of daily household chores and earned money to support the family. In this ancient world, women had a low social status. A woman without support could not survive long. If a woman had a husband, she followed him. If not, she followed her son. Without either, family property could be easily divided by others. Women didn't envy others. The male lead was named Han Xiaoyuan before crossing over. After crossing, he took over Yang Sheng's identity. When he arrived in this world, he didn't inherit Yang Sheng's memories and thought that Soo Jiner was his sister. In the early part of the story, Han Xiaoyuan faced many hardships while trying to succeed. Soo Jiner, as his only family, was targeted a lot. However, he eventually succeeded and, after becoming successful, found a good husband for Soo Jiner. Overall, Sue Jenner didn't have to worry much about survival in this world because she was under the protection of the male lead. The only concern was whether she could live well. The system provides a rough outline of the plot, but it doesn't mean the story will follow these points exactly. The detailed story will develop step by step when the time comes. To survive and complete her task in this world, Sue Jenner can't rely only on the male lead's protection. Host, the story has started generating. The male lead is already crossed over and is inside the coffin. Sue Jenner responded with a hum and quickly immersed herself in her role. Just then, outside the door, there was a crisp sound of bamboo clappers, followed by someone shouting, "Old Master Yang. Why are you here? You're the elder, and Yang Xiaozai is your junior. You shouldn't be so formal." Cough, cough. My younger brother's family is related to me, and Sheng is one of the most promising people in our Yang family. He became the youngest scholar in our county at 18. Though he can't bring glory to the family now, I, as an old man, should come and see him off. Ah, an old, regretful voice spoke in a theatrical tone. Old Lady Yang is the village head, holding great power in the village. She is also the brother's sister of the male lead, Yang Sheng. However, they are not close and often suffer from her family's bullying. Of course, many people in the village had been bullied by his family before. Stealing chickens and dogs was common, but no one dared to report it, fearing they would offend the village head and have trouble living in the village. As for the story about sending Yang Sheng away, it seems likely that they were truly interested in the house and land left behind by Yang Sheng. Sue Jenner lowered her head, looking at her thin wrist, and glanced at the coffin in front of her. In that moment, old Master Yang had already come in, supported by his son. The villagers outside respectfully bowed to him and then followed him inside. Yang Sheng was dead. Everything left, people and property, was now vulnerable to others. "Big brother, you left so early. You were so young," someone said sadly. "Yang Sheng, how could you die?" "Boo-hoo." Others cried out in distress. Their voices were mixed with sobs as they looked at the dark coffin, then turned their eyes to the girl kneeling silently on the ground. "Enough," a rough voice called out. It was Yang Quan, old Master Yang's son. He was chubby and had big ears, with sharp eyes fixed on Sue Jenner's back. Old Master Yang brushed his son's fat arm and stepped forward. "Yang Sue, your parents left early, and now Sheng is gone too. You're left alone, a girl. What are your plans for the future?" "Village head," the girl's clear and gentle voice responded. At the same time, inside the dark coffin, Yang Sheng was awakened by her voice. He suddenly opened his eyes. His vision was blurry, and he tentatively moved his fingers, feeling stiff and aching all over. He didn't dare to move much, listening as her soft voice continued. "Village head, Jenner is from the Yang family. Even though my brother has gone, our family is poor, but we still have some land left. I've learned to hunt since I was young. Living alone and guarding the house might be hard, but I can manage." Her voice was small, but he felt a sense of admiration for her courage, an independent girl who dared to stand alone. However, he also heard an old, displeased voice speaking to her. "You're still young. Supporting yourself alone is not easy. Since you are part of the Yang family, I, as an elder and the village head, cannot let you suffer alone or let the villagers mock us. I have discussed with the elders of the Yang family. You will give the land to Quaner to farm, and as the younger sister-in-law, Quaner will also be responsible for your food, clothing, and daily needs." This sounds very proper, but everyone present knows that once the land and house deeds are handed over, young Sue Jenner will most likely fall into Yang Quan's greedy hands, to be exploited at will. Many villagers around are aware of this, but no one dares to interfere with the good affairs of old Master Yang's family. Yang Sheng listened to the old man's words and felt a bit disdainful. This sounds very proper, but isn't it just planning to take over someone's property and land? This old man is not acting like a real man, bullying a young, weak girl. He tentatively moved his body again, looking into the darkness ahead, trying to see if he could escape. He then heard the sweet voice of the girl again. Sue Jenner kept her head down the whole time. She didn't turn around, knowing that old Master Yang had strong influence in the village, but she didn't fear him. Thank you for your kind intentions, village chief. I understand, but my brother and Uncle Yang Quan are not siblings. Even if we consider family ties, your and my father's family have been separated for decades. It wouldn't be proper to hand over the land and property to Uncle Yang Quan. Also, I am a girl, but I am still part of the Yang family. As long as I am here, my brother's family won't lose their bloodline, right? Her voice was gentle, but she didn't back down in front of everyone. Instead, she pointed out that her relationship with Yang Sheng was not very close, and as the last member of the Yang family, she would stand firm and not plan to join anyone else. Moreover, Jeaner really can't go on living like this. She can sell the land and house deeds if needed, and she won't have to live a hard life in the future. Village chief, you're overthinking. Su Jeaner spoke softly, with a cold look in her eyes. Old Master Yang didn't expect Su Jeaner to be so direct, even willing to sell her family property rather than accept his conditions. His expression darkened. You. Good girl, Su Jeaner. I used to think you were weak, but I didn't expect you to be so sharp-tongued. Yang Quan, who had been unable to hold back, spoke. He was in his 40s and still single. He had long been attracted to Su Jeaner's beauty. Now that Yang Sheng was dead, he was determined to get her and her family's wealth. Just hearing Su Jeaner call him Big Uncle made him feel uncomfortable. He also refused his father's conditions. Feeling angry and ashamed, he ignored old Master Yang's advice and tried to step forward to pull her away. He shouted, "You rude woman, refusing a toast only to be forced to drink. To prevent you from doing anything shameful to the Yang family in the future, I must take you away today. I'll teach you a lesson at home and make you learn proper manners." He was about to reach out and touch Su Jeaner's shoulder. Under everyone's watch, even though there were 5 or 6 strong young men and a few women present, no one stepped forward to help Su Jeaner. They all lowered their heads, afraid to look. Yang Quan, a middle-aged man with a big head and ears, saw that Su Jeaner, who had been hunting with her father on the mountain for years, was quite skilled. Before he could get close, Su Jeaner, who was kneeling on the ground, stood up and ran toward the coffin. She shouted, "Yang Quan, you are too cruel. If I am alive today, I will definitely report your bullying to the authorities." Yang Sheng was a scholar of the current court. As his nominal sister, it would be very shameful for the village and the Yang family if Su Jeaner reported him. In the past, Su Jeaner was gentle and obedient. Now, she was a girl from another world, and she wouldn't be bound by the rules of this world's women. Moreover, even if the authorities don't pursue this, as long as I am alive, I will fight to the end with you. Her voice was full of anger. Her beautiful face was barely visible under her white mourning clothes and hat, which startled everyone in the room. You, how dare you? Old Master Yang was panicked. He was afraid she would report him and angry that he couldn't control this small girl. Unless I am cornered, I would never act so rebelliously. If you push me to the brink of death, I will take you all down with me. Neither of us will back down. Su Jeaner's eyes were full of hatred. Her desperate look even scared Yang Quan. He stood there, unable to understand why the girl he used to bully and tease, who always avoided him, was so brave today. Inside the coffin, Han Xiaoyuan listened to everything happening outside. Hearing Su Jeaner's resolute words, he felt pity. He also gave negative marks to the village head and his son Yang Quan for bullying this young girl. Bullying a lonely girl was simply not manly. He tried to move his body again. Finally, his body was back to normal. He reached out his hand and pushed upward, trying to escape this dark place. Su Jeaner was standing behind the coffin. She stared with wide eyes. She saw the lid of the small coffin move slightly to the side. Suddenly, her pale fingers stretched out and slapped against the coffin lid with a loud sound. Su Jeaner was so frightened she took a step back and bumped hard into the wall. People around saw her reaction and looked over. They shouted, "Ah, it's a ghost." 2 timid old women immediately turned and ran away. The remaining old Master Yang Quan, and a few others trembled and huddled together, scared. Suddenly, Sue Jenner, who had just been frightened and backed away, ran forward on her own. She lifted the dark coffin lid. Her beautiful eyes looked straight at them. "You are too cruel. Even the gods in the underworld can't stand it. They personally sent my brother back. Just wait, evil deeds will be punished." At this moment, the kerosene lamp in the room was blown by the wind, making the surroundings darker. Everyone was so frightened by Sue Jenner's stern words that they forgot about their belongings and land deeds. Old Master Yang's body softened, and he collapsed onto a villager behind him. Yang Quan beside him also wet his pants. They dared not stay any longer. They screamed and ran out the door. Thinking over what Sue Jenner had said, they wondered, could it be that the gods in the underworld saw them bullying a weak woman and decided to bring her back to life? They ran out in a panic, leaving no one behind. A cold breeze blew in from the door. Sue Jenner exhaled warm air, secretly thinking that she had temporarily dealt with these local bullies. She first went to the door, closed it, then touched her thin clothes and returned to the coffin. She leaned her head inside and looked. "Brother, you are really alive." Han Xiaoyuan struggled hard to push open the coffin lid. He barely managed to sit up, panting on his side. Suddenly, he heard a joyful cry from above. The room's light was not bright. He looked up. In his blurry vision, he saw a beautiful girl dressed in white cloth. She had a gentle smile, and her eyes sparkled brightly, as if he was her whole world. "Sister?
My
Sister?"
Han Shagan Pus.
With the girl's help, he half sat up. Seeing her simple clothes, he suddenly realized he had traveled to another world. "Big brother, are you okay?" He heard the girl's soft, sweet voice, filled with tears. Han Xiaoyuan turned his head and finally saw the girl's face clearly in the dim light of the oil lamp. She was dressed in white mourning clothes made of, with a white bird ornament on her head. Her small, delicate face was pretty and refined, with features that could rival those of famous actresses. Her eyes were red, and tears were starting to form in her lashes. Her nose was a little red from the cold weather. Her eyes, which had shone like stars just moments ago, looked at him brightly, full of happiness and sadness. Just like the harsh words she had spoken before, her expression showed strength and resilience. You. Han Xiaoyuan's heart skipped a beat for no reason, and he hesitated, looking at her. He wanted to say he wasn't her brother, but the words stopped in his mouth, and he stayed silent, thinking, "I'm fine. But I don't remember you." "It's good that the brother wakes up. Jenner will help you out, and you can tell me everything slowly," Sue Jenner said with a gentle smile. She wiped her tears and took his hand. Han Xiaoyuan spent an hour listening carefully as the girl named Sue Jenner told him her story. It was very detailed, even including how much silver her family had. He realized he had traveled to a fictional world. Now he was 18 years old, and he had been a successful scholar for over a year. He was the youngest in the frontier, having become a scholar at 17. Because of this title, his family was exempt from taxes and forced labor. Even though only he and the girl lived in the family, they weren't starving, even if life was a bit hard. The people who caused trouble at his funeral were the village head and his son. They shared the same bloodline as him, but didn't help him. Instead, after his death, they came to take his family's property and threaten his sister. In this world, men are valued more than women, and it's hard for girls to survive. Right now, if he left, Sue Jenner wouldn't be able to survive. The oil lamp in the room flickered faintly. He looked at the girl busy at the stove, and as he glanced around the sparse room, he couldn't help but sigh quietly. But he also knew he couldn't go back. Since he was here and he had a sister, he decided to live as Yang Sheng and make the most of this second chance. "Big brother, dinner is ready. Come quickly and eat." Sue Jenner carried 2 freshly cooked bowls of corn porridge and walked over, smiling as she placed them in front of Yang Sheng. Then she turned around and brought a dish of pickled vegetables. This small amount of food was all that was left in the house. Sue Jenner's stomach was growling with hunger. She looked at the unfamiliar corn porridge, smiled softly, and sat down in Yang Sheng's view. She raised her hand to pass him the chopsticks, smiling warmly. "Brother, please eat." Your body is still weak and needs more nourishment. Yongsheng looked down, glancing at Su Jiner first, then hesitantly at the bowl. He had never eaten such plain food since he was born. But he understood the family situation and was not proud. He nodded, picked up the bowl, and took a small sip. The taste was okay, not as bad as he had imagined. After taking a sip, he looked up at Su Jiner and met her gentle smile. He tilted his head. During this hour or more, Su Jiner had explained her background and the affairs of this continent. She was the first person he saw as his sister, and Yongsheng felt a natural closeness to her. Seeing she didn't move, he opened his mouth. Jiner, you should eat too. Thank you, brother. You probably haven't eaten enough. After you finish, Jiner will share some with you. Su Jiner boldly looked into his eyes, carefully observing the face of the male lead in this world. Those who are the male lead usually have their own advantages. Yongsheng's body was that of a scholar who rarely worked. His skin was tender, and his face was delicate and handsome. Now, with a lively and spirited soul inside, even his eyebrows and eyes seemed more animated. He was not cold or distant, but lively and energetic. If they lived together, at least he wouldn't have to guess his feelings. Host, when should we act? The system eagerly asked about the mission.
Wait.
My body isn't yet an adult, and now the country is in turmoil. Even if I get pregnant, I can't be sure I'll give birth safely. Su Jiner thought it over. For her own health, she planned to wait 3 years. She was 15 now, so in 3 years she would be 18. During that time, she could also take care of some hidden health issues in this body. Plus, when the male lead becomes a marquis or prime minister, her protection will be more reliable. After passing the previous task, Su Jiner's choices always successfully help the system complete the mission. Now, whatever Su Jiner says, it listens. It doesn't question her and quickly becomes quiet again. Brother has had enough to drink, and Jiner will drink too. At this moment, Yongsheng, who was being polite, felt very touched. He looked at his sister and thought she was both pretty and cute. No wonder the villagers were interested in her. Thinking about the harsh words he heard her say when he was lying in the coffin, he felt a bit sad. He put down his bowl and pushed away the bowl of corn porridge that belonged to Su Jiner. He was planning to find some work to earn money as soon as he understood the village's situation, so he could come back and take good care of his sister. Yongsheng's expression softened as he looked at Su Jiner's delicate face. His gaze drifted from her young face down to her long hair, which was tied in a ponytail that reached her waist. Her hair was thick and black, making her look gentle and even more lovely. Her big, beautiful eyes shimmered with a gentle, water-like light. Her nose was straight, and her lips were rosy. At this moment, she was smiling faintly, looking more beautiful than any actress he had seen. It was like a female NPC from a computer game had come to life. Big brother? Su Jiner looked at him curiously, noticing his gaze. Yongsheng was pulled back to reality by her soft voice. He awkwardly touched his nose, scolding himself for overthinking. He smiled and said, "It's nothing. Eat your meal quickly. Tomorrow, I'll take you around the village so you can get familiar with the place." The male lead had just arrived and didn't have the memories of the original body. To help Yongsheng settle in faster, Su Jiner subtly gave him a few hints. But she only knew within the scope of her inherited memories. Anything beyond that, she didn't understand well. She was familiar with the surrounding village, so she nodded with a smile and carefully sipped her corn porridge. She lowered her head, hiding her frowning brow, forcing herself to finish everything. Host. I didn't expect there to be no rice here. The system sighed and shook its head. It's okay. I'll get used to it. I've eaten worse before. Su Jiner finished the rice soup in her bowl and smiled faintly as she put down her chopsticks. Seeing that Yongsheng had also finished, she stood up voluntarily to tidy up. Hey, Jiner, let me do it. Yongsheng reached out to stop her, just catching her wrist. Jiner looked down briefly, then looked up at him. Brother, men and women should keep their distance. You can't just touch a girl's hand like that. She was gentle with her, but in this world, women face many hardships. She felt it was necessary to remind Yongsheng to prevent any trouble for girls in the future. Yang Sheng was surprised and quickly let go, awkwardly scratching the back of his head. He asked her, "Are we siblings?" "They're siblings, but not biological siblings." She never clarified this, and he never asked. She let him believe they were biological siblings, which might give her a backup plan later. Jeaner didn't explain this in detail. She looked at him seriously. "It's okay if you lost your memory, brother. Jeaner will remind you within her ability that in this era, whether or not your siblings, such physical contact should be avoided as much as possible. It's fine at home, but outside, it could damage a girl's reputation. Most of the time, men wouldn't face consequences, but women often had to sacrifice themselves to prove innocence and protect a man's good name." Her voice was calm, but Yang Sheng felt a chill in his heart, and his body seemed to ache faintly. Jeaner had already started washing the dishes. After walking a few steps, he suddenly slapped his forehead in frustration. He was annoyed that in this era, there were so many ridiculous rules. He couldn't even hold his own sister's hand. At this moment, Yang Sheng didn't seem to realize he misunderstood their relationship. He didn't know the social rules and had forgotten that old Master Yang initially called Jeaner by her name. He mistakenly thought Jeaner was his biological sister. This followed the original story's plot quite closely. Jeaner knew, but she didn't correct his assumption. She wasn't unfamiliar with washing dishes. After tidying up the stove, she left the dining hall and took the thinly dressed Yang Sheng around the Yang family house. "It's cold outside. Brother, go inside and put on a coat. Jeaner will make some medicine for you later." The house was simple, divided into 3 parts: left, middle, and right. The middle was the dining hall and the left and right were bedrooms. Outside, there was a large yard enclosed by a fence. The room on the left was slightly larger and was where Yang Sheng was staying. It was filled with paper, brushes, and books. The room on the right is smaller. It is now Su Jeaner's room, but it used to belong to Yang Sheng's parents. After they passed away, it was left unused and filled with clutter. Currently, besides her bed, the room has a pile of scattered items. Among them are a bow and arrow and a chopping knife, all tools Su Jeaner uses for hunting. Su Jeaner first took Yang Sheng to her own room. She skillfully found a light cotton jacket in her wardrobe and helped him put it on. After he looked around the bookshelf, she led him outside. "This is my room, but it's a bit messy. I haven't had time to tidy it up. Just take a quick look," Su Jeaner, a small girl of about 15, said from the doorway. She looked a little undernourished, less than 1.6 meters tall, making her seem only to reach Yang Sheng's chest. She tried to block him, but Yang Sheng was curious about her room. He gently pushed the door open and stepped inside. His eyes widened in surprise. "Jeaner, you sleep here?" "Yes, I think it's fine. Many girls have to squeeze into a room with others. Having my own room is already enough," Su Jeaner said with a smile, not caring about the rough conditions inside. The bed was old and worn, but it was kept tidy. Yang Sheng glanced around and instinctively compared his own room with hers. Everything in his room was the best. He felt a little pity and looked at Su Jeaner outside the door. He wanted to say something, but stopped when he saw the bright light in her eyes. He made up his mind and said, "Jeaner, don't worry. I will study hard and pass the exams. Then I will make sure you live a good life." A seed of ambition was planted. Just like the story, Yang Sheng would soon become a remarkable figure from this remote place and start his journey to greatness. Su Jeaner looked at his slender, beautiful eyes. His delicate face seemed to glow softly. She smiled and nodded, then said firmly, "I believe in you, brother. But first, take good care of your health. If anything happens to you, I won't be able to live either." Her words, full of trust, made Yang Sheng pause for a second. He pursed his lips and secretly thought, "This sister is so adorable, so wonderful. She's like a gift from heaven." Now he was full of energy and ambition, ready to study all night. "Brother, go rest in your room. I will go make some medicine for you." On the left side of the dining hall entrance is the stove, and in the middle is the eating area. Su Jeaner didn't wait for Yang Sheng to respond. She walked back to the stove, took out a clay pot, and started boiling it over the fire. A strong bitter smell spread, making her pinch her nose. Is boiling medicine always this hard? She smiled bitterly at the system. I can't smell it, host. The system replied innocently.
Sujin Said.
These herbs were used to help Yang Sheng's health. His unstable diet for a long time caused appendicitis. A simple modern surgery could fix it, but in this backward era, it was hard to heal. The illness could only be managed, not fully cured. Just the medicine for recovery cost her a lot of silver in her memory. Seeing a doctor was a luxury in this time, and even if you saw one, there was no guarantee of recovery. Su Jiner pinched her nose, her thoughts drifting away. To live safely in this era, good medical skills seemed very important. System, can you recognize the medicinal herbs? Herbs? Yes, host. I have some simple prescriptions stored here. Do you need them? Yes, in a few days I'll go up the mountain to pick some herbs to dry, just in case. She hadn't forgotten that this world was about to face war. Whether for self-protection or saving others, preparing some herbs in advance was essential. Okay, I also have methods for processing these herbs. Rest assured, host, I will be your loyal little helper. The system boasted confidently.
Sujin Ismail.
After smelling the bitter aroma again, she closed her mouth. After a few minutes of boiling, she poured out half a bowl and set it aside. She went to wash the dirty clothes, preparing for tomorrow morning. It was winter now, and the medicine cooled quickly. She carried the bowl to Yang Sheng's room. He was frowning at a book, seemingly stuck on a difficult puzzle. Brother, the medicine is ready. Drink it, she said as she stepped inside. She gently placed the bowl down and glanced at the book. It was full of dense ancient characters, similar to the classical Chinese she had seen before. The book wasn't as interesting as she thought. Yang Sheng frowned and sighed. When he looked up and saw Su Jiner beside him, he was startled. Jiner, when did you come in? Su Jiner withdrew her gaze from the book and smiled at him, saying, Brother is reading so seriously. I just came in, but I find these words so unfamiliar. You're really amazing to understand them. The girl looked at him with admiration. Yang Sheng, who had been frowning just moments before, felt a warm surge in his chest. He immediately relaxed and boasted, Of course. Not only can I understand, but I can also write many articles. When I pass the exams, I'll make sure you live a good life. You're really impressive, brother. But first, drink your medicine and then go to sleep. The lights are dim tonight, so be careful not to hurt your eyes or your health, Su Jiner said with a smile, pushing the bowl toward him. She looked at him expectantly. Yang Sheng, who had been hesitant, suddenly decided. He tilted his head and gulped down all the medicine from the bowl. It was a bit bitter in his throat. He endured the dislike, kept a serious face, and said with a bitter tone, Finished, Gina. His words trailed off as Su Jiner pinched her nose and took a few steps back, clearly showing her dislike. Seeing his expression, Su Jiner pouted. Sorry, brother. Jiner just thinks it's too bitter. Yang Sheng was caught between laughter and tears. Yes, it was bitter. He disliked the bitterness too. He hadn't expected his sister to dislike him. He was family after all. He blinked, unable to blame her, and stood up to rinse his mouth. Because he was unfamiliar with the ancient-style clothes, his movements were awkward, and his sleeve got wet. Cold air seeped in along his sleeve. Brother, your clothes are wet, and it's late. You should go to bed quickly. Let the clothes dry overnight. Su Jiner saw him shiver and gently held his damp sleeve, a hint of apology in her eyes. It wasn't intentional. It was just his first time boiling traditional medicine, and the smell was a bit unpleasant. But he would have to get used to it. After comforting him with a few words, she pushed him into the room and took a wooden basin to the kitchen to fill with hot water. Su Jiner looked frail, but she was capable of hunting on the mountain, so her physical strength and skills were not bad. She carried the hot water into Yang Sheng's room and placed the basin on the ground. Brother, wash your feet. With this weather, you can't sleep without soaking them. Yang Sheng, who was sitting on the bed, looked at her actions with a dazed expression. For some reason, he felt a bit awkward, like he was relying on others too much. At home, he wasn't used to being so carefully cared for. Since childhood, his family has always encouraged him to be independent, and he can handle household chores well. Jiner, you should go rest. I'll wash my feet and then pour water myself, Yangsheng said, not wanting Su Jiner to watch him wash his feet. He thought it wouldn't be easy to get his worried sister to leave, but she smiled and nodded, saying, "Okay, I'll go rest now, brother." Su Jiner stepped out slowly, closing the door at the entrance to block out the cold outside. Her eyes sparkled with a faint light as she looked up at the sky, pushing away the memory of her previous self washing Yangsheng's feet. There are things she can do and things she cannot. I got up at dawn, brother. The weather is still cold today, so wear more clothes. You don't want to fall ill again, she said with concern, wiping the sweat from her forehead with her hand. This morning, you stayed at home reading and resting. In the afternoon, I'll come back and take you to the village for a walk. First, I'll prepare breakfast for you. She turned and headed toward the kitchen. Yangsheng reached out to grab her arm but stopped himself just before touching her, remembering her reminder from last night. He awkwardly lowered his hand. Still, he stepped forward, a bit curious, and said, "You're going out this morning? Your clothes are wet. Why not change into something else before you go? I can help in the kitchen too." He quickly moved ahead of Su Jiner, turned around, and smiled at her. Su Jiner paused, looking at his face, so similar to the Yangsheng in her memories, but with a completely different personality because of a different soul. She instinctively looked more closely at his handsome phoenix eyes. "I'm going hunting in the mountains this morning. If I catch some animals, I can exchange them for money. I want to buy more paper and brushes for you," she said with a smile, glancing at her thin clothes that were easy to move in. She looked up at him and said, "I'll change my clothes first. Brother, can you light the fire for me?" The original Yangsheng was a scholar who didn't do physical work or cook, so he wouldn't light a fire or prepare meals. Likewise, the original Su Jiner wouldn't ask him to help with these chores. She turned and left the dining hall, returning to her cluttered room to find a purple traditional outfit to wear. To make chores easier, her long hair was tied into a ponytail that hung down her back. Her young face, without makeup, was fresh and white, like a newly cracked egg. She casually tidied herself up, rolled up her sleeves, and went to the back of the dining hall. She looked up and saw Yangsheng sitting on a small bench by the fire, his handsome face smudged with soot. He was holding firewood and a firelighter, but he looked helpless. At this moment, Yangsheng looked up and saw her. He gave a shy smile, feeling a bit embarrassed about himself. Nowadays, people mostly use gas stoves. He had only seen traditional stoves online. He didn't expect he would have to use one now. He had just boasted about helping out, but now he couldn't even start a fire. His face felt hot with shame.
Suddenly, Su Jiner chuckled softly.
Her small body moved slowly toward him. A gentle smile appeared on her lips. She said, "Big brother has never done farm work before, so it's normal if you don't know how. Gina will teach you." A faint, pleasant scent filled the air. Yangsheng blinked and leaned back slightly, feeling a bit awkward. That's a bit troublesome. "It's nothing. Big brother is a scholar, so you don't need to do anything. Today, Gina is happy just to have your help," she said kindly. Gina stepped back a little, picked up the firelighter and some dry grass nearby, then gathered some small pieces of wood and set them aside for later. Her slender fingers moved skillfully. She first lit the dry grass and placed it under the stove. Then she carefully stacked small twigs on top. The fire gradually grew bigger. That's how you do it. When lighting the fire, don't move around. Later, you can add larger pieces of wood, she explained. After she saw Yangsheng nodding to show he understood, she stood up. She washed the iron pot with water. Their breakfast was still pickled vegetables and millet porridge. The family was poor. Most of their money was spent on buying books, paper, and pens for Yangsheng. They also saved a lot of money for his future exams and living expenses. Previously, Yangsheng had been seriously ill and needed medicine. After he passed away, they used some money for his funeral. Now, they only had a few coins left, so they couldn't afford anything too important. The most urgent thing was to earn and save money to prepare for future chaos. Whether it was Yangsheng or herself, they both needed money to survive. The breakfast was simple and plain, without even an egg. Luckily, it was warm and comforting. After eating, they felt cozy and warm inside. Su Jiner took a coat from Yang Sheng's room and helped him put it on. Yang Sheng rarely meets someone so caring and considerate, and even though she is his sister, he feels a bit awkward. He held the collar of the coat and looked at Su Jiner, who had just come out of her room. His gaze fell on the basket on her back, the bow and arrow, and the long sword in her hand. "Are you going alone? Isn't that too dangerous? Maybe I should go with you." He sounded unsure of himself. He knew his fragile little body might not be able to handle it. "I spend most of my time in the mountains. I know the paths well." "Don't worry, brother," she said, adjusting her sleeve. Her arms looked thin and small, not at all like someone strong enough to draw that big bow. Yang Sheng looked at her carefully, touching his own thin arm and grimacing. They had similar builds, but she was even smaller than him, yet her body seemed much stronger. When he saw her walking to the door, he had to say, "All right, I'll wait for you to come back." It was a good chance for him to get some exercise too. The door gently closed behind her. Su Jiner stepped outside, her face turning cold. Her eyes swept over the villagers in the distance, watching her. Some were servants of Old Lady Li, bullying the local people along with her son. Some were bystanders, silent, and enduring to protect themselves. No matter who they were strangers to Su Jiner now. They had gathered here just to listen in on Yang Sheng. Yang Sheng was the youngest scholar in the area. His status was not something a village chief could compare to. If Old Lady Li's men reported what happened at Yang Sheng's house to the county magistrate, those people wouldn't have a good ending. But Su Jiner knew these people might be all the same. Without someone to testify, their complaints would likely go nowhere. She thought openly. If these people stopped causing trouble, she wouldn't bother with past issues. But if they came to cause trouble again, she wouldn't let them off easily. It seemed they were afraid. Although they were spying on her, as she stepped closer, they avoided her gaze and looked away. She walked smoothly along the village path and up the small trail into the mountains. It was cold in winter, but luckily it didn't rain, so the climb was still manageable. The forest was damp, and her cloth shoes gradually stuck to some mud. The village is located at the border of the country, near a town called Wuming Post. Wuming Post is an important route for entering and leaving the border area and is a key strategic point. Its special location makes it valuable to the capital city and also a target for the nomads outside the border. The nomads often attack in small groups, and the local residents can only run away when they come. Once the nomads are pushed back by the border soldiers and villagers, they return home to live. The mountains around Wuming Post are called Dragon and Tiger Mountains. The terrain is complex, with tall cliffs and low valleys. Next to the village are two mountains that Su Jiner often visits, called Yiling Mountain and Manhwa Mountain. These mountains are steep and dangerous, but they are full of many different plants and animals. Wolves and large insects live deep in the mountains. Without special skills, going too far into the mountains can be very dangerous. Su Jiner learned her skills from Su Daming, which help her move easily around the outskirts. Sometimes she ventures into the deeper parts of the mountains and often finds surprises. These animals and plants help her survive and also support her former friend Yang Sheng, who is studying and writing. She first went to Yiling Mountain. Following her memory, Su Jiner circled around the route she had taken before, deliberately slowing down to observe her surroundings. While staying alert, she used her system to dig up some herbs with intact roots and put them in her basket. Many of these were common weeds she had seen along the road, but she was surprised to find some with special medicinal and drying effects. Based on the system's explanation of their benefits, Su Jiner's mind raced. After filling half her basket with herbs, she paused in a mountain cave. The tall trees blocked most of the sunlight, and she could hear birds singing and small animals rustling all around. She found this cave based on her memory of its location. It has always been her resting spot in the mountains. Inside, she stored some dry branches and weeds she had collected earlier. When her family's firewood ran low, she would come here to gather and dry the branches. The cave was not very big, a natural hollow that could comfortably hold two people lying down. Currently, The area is filled with neatly stacked dry firewood, with some spots left for resting. Su Jiner sat on a piece of wood for a while, estimating the time, then stood up and continued walking forward, gradually heading deeper inside. The more she went in, the thicker the grass and leaves became. She used to stick to tap ahead but didn't see any snakes or insects. Instead, she startled several plump chickens and rabbits. Su Jiner moved quickly. Her bow and arrow were always ready. After a few mistakes, she finally shot and caught a white rabbit and a colorful wild chicken. The arrows were made from simple sharpened wood, roasted over fire to make them very sharp, piercing through the rabbit's hind legs and the chicken's bodies, with a few drops of blood falling. She took some leaves from nearby trees, wrapped the animals, and put them into her basket. Then she continued forward and found a nest of wild chicken eggs among the dense bushes, which she took without hesitation. "Host, there's something ahead." The system suddenly called out. Ready to head back home, Su Jiner paused. "What? Good stuff. Hurry over." Hearing the excited voice of the system, Su Jiner moved toward the direction it indicated. Among the weeds, she found some medicinal herbs. Ginseng. "Host, you're lucky. There are 2 ginseng plants here. Be careful when digging them out and store them properly. They can be used for emergencies or sold later." She was a bit surprised. The original body had been here before, so how did she miss such a good find? After a few seconds of hesitation, she understood. Her perspective limited her actions. Without education or professional guidance, she probably wouldn't recognize valuable items right in front of her. Learning from this, Su Jiner carefully memorized the appearance of the ginseng leaves and veins, ensuring she wouldn't overlook treasures in the future. Then she bent down, carefully gathered the 2 ginseng plants along with the surrounding herbs into her basket. The roots, over 100 years old, were very lush, with small shoots growing around them. She carefully wrapped everything in leaves, feeling satisfied with her harvest. She decided not to go further and headed back around 11 o'clock. She carried a full basket of things down the mountain, hiding her load with branches and wood as usual to avoid attracting attention. She covered everything inside very carefully. On her way back, she saw a few villagers working in the fields. Su Jiner glanced at them briefly, then remembered she still had 4 acres of land to consider farming. However, her family had no money left to buy seeds, and she wouldn't stay here much longer. The land belonged to Yangsheng, so she decided to ask him what to do when she returned. She hurried along, passing by several empty farmhouses. Soon, she reached her home. The door was still closed, and the people around had left. Everyone was busy with farm work, so no one had time to watch her. She pushed open the door and looked up to see Yangsheng standing in the yard, holding a book. "You're back? Carrying so much firewood?" he asked. Yangsheng put down his book, walked over quickly, and reached out to take the basket from her. After she closed the door, he brought a bowl of warm water. "Are you thirsty? Drink some water." "Thank you, brother," Su Jiner said, wiping sweat from her forehead and smiling as she thanked him. She took a sip of the warm water, secretly appreciating his kindness. "Are you reading in the yard? It's cold outside. Maybe you should light a stove to warm up." The yard was empty, with only a few stools and shelves. Since it's winter, sitting outside for too long would make her body cold. Yangsheng, still recovering from his illness, might not be able to handle it. "It's nothing. When I feel cold, I just get up and move around. It's good for my health, and I can study and exercise at the same time." Yangsheng smiled and helped place the basket on the ground, then started helping to carry the firewood inside. Su Jiner looked at the book he was reading, flipping a few pages. It was clear he was really reading at home. If he couldn't even read this much, how could Yangsheng hope to achieve greatness in the future? The layer of branches and firewood on the outside had been taken to the kitchen. She bent down, carefully took out the ginseng that had been placed there with care. She opened the leaves, revealing the well-preserved ginseng. She found a shady spot, placed a shelf nearby, and temporarily set the ginseng there. Yangsheng came out at this moment and was surprised to see half a basket of weeds. "These are medicinal herbs for treating illnesses. I dug some up to keep as a backup." In the future, if my brother has a headache or fever, he won't need to spend money on medicine. Sujinu entered her room and took out 2 baskets from the pile of miscellaneous items. Together, they placed the muddy herbs into the baskets. Can you also gather herbs? Yangsheng asked, bending over and unable to hide his curiosity. I know a little, but only simple effects. I can't diagnose illnesses. The system's database also stores information about various diseases and the effects of herbs. For complex illnesses, it's best to see a professional doctor. Even so, in Yangsheng's eyes, this sister seemed to be quite capable. He looked at Su Jiner's face, which was flushed from busying herself. At 15, she was still a high school student in his world, but here she was already independent and managing the household. How should I handle these herbs? I can help you. He was weak and sickly but still wanted to do something for the family. My brother's main focus is studying, but if you want to help, you can first bring a basin of warm water. All the herbs were taken out. Su Jina removed the wild rabbit and wild chicken from the bottom of the basket and casually placed them on the ground nearby. Seeing his gaze, she smiled and said, "For lunch, we'll cook chicken first to nourish your body. I want to take the rabbit to the city to exchange for some silver coins." "How much is a rabbit like that usually worth?" Yangsheng asked her. "They're dead, but since they're wild game, when we sell them to merchants at Wuming Inn, we can earn a few hundred coins. That's not much." "How much oil does the family still have?" he asked. A few hundred coins didn't seem like much. Yangsheng's mind was quick, and he decided to use this rabbit to earn some money for the family. "Oil? Not much. Are you craving fried dishes? The oil and seasonings at home are limited. Once I get some money, I'll buy more." Su Jiner placed the basket aside and took the rabbit and wild chicken into the kitchen. Seeing Yangsheng follow behind, she led him to check the seasonings at home. Besides these precious seasonings, there were only a few bowls of dried corn. They were truly poor, almost to the point of running out of food. She blinked and noticed the intense fire in Yangsheng's eyes, then slightly smiled. "Jiner, I want to use these spices. I might use quite a lot, but don't worry. I will make sure to earn back the money with these, and even more." The spices on the stove were very rich, including chili, pepper, and others, but in small amounts. Because this place is on the border, trade with neighboring countries is more frequent than with inland areas, making the local resources more diverse. "All right, if you need help, just tell me. But right now, I can't cook lunch yet. I need to process these herbs first. It's almost noon. People here usually eat only 2 meals a day, breakfast and lunch. Last night's meal was simple, just plain porridge, because she was hungry and Yangsheng might have been hungry after arriving in this world, so she made extra. Breakfast was also just clear soup with corn porridge. She was very hungry after a busy morning, but didn't have time to waste. She needed to quickly prepare the herbs, or they might spoil and become unusable. "I'll help you heat the water. I'll make lunch," Yangsheng said proactively. He had an idea. First, he took the hot water from the pot for Su Jiner, then sat on the other side of the yard with a knife, unfamiliar with handling wild animal skins. The simplest way to process herbs was to dry them in the sun. Before that, Su Jiner needed to wash the roots and leaves carefully, making sure there was no major damage. She started with ginseng. Until she finished washing the roots and leaves, Yangsheng didn't notice that there were 2 rare medicinal herbs in the house. Trim the excess roots on the side, keep the ginseng in perfect shape, and remove the leaves. Now, just dry them in the sun to dehydrate. Following the system's instructions, Su Jiner wiped the moisture off the ginseng and then laid it out in the winter sun to dry. To keep good airflow, the herbs were placed on a suspended rack. Both pieces of century-old ginseng were processed this way, and next to them was a large pile of ginseng roots and hairs. These can be added a few at a time when making soup. The rest can be soaked in wine, which will give the wine medicinal value later. Su Jina nodded and went into the kitchen to find the only bottle of white wine stored at home. There was only 1 jar, not much left. She took out a few sticks and soaked them. The other herbs were also aired out and dried in the breeze. Some remaining herbs were washed clean of dust and placed on a shelf in a cool, shaded spot to air dry. Drying herbs takes time and requires turning them over periodically. After quickly tidying up the herbs, it was almost 1 o'clock. Su Jiner rubbed her sore back, then turned to walk into the kitchen. She saw that 2 large bowls of meat had already been cut on the chopping board. "Brother, what are you planning to do?" Yang Sheng was busy nearby, working carefully and attentively. He looked up at Su Jiner with a gentle smile. "For lunch, I'll cook chicken. The rabbit needs to be marinated for a day. Tomorrow I'll cook and you can bring me into town. I'll exchange some money and come back." The seasonings on the table were ready. She glanced at them, curious. "Are you going to fry the chicken too? Or do you want to drink some nourishing chicken soup? If we split it, I can make the soup. There are carrots in the field. I'll go pick some." "Hey," Yang Xing didn't call her back, only watched her run out with a smile. He found it amusing how she always thought of him. He needed to earn more money so she could have a better life. In the winter fields, there wasn't much. Only a small patch of vegetables for the winter. Su Jiner carried a basket on her back and went out. She took a long knife and headed to the nearest field, looking at the wilted, oddly shaped radishes and cabbages. She cut all the vegetables and put them into her basket with a swift motion. The radishes were small, only slightly larger than her fist. The smaller ones were thumb-sized. The leaves were lush. The cabbages were a bit bigger, bundled together and stacked above her basket. On the way back, Su Jiner checked another field. Most of it was empty, with new weeds growing on top. There were small patches of land with sweet potato vines and other crops, but they weren't ready to eat yet. The system watched along and sighed at the poor resources of this world. "I do have some ideas to improve planting methods, but they all require time and effort from people. You don't have money now, and working alone for a few years probably won't make much difference. That's okay. For now, let's find other ways nearby, especially around Yangsheng. Life won't be too hard in the future." Su Jiner comforted him. She returned home, closed the door, and stacked the carrots and cabbages in the corner. Then she took a few small carrots, washed them, and went into the kitchen to start making soup. Seeing that the pot was already boiling, she paused and looked at Yang Sheng, who was reading by the stove. "Has brother already cooked the chicken?" "Yes, since I have nothing to do, I might as well do some work to keep warm," Yang Sheng said calmly, his long hand reaching out to warm himself by the yellow flames. Winter water is very cold. Touching it feels bone-chilling. Talking about warming the body is just comforting words. Su Jiner looked at him steadily, nodded softly, and gently washed the carrots with warm water prepared nearby. She then cut them into pieces and put them into the clay pot to cook. After finishing her chores, she didn't rest. Seeing Yang Sheng reading, she went outside to check on the herbs and then tidied up various cluttered cabinets at home. The house wasn't really messy before, but since she wanted to dry and store herbs in the future, she looked for some clean boxes. Since she couldn't find any, she had to make some herself. Yang Sheng was curious about what Su Jiner was doing. He got tired of reading and went to her room. Seeing her holding a knife and carving wood, he found it a bit strange. "What are you doing?" "Brother is here. I want to make some boxes. When the herbs are dried, they need to be stored properly to keep their effectiveness." "So you're making them yourself?" Yang Sheng stepped in, hesitated for a moment, then sat down by her bed. He watched her delicate hands turn red from gripping too tightly and reached out to take the knife. Su Jiner quickly dodged. "Brother, be careful. A big knife has no eyes. You might hurt yourself." She avoided him and continued hollowing out the wood. The knife was very sharp and sturdy, inherited from her grandfather Su Daming, and of high quality. But when Su Jiner used it, she almost cut herself a few times by accident. Seeing her worried look, Yang Sheng sighed inwardly. His handsome face showed a bit of helplessness as he looked at her with deep eyes. "Are you mistaking me for some Lin Daiyu?" He felt that he couldn't do much to help in this family, like a kept man who relies on others. "Who is Lin Daiyu?" Su Jiner stifled a laugh, her beautiful eyes innocent as she looked at him. "She is just a fragile girl who can't take care of herself." Yang Sheng glanced at her face and smiled softly. He didn't say anything else, just quietly watched her carve the box, sitting there as if time wasn't so hard to endure. The clay pot had been simmering for an hour, and the chicken was so tender it fell off the bone. The two of them enjoyed a warm lunch. Yang Sheng had added the seasoning himself, controlling the amount well. The chicken soup was delicious, with radish and ginseng slices inside. After drinking 2 bowls of soup, both felt warm all over. Besides the chicken, there was steamed corn rice and pickled vegetables. Feeling full and satisfied, Su Jiner decided to take Yangsheng for a walk around the village while they digested. The door was locked, so Su Jiner helped Yangsheng walk along the village path, introducing him to each household. This is Aunt Li's house, and this is Uncle Zhou's. These few families are actually kind-hearted. They once lent us grain, but old Lady Li, as the village chief, is quite domineering and bullies the locals. They don't dare to provoke her. Last night, old Lady Li came suddenly, and these families weren't home. Even if they were, they probably wouldn't help. Don't worry about them, brother. They're just helpless. She spoke softly, nodding when she saw these families appear. However, the few people who used to talk to her now avoided eye contact, seeming afraid to approach her. What's going on with them? Yangsheng asked curiously. Su Jiner thought for a moment and chuckled softly. Probably related to what I said last night. After she returned, old Lady Li might be angry and has issued a warning not to contact us. But it's okay, as long as they don't bother us. They are already good people. The frequent invasions by the Hu people have caused more trouble around the villages. A few months ago, in autumn, the Hu people came for the first time. I only took money when I fled, so we didn't have much stored food at home. The fields have been left fallow. Planting seeds will take some time, and I wonder if we will have a harvest next year. The girl's voice sounded a bit sad. Yangsheng turned to look at her and said with a tight smile, Jiner, I want to go to the city tomorrow to take a good look. If the environment is suitable, I plan to sell the land and house here and move to the city. Seeing her surprised look, he quickly explained, I am a scholar. Reading and writing won't be a problem. I can find a job in the city to support both of us. If my plan to sell rabbit meat goes well tomorrow, would you come to the city with me? Yangsheng has never done farm work himself. He has watched others farm and knows some key points and ways to improve. But doing hard labor himself isn't very realistic. Living in the village, with that suffocating environment, and relying on Su Jiner's soft support, how could he, a grown man, accept that? As someone influenced by modern knowledge, Yangsheng believes he can live better in the city. But, brother, you need to take the imperial exams. Wasting time on earning money, Su Jiner looked at him with bright eyes, hesitating a little. I won't delay my studies. I'll try first. If I can earn some money, I'm still young, and I have plenty of time to continue studying later. I'm confident I will pass the provincial exam next year. Based on how much he's been studying and how quickly he understands, he is very confident about participating in the provincial exam. Brother is so amazing. I believe in you. I'll listen to you. The girl's voice was full of admiration. Yangsheng's gaze fell into Su Jiner's eyes, seeing pride and happiness inside. His mood was stirred, but he couldn't help but smile bitterly. What is this weak body of mine? In modern times, it's just a male version of Lin Daiyu. Even if I graduated from Tsinghua or Peking University, few girls would be interested. Maybe this is what heroes look like in the eyes of family? Don't worry, brother will make sure we live a good life. Yangsheng withdrew his gaze and made up his mind to pass the imperial exams. In this era, agriculture is valued over commerce. Even if someone is wealthy, they wouldn't become a landlord with land. The best choice is to pass the imperial exams and become an official. For example, although he is currently a scholar, he is already a very notable person within dozens of miles around, exempt from taxes and military service. In recent years, the border regions have been preparing for war. Every household has sent young men to fight or paid money to exchange for others. However, his status exempts him from joining the army. This situation is similar to what he learned from history. Also, the long sword carried by Jiner is said to be a privilege of scholars. They can carry a sword openly, leave their hometown without a travel permit, and even meet the county magistrate without kneeling. Such a status makes him a very important person in the eyes of ordinary people. Therefore, he plans to gradually take the imperial exams aiming for the highest rank. That way, he won't have to worry about encountering dangerous situations like last night. No matter what decision Yang Sheng makes, Su Jinyu understands she should follow his wishes. Moreover, her own thoughts are quite similar. For acres of land are too much for her to handle alone, and completing the task seems impossible. On the other hand, moving to the city and finding some work to do is better than farming honestly. Later, Yang Sheng can invent small gadgets, and the household will be better off. She never doubts the hero's luck. At least, the rabbit meat at home is about to turn into cash. The two walk together and reach the village entrance. Just then, they see Li Quan, a chubby man, walking back. He is accompanied by two young men, who are usually the ones flattering him. When they meet, Li Quan's group pauses visibly. His gaze flicks over Yang Sheng with disdain. When he sees Su Jinyu, a flicker of admiration flashes in his eyes, but he quickly recovers and doesn't look at her again. What luck! Seeing a sickly person like that, what bad luck, Li Quan scoffs, but he walks very quickly, as if someone is chasing him. The two young men behind him lower their heads silently and follow quickly. Su Jinyu helps Yang Sheng stand still, quietly watching the two. She still has a gentle smile on her face, her beautiful face very attractive. Li Quan dares not look at her for long. Remembering her words last night about breaking her own leg, he dares not provoke her. As for Yang Sheng beside her, he is a scholar who was brought back from the dead, resurrected by the king of. Although he spoke dismissively, he was actually afraid to stay too long, worried about attracting evil spirits or bad luck. The three of them ran away like frightened birds and animals. Su Jinyu and Yang Sheng looked at each other and laughed softly. There are a few families in the village that are quite well off. If my brother considers selling the property, he could deal with them. That way, he might get more money and not have to give the village head special treatment. Su Jinyu and Yang Sheng turned back and pointed to some houses in the distance. They don't mind the village head status. Some family members work in the city and respect you. They even helped us once before, but that was all they could say.
Yang Sheng nodded.
I'll contact these families. But first, let's go to the city tomorrow and see what happens. To do anything well, you need to prepare carefully. He had heard some about the unique features of Wuming Post, the closest place to here, but he still wanted to see it in person. They didn't stay long in the village. That night, they returned home. Su Jinyu made her usual corn porridge. After dinner, it was already dark. The two went to Yang Sheng's room, lit a fire in the brazier, and did their own things by the light. Su Jinyu worked on her herbal box, while Yang Sheng looked at ancient books. The room was quiet, with only the crackling sound of wood burning. The firelight flickered unevenly. Yang Sheng watched for half an hour until his eyes hurt. He looked out the window at the dark night and finally had to put down his book. Reading at night isn't very convenient. When we go to the city, we should buy more oil to light lamps. You're overthinking, brother. But reading at night really isn't good for your eyes. If you're tired, just rest. Su Jinyu was finishing her work. She was making a lid for her herbal box, which was an inset lid. Because her craftsmanship wasn't perfect, it was a bit difficult to fit. Her smooth-side face was illuminated by the firelight, making her look three-dimensional with light and shadow. Yang Sheng looked away from her and noticed the knife in her hand. He suddenly remembered the woodworking skills he had seen before and had a bright idea. He stood up, went to the table, lit the last kerosene lamp, and took out paper and pen to start drawing and writing. What is my brother doing? Su Jinyu looked up at him. His tall, graceful figure was still handsome in his simple long robe, which did not hide his youthful charm. He moved his hands skillfully, as if finishing a long story. Brother has a new idea to make money. Let me finish drawing the plans first, then you'll see. Yang Sheng didn't turn around, but focused on the pattern on the paper, his voice deep and serious. Su Jinyu didn't pay attention to him. She lowered her head and continued her work. Wood was scarce in this era. Luckily, she had carried some back during the day, so it was enough for the night. But the bed was a bit too cold. Brother, take a bath so you won't feel cold when you sleep. I think the weather is getting colder, probably it will snow soon. Tomorrow, when I go to the city, I will prepare more firewood. Before going to bed, Su Jiner placed a basin of warm water by Yangsheng's bed. After giving him a quick instruction, she returned to her room, washed briefly, and lay down. The bed was cold, with no extra fire basin to warm it. She wrapped herself in the blanket, shivering, and looked around the bed. System, do we have something called a Kong bed? Yes, but aren't you planning to leave here? Once you settle in the city, maybe you should consider making a Kong bed? Making a Kong bed in winter was necessary, but Su Jiner shouldn't suggest it herself. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath to warm herself, and only relaxed when her body felt a little warmer. She quickly fell asleep. In this poor home, even sleeping was a struggle. So, before dawn, around 5 o'clock, she got up early again and started exercising in the yard. They hadn't finished the chicken soup from yesterday noon. By around 7, Yangsheng also got up. She added some carrots to the soup and simmered it again, and they had a warm breakfast. After tidying up the dishes, it was Yangsheng's turn to cook. He wore a long robe and stood in front of the stove, holding a spatula, watching the hot oil in the pot. When the time was right, he added the large pieces of spices prepared the day before. The fragrant smell of mixed spices spread through the room. Su Jiner sat by the fire, watching him struggle with weak strength to cook. At some point, rabbit meat was added to the pot, and the aroma of frying fat filled the entire room. The spicy flavor was very strong. Spicy rabbit cubes. This is a good dish, a cold snack. In winter, when the weather is cold, just eating this can make you sweat all over. Su Jiner isn't very good at making such delicate and complicated dishes, but she can eat. Just smelling this aroma, she knows she's already halfway to success. Soon, the dish was ready. A large plate of stir-fried rabbit meat was prepared, with various seasonings and chili peppers, but it was still a small plate, reduced by half.
Done. Haha.
Jiner, try it and see how it tastes. Yangsheng was very excited when the dish was finished. His eyes brightened as he picked up a piece of rabbit and offered it to Su Jiner's mouth. She wanted to wave her hand to refuse, but had no choice but to accept helplessly. She gently chewed the rabbit meat in her mouth. I have to say, her dull mood since coming to this world was really cured. So delicious. Brother, it's just a little spicy. Yangsheng kept watching her expression. Seeing her sincere praise, his beautiful eyes became even brighter. He was so happy. It is a bit spicy, but this is what you eat in winter. The spiciness feels good. I didn't expect you to cook this kind of dish, brother. Did you learn it from a book? That's great. Su Jiner smiled happily at him. She took the chopsticks from his hand, picked up a piece of rabbit, and held it near his lips. Try some too, brother. Yangsheng didn't refuse. He lowered his head and took a gentle bite. His beautiful, phoenix-shaped eyes slightly curved. It is indeed delicious, but it's not quite the effect I was hoping for. Still, it's enough. Jiner, go get the food box. We need to prepare and then we can leave. Okay. Su Jiner took the food box and carefully placed the plate of rabbit into it. To prevent leaks, she covered it with a plate and tied the two plates together with a string. Actually, wrapping it in oil paper would be better, but unfortunately, there was none at home. Yangsheng also returned to his room and packed away the paintings he drew yesterday. The two set out together, heading towards the village outskirts. Su Jiner also carried a bow and a long knife, ready for any emergencies. With Yangsheng's scholar status, it was easy for them to enter the city. Soon, they arrived at Wumingyicheng. Although Wumingyi is a small town on the border, it is very lively. There are pawnshops, oil shops, tea houses, and restaurants everywhere. This place is an important route between the capital and outside regions. So many people come and go. Business is busy, and the roads are much better than those in the villages. Due to Yangsheng's health issues, they stopped and walked slowly, taking over 40 minutes to reach the city. They also looked around the city for a while, seeing interesting things. By the time they remembered the rabbit meat they were carrying, it was almost 11 o'clock. Perfect timing, not too early or late. Just right before the city folks start eating. Let's go to the busiest restaurant and take a look. Yangsheng waved his hand confidently and led Su Jiner into the largest restaurant, Luo Ji Restaurant. The owner of Luo Ji restaurant heard they were from the capital. The place was very luxurious, famous for its good ingredients and tasty dishes. It often hosted important guests. It's said that officials from Wuming County often dine here. For such a restaurant, they probably have plenty of money. Yang Xing planned to make a good deal, so choosing this kind of place was best. Dear guests, would you like to eat or? The young waiter looked at their rough cloth clothes and hesitated. His good training and hospitality kept him from speaking rudely. From this, you could tell the owner of the place was probably quite capable. Yang Xing nodded and said, "Hello, young waiter. Could you please introduce us to your manager? I have a special dish I want to sell. Sell a dish." The waiter glanced at the food box Yang Xing carried, clearly reluctant to make this trip. The request was quite strange. It's a dish that even Wuming County hasn't seen. I'm sure if your restaurant had this dish, business would definitely improve. Of course, if you're not interested, there's another restaurant nearby, Xing restaurant. I can try there instead. Yang Xing looked indifferent and calm. Seeing his outstanding demeanor and glancing at the beautiful Su Jiner beside him, the waiter hesitated and replied, "Please wait a moment. Luo Ji restaurant and Xing restaurant are rivals in Wuming County. Xing's business is much worse than Luo Ji's." He had to consider the possibility that the other restaurant might bring competition to his own. He couldn't afford to take that risk. Su Jiner stood behind Yang Xing, quietly watching his movements without saying much. When Yang Xing looked back, she smiled sweetly, full of trust. Yang Xing was confident and had his own way of doing things. Seeing his sister trust him more, he was even more determined to give her a good life. Not long after, a man dressed in black with a long beard came out with a young shop assistant. Su Jiner's eyes briefly flicked over his clothing. She stood quietly to the side, listening as Yang Xing negotiated with the man named Luo. "Are you here to sell vegetables?" Luo asked curiously, glancing at the food box in Yang Xing's hand. This was the first time someone had come to buy vegetables. "Are you sure you want to talk here? There are many people around." "I don't mind, but I worry you might regret it later," Yang Xing said with a smile, standing tall and calm. Luo looked at him more carefully. "You seem to be a scholar. Are you from around here?" Yang Xing paused, then smiled and nodded. "You're good at reading people." "Yes, I am a scholar. I became a shiozai, a kind of scholar, 2 years ago. Next year, I will take the provincial exam. I'm not here to sell vegetables, but to sell a recipe for a dish. But that depends on whether Luo's shopkeeper needs it." Yang Xing didn't mind using his scholar status if it helped improve his life. A scholar was just a title. He wanted a better life. Luo's expression changed slightly. "You don't look very old, but you've already become a shiozai?" 2 years ago. "Could your name be Yang Xing?" Few people in Wuming's district had become scholars, especially one as young as 16. When everyone heard about it, they were surprised and looked forward to seeing him succeed in the upcoming exams. Now Luo saw the real person himself. He didn't care what Yang Xing was selling, just his status made him look up to him. He quickly told a young assistant, "Bring 2 cups of tea." Then he turned to Yang Xing and Su Jiner, making a welcoming gesture. When he saw Su Jiner's face, he paused. "Please, both of you, come over. May I ask who this young lady is?" Luo walked beside them. Su Jiner smiled and nodded at him, moving a little closer to Yang Xing. "This is my sister, Jiner," Yang Xing said with a smile. "Master Luo is very good at treating people kindly." He withdrew his thoughtful gaze and led the two into a private room. He immediately started chatting with Yang Xing. Su Jiner sat nearby, drinking tea brought by the waiter. Even though she had been guiding Yang Xing for a day or 2, his way of speaking still felt out of place in this world. Sometimes, his words seemed surprisingly clever and original, which made the shopkeeper value him even more. After about 10 minutes, Su Jiner felt they were talking too much, so she interrupted. "Brother, Master Luo, let's discuss the main matter first. If the food sits too long, it will spoil and be wasted." She sat upright on a stool, with a pretty, oval face that was fair with a hint of pink and big, innocent eyes looking at them. Yang Xing finally remembered the main task. He chuckled awkwardly. Yes, we have something important to discuss. Master Luo, Your friendliness makes us get along well, and I got carried away chatting. From now on, when we have time, I'll arrange a proper tea meeting with you. Having Scholar invite him for tea was a special sign of respect. Master Luo, after this conversation, already thought this scholar was extraordinary and was happy to make friends with him. He nodded and smiled, saying, "Yes, Scholar Yang, we should get to the main point. May I ask what kind of recipes you are selling this time?" When it came to the main matter, Yang Sheng's smile faded slightly, and he became more serious. "Jenner, open the food box." "Okay." Jenner took the food box from the table, carefully opened the tightly sealed lid, then gently lifted the cover on top of a dish. A bright red dish appeared, with a spicy aroma of chili and a complex, unique flavor. Master Luo looked curiously at the dish. He had never seen such a bright red color before, and the smell was strange and complex, making his nose itch and his mouth start to water. "Spicy rabbit cubes," Yang Sheng said with a smile. "Master Luo, why not have someone bring a pair of chopsticks so you can taste it first? After judging the flavor, you can decide whether to buy this recipe. The method for making spicy rabbit cubes isn't very complicated, but the ingredients, timing, and quantities are very particular." He was not afraid that someone might secretly copy this flavor. Modern people could never replicate this taste, but ancient people could make it after tasting it once.
Impossible.
The waiter quickly brought a pair of chopsticks. Manager Luo carefully picked up a piece of rabbit meat. As soon as he put it in his mouth, he tasted a salty, spicy flavor, something he had never experienced before. He chewed for about 10 seconds. From the initial salty and spicy taste, a complex flavor spread across his lips and teeth. After swallowing, he still felt a lingering desire to taste more. Looking at this small plate of rabbit meat, Manager Luo began to think. He looked up at Yang Sheng. "Do you know who made this dish?" He glanced at Jenner out of the corner of his eye. In his mind, scholars usually didn't do manual work. "I made it," Yang Sheng said naturally. "But my sister caught the rabbit. It was a wild one, and I only made enough for this plate. The ingredients cost quite a bit." Manager Luo looked surprised. He couldn't help but glance at Jenner, wanting to see her expression. Jenner understood his meaning. She smiled and tilted her head to look at Yang Sheng. "My brother is clever. I couldn't figure out this recipe myself." She then turned to Manager Luo. "Manager Luo, you've also tasted it. As far as I know, this dish isn't available at any of the dozens of restaurants in Wuming City. Once people try it, they won't forget it. If you buy this recipe from us, it will be the first of its kind in Wuming City, and business will definitely become more popular. Not just here, in other cities, you can also copy and improve this dish to grow your business. I think this is a very good deal for you." Even though he was wearing patched clothes, Manager Luo had to admit that Yang Sheng's sister was not only beautiful but also spoke confidently and gracefully, which made her very noticeable. Moreover, her words matched his idea of this dish. Wuming City had abundant seasonings, and with their restaurant strength, they could promote this dish widely. Although the cost was higher, it would be very impressive when entertaining high officials and nobles. Most importantly, this was a dish created by a scholar. In the future, mentioning it would not make him lose face. Based on this idea, we can sell the recipe to Luo's restaurant all at once. Besides using it in our own home in the future, it won't be used for any commercial purposes or compete with you. However, this means the price will probably be a bit high. Yang Xing took a sip of tea, smiling lightly and calmly. The room was quiet for a few seconds before Manager Luo spoke up. "May I ask what your expected price is?" "It depends on how much you think this dish is worth," Yang Sheng replied steadily. Jenner clasped her hands on her lap, with 2 long ponytails falling from her shoulders. Her lowered gaze hid her thoughts and plans.
"Then
1,000 taels. Manager Luo hesitated slightly. Her hand paused, and she glanced at Yang Sheng, whose eyes looked a bit confused. It was clear that in just a few days, he hadn't fully understood what 1,000 taels of silver really meant. It was a lot, but compared to the future profits Luo's restaurant could make from expanding nationwide, it was just a small amount. She moved her hand and looked at Manager Luo. 1,000 taels is indeed a lot, but it's not enough to buy the rights to use this recipe across the country. I believe you can see that the rabbit meat in this dish can also be replaced with chicken or duck. One recipe can make several dishes. Isn't that a good business opportunity for you? Yangsheng responded quickly. Even though he didn't know much about this world, he trusted his sister completely. He sat quietly beside her, smiling slightly, as if he was agreeing with Jiner's words. Manager Luo gave a bitter smile.
Jiner is right.
She's not like a typical farm girl. As Su Jiner said, she was representing Luo's restaurant. She was a businesswoman, and even if the inventor was a scholar, it didn't mean she would automatically offer the highest price. 1,000 taels was just a test, an attempt to gauge their perspective and see how they would react. It was clear that the brother and sister he was dealing with were not ordinary people. Then, Miss Jiner, what price do you think is fair? Luo's restaurant has branches all over the country, so there must be a standard price for this recipe. Please tell us your expected price, and we'll see if it's suitable, Su Jiner said softly, lowering her eyes with a subtle, mysterious expression. Yang Sheng was momentarily stunned. He looked at Su Jiner carefully, then quickly withdrew his gaze. Shopkeeper Luo shook his head. It seems you two came prepared. Fine, I won't beat around the bush. My bottom line is 2,200 taels. That's the highest price I can offer given my status. He believed that the two of them must have had a notable background, because if they were ordinary farmers, they wouldn't be so calm hearing about 1,000 taels. As he said, 2,200 taels was indeed his mental limit. Since he was straightforward, he decided to be honest and tell them directly. It looks like shopkeeper Luo's status isn't ordinary either. 2,200 taels is within my expected range. Su Jiner looked at shopkeeper Luo, glancing at his fine clothes and the jade pendant worth dozens of taels he wore, but she kept silent and smiled. Brother, what do you think? Yang Sheng, who was supposed to be the main negotiator but was unfamiliar with the situation, could only watch Su Jiner perform. Now that it was his turn, he quickly reacted. He smiled handsome and stood up to shake hands with shopkeeper Luo. Shopkeeper Luo is straightforward. Since my sister says she can accept, I can too. We exchange money for goods. How about that? Shopkeeper Luo looked at his hand skeptically. Yang Sheng realized and quickly let go, smiling awkwardly.
It's just a habit, sorry.
Oh, Scholar Yang, since you both are satisfied, why don't we sign the contract first? I'll give a deposit of 500 taels, and you provide the menu. Also, the kitchen needs your help. You need to personally prepare a dish. What do you think? Letting a scholar cook in a restaurant kitchen was something shopkeeper Luo had never seen before. But in business, if a scholar was willing, he couldn't stop him. Of course, Yang Sheng happily agreed. Shopkeeper Luo asked the two to sit in a room and wait while he went out to prepare the contract paper and pen. The door gently closed. Yang Sheng sat beside Su Jiner, leaning in with his beautiful phoenix eyes, studying her carefully. She looked up at him, meeting his handsome eyes, and gently smiled. She looked cute, obedient, and innocent, as if her clever and mysterious attitude during negotiations with shopkeeper Luo was just an act. Yang Sheng looked at her carefully and asked seriously. If it weren't for her background, he couldn't understand why his sister had such a mysterious feeling. Farmers often have limited views, and in ancient times, ordinary people were afraid of powerful, wealthy people. But Su Jiner was different. Throughout their trip into the city, besides occasionally showing surprise at some goods on the street, she remained calm when seeing officials and guards. Her manner of speaking and her attitude, when talking with Manager Luo, didn't seem like a typical farmer's child. Su Jiner was not nervous under his questioning gaze. Her smile deepened, and she shook her head gently. Brother, what are you talking about? Jiner isn't afraid because I've been hunting with Dad since I was young.
We often go into town to sell game.
Dad has always taken good care of me and told me many times how important the Wu-Ming service is. So, I know some things. It's normal for me not to be afraid when facing Manager Luo. She didn't bother to explain that her father and Yang Sheng's father weren't the same person. Yang Sheng listened but didn't react. He nodded thoughtfully. That makes sense. You really understand more about how to handle things than I do. If I ever forget something, you should remind me. Yang Sheng wasn't very curious about Su Jiner's father. That was her original father, but now they depended on each other. As long as he looked after her and himself, there was no need to ask about the past. He thought that was close. Host, I almost got you out of this situation. I've already thought about all this. I know I'll have to earn money myself someday to build my own strength. To avoid making Yang Sheng suspicious, I'll show that I'm different now and then shift the blame to my father. That way, I can explain everything reasonably. Besides, Su Daming had already died under the horse of the Hu people. Who could prove otherwise? Brother, drink some water. It'll be hard for you later, Su Jiner said, filling Yang Sheng's cup. She sat back obediently, her waist hidden by a long knife that was faintly visible.
Don't worry about that.
When I have money, I'll take you to live a good life. Yang Sheng smiled warmly and took a sip of water. He thought more and more that this younger sister was cute, obedient, and beautiful. She cared about her older brother, and she was talented in many ways. She could talk about business, shoot arrows, and defend herself with a sword. She was almost perfect. She was definitely better than his weak scholar body. In just 2 days, he liked Su Jiner more and felt more worried about her. If it was still Yongjia village or Old Lady Li in the future, they would have to think carefully before trying to bully the brother and sister. Manager Luo quickly returned, followed by a young servant carrying a bowl of snacks. Scholar Yang, here is the contract. Please take a look and see if there are any problems, he said, placing the written contract on the table. Yang Sheng nodded, pushed back his long sleeve, and picked up the contract. He quickly and confidently read it from top to bottom. In recent days, he had become good at reading. Although it was classical Chinese, it wasn't too hard for Yang Sheng, who had a high education in his past life. With 2 days of practice, he finished reading the entire contract quickly. The contract was simple. It outlined the details of the deal and set some limits. At the bottom were spaces for both parties to sign. Su Jiner sat next to Yang Sheng. She also looked at the contract and gave Manager Luo a curious look. Miss Jiner can read and write? Manager Luo had been paying attention to this young, beautiful girl who was calm and steady. Since she was Yang Sheng's sister, her talent was impressive. With her current abilities, she might become the wife or concubine of a high-ranking official in the city. Her future looked very promising. He naturally paid more attention to her. Yang Sheng also looked at Su Jiner with a curious expression in his beautiful fox-like eyes. She smiled and shook her head. I can understand simple math and some common characters, but long texts are a bit difficult. Oh, that's already better than many girls. No wonder she's the sister of a scholar, Manager Luo sighed. Even among men, few could read and do arithmetic. For women, most stayed at home working on farms. When they grew up, they married and earned bride price. Only children from wealthy families were usually educated. Few families were willing to train their daughters. Girls from rural areas like Jiner were already outstanding among women. He couldn't help but glance at Su Jiner again. Her beautiful face and figure would attract many high officials and noble people as Yang Xiuzai's reputation grows. Shopkeeper Luo withdrew his gaze and looked more respectful. Yang Sheng listened to what Su Jiner said. He guessed that her ability to read was thanks to her father. He thought that knowing basic arithmetic was already a great achievement. Since she could read some characters, it wasn't a big problem. From now on, Jiner will study with her brother. Whatever he looks at, she will look at too. At least she should understand simple texts. He understood how important knowledge was for a person. As a modern person's soul, he didn't look down on women. Yang Sheng spoke very seriously. Shopkeeper Luo watched his expression and secretly admired him. He thought these two siblings helped each other. The brother took care of the sister, and the sister was educated and helpful. He wondered what kind of farming family they came from. The contract was fine. Yang Sheng and Shopkeeper Luo signed and stamped it, and the deal was done. They used 500 taels of silver as a deposit. Yang Sheng took the silver note, looked at it carefully, then handed it to Su Jiner to keep. Xiuzai Yang, may I ask, are you and your sister managing the household together? In Luo shopkeeper's position, women usually only handled chores at home and didn't control the finances. They only received a monthly allowance for food and clothing, while the rest was managed by him. He had to admit, today these two siblings impressed him a lot. He thought that Xiao was a free-spirited person, with a relaxed personality and bold ideas. If he achieved something in the future, it would be earth-shaking. His words proved true. Less than a year later, Luo's shopkeeper would see his words come true one by one. At this moment, Su Jiner held the silver note naturally. After hearing Luo's shopkeeper's question, she paused and looked at Yang Sheng with a gentle smile in her eyes. Our Jiner manages the household. She is more careful with affairs than I am. I spend most of my time reading. I don't have much energy to handle money and accounts. Plus, this way, Jiner's arithmetic skills will improve even more, right? Luo's shopkeeper listened in silence. He looked at Su Jiner and saw her tuck the silver into her sleeve. Her beautiful face showed a charming smile, soft and sweet. Thank you, brother, for trusting Jiner. Don't worry, Jiner won't misuse the money. I've saved it for your future exams and travel expenses. Handsome men and beautiful women stand together, all with relaxed expressions and gentle smiles. They look very pleasing to the eye. Shopkeeper Luo feels pleased and gestures politely. The two of you can follow me to the kitchen first. Once the dishes are ready, I will settle the remaining bill. Of course, Yang Sheng replies, walking beside shopkeeper Luo. He observes the food on the nearby tables, most of which include rice and meat, much better than the millet porridge they usually eat at home. The chicken soup they drank in the morning has been digested during the journey, and his stomach feels a bit hungry. He smiles and says to shopkeeper Luo, "We haven't tried the food at Luo's restaurant yet. We'll dine here at noon. We will pay normally for the meal. Luo's restaurant's food is not cheap. It is a place where wealthy people often come." Hearing this, Su Jiner, who is following silently without interrupting, understands that every place has its own customs. Money can be earned, and first they should fill their stomachs. Hey, Yang Xiaozai, you don't need to pay. For lunch today, I will treat you both. It's also a way to make friends, shopkeeper Luo says with a smile. The cost of a meal is small for him, and as the owner, he has discounts. He doesn't spend much but can make friends with these promising young siblings.
Why not?
Then, thank you, shopkeeper Luo, they reply. Since it is almost lunchtime, the kitchen is busy preparing ingredients and cleaning utensils. Many people are working hard. Seeing shopkeeper Luo bring two handsome young people and a girl into the kitchen, many people's eyes are drawn to them. All right, everyone, do your own work. Lao Zhang, come here for a moment. In the busy kitchen, shopkeeper Luo calls out as he enters. Soon, a middle-aged man wearing a long coat with rolled-up sleeves steps out. His steps are steady, and his muscular upper body shows strength. Shopkeeper Luo, what's going on? Lao Zhang hesitates, glancing at the two men and a woman who just entered. He doesn't understand what they are about to do. These two are important guests I invited. They will personally prepare a new style dish. Lao Zhang, you and your team watch here and get the ingredients ready. From now on, you will be the head chef for this dish. Shopkeeper Luo is very relaxed with Lao Zhang, showing that they have a good relationship. It's clear that Lao Zhang is someone he trusts, or perhaps someone the restaurant trusts. Upon hearing shopkeeper Luo's words, old Zhang immediately understood. He nodded and said something to the young man beside him. The young man nodded back and quickly took some people outside. The busy kitchen was suddenly left with fewer than 5 cooks. Yang Sheng and Su Jiner watched this scene quietly, without speaking up. In ancient times, a skill was a way to make a living. Just like their recipes could be sold for high prices, not everyone was close enough to share secrets. Usually, chefs would take apprentices only after waiting 2 or 3 years or more, and sometimes they would share only partial knowledge. If an apprentice learned everything, they might starve their master. In this era with limited productivity, it was common for knowledge to circulate only among a few trusted people. When the door was closed, shopkeeper Luo looked at Yang Sheng. Young scholar Yang, please. Old Zhang's eyes widened. He couldn't understand why a scholar would come to the kitchen and cook himself. He wanted to say something but noticed the look in shopkeeper Luo's eyes. He held back his words.
All right.
I see you have peanuts here? Since you're doing business with shopkeeper Luo, I'll do you a favor and add an extra side dish to make this spicy rabbit dish even better. Yang Sheng stepped forward. With Su Jiner's help, he rolled up his sleeves, revealing thin, pale arms that didn't look like someone who usually cooked. Shopkeeper Luo's hesitation and old Zhang's doubts flashed across their faces, but as the oil in the pot heated up, they had no time to think about anything else. Making the spicy rabbit was complicated because there were no ready marinated rabbits here. Yang Sheng chose to use small pieces of chicken cut nearby. As Su Jiner said at the start, the meat could be anything, so shopkeeper Luo didn't question it. The fire in the pot blazed high. As various spices were added one after another, a rich, spicy aroma wafted out, mixing with the smell of chicken. It made everyone watching swallow their saliva. Yang Sheng's spatula flew in his hands. When the chicken was fried enough, he poured in the pre-made fried peanuts. Just as he was about to find a plate, Su Jiner came over holding a beautiful, elegant ceramic container. She gently placed it nearby and looked at him. Put it in here. The dish will be popular, and those who eat it will have good luck. Customers will definitely like it. Master Luo was surprised. He looked at the bright green porcelain and then at the spicy chicken with a shiny red color in the pot. His eyes became even brighter. Yes, put it here. Later, this will be a main dish, placed in the center. It symbolizes good business and lively life. Spicy, fresh, and flavorful. This is a good advertising phrase. As a businessman, Master Luo is very sensitive to the meaning behind such dishes. Once the dish was prepared, he even asked old Zhang to carve some decorative patterns on the edge of the plate, making the presentation even better. 2,000 taels was worth it. Master Luo believed that even if the spicy rabbit pieces didn't sell well, many high officials and wealthy people in the capital would like this dish. The meaning behind it is enough to attract customers. The dish is ready, Master Luo. Would you and this chef like to try it first? The colorful spicy chicken is cooked with vegetable oil, so it can be eaten hot or cold. Frying it until dry makes it chewy, and it won't solidify in cold weather. Yang Sheng lowered his sleeve and regained his calm, gentle appearance, smiling as he looked at Master Luo and Chef Old Zhang. They exchanged a quick look, then picked up their chopsticks and took a small bite to taste the chicken. Such a complex flavor. But very delicious. Old Zhang spoke first. As the head chef, he knew many dishes, but this was his first time tasting such a strongly flavored, savory, spicy dish. After swallowing, he couldn't help but eat another piece of chicken. Master Luo, having tasted the spicy rabbit, felt a completely different experience with this spicy chicken. His mind raced quickly. He decided that after the others left, he would find more meat to try making this dish himself. The peanuts inside were also salty, crispy, and fragrant, making them a perfect snack to go with the chicken and rabbit. Although it used a lot of oil and seasonings with good technique, it could sell very well. Considering all this, spending 2,000 taels to buy at least 2 recipes was definitely worth it. How do you two find the taste? Yang Sheng and Su Jiner waited nearby. Actually, from their expressions, it was clear they thought the dish was excellent. Oh, Scholar Yang, your skills are impressive. It's really delicious. Please come with me to the side room and kindly write down a detailed recipe for me. Master Luo smiled as he looked at Yang Sheng, showing his satisfaction and happiness openly. Then he turned to Old Zhang, saying, Old Zhang, prepare a meal of your best dish at noon. Today, Scholar Yang and Miss Jean are dining at our restaurant, so please treat them well. Sure, no problem, Master Luo, Old Zhang replied. He was the most trusted chef of Master Luo, and they had a family connection. Now that he had learned a new recipe, Old Zhang felt appreciated and happy. His previous doubts about Scholar Yang working in the kitchen quickly disappeared. He knew that the spicy chicken would soon become a new dish at Luo's restaurant. If it turned out well, his wages and share of the profits would increase significantly. In the same private room, Yang Sheng wrote down the recipe on paper, his beautiful handwriting earning praise from Master Luo.
Sujina stood nearby, smiling.
She guessed that Yang Sheng probably knew how to write with a brush, or he wouldn't have such elegant handwriting. She herself didn't know how to do it yet but planned to practice. when she had the chance. After Master Luo left with the recipe, the 1,500 taels of silver were exchanged for 1,300 taels in banknotes, with 200 taels of silver kept on Su Jiner's person. Such a large sum of money made her feel a bit dizzy, as she was still used to living modestly just last night. Eat more meat. Look at how small and thin you are. You need to gain some weight, Yang Sheng said while eating, actively helping Su Jiner by placing large pieces of meat into her bowl. Su Jino ate slowly, chewing carefully, and smiled softly. Brother also eats, but you shouldn't eat too greasy. This sweet meat is suitable for you. She picked up a piece of sweet meat made from sugar and placed it in Yang Sheng's bowl. The dish wasn't spicy, but it was clear that a lot of effort had gone into it. Sugar was a precious ingredient, and using it to make sweet meat for both of them showed how obvious Master Luo's intentions were. By the end of the meal, they didn't finish everything. Master Luo decided to have the leftovers packed in a food box. The spicy rabbit meat they brought was left behind, as part of their exchange. They started with nothing, carrying only a food box, but when they left Luo's restaurant, they were carrying a large amount of money, with the food box filled with meat and vegetables. Instead of returning directly to Yang Family Village, they wandered around the city to digest their food. Seeing a clothing shop along the way, Yang Sheng immediately wanted to take Su Jiner inside. "Hey, brother, what are you doing?" Su Jiner reached out to hold him, her round eyes full of curiosity. "I'm buying clothes for you. The weather is so cold, and you're wearing too little. We have money now, so I don't want you to suffer." Yang Sheng frowned as he looked at her, exhaling a visible breath of cold air. "You said it might snow, and your shoes are also very wet. Buying a pair won't cost much. When the money runs out, I'll earn more." His words were sincere. Seeing his open and honest eyes, Su Jiner slowly smiled and said, "No need, brother. Did you forget you're moving to the city? Why don't we buy a donkey cart first, then find an agent to help us look for a house? Once we find a place, we can move in early. Later, I can buy you and myself some clothes and bedding. Isn't that better? Later is later. Now is now. Who knows how long we have to wait?" Yang Sheng was not willing to wait. Getting sick from the cold in this era can be deadly. For example, the original body died from a severe cold. He didn't want his sister to fall ill because of a moment of carelessness. He stubbornly took Su Jiner's hand and moved forward. "You said you want to buy clothes, so let's buy 2 sets to wear. When we move, it won't be too many." Because Su Jiner was already resistant, and seeing his persistence, she willingly followed him inside. The clothing shop wasn't crowded, probably because it was lunchtime and most people had gone to eat. Inside, only a shopkeeper was standing nearby. When they entered, he first looked them over from head to toe, then continued his work without hesitation and asked, "What can I do for you too? Are you here to buy fabric? We have some new cloth that's affordable and good quality. Would you like to take a look?" The shopkeeper was very courteous. Seeing that they wore patched clothes, he didn't look down on them but instead recommended fabrics suitable for their attire. Both Su Jiner and Yang Sheng couldn't help but admire him more. "Thank you for the recommendation, but we're here to buy clothes. Do you have winter clothes? Something warm. I want to buy some for my sister." Yang Sheng nodded slightly. His demeanor was refined and elegant, and his worn-out clothes didn't make him look poor. Instead, he looked quite distinguished. Master Chen saw this and thought for a moment. Then he looked at Su Jiner and realized she also had a good presence and appearance. He smiled and stepped out from behind the counter, leading the two inside the shop. "We have some new winter clothes. Please come in." The clothing shop wasn't very big, but it was filled with fabrics and clothes. Su Jiner was pulled along by Yang Sheng, following Master Chen to the women's clothing area. She saw a row of neatly arranged dresses. There are clothes at different prices. Besides the different fabrics on the outside, the inside is filled with warm cotton. "I recommend these for the young lady." Master Chen led them to the less expensive section, nodded, and stood to the side, smiling and ready to explain. "How much are these?" Yang Sheng asked, glancing at the dull-colored clothes. He felt a bit reluctant thinking about Su Jiner wearing them. A complete dress costs about half a tael of silver. Yang Sheng looked at the shopkeeper. "This is Chen's clothing. I should call you Master Chen, right? How much are these dresses here? He moved toward the middle, looking at two light-colored outfits. The embroidery on them was clear, well-made, and filled with thick cotton inside. Seeing where he was headed, Master Chen paused for a moment, then quickly smiled again. These are made with better, thicker materials. One set costs about 2 taels of silver. After saying that, he didn't say more, just watched the expressions of the young brother and sister carefully. Seeing that they looked natural and didn't frown, he guessed the prices were acceptable to them. Do you have better-made shoes? The older brother asked. Master Chen nodded. Yes, we have embroidered shoes for young ladies and cotton cloth shoes. Which type would you like? Then, Yangsheng was about to decide. Su Jiner interrupted him. Master Chen, just give me a pair of cloth shoes, and I'll take a set of the cotton clothes for half a tael of silver. Seeing Yangsheng disapprove, she smiled at him. Brother, we'll come to the city in a few days. You can come with me to pick out some nice clothes for going out. This outfit will be enough for me to wear these days. When the old clothes at home are worn out, I will just throw them away and buy new ones, okay? Yangsheng looked at Su Jiner's determined eyes and helplessly shook his head. All right then. Shopkeeper Chen, as my sister said, please help us pack these clothes. We will come back in a few days when we go to the city to buy more clothes. He had a very good impression of Shopkeeper Chen. When they entered, he was already paying attention to them. He was kind and good at reading people, and he was a nice person. It was comfortable to deal with him. Okay, Shopkeeper Chen smiled. He picked up some clues from their conversation and asked proactively, Are you two planning to settle in the city? Oh, I don't mean anything bad, but you both have such good manners. I was wondering if you might be some important officials or wealthy people. Of course, calling them important officials was an exaggeration. With their tattered clothes, there was no way they could be high-ranking officials. But everyone likes to hear compliments. Besides, Shopkeeper Chen spoke slowly and naturally, not seeming overly deliberate. The two of them just smiled and let it go. We are planning to go to the city to settle down. My sister and I will live there, and maybe we will often deal with you, Shopkeeper Chen, Yangsheng said with a smile. Are you the local people of Wuming County? He asked. Do you know where to buy a house in the city? Since you asked, we might be connected. If you have some resources, please introduce us. As long as the house is good and affordable, we will buy it. Seeing his thoughtful expression, she smiled and said, Don't worry. We're not scammers. My brother is a scholar, and he will take the provincial exam next year. We plan to settle in the city and have a stable home. Having the status of a scholar was very useful often. When Shopkeeper Chen heard this, he suddenly understood. I wondered why you two had such good manners. So, your brother is a scholar. What is his name? His gaze fell on Yangsheng, who looked confident and steady despite his young face. Standing beside him, the girl smiled and said, My brother's name is Yangsheng. He's the youngest scholar in Wuming County. If you ask around, you should be able to hear his name. Talking about the youngest scholar, he was quite famous in Wuming County at that time. Although Shopkeeper Chen's family has no powerful officials, he knows some shopkeepers and has heard news about scholars. He vaguely remembers this being a thing. Looking at the two of them, he already believes most of it. He smiled and said, Since Scholar Gong is looking for a house, don't worry. I will help you two look for one first. When do you plan to leave the city? And what is your maximum budget? 2 days later, we will leave the city again. Our budget is up to 500 taels. The house should be clean and tidy. If we find a suitable one, we will sign the contract the day after tomorrow. We will definitely thank Shopkeeper Chen properly then, Yangsheng replied with a smile. He couldn't help but glance at Su Jiner, who was standing obediently beside him. He secretly thought that this sister was indeed a good helper, able to take advantage of many things he hadn't thought of. For example, Shopkeeper Chen. He is careful and kind, and he actively seeks help from others. Revealing his scholar identity has saved them a lot of trouble. Shopkeeper Chen is a local. With such a big shop here, it's unlikely that anyone would try to cheat him just because of his scholar status. And if he does get cheated, he can just choose not to buy. Scholar Yang, you're too polite. Rest assured, I will give you the results the day after tomorrow, Shopkeeper Chen said happily. He was eager to help a young scholar. Whether or not the other passes the provincial exam, in this small county, the scholars he contacts are the highest-ranking people he can approach. Naturally, he wants to maintain good relations. Over half an hour after leaving Chen's clothing shop, Su Jiner changed into a warm gray cotton coat and new cloth shoes, feeling cozy all over. Next to her, Yongsheng also put on a black cotton coat and shoes, clothes he initially looked down on, worth only a few taels of silver. "Brother looks good in anything he wears," Su Jiner said with a smile as she walked beside him, glancing at him. The rough black cloth clothes didn't diminish his attractiveness. Instead, they added a touch of coldness to his handsome face. Because he was thin, the thick cotton coat made him look a bit more sturdy. The clothes were bought by Su Jina, who chose a light-colored men's outfit costing only a few taels of silver, with thicker fleece lining. Yongsheng was stubborn and unwilling to change his mind. He insisted that she wear rough linen clothes like him, since they wouldn't be seeing anyone or visiting relatives these days. They could buy everything together when they went to the city later. He didn't seem to notice her feelings or care, so she had no choice but to agree helplessly. The system liked Yongsheng a lot. He was a kind and considerate man who could talk and do things well, rare qualities in modern times. It was nice that he took good care of the host. They walked down the street. Yongsheng smiled at Su Jiner and gently stroked her long ponytail behind her back. "You're pretty too, sister. We're the most handsome siblings. But you should only wear this rough clothes for a few days. When we go to the city, you shouldn't wear it anymore. I want you to have a good life." His gaze fell on her small, fair face, showing some disapproval. The gray linen clothes were warm, and Jiner looked nice in them, but they definitely couldn't compare to the lighter-colored clothes she would wear later. Jiner bit her lip and softly nodded. According to her plan, they would go straight to the livestock market next. They saw many cows, sheep and mules, and occasionally a couple of very old horses. Horses were valuable in this era. Only injured horses that couldn't fight in battles were retired. Some were kept by private owners, while others were sold at high prices to wealthy buyers. Yongsheng was very eager to see the horses, but he knew exactly what he needed most. After satisfying his curiosity, he took Jiner inside to look at the mules. Jiner had no experience choosing livestock. They looked at each other for a moment, then she casually let out a black mule. "Good eye, you two. This black mule is just over 5 months old, but it can already pull some heavy loads. If you raise it well, it will grow bigger. It's also very gentle," the mule seller said happily, giving a price. 2 silver coins. "Thank you for your business." 2 silver coins? Are you trying to cheat us because you're new?" Yongsheng said sternly, frowning at him. "Don't think I don't know the market. This livestock isn't a special breed. It's just young. I'll have to spend more grain to raise it. Why should I pay 2 silver coins?" Although he was young, his eyes were sharp. When he looked at someone displeased, he had a strong presence. Plus, he had a refined and noble look, making it clear he probably came from a wealthy background. The merchant selling mules looked less cheerful and quickly forced a smile, saying, "Haha, what you said. Just 1 or 2 silver coins. No way I'll sell it for less." The price dropped sharply from 2 taels to 1 tael. Yongsheng secretly thought he was a sneaky trader. He looked at him calmly and said, 500 coins. 500 coins is too little. At least 800 coins. The merchant glared, but when he met Yongsheng's gaze, he looked a bit weaker. 600 coins, my lowest price. If you don't want it, we can buy from the next shop, Yongsheng said coldly, hands behind his back, ready to turn and leave. Su Jiner also looked serious and was about to walk away. Seeing this, the merchant quickly waved his hands and said with a bitter smile, all right, I'll sell it to you. Hurry up and take it away." He thought they were 2 easy young buyers, but it turned out they hit a tough deal. However, 600 coins was enough for him to make over 100 coins profit, so it was still a good deal. From his expression, Yongsheng knew he had paid too much, but 100 coins was not a big deal for him. He nodded and took the mule, then looked at Su Jiner. Here, Su Jiner took some money from her pocket and handed it over. "This tool nearby is a gift from us, but it's not worth much." She went to a nearby shelf and picked up some wood and rope to make a halter. After trying it, she successfully put it on the mule's head. The merchant didn't stop her. As she said, it wasn't worth much, just a matching piece. With the mule, Sue Jenner fixed their old clothes and shoes onto it, feeling much lighter. Their next stop was the rice shop. This time, they bought 10 jin of refined rice, some wheat flour, and other small items, all tied onto the mule. After shopping, they didn't go home, but went straight to a furniture workshop. They looked around inside. The woodworking of this era was quite good. The joints were flexible and well-made, and there were bamboo furniture, benches, baskets, and more, with a variety of items. Sue Jenner was amazed and carefully studied the structure of several pieces of furniture made with mortise and tenon joints, marveling at the craftsmanship. Yang Sheng had already come back from the counter. He looked at her and smiled, saying, "I've ordered a set of furniture, including the shelves and tools you wanted. When we move, we'll deliver everything to the new house." "Good. Thank you, brother." Sue Jenner stood up quietly and looked into the distance, as if she hadn't heard any unusual sounds. "Brother, are we going back now?" She thought that his visit here probably wasn't just to order some furniture. "Yes, we're going back. Some things can't be done right now," Yang Xing said, pulling her to leave. As they stepped outside, he looked up at the darker sky and frowned. "Is it going to rain?" "Probably not, but the weather is changing quickly. Since we've finished our business, let's go home." Sue Jenner looked away from the sky and walked over to the mule, holding its reins. The mule was equipped with a new saddle that looked like a riding saddle for a person. After traveling for a while, Yang Sheng was getting tired, so Sue Jenner helped him sit on the mule, and they continued slowly along the mountain dirt road. The mountain path wasn't perfectly flat, but it only took about half an hour. Before it got dark, they reached home. She first helped Yang Sheng down from the mule and sat him on a bench in the yard. Then she put the food box into the kitchen, and the rice and flour were easily moved inside. "Brother, I lit a fire for you. Rest at home for a while. I'll go up the mountain to gather some firewood." This time, she didn't use a basket but a large wooden frame made of wood, tall enough to reach her shoulders. When she carried it on her back, it looked like a mountain was pressing down on a small person. Yang Sheng was annoyed that his weak body could only stay at home reading and resting. Once he regained some strength, he went to Sue Jenner's room to help turn over the medicinal herbs. The half basket of herbs they had collected earlier had already wilted a bit, but showed no signs of rotting. If the sun shone a little more, the herbs would dry faster and be better. He carefully handled the herbs, and when he turned to the inner side, he found 2 long, beautiful ginseng roots, larger than his palm. Even though he didn't know how old these ginseng roots were, he knew that such rare-looking ginseng was very uncommon. Jenner is not only thrifty at managing the household, but also good at making money. If these 2 ginseng roots are sold later, each one could fetch a lot of money. Wealthy people would be willing to buy them. They could be worth at least a few hundred taels of silver. Yang Sheng sighed, being more careful with the ginseng in his hands. When Sue Jenner returned with a large wooden frame on her back, it had already been over an hour, and it was dark outside. Yet he was busy in the kitchen. She unloaded the firewood under the eaves and stepped into the kitchen. She glanced at the black coffin nearby, which she didn't have time to deal with, but she paid it no mind. Yang Sheng was standing in front of the stove. Next to him, the dough on the cutting board had already been kneaded, and a pot was bubbling with soft white rice porridge. "Jenner is back. Show the fire to my brother and keep it low," he heard Sue Jenner's voice. He turned his head to look, still holding a long of dough. A good man, truly a caring husband, comes home every day to a meal. "That's wonderful." Sue Jenner blinked, sat in front of the fire, and moved some of the large firewood aside, watching him. "Brother, the lunch dishes aren't finished yet. What are you planning to do?" "The lunch leftovers are still here, and there's no bread. I want to make some new food for you to try. If you like it, you can sell it later. Just consider it an early taste test for my experiments," Yang Sheng said. The pot was steaming gently. He placed the long dough into the pot, and with a sizzling sound, the dough quickly expanded. "What is this, brother?" Sue Jenner used chopsticks to help turn the food in the pot, asking softly. Seeing that the finished product looked good, Yang Sheng's eyes showed pride. It's fried dough sticks, made from flour and oil. A small piece of dough can make a big stick. The cost isn't high, but it takes skill to make. The fried dough sticks are fragrant and crispy, perfect with rice porridge. Wow. Fried dough sticks. Amazing, brother. Su Jiner's round eyes looked at him with a smile, full of admiration and pride. Yang Sheng straightened his back, feeling proud. What's so special about that? When we go to the city, I'll make even more delicious food for you. Brother, Su Jiner looked at him disapprovingly. You shouldn't focus so much on food. In the future, you need to take the imperial exams. I will be the one cooking at home. A gentleman should stay away from the kitchen. If others find out you do these chores, they might say something about you. In the original story, there wasn't much detail about Yang Sheng's daily life, but Su Jiner was sure that if he kept pursuing culinary skills, his chances of becoming king or a high official would only diminish. Yang Sheng paused, not because he was angry at her advice, but because he carefully explained, Jiner, don't worry. When you go to carry firewood, your brother is also reading. Cooking can also make you happy, and is not something to be ashamed of. The saying, a gentleman stays away from the kitchen, means to advise gentlemen not to kill animals and to have kindness, but it doesn't mean men should leave the kitchen. These are two different things, do you understand? Jiner looked into his eyes, bit her lip, and finally softly nodded. My brother is very clever, and I only understand part of those famous sayings. So, I will listen to you. But usually, if I am here, I should be the one cooking. She had to admit that Yang Sheng's view was correct, and since he showed his determination, Jiner didn't say more. That dinner was very filling. There was not only rice porridge and fried dough sticks, but also leftover meat and vegetables from noon. The aroma drifted far in the cold winter night. Many distant families caught a faint smell, and passers-by looked toward the Yang family's house with curiosity and suspicion. They wondered how these two poor people suddenly could afford such good food, and why they had a special dinner alone at night. Even though people were curious, no one dared to ask directly. Some thought it was unnecessary, others were afraid of Yang Sheng's anger if they disturbed him, and some worried about causing trouble with the local officials. Plus, that Jiner was not easy to deal with. If she fought back fiercely, they might not survive. After eating and drinking well, Yang Sheng didn't read that night. Jiner finished her chores early and went to sleep. This time, she wore warm cotton clothes, so sleeping on a thin quilt wasn't too hard. It was the first night she slept quite soundly. The next day, she still got up early to exercise. Some of the carrots and cabbages at home were fed to the mules. By 7 o'clock, Yang Sheng got up and Jiner went to prepare breakfast. They made rice porridge with a mix of millet and white rice, adding some chopped cabbage leaves. They ate it with leftover dishes from the night before and extra fried dough sticks, feeling very full. In the morning, Yang Sheng stayed at home reading, while Jiner packed her belongings. Anything she couldn't take was left in place, so if someone wanted to buy it later, they could use it. After lunch, she went into the mountains. She quickly moved through the woods, shooting and killing a wild rabbit and a young wild boar. Then she dug up some medicinal herbs to process and dry. In the afternoon, the two of them went out as planned. They visited several wealthy families and explained that they wanted to sell their land and house. Are you planning to move out? Will you have a good life in the city in the future? When the villagers heard Yang Sheng speak, they saw that he looked much healthier. They approached cautiously and watched from afar. One person asked, Yesterday, I went to the city. I earned some money with my skills. I think I will settle there in the future. My house and land are for sale. If you're interested, come quickly, first come, first served. Yang Sheng is naturally a kind and friendly person. When he was doing business, he wore a gentle smile. He was very different from the usual dull scholar, who only read books. The villagers saw his change. They also looked at Su Jiner, who was nearby, looking healthier and wearing new clothes and shoes. They started to believe him more. Some villagers were tempted. The land in the village is limited. If they want to buy, they might not find sellers. This year might be a rare chance. The villagers rely on farming to live. The more land they have, the better their life could be. They began whispering among themselves. Yangsheng looked around and asked, "Would any of you be interested? If not, I will go find other buyers." "Hey, Scholar Yang, wait. We're willing to buy your land and house. Is 10 taels of silver okay?" Finally, someone spoke first. He was negotiating the price, but didn't wait for Yangsheng to respond. Someone interrupted. 10 taels for the house and 4 acres of land? That's too low. It should be at least 15 taels. I'll offer 15 taels plus 500 coins, more than enough. As long as the price was reasonable, the higher the better. Yangsheng and Su Jiner waited a moment. After the others started bidding, they looked at the highest bidder and said, "All right, 16 taels of silver.
We will write the contract.
Once it's signed, you pay and we hand over the property." 16 taels of silver was a lot for the Yang family before. It could last them over a year for food and clothing. But now, Su Jiner carried a large sum of money, and their family also had 200-year-old ginseng roots. To them, this money was just a drop in the bucket. Of course, even a small amount of money is still money, and they don't want to give it up. The contract was signed quickly. The money for the land was received first, and then Su Jiner handed over the land deed. This 4-acre plot no longer belonged to them. They would only trade the house when they moved out. The furniture could stay or be taken away as they wished. "This coffin isn't needed. Why not sell it to me for 20 coins? It might be easier for you to handle later," said the villager buying the house. He didn't mind that the coffin once held Yangsheng, a living person. Of course, regular bushes cost over 80 coins just to buy. 20 coins was a good deal for him. As long as he paid less, using second-hand items didn't matter much. "All right, we'll move first and come back to trade with you after we're settled," they agreed.
Yangsheng nodded.
The coffin had always been in the living room, never moved. Not because it looked nice, but because he and Su Jiner couldn't lift it. Now that someone wanted it, that was good. It also saved trouble. After the people left, Su Jiner finally had time to clean and prepare the hunted animals. The rabbits and wild boar had been killed by arrows through their necks, hitting the most fragile part. She was tidying up nearby, while Yangsheng watched. He noticed where the arrow had hit and couldn't help but glance at her pretty side face. "Jiner, your archery is really accurate. It's just practice, you know. After a while, I got better. Do you want to learn?" Su Jiner was peeling the rabbit fur, hanging it on a rack along with the other rabbit skins to dry. When she collected enough, she could make hats or clothes. She didn't look at Yangsheng. Her hands moved quickly and skillfully, removing the rabbit's insides and placing them in a nearby basin. Then she moved to the wild boar. Yangsheng shifted slightly and nodded gently. "When we go to the city later, I want to practice archery in my free time. It's good for self-defense." "Too bad I can't learn to use a sword," he said. "Jiner can teach you how to shoot. Swords are too dangerous. You might accidentally cut yourself. It's better to carry a small knife for protection. But first, you need to get stronger," Su Jiner replied, using her long hunting knife to scrape the wild boar's hair, revealing its dark skin. The wild boar was small but still weighed about 100 jin. They couldn't finish eating it all right now. First, prepare the food using household salt for pickling. It will taste good if we eat it slowly later. Don't worry, Jiner. When life gets better, you and I will also get healthier. Oh, keep the pig blood. Yangsheng was originally reading with his head down, but when he saw her about to stab the knife into the pig's neck, he quickly called out. The knife stopped just before the pig's neck. Su Jiner looked up confused and asked, "Brother, do you want the pig blood?" "Pig blood can be cooked into something tasty. Wait a moment, I'll get a basin." Yangsheng finished speaking, put down his book, and quickly ran to the kitchen. Soon he brought out a large wooden basin. The pig blood from the little wild pig was filled into the basin. He divided it into 2 parts and added salt and water, stirring a few times. After half an hour, the pig blood settled at the bottom. It looked bright red, like blood-colored tofu blocks. Pig blood is rich in protein, vitamins, and minerals, which our bodies need now. But we can't eat so much. Maybe we can give some to the families who helped us before. Yangsheng had a bright idea, looking at Su Jiner. She frowned, showing disapproval. "Brother, no one has eaten this before." We don't know how to make it tasty. And those families probably won't want to add oil. Wouldn't they just drink the pig blood raw? Oh, I see. Then once it's prepared, we can give it to them as a thank you before we leave. Yang Sheng touched his nose, feeling a bit awkward. He had good intentions. Since they were leaving, it was right to repay those who had helped them.
Su Jina nodded in agreement.
She took a pound of meat, chopped it into mincemeat, and set it aside. She asked Yang Sheng to cook the meat together. They rarely eat meat and they usually don't have dinner. They must be craving the smell of our food. Since we want to thank them, why not let everyone taste some meat? The fire burned, casting a warm yellow glow. Her figure was half illuminated in the light, with clear, bright eyes. Yang Sheng looked into her eyes. His heart moved, and after a long moment, he looked away and softly smiled. Fine, Jeaner. I'll cook some braised pork too, and we can give 2 pieces to each family. Both braised pork and minced pork blood are dishes that require a lot of seasoning and oil. The 2 of them didn't buy much yesterday, but it was enough to make this meal. The pork blood wasn't just mincemeat. To make more, they also added sliced radish and cabbage. The greasy braised pork also included chunks of radish cooked together. I must say, Yang Sheng's cooking skills are really good. Su Jiner guesses he often cooks in modern times too. During the meal, she kept praising him generously. Yang Sheng's ears turned red from the praise, and he looked a bit shy. Under the kerosene lamp, the 2 ate without clearing the dishes, simply serving the pork blood, braised pork, and radish in ceramic bowls, which their family members personally delivered. The recipients were both surprised and a little embarrassed. When they heard that the 2 were leaving the village and saw them insistently bring food over, everyone was tempted by the aroma and couldn't resist, so they accepted the gifts. They used their own bowls to pack the food and took it home. That night, the family ate what they received, savoring the rich flavors. Those who were reluctant to eat waited until morning, maybe adding some vegetables to make it more enjoyable. This was the most flavorful meal they had tasted in months, filled with the aroma of meat. Even the unfamiliar pork blood soup was full of tender meat, making it very delicious. They sent out more than half of the 2 large bowls of pork blood, keeping some for breakfast the next day. That day, they didn't delay. Su Jiner packed up the mule and some of the family's belongings, then set off immediately. Soon, she arrived at the entrance of Chen's clothing shop. As soon as she appeared, shopkeeper Chen greeted her with a smile. Oh, Scholar Yang, you're here? Perfect timing. Have you had breakfast? Shopkeeper Chen, is there any news about the matter? Yang Sheng stood at the door, not going inside yet. He waited until Su Jiner the mule and came over before he took a step forward. Shopkeeper Chen watched his actions and thought to himself that this Scholar Yang truly cares for his sister. Even tying up a mule, he waited on the side until she arrived before moving. But he wasn't angry. On the contrary, he found that Yang Sheng's caring nature made him more willing to be friends. There are indeed 2 houses. One is next to the Jiang family's oil workshop. The person showing it is a relative of someone I know, and they are in a hurry to move to the inland area, so they want to sell the house quickly. This house has 3 rooms and 2 courtyards, with good sunlight and a good location. If someone wants to buy it, there should be many interested buyers. I only know about it here, so I've temporarily reserved it for you. The other house is smaller, not far away, but only has 2 rooms and 1 courtyard. Both sound good. What are the prices? Yang Sheng asked. The 3-room, 2-courtyard house costs 400 taels. If paid in full at once, the seller is willing to reduce the price by 50 taels. But they only give me today to decide. After today, they will put the house up for sale publicly tomorrow. Shopkeeper Chen explained, inviting the 2 to sit on the bench. 400 taels is within my budget, Yang Sheng thought, showing no change in expression. And the other one? The other house is much cheaper, only 250 taels, Chen said. 250 taels? Or 250 taels? Yang Sheng raised his eyebrows and looked towards Su Jiner. Jiner, which one do you like? Shopkeeper Chen also looked over. He already knew how much Yang Sheng valued his sister, so it wasn't surprising. If the price difference is only 100 taels, I would definitely prefer the 3-room, 2-courtyard house. The Jiang family's oil workshop is nearby, which makes shopping for daily needs much easier. Jeaner thought far ahead. The lower price and the larger yard were appealing, especially for practicing martial arts and drying herbs in the future. At least for a year, during the time when the Hu people might attack, Yangsheng wouldn't leave this border town. But we should see the house first to be sure. Shopkeeper Chen, can you arrange for someone to take us to see the house? Of course. I will personally take you there. Shall watch the shop while I'm gone. I'll be back soon, Chen said as he stood up and called to a few young assistants nearby. The people waiting to serve nodded, and they didn't pay much attention to Su Jiner and Yangsheng. The Jiang family's oil workshop isn't far. It's only about 20 minutes on foot from Chen's clothing shop. After passing a pawn shop and several other stores, they crossed a few wide alleys and arrived at their destination. The house was occupied, surrounded by a 2-meter-high wall that was difficult for ordinary people to climb over. As I entered inside, I felt that the place was very spacious and bright. Even on a cloudy winter day, the view was still very clear. The backyard has a few fruit trees. In winter, some leaves have fallen, but some trees still have buds, ready to bloom during winter. The house is well maintained. It has 3 large rooms. Each room is not just a simple space. Each has a small hall for guests. Sheer curtains hang to block the beds and long tables, giving a cozy, TV-like feeling. The 3 houses are not next to each other. In the middle, there is a large living room. Most of the furniture is still there. If you buy the house, you probably won't need to buy new furniture. The kitchen is at the edge in a side building. It is big and well ventilated. This house is nice, Yangsheng said as he looked around, feeling satisfied. He looked at Su Jiner. Before he could ask, she smiled softly and said, I like it here. It's spacious, and it will be easy to do anything in the future. This was a clear sign she wanted to buy it. Yangsheng was waiting for her to say that. He nodded and smiled, then looked at shopkeeper Chen and the person standing nearby. So, it's settled? When will the payment be made? Yang Xiansheng, you can pay any time once you're ready. I have the land deed with me. Did shopkeeper Chen tell you the rules? One-time payment is 50 taels less. This special price is because our main family is in a hurry to visit relatives inland. Of course. Yangsheng thanks both of you for your help with my affairs. We will go ahead with the purchase, Yangsheng said with a nod. Together with shopkeeper Chen, the 3 of them signed the contract inside the house. One handed over the money, and the other handed over the land deed. After the deal was done, Yangsheng took the initiative to give each of them 10 taels of silver. This is a small thank you. We saved a lot of money, and we can't afford much now. Please take this to buy drinks. Shopkeeper Chen didn't really want the money. His goal was to make friends with Yangsheng, so he didn't care much about the 10 taels. But seeing his brother happily accept it, he nodded in agreement. Now that your new home is settled here, you'll need new clothes. Come to my shop when you need them. I'll give you a 10% discount. A 10% discount was already a very good deal. But Yangsheng understood their intentions and didn't refuse. Friendship is built on mutual help and gradually getting to know each other. Also, Manager Chen is a good person and enjoys making friends. Right now, Su Jiner is in the backyard looking at the plum blossoms that may or may not bloom. She glances at the sky, looking a bit lost. In just a few days, she has crossed social classes with Yangsheng and moved into this small courtyard. Host, what are you thinking? I'm thinking about how I can save money in the future and if a war really happens, whether I can help. Although she has her own tasks, Su Jiner also hopes she can do something to help. She wants to reduce the number of casualties in the city and, after taking care of herself, do what she can to help others. Host, your herbs can save lives. Why not find a teacher to learn medicine? With me here, you'll improve quickly. The system confidently suggests. Su Jiner laughs. Women in this era are looked down upon, and it's rare to find someone willing to take on a disciple. If I try, I'll just be turned away. It's better to learn by myself from you. For now, that's all I can do. The system's database has some prescriptions and knowledge about herbs. She can prepare more in advance. Suddenly, she hears footsteps behind her. She turns to see Yangsheng walking over with a smile, hands behind his back. He says,
This house is ours now.
Gina, do you like these flowers? When spring comes, we can bring more flowers to plant. No need, brother. Since we've signed the papers, let's start moving today. You rest here. I can handle the things at home. I only need to make 2 trips to bring everything back. Jiner looks at his weak body. He was already struggling when he came in the morning, and another trip might tire him out too much. Yang Sheng feels a bit embarrassed. He forces a smile and says, "It's because I need to exercise my body. If I go with you, the mule cart people can rent us a cart. We only need 1 trip, so we won't tire ourselves out." He doesn't want Jiner to go alone. Not only because his pride as a man is hurt, but also because he's worried. Yang Sheng's gaze briefly scans Jiner's face, and he sighs silently. With such a good-looking face at a young age, what if someone tries to flirt with his sister on the way? Thinking about accidents makes him feel uneasy. Previously, the place where we bought the mules did offer car rentals. Renting 2 carts for a round trip wouldn't be a big problem. Reducing the number of trips is naturally preferable for Jiner. The mules were still tied outside Master Chen's shop. The 2 of them followed Master Chen back to Chen's clothing shop, where they ordered some clothes and shoes, agreeing to pick them up later. Along the way, they rented 2 sturdy mule carts, 1 person per cart, and leisurely returned to the village entrance. Most of the household items had already been packed. Jiner loaded her belongings onto the mule carts, especially focusing on her still-drying herbs. 2 ginseng roots were separated with cotton and placed inside a carved wooden box, padded with soft cotton around them. Other herbs that weren't fully dried were placed directly in a basket on top of the luggage to prevent them from being crushed. They also packed the bedding and other essentials, along with books, paper, and writing tools. Everything useful was loaded onto the carts. Before leaving, they completed a trade with another family on the other side of the village and received 2 taels of silver. Their dilapidated house was also sold. Everyone in Yangjia village knew that Yang Sheng and Jiner were leaving. They rode their large mule carts back and forth, watched by villagers who were both curious and envious, but no one dared to approach, only observing from afar. Even Li Quan and his followers, who had heard the news, just watched from the side, occasionally whispering to those nearby. After everything was settled, Jiner and Yang Sheng pulled their donkey carts and headed out of the village. When they reached the village entrance, they saw Old Lady Li and a few elderly elders staggering over. "Stop right there. Stop right now." Old Lady Li, the leader, shouted loudly, her tone unkind. Jiner glanced at Yang Sheng, who stopped in his tracks. She also stood still beside him. When Old Lady Li and the elders reached them, she raised her eyebrows but said nothing. "Village chief, what are you doing?" Yang Sheng looked at Old Lady Li with a cold gaze, confused. "Are you really leaving the village?" Old Lady Li stared angrily, still looking down on the young man in front of her. "You can't leave. I am your elder, and you're not allowed to go." He spoke in a commanding tone, looking down from above. A few village elders behind him felt his tone was wrong, but they still nodded in agreement. Yes, Yang Sheng, you're one of us. If you leave the village, what will others think of us? You're comfortable in the city, but what if others say we drove you away? That wouldn't look good for our clan. Think about the bigger picture, can't you? Let bygones be bygones. Don't be so petty. After all, you're just a scholar. Being broad-minded helps you go further, doesn't it? They urged him on, forgetting the hardships Yang Sheng and Jiner had faced before. Instead, they tried to persuade him to be tolerant and understanding. Yang Sheng had personally seen Jiner being bullied by the village chief and villagers. If Jiner hadn't been strong, something worse might have happened. Hearing their words, he couldn't help but smile angrily. "Everyone, I respect your elders, but you can't bully someone younger than you and say I don't understand." He looked steadily at the 3 elders speaking, his expression calm. "I won't pursue the past, but do you really think I'm easy to push around?
Haha.
If you want me to stay, you'd better see if you can keep your position. I don't mind reporting this to the officials. A scholar reporting to the authorities will get the county magistrate's attention. When that happens, you might not get into jail, but I'll make your days difficult." His gaze flicked to old Master Li, who was scowling, and he spoke bluntly. His words carried a tone that said he wouldn't stop until he got justice, making the elders awkward and silent. They looked at old Master Li, hoping he would speak. After all, this scholar was one of their own, the youngest in the village. If he became successful later, their clan could benefit too. So you're risking a feud with the clan just for a woman? Old Master Li said sharply, without holding back. Yang Sheng sneered, glanced at Jiner, who was smiling obediently beside him, then looked back at him with cold eyes. What kind of person are you? Using your son to bully my family. Even in court, you'd be in the wrong. If you want me to stay, why haven't you come to apologize in these days? Is this about a woman or about you, a village chief, looking down on me, a scholar? Of course, I see this as a woman's matter. However, Jiner is kind-hearted. She only asked me and her to leave the village and not hold you responsible at all. I sold my house to move to the city to make a living, so I don't have to see your ugly face, pretend to be polite, and act like an elder while doing disgusting things. Having someone like you as the village elder, ha. Before he finished speaking, his meaning was unclear but full of sarcasm. The mocking tone made old lady Li lose her composure. She turned red with anger and pointed at Yang Sheng, saying, You. Are you an old stutterer with amnesia? Can't you speak clearly? Yang Sheng chuckled softly, looking indifferent. Once we leave this village, we will have nothing to do with your clan. I hope you understand the situation. The world changes over time. I am alive again, and I will have many chances to go further. If you are sensible, don't bother me. I won't hold past matters against you. But if you're not smart, I don't mind giving you some work to do sooner. This was a straightforward threat. You. If you go to the city and can't survive, don't come to ask us for help. Old lady Li was furious inside. Her hand trembled as she pointed, her face turning red in front of the villagers, her eyes nearly popping out. Then I won't bother you. Jiner and I have already settled in the city. Yang Sheng forced a smile, showing no interest in these people anymore. In the past, Yang Sheng was half afraid and half trusting when facing these village elders. He would speak softly and avoid eye contact. But now, Yang Sheng spoke confidently, with a cold and arrogant attitude. He openly showed that he had the power to hold them accountable and used his scholar status skillfully. This behavior shocked and angered not only old Lady Li but also the other elders, who trembled with rage but dared not speak. They understood that Yang Sheng was determined to cut ties with their clan. In the future, as he rises higher, they probably won't matter anymore. They couldn't help but look at old Lady Li with resentment. On the night Yang Sheng left, the village chief personally led people to seize Yang Sheng's wife, Su Jiner, and the land deed of others. Not only was this unfair, but they also never apologized during all those days. They even tried to isolate the couple, hoping to suppress their momentum, but this backfired terribly. They also blamed themselves, wondering why they had thought that Yang Sheng's timid and weak personality from the past would just pass after a few cold days. Now they regret their mistake. Yang Sheng's firm attitude toward the village chief and the elders today really scared many people. The villagers around remained silent. Seeing how Yang Sheng truly seemed to have changed and was being bullied by the village chief, they suddenly erupted in support. No one dared to speak up. Yang Sheng looked around, feeling bored. He led his mule and said to Su Jiner, "Let's go. It's getting late, we should leave soon." "Okay," Su Jiner nodded. She turned her mule and was about to leave when she heard a loud shout. She turned her head and frowned slightly. Li Quan, a chubby, big-eared man named Li Quan, ran toward them, fists clenched, heading straight for Yang Sheng's head. She quickly sidestepped and jumped aside. She kicked Li Quan's shoulder with her leg. His heavy body lost balance and staggered sideways. After a few steps, he fell flat on the ground. Li Quan, old Lady Li, ran over, holding her dress. Seeing her son grimacing and angry, she looked up and shouted, "Yang Su's wife, are you trying to kill someone?" "What do you mean by trying to kill?" "Clearly, it's the village chief encouraging his son to bully the scholar, just like when my brother was seriously ill and you bullied me. I didn't pursue it last time to avoid ruining my brother's and your relationship, but now you didn't appreciate it and even tried to harm my brother. Su Jiner stared with big, innocent eyes. Her tone was pure and naive, but the villagers felt a chill in their hearts. Old Lady Li's eyes widened with rage.
What did you say?
I encouraged my son. Yes, you're the village chief, yet you let your son bully our scholar. Without your tolerance or even deliberate encouragement, who would believe it? After all, no ordinary person would just punch a young scholar without reason. Isn't protecting myself part of my duty? If I report this to the city, it's your fault. Su Jiner smiled and noticed the gaze from the side. She turned her head and met Yang Sheng's smiling eyes. His eyes were full of indulgence and affection. She paused for a moment, then retracted her smile and looked back at Old Lady Li. This time, I want to go to the city with my brother to report the case. Would the village chief and a few elders like to come along? Or you can stay at home and wait. We're leaving the town now, so this little delay doesn't matter. You wicked person. Li Quan shouted from the ground, but he jumped high, and Su Jiner didn't even look at him. Instead, she kept her gaze on Old Master Li and the other elders who looked away nervously, her expression calm. You're talking nonsense. Old Master Li was furious. He never expected that, at his age, he would be pushed into such a situation by a woman from a nearby village. But deep down, he knew that whether it was about the past or now, he was in the wrong. If he reported to the authorities, as Yang Sheng suggested, he and the village wouldn't fare well. What am I talking nonsense about? Su Jiner raised her hand and pointed at a nearby villager. So many people are watching. Surely someone will testify for me? You and your son have been oppressing villagers for years, doing all kinds of nasty things. Today, I stand up to report you. Once the officials arrest you too, life in the village will be much better. Her beautiful face carried a gentle smile, and her tall, graceful stance drew everyone's attention. Yang Sheng looked at her, feeling a warm feeling inside. His gaze shifted to the villagers. My sister is right. If any villagers are willing to testify, we will report everything to the county officials. Once they arrest the two of them, life will improve for everyone. And you don't want the next time the barbarians come to have a village head who runs away first, do you? The villagers listened to Su Jiner and felt motivated. They had suffered under the village head's oppression for many years. Even his useless son could bully passing men and women at will. In this humiliating life, they didn't dare to resist. As for the barbarians entering the village, they were also angry. The village head ran away with money before the barbarians arrived. The villagers received the news late, and many lost their money and grain. Some unlucky ones even lost their lives on the spot. There was no reason to keep such a village head anymore. Now, if Su Jiner and Yang Sheng report to the authorities and the village head and his son are arrested, the timing would be perfect. They could then choose a new village head. Meanwhile, Li Quan and Old Master Li, hearing what was said, grew anxious. Seeing the villagers' expressions change, Li Quan immediately jumped up from the ground. Old Master Li tried to stop him, but couldn't. Who dares to testify? My father is the village head. Be careful, your future days might not be easy. This threatening words only made things worse. Immediately, some villagers who had been bullied for years looked at him with angry eyes. Old Lady Li felt a heavy weight in her heart. She looked instinctively at the village elders for help, but saw that they avoided her gaze, clearly having made their choice. Since the scholar wanted to report to the authorities, and now the villagers' hearts were with him, they knew they couldn't risk getting involved. Sure enough, soon a male villager stepped forward and said, I can testify. Scholar Yang, if you report to the officials, I will support you. Last month, my little ox was taken away using a borrowed excuse by Li Quan. I have the receipts for the sale, so I can prove it to the county office. I also want to testify. The village head has taken some of my land, and now I am planting his crops, another person added. The villagers' anger had been building for a long time. At first, they hesitated because of Old Lady Li's status as the village head. But seeing that the elders didn't stop them, and feeling that their words carried weight, More and more voices joined in criticizing. Old Lady Li and Li Quan became the main targets. The few followers who had been loyal to Li Quan were also dragged into the mess. Su Jiner looked away from the villagers and focused on Li Quan and Old Lady Li, who looked pale. The two who had been so arrogant just moments ago now had no aura left. She blinked, surprised at how foolish Li Quan was. He couldn't see the situation clearly and just lost his temper. Not only was he in the wrong, but he also expected others to listen? Did he really think everyone was mindless animals? Brother, why don't you write a complaint letter for everyone? When it reaches the county magistrate, it will be clear and justified, she suggested. She looked at Yangsheng nearby and realized he had been staring at her the whole time, as if he had just noticed her. His eyes were bright and clear, focused and intense, with a faint mist that looked dreamy and unreal. Yangsheng looked at Su Jiner steadily, as if he was seeing her again for the first time. After hearing her words, he nodded gently. Listen to Jiner. If Jiner didn't have her brother, she could still live well. He said this, but his gaze lingered on Su Jiner's face, making him feel a little nervous for reasons he didn't understand. She gently shook her head and said, "The money is earned by my brother. I rely on his influence. Living alone as a woman outside, unless I hide deep in the mountains, I don't think life would be very good." Half of what she said was true, and half was false. Su Jiner helped to take down the ink and paper, then took out a stool from the mule cart and set it aside. Her eyes showed a gentle seriousness. Even though Yangsheng didn't believe everything she said and didn't agree with her self-deprecating words, at a certain moment, knowing she couldn't leave him, Yangsheng couldn't help but feel a little lucky and happy. But they are siblings. How could they be separated? Putting aside his thoughts, Yangsheng dipped his brush and began recording the villagers' spoken accounts. This piece of paper would become the indictment for Old Lady Li and her son Li Quan. As the targets of suspicion, Old Lady Li and Li Quan had already collapsed to the ground. Their situation was hopeless. Seeing the threat of imprisonment looming, they finally became frightened and panicked. Old Lady Li, being the village chief and the elder of the clan, stood up with the thickest skin and softened her tone as she begged her fellow clansmen for help. "Fellow relatives, we are all from the same clan. If I am taken to jail, it will be a big shame for our clan. Please help me. We are kin, so why go this far? I am willing to apologize to Yangsheng and even to that disrespectful
Su Jiner.
Please help me ask for forgiveness, will you?"
Dad.
Li Quan wanted to shout loudly, but Old Lady Li kicked him in the calf. He backed away in disbelief and looked at her, only to see her face twisted with anger. "Shut up. If you really want to go to jail, I won't stop you. I'm old, and if I go in, it's only death for me." While saying this, Old Lady Li was clearly planning for her unworthy son. Her eyes reddened as she pleaded with the elders, speaking with emotion and reason. She was good at talking, but her words were aimed at flattering those in power and of similar status. If she had shown even a little respect to Yangsheng and Su Jiner, things wouldn't have come to this. The elders sighed and finally agreed to loosen their stance. In Old Lady Li's earnest gaze, they hesitated and moved toward the crowd surrounding Su Jiner and Yangsheng.
That.
Scholar Yang, haha, you see, we are all from the same clan. Old Lady Li knows she was wrong. I wonder, how can we? The villagers made way, and a few elders entered the crowd, awkwardly smiling as they looked at Yangsheng and Su Jinu. Yangsheng, who was writing, didn't lift his head and didn't give them any extra attention. They could only turn their hopeful eyes towards Su Jiner. In just a short moment, they realized how much Yangsheng favored and protected her. As long as they could persuade her, there was a high chance Yangsheng could help resolve the issue. Yang Su's family, Old Lady Li, and Li Quan truly realized their mistakes. I don't know what you want to do to avoid official trouble. You're all from the same village, and in the future, you'll see each other often. If you leave now, the relationships among others won't become strained, right? Hearing this, Su Jiner looked at the elder who spoke and slightly smiled. Old elder, are you confused? The village head and the other person have already gone to see the officials. Why would they need to worry about whether they meet or not? The villagers probably don't care about strained relationships either. The elder, scolded for being confused, stiffened his face but had to lower his stance again. I was wrong. The previous matters were indeed their fault, and it's natural for everyone to hold a grudge. But now, old Lady Li is old, and her son is also a troublemaker. They now realize their mistakes and sincerely ask you and Yang Xiao to give them a chance. They are willing to do anything, including offering compensation. Compensation? Su Jiner glanced at old Lady Li standing stiffly in the distance. The old man looked even older, as if he had aged 10 more years, with a pale and weak face. Li Quan beside him also obediently stopped jumping around. She withdrew her gaze, sensing the villagers around her watching her subtly. She smiled softly. I don't mind, I just care about the villagers' attitude. But this official document must be written, and old Lady Li needs to sign and stamp it to prevent any future denial. We need evidence, right? Hearing there was room for negotiation, the elder was overjoyed. Paying money was a small matter. He looked at the villagers around and raised his hand. Everyone, I know you've been wronged. Old Lady Li is willing to compensate. Maybe we can just let it go. We're all relatives here. For my sake, please give us a chance. We all listen to Xiu's words. Old elder, what you say doesn't matter to us. One villager spoke up. They were now aligned with Yang Sheng and Su Jiner, following their call. They couldn't decide on their own, so they trusted these two. The elder could only helplessly look at Su Jiner. She looked at Yang Sheng and softly said, Brother, what do you think? Yang Sheng kept writing without speaking for a while. After recording the last villager's words, he stood up and looked at everyone. Since the elders agree and considering our family ties, I have a suggestion for everyone. He stood tall and proud, standing out clearly among the crowd. His handsome face showed confidence, making the elders and villagers feel a bit dazed. They secretly thought that Yang Sheng would go much further in the future. Su Jiner also looked at him gently, listening as he said, First, I ask the elders to testify that what Jiner said is true. Let the village head and Li Quan sign and stamp on this paper. Of course, this paper will be kept by trusted villagers, and I won't take it. Second, everything taken or stolen, including farmland, must be returned exactly as it was. Each family should also pay a small compensation of 1 or 2 silver coins for their losses. Third, and most importantly, village head, no, Li Laotai, please resign from your position as village head so you can't use your power to oppress others. This will help everyone feel more at ease. Fourth, because Li Quan and Li Laotai have humiliated Jiner and me twice, I ask them to compensate us for emotional damages. I only want 5 taels of silver. When I get it, I will buy clothes for Jiner. This will settle our family feud. Let bygones be bygones, meaning no more resentment or concern. A few elders sighed inwardly, but knew this was the best outcome. Okay, I agree, one elder said. Yang Sheng stopped him and looked at the villagers with a questioning gaze. What do you all think? Is the silver enough? Or do you have other concerns? The crowd started murmuring and discussing. Su Jiner watched quietly from the side, glancing at Li Quan and Li Laotai, whose faces had turned pale. The second point alone about the silver was enough to hurt them. With so many villagers, each paying 1 or 2 silver coins, the total would be at least 30 taels. Adding their 5 taels, it would probably drain their family savings. Li Laotai also had to resign as village head, which meant he could no longer bully others with his power. The villagers now had this paper to control him, cutting off his chance to turn things around. In the end, everyone agreed without much trouble, with a few elders acting as witnesses. Although old Lady Li and Li Quan were very reluctant, the matter was finally settled. Su Jiner received 5 more taels of silver and put it in her pocket. She handed the legal document to a respected villager in his 50s. By the time she finished, it was already noon. She politely declined the invitation to stay for lunch. The two of them hurried out of the town with the mule cart, first unloading their things into the yard. Then they split up. Yang Sheng went to lead their small mule, while Su Jiner took the 2 big mules to return them. They ate lunch at a local restaurant. In the afternoon, they continued tidying up. They bought the necessary cooking supplies like oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar. Everything was finally settled for now. The medicinal herbs were hung to dry in Soo Jiner's room, on the other side of the bed. When the window was open, it was very ventilated, and sunlight made it easy to move the herbs outside for drying. Dinner time arrived. Soo Jiner and Yang Sheng worked together to cook a few hearty dishes. They ate smoked wild boar, and the spicy rabbit meat was made into delicious rabbit chunks, which they snacked on while reading at night. Yang Sheng also added reading time to his evening schedule. In his room, beside the desk, 2 oil lamps flickered softly. A small fire burned in a brazier underneath the desk. He held a book, lost in thought as he read and pondered.
Sugino sat nearby.
After helping him tidy up the bed, she sat down and took out needle and thread to mend her clothes. Over the past few days, they spent more than 100 taels on various supplies and clothing. They bought 5 or 6 sets of warm winter clothes for each person. When passing a jewelry shop, Yang Sheng suddenly bought her 2 hairpins to clip into her ponytail. They looked nice, but they were quite expensive. She exhaled a cold breath and carefully mended her old clothes. After finishing, she rubbed her forehead and put down the needle and thread. "Why do you force yourself to do these things, host?" the system asked worriedly.
Ha.
"I have to learn it sooner or later. If I learn now, I won't panic when I need to use it in the future." Soo Jiner thought optimistically, but her head was starting to hurt. She decided not to continue. She turned her head to look at the nearby desk. Yang Sheng was reading very seriously, his expression focused, not distracted. His mind seemed to be racing, like he was brainstorming. After thinking for a moment, she decided not to disturb him. She quietly got up and left the room. The new kitchen was heating water. Soo Jiner boiled some water for her feet and, after finishing her washing, brought a basin of hot water to Yang Sheng. She said a few words and then returned to her room. The beds were covered with thick new quilts, looking very warm. She lay on the bed, and because she was tired from the day, she quickly fell asleep. Yang Sheng read his book late into the night without noticing. When he finally looked up, the water had already cooled. Seeing no one else in the room, he put on his clothes, stood at Soo Jiner's door, and listened to the occasional rustling inside before returning to his room. After washing up, he also went to bed. Staring at the dark room, Yang Sheng blinked. His thoughts were very clear in the quiet night. Since coming to this world a few days ago, he had made a good start for himself and Jiner, and they had a nice place to live. But that was not enough. He was determined to pass the imperial exams and try more things. He remembered that there was a threat from the Hu people. An invasion would mean war. Without enough strength, how could he and Jiner survive the possible chaos? Also, Yang Sheng was young and not someone who only cared about survival. He wanted to make a difference in this world. He didn't want his crossing here to be in vain. His mind grew sleepy, and the room gradually filled with the sound of gentle breathing. From the next day, Soo Jiner noticed that Yang Sheng also woke up early. He didn't sleep in, but looked full of energy. When she lit the torch in the yard, he came out to exercise too. Soo Jiner let him, sometimes teaching him some physical exercises. After her own workout, she practiced archery nearby, which made him very eager to learn. Today, the weather was rare and sunny. Everyone was busy in the yard. Yang Sheng read and rode at one side, while Soo Jiner worked on preparing the land for planting flowers. She gathered fallen leaves and household scraps to make compost. In spring, they planned to plant a vegetable garden to be self-sufficient. In the afternoon, the sun shone brightly. The two of them went out together, enjoying the warm sunlight as they strolled through the city. Yumingshi was quite lively, with many people coming and going, dressed in strange clothes. But few people in the city streets wandered around as bored as they did. Surrounding shops lined the street, mostly selling simple, handmade items. Soo Jiner's round eyes looked at the world around her. She pointed to a nearby wine shop and said, "Brother, when we go back, let's buy some wine. I also dried some ginseng tips and soaked them in wine. It will be good for you to drink a little now and then to keep warm, Yangsheng walked casually and glanced toward the wine shop. Let's go take a look. He stepped forward to go there, but suddenly, a loud sound of hooves came from behind. He didn't notice and kept walking on the main road. Su Jiner had heard horse hooves before, but her alertness told her something was wrong. The horses were moving too fast. She only managed to turn slightly and reach out to hold Yangsheng's hand, but before she could, a shadow cast over them. A tall horse leapt into the air, kicking hard at Yangsheng's shoulder. He staggered backward. If Su Jiner hadn't been standing behind him, he might have fallen heavily. Is my brother okay? She asked, holding his arm and supporting him. Her face showed concern as she looked ahead and suddenly froze. The rider was a girl dressed in red, with long hair flowing over her shoulders. She held a long whip in her hand. Her gaze was haughty, and she scolded without politeness. Are your ears deaf? Walking in the middle of the main road, Yangsheng barely steadied himself, holding his sore right shoulder. He comforted Su Jiner and then looked up at the horse, frowning. His tone was sharp. The road isn't for walking, is it? Or is it just for looking at? But after he finished speaking, he realized that the horse had a beautiful face, smooth as jade, with delicate and elegant features. Her eyes carried a proud look, and her lips were like a small cherry blossom. He was momentarily impressed. When it came to beauty, his sister was naturally one of the most beautiful. She had an elegant aura, fair skin like porcelain, and gentle yet spirited eyes. He had never seen a girl more beautiful than his sister in the whole city. Now, this girl seemed only about 14 or 15 years old, but she looked even more charming. Her small face had fox-like eyes that were captivating. Even at such a young age, she looked like a future beauty, certainly different from Jiner, and destined to be even more stunning when she grew up. The red dress she wore suited her fiery and proud personality. However, after seeing her face, he was no longer as angry with her. The girl in red was about to swing her braid at him when she looked up and saw the young man dressed in dark blue cotton robes. He was tall, gentle-looking, with handsome features and bright, lively eyes. She thought for a moment, glanced at his hand holding his shoulder, and decided not to swing her braid after all. Host, the male and female leads have met. Well, it's certainly a memorable first meeting, Su Jiner said softly, glancing quickly at Yangsheng's face. She stood quietly to the side, waiting for the main characters to continue their story. Suddenly, she heard the sound of hooves. Turning around, she saw a tall figure riding swiftly on a horse, stopping suddenly beside the girl. Did something happen, little sister? Maong looked at Ma Xiaoran first. Seeing she was fine, he didn't relax but instead looked down with a stern expression, full of pride. Hey, you blind little boy, are you pretending to be my sister or trying to scam us? You're so bold. Today, I'll teach you a lesson. He was quite tall, showing his bronze-colored skin on his arms and chest. His thick eyebrows and fierce eyes made him look angry. He raised his whip to strike. Is this a family trait? Both of you like to use whips, he said, ready to hit, regardless of gender. His violent and impulsive nature spoiled his good looks. Su Jiner moved slightly, her eyes fixed on the girl in red on the horse. If that whip hit Yangsheng's face, it would cause serious injury. If the girl didn't move, she would step in. Yangsheng's face also changed slightly. His impression of the girl, in red just moments ago, vanished. He instinctively reached out, trying to step back behind Su Jiner. Just then, the girl leaned forward and swung her whip swiftly and precisely, pulling it away from the air and hitting the ground with a loud. Ma Xiaoyan giggled, her legs pressed against the horse's belly, stepping a few paces closer to Yangsheng and Su Jiner. Forget it, brother. Look at this delicate scholar. He can't handle a whip. Her tone was teasing, and her laughter was light and melodious, very pleasant to hear. A pair of fox-like eyes slightly curved, with a delicate face like a flower, made Yangsheng, who was already angry, feel even more irritated. But he quickly calmed down and thought to himself that appearance was one thing, but doing the right thing was another. Now, these two people were about to be whipped without knowing right from wrong. Clearly, they were noble children from a good family, perhaps spoiled brats who didn't learn properly. He couldn't stand them. Yang Sheng first looked back at Su Jiner. Seeing her reaching behind for her sword, as if to fight, he quickly grabbed her wrist. Then he looked up at the two on horseback and said, "Today, you two are in the wrong, but you want to whip me and humiliate me in the street. Yang Sheng, may only be a scholar, but that doesn't mean I fear you noble children. If you don't apologize to me today, I will go to the county office to complain." His handsome face was cold, and his bright eyes showed no sign of retreat, only determination and courage to seek justice. Ma On was stunned and almost got angry, but Ma Xiaoyan quickly stopped him. She looked steadily at Yang Sheng's face. She didn't expect that despite his young age, he was already a scholar. At first, she saw admiration in his face when he looked at her, not greed or like some men.
She liked him for that.
But she didn't expect him to be so stubborn and openly say he would take them to the county office to complain. Yes, she admitted she had hurt someone this time. Her brother also raised his hand to whip, so they were indeed in the wrong. But she didn't expect him to choose to confront her directly. This strange feeling left Ma Xiaoyan with a deep impression of him. She also couldn't help feeling a bit annoyed, especially when she saw him holding the girl's wrist. The girl was young, but she looked very close to the man, gentle and calm, standing quietly on the side, watching without speaking, protected by the man. Thinking about their relationship, Ma Xiaoyan's expression grew cold. She looked down at them from above and asked, "What do you want to do?" Reporting to the officials was impossible. If her father found out about this, she and her brother wouldn't have a good outcome. "Apologize, and also I hurt my shoulder. You need to pay for my medical expenses." Yang Sheng supported his shoulder and said with a serious face, looking handsome and calm. Ma was provoked by his attitude and took a deep breath, ready to speak, but was stopped again by Ma Xiaoyan. She was sitting on her horse, not dismounting, quietly watching Yang Sheng. After a few seconds, she took out a bright, colorful silver bead from her sleeve. This is a bead from outside the pass. In the inland cities, even one costs at least 30 taels of silver. Your injury doesn't seem serious. At most, it's only worth 5 taels. I give you this bead. You don't need to pay me back. It's a gift from my brother and me to you. After saying that, she threw the bead lightly. Under the sunlight, it shimmered with beautiful colors, a fine piece of jewelry. Yang Sheng's shoulder was hurt, and he was weak. So Su Jiner stepped forward quickly and skillfully caught the colorful bead. She blinked her thick eyelashes like butterfly wings, looked at the bead in her hand in the sunlight, and after getting Yang Sheng's signal, she finally spoke for the first time. "You two are so proud. I don't know which young master or miss you are. But don't worry, my brother and I don't have much wealth, but we have the integrity of scholars. We won't take advantage of you without reason." She smiled softly, not paying much attention to the two people backlit and looking away. Instead, she took out some scattered silver pieces from her sleeve. "My brother is usually weak. If you are martial artists, being kicked by a horse's hoof would need some rest. But my brother is different. He just recovered from a serious illness recently, and now he's injured again. He needs a lot of medicine. So I'll take 10 taels from you. If fate allows, I'll return more or less later. Now I ask for 20 taels. In this remote place, don't think that my brother and I are taking advantage of you." Her voice was soft and gentle, calm and steady. She held about 20 taels of silver and handed it out, signaling Ma Xiaoyan on the horse to take it. Honestly, she didn't like this way of speaking. But since she was one of Yang Sheng's future heroines, she could only endure her impatience. Your siblings?" Ma Xiaoyan took the silver. Her charming face paused. For some reason, she felt a little better inside. "What's your relationship?" "That's none of your business. Jiner, be careful. Come back," Yang Sheng said coldly. Unable to bear seeing Su Jiner look down on others, Yu Guang noticed the man on another horse staring intently at Su Jiner as if mesmerized. He seemed stunned and furrowed his brows. When Su Jiner reached his side, he stopped going to the tavern and took her toward the medical clinic. "Hey!" Mong reached out to call her, but this time it wasn't anger. It was a feeling of longing and reluctance. Ma Xiaoyan didn't stop him this time. She watched the two leave from her horse, feeling a faint regret for her attitude. "Do we still have enough money?" "Brother, let's keep shopping for gifts," she said, turning her horse and heading toward their destination. Maong looked at the unfamiliar girl's back as she left, then at his sister's figure, and finally turned to follow her. Meanwhile, Yang Sheng, who'd been in a good mood earlier, was now feeling very annoyed. But when it came to Su Jiner, he couldn't get angry at her. "Brother, don't be mad. Maybe these two won't see each other again." Su Jiner softly comforted him, helping him walk toward a medical clinic, her tone gentle and soothing. Yang Shen looked at Jiner beside him, but still felt uneasy. He casually started a conversation. "Jiner, you're 15 this year, right?" Su Jiner pressed her lips and softly nodded. He continued, "What do other girls do at 15? They probably don't spend all day working for the family or supporting me to study and take exams. Brother, you're being too modest. The money I have is earned by your wisdom." "I just said a few words." Su Jiner smiled at him, her eyes curved happily. "As for what other girls do at 15, some might be at home watching others and some might already be married with children." Her tone was very calm, but Yang Sheng was surprised. At 15, they're already looking for marriage. Some at 13 are already looking. Families that love their daughters might keep them until 15, but definitely not past 18, Su Jiner explained. She didn't look at him and didn't mention that she was supposed to marry into his family. Instead, she was mistaken for someone else by accident, and now they were treated as siblings. Yang Shen looked at Su Jiner in surprise. Being able to marry at 15 was quite early. He couldn't help but grit his teeth in anger. His gaze fixed on Jiner's pretty face, and he frowned tightly, hesitating as he asked, "Jiner, have you thought about what kind of family you want to marry into in the future?" "I haven't thought about it. I think my mother is very good. At home, I can eat well and drink well, and I don't have to suffer from my brother. I heard that girls who marry out often have to endure their in-laws," Su Jiner said with a softer smile. She looked into his eyes and saw the dark ink swirling inside. "If my brother doesn't chase me away, I can stay as long as I want. When I find someone I like, what then?" Hearing the words, "someone I like," Yang Sheng's eyebrows furrowed even more. But Jiner currently had no intention of leaving, which was a very good thing. "Of course, I will listen to you, Jiner. You're only 15, still very young. You should wait until you're at least 18 to consider marriage," he said through clenched teeth. "I'll help you find someone suitable, so you won't be tricked by someone naive." Naive. Su Jiner heard this word and smiled gently. She didn't argue, but simply nodded in agreement. The pharmacy wasn't crowded. The doctor examined Yang Sheng's injury. Luckily, it wasn't serious. With rest for 10 days to half a month, his hand would gradually heal. At the same time, to help improve his health, Su Jiner decided to give him some general medicinal herbs. Carrying the medicine bag, they didn't go straight home, but continued browsing nearby shops. Yang Shen wanted to find a long-term business to support himself. Sitting at home reading all day would turn him into a bookworm. He also had a family to support, so he needed to earn some income. At a street corner, they met an old man carrying a bundle of straw with sugar-coated haws stuck on it. Su Jiner bought 2 skewers, one for herself and one for Yang Sheng. They didn't care about their appearance and ate as they walked. "Brother, I think it's too cold here. Even if the quilt is thick, it still feels drafty at night. If the bed could be warmer underneath, we wouldn't need so many quilts," Su Jiner said softly, biting into her hawthorn candy shell. She spoke casually near his ear, her eyes shining. "When it snows in a few days, life will be even harder. We're fine, but those poor families will suffer," she sighed. Her point wasn't just to give Yang Sheng something to think about, but also to help more people as much as possible during the winter. With the support of the male protagonist's good luck, he is sure to succeed faster than she could on her own. "Are you talking about a heated brick bed?" Yang Sheng listened to Su Jiner's words, his mind racing quickly, and his eyes brightened. "What is a heated brick bed?" he asked suspiciously. He smiled at her. "It's what you want. Something that keeps your bed warm while you sleep. Also, we can visit a few shops to see if anyone wants to work with us." Yang Sheng thought clearly. He has skills and ideas. Others just need to do the work. They can share the profits, and even if the price is low, small amounts add up to a good income. Or maybe they should do a one-time deal, more straightforward and quick. By the way, he still hasn't processed the furniture designs he drew earlier, which could also bring in money. Suddenly, Yang Sheng felt confident again. His sore shoulders felt better, and he was more energetic. He held the leftover candied hawthorn, smiling as he walked with Su Jiner along the street, mainly to avoid the dangerous situation they had before. Just as they reached a musical instrument shop, they heard a familiar voice from inside. He turned his head and saw the woman in red on horseback and his older brother inside, browsing around, apparently looking at a long zither. He couldn't help but glance back at Su Jiner, who looked puzzled. She was just a girl, yet she was good at swordplay and archery. He felt a bit protective and said, "Let's go in. Brother will buy you a gift. If you see something you like, buy it. Start developing your hobbies." Su Jiner looked past him at the woman in red inside. She noticed her gaze and saw her eyes fall on Yang Sheng. She understood that the story was about to unfold, so she stepped inside. At this moment, Ma Xiaoyan had already looked away. She called out to Ma Ong, who was about to speak, and looked down at the long zither on the table, her eyes full of surprise and happiness. Yang Sheng didn't understand musical instruments. He looked at her expression, then wandered inside with Su Jiner, pointing at some instruments and asking her questions. "Brother, I don't understand these instruments. I'm just a country girl, clumsy and not good at reading music. If you're going to buy me something, maybe buy a whip or something instead." She smiled softly with a gentle expression, but her words carried a sharp edge. Ma Ong, who had been paying close attention to her, blushed shyly and felt a bit embarrassed about his impulsiveness. Hurting this scholar was a small matter, but hurting the young lady was a big problem. Ma Xiaoyan also heard Su Jiner's words. She slightly lifted her eyes and gently tapped her fingers on the qin, causing a pleasant melody to fill the room. As the strings moved, the beautiful notes seemed to dance before their eyes. The sound hinted at a grander, more powerful song, showing that she was not just a delicate woman limited to her appearance. Su Jiner listened and noticed Yang Sheng's eyes soften. She saw the girl in red stop her actions and look at them. She said, "This song is my apology for what happened earlier. I truly mean it." Yes, an apology." Mom nodded eagerly, looking at Su Jiner with sincere eyes. Her brow furrowed at his words. Before she could speak, Yang Sheng spoke first. "This song is good. Since you're sincere, we'll forgive what happened before. We just bought some medicine and have 2 taels of silver left. Since you want to buy the qin, we'll give it to you." Su Jiner nodded, took out 2 taels of silver and bypassed Ma Ong, who was trying to block her. She went to Ma Xiaoyan and handed over the silver. Ma Xiaoyan looked at the large medicine bags she carried. Her delicate face, which had been proud and aloof, softened and became more peaceful. She took the silver, glanced at her worried brother, and then looked at the handsome young scholar standing a bit farther away. After biting her lip, she asked the shopkeeper, "How much is this qin?" "You have good eyes, miss. This qin is from the previous dynasty. If you like it, I'd suggest 30 taels, said the shopkeeper, who looked to be in his 60s, with a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes, which flickered with greed. 30 taels? I think this qin is only worth 10, Wang Xiaoyan said, frowning. The shopkeeper's mouth was full of missing teeth. Miss, you're joking. This qin strings are made of black gold silk, and the wood is from deep mountain ancient phoenix trees. It's not easy to get. If you want it, it's 20 taels. You must pay 20. He looked at their clothes and didn't back down. The room fell silent. Ma Ong, no longer paying attention to Su Jiner, quickly went to Ma Xiaoyan's side. Sister, maybe we should just forget about this qin. Although they already had 22 taels of silver, he certainly didn't want to give this dishonest merchant the money. Moreover, there were people watching nearby, and he didn't want to appear foolish in front of others. Thinking this, he glanced at Su Jiner. She was staring steadily at the shopkeeper, her delicate face showing confusion. Boss, is ancient Polonia wood really that valuable now? Do you buy ancient Polonia here? How much silver per unit? I happen to know a place in the mountains with ancient Polonia trees. This money could help me earn some. Wouldn't that be good? Sue Jenner's big, round eyes widened, looking innocent and pure. The shopkeeper, overhearing this, hesitated. Miss, our shop doesn't buy ancient Polonia wood. How about 15 taels? The lowest price, 15 taels. Deceitful as he was, the shopkeeper initially planned to trick outsiders out of some money, but when he saw this girl seeming naive, he didn't dare to be careless and took a step back. Ma Xiaoyan smiled upon hearing this, revealing a charming dimple.
Thank you, boss. And thank you, miss.
My name is Ma Xiaoyan, and this is my brother Maong. Since you helped us despite past grudges, my brother and I will remember this. She was surprised by the girl's willingness to help and, after this, her impression of the siblings improved greatly. She also introduced herself willingly. However, Sue Jenner only nodded at them without introducing herself and turned to stand beside Yang Sheng, who was waiting with his hands behind his back. Brother, shall we go back? There are no instruments here that I like. Hearing her name, Ma Xiaoyan looked at the young scholar who still hadn't revealed his name. Seeing the two of them turn to leave, she was silent for a few seconds, then withdrew her gaze and handed over 15 taels of silver. Boss, I have 15 taels of silver here. Please just give me a box to put the instrument in. Annoyed at being interrupted during a good deal, the shopkeeper, who already resented losing over 10 taels of silver, saw the young siblings leaving and only 2 outsiders remaining. He immediately snorted coldly. No boxes. No boxes at all. His dismissive attitude angered Maong. With his quick temper and ability to whip a whip at will, he was far from calm. He immediately reached out and pulled the skinny shopkeeper out from behind the counter, shouting angrily, "What kind of attitude is this? Old miser? Do you think my sister is easy to bully? You must give me a box." The boss was grabbed roughly and his face changed color. He immediately shouted outside, "Someone's bullying us. Someone's hitting people. Outsiders are fighting. Neighbors, come quickly and see. Help." Most locals tend to help their friends rather than do what's right. His loud shout didn't get any witnesses nearby, so later he could claim anything, maybe even get some compensation. Even though the young man was tall and strong, he had 2 sons. If it came to a fight, he wasn't afraid of him. Maong listened to the old man's shouting and, losing his temper, raised his hand to hit him. "You lousy boss! How can you run a shop like this?" A dishonest merchant. Before he could strike, 2 big men in their 40s rushed out from behind the curtain. When they saw him about to hit, they shouted loudly and swung their fists, yelling, "Let go of my father. That little brat is bullying my family." This is too much, but these 2 men looked strong, yet they couldn't match Ma Eng's fighting skills. He waved his hand and knocked them down one after the other. Still angry, Maong slapped the old man's face twice and pushed him away. Sue Jenner and Yangsheng returned and saw this scene. They saw the old man's face turn red, and after a few gasps, he stopped breathing. They looked at each other in shock. Behind them, neighbors rushed in. The neighbors moved aside and quickly helped the old man up. One neighbor exclaimed, "It's over. The old man is gone. Second and first young masters, come quickly and see your father." The old shopkeeper from the instrument store was beaten to death by Ma Eng's 2 slaps. When the constables arrived, the case was quickly clear. Ma Xiaoyan was anxious, but helpless, because there were no witnesses. The old man's 2 sons saw Ma Ong hit their father with their own eyes. Only they were in the room, so they were the main suspects. Ma Ong, full of anger, was taken away by the officers. Ma Xiaoyun, desperate, shamelessly begged Yang Sheng and the others to testify, hoping to clear her brother's name. She believed her brother shouldn't be sentenced to death. "Miss, your brother acted impulsively. No matter what the old man did wrong, he shouldn't have hit him. The old man was already weak. Unlike me, a fragile scholar, he could still resist a little." Yang Sheng's gaze briefly passed over Ma Xiaoyan, whose pleading expression made her look even more appealing. He couldn't stand women begging and felt his heart soften a little. "However, I can speak the truth in court, and I won't exaggerate. As for whether it will help," his words trailed off. Ma Xiaoyan was very grateful. Thank you, young master. You only need to tell the truth. I understand. The neighbors and townspeople around had gone with the officials to the county office, ready to testify for the second and third brothers who had died. Yang Sheng and Su Jiner stepped back a little as Ma Grian was chained and taken to court. According to the usual story, the next step would be Yang Sheng saving Ma Xiaoyan's brother, which would lead to them becoming more familiar and growing closer over time. Entering the county office was also Yang Sheng's first step into officialdom. Su Jiner didn't want to interrupt this plot. She had no official title and didn't want to kneel before anyone in court. She decided to wait outside and watch. Jiner, you stay here and watch. When it's over, your brother will take you back, Yang Sheng said. He knew that scholars didn't have to kneel and didn't want to see Su Jiner kneel to anyone, so he agreed easily. He had some guesses about the situation. He had already sensed Ma Grian's temper on the road, almost getting whipped himself, and the sudden death of the old master might not be unrelated. But the old master's sudden fainting could also be due to some health issue. Because he was concerned about the identities of the Ma siblings, he decided to help where he could, doing his best. Wang County Magistrate was a middle-aged man with a big beard and a strong build. His muscles suggested he knew some martial arts. Compared to Ma Grian, he was only slightly less sturdy. When he saw that the people reporting the case were the children of Ma Yijing, whom he had met at the dinner table last night, he felt a bit troubled. He had already noticed yesterday that these siblings were somewhat impulsive and proud. He hadn't expected that, just after his appointment, they would cause such a serious incident involving loss of life in less than a day. Fortunately, among the witnesses was a scholar who clearly supported the siblings. The magistrate focused on uncovering the truth. It was also true that Ma Grian had physically assaulted someone. Even if Wang County Magistrate wanted to help clear the siblings, there were many witnesses, and the old man's son was crying loudly. The situation was complicated and not easy to resolve. Yang Sheng followed the current agreement with Ma Xiaoyan and explained the matter of Su Jiner helping to negotiate and defuse the situation. He did not exaggerate or share his guesses. He understood the situation on the scene. The shop owner's son and friends were shouting for justice. Without evidence, he dared not speak up, fearing only to cause trouble. Since it was not the right time to intervene, he sat on the bench given by the county magistrate, waiting for the judge's decision. However, Magistrate Wang was skilled at using laws to judge cases, which made things difficult for Yang Sheng's thinking. He could only ask Lu County Assistant for help. The assistant was supposed to support him, but when Yang Sheng made eye signals, the assistant pretended not to understand. Su Jiner watched from below. Seeing that the county assistant did not help Magistrate Wang at all, she thought that even though they were in the same county office, they seemed to be disconnected and uncooperative. She looked at Yang Sheng, who was sitting upright, wondering if he had any ideas to help Ma escape. Just as the situation was at a standstill, a messenger ran up and whispered something in Magistrate Wang's ear. Seizing this moment, Magistrate Wang waved his sleeve and loudly declared, "First, detain Ma. The body of the deceased will be handled by the coroner. The others go back first. We will investigate thoroughly before making a decision." The people on the scene began to record and register. Yang Sheng also left his address, then stood up to bid farewell to Magistrate Wang. Su Jiner waited outside the door. Her graceful figure stood quietly. When Yang Sheng approached, she looked at him again, and then glanced behind him. Ma Xiaoyan hurried over, knelt, and bowed to both of them. "Thanks to Scholar Yang for speaking up for my brother this time." She was naturally beautiful, and her gentle expression made her look even more charming. Su Jiner couldn't help but admire her beauty. She smiled softly, with a teasing look directed at Yang Sheng. He felt a bit uncomfortable with her bow, but still smiled politely. "It's nothing. I just told the truth." Ma Xiaoyan forced a smile, knowing that he was doing his best. She stood up and looked past the two of them outside, then ran forward. "Father." Su Jiner turned to look. She saw a man about middle-aged, dressed in armor-like military clothes, walking quickly. He nodded at Ma Xiaoyan and then passed through her and Yang Sheng, heading straight to Magistrate Wang, who had also finished his court session but had not left. County Magistrate Wang showed great respect to Lord Ma, unlike how he would treat an ordinary subordinate. However, Su Jiner knew that this small border town's magistrate, who held multiple powers at the same time, was probably a military man and definitely of high status. Although Lord Ma seemed to be in the military, he was very sharp. Seeing two outsiders, a man and a woman, around, he first asked, "Who are you?" Ma Xiaoyan, standing beside him, responded, "Father, this is Scholar Yang Sheng, and this is his sister, Su Jiner. My brother and I went shopping and almost got scammed by a shopkeeper. These two helped us out. As for when my brother acted, they weren't there, but today they also came to testify." Magistrate Wang had only seen Scholar Yang before, but this was his first time seeing his sister. He couldn't help but look at her more closely. He thought she was very beautiful, comparable to Ma Xiaoyan, the daughter of Ma Yicheng, both very attractive, just in different ways. Her brave expression also made him think highly of this young girl. "It's only right. Since there's no problem, we'll leave now." Yang Sheng, with one hand behind his back, still felt a dull pain in his left shoulder from Ma's kick. Magistrate Wang and Ma Yicheng nodded. They were worried about Ma Eng's situation and didn't want to discuss matters here. Just as they were about to leave, they heard Ma Xiaoyan call out to the two young people who were about to go. "Wait a moment, Scholar Yang, Miss Gina." Su Jiner stopped and glanced at Yang Sheng, who didn't seem to want to interfere. Ma Xiaoyan then stepped in front of the two, blocking their way. "Scholar Yang, I can see that you and your brother are both clever and kind-hearted. I wonder if you could help us with some advice? My brother Ma Ong is just a bit impulsive, but he didn't mean to harm anyone. The old man is dead, but my brother isn't guilty of death." She spoke sincerely, her gentle eyes full of pleading. When she looked at any man with those eyes, no one could harden their heart.
Unsurprisingly, Yang Sheng softened it.
He stopped and looked at the charming girl's face. Finally, he said, "I am just a witness. Giving advice isn't my place, is it? Isn't that the county magistrate Yu Wang's job?" Magistrate Wang and Ma Yicheng had been watching. Seeing his confident tone, they exchanged glances. Still, Ma Yicheng took the initiative to speak. "Young Master Yang, do you already have a plan? Is it because your status makes it difficult to interfere with the case and make judgments?" Yang Sheng turned around, clasped his fists, and bowed slightly in acknowledgement. "There are concerns about that, but there's another reason. Ma Eng's actions are real, and I am not completely confident I can save the person safely." He looked calm, even though he said he wasn't 100% sure. Magistrate Wang and Ma Yicheng became curious about his idea. As long as the person survives and isn't lost because of this accident, even if it takes a year and a half, it will serve as a lesson for Ma Ong, Ma Yicheng said, looking at Magistrate Wang. Su Jiner listened to him mention a year and a half, and her mouth twitched. She saw Yang Sheng stiffen slightly with a faint smile. Since Ma Yicheng is quite clever, he only gave Yang Sheng a necessary limit. If Ma Ong is to be detained, it should be for no more than a year or half a month. A year is the maximum. If not detained, that's better. But this depends on what benefits he might receive in return. Su Jiner's eyes darkened slightly. She quietly stood beside Yang Sheng, listening as Magistrate Wang said, "Young Scholar Yang, you scholars are clever. I am a military man. I can fight in wars, but judging cases is a bit difficult for me. On the court, everyone has their own reasons, and after listening to both sides, my head is quite full. This matter definitely needs your help. Otherwise, please share your thoughts." Yang Sheng was not afraid of the officials present. He stood straight, one hand behind his back, looked up thoughtfully, and then slowly said, "I have almost seen most of the case myself. I also understand a bit about Ma Eng's character, impulsive and quick-tempered, prone to violence regardless of the person or occasion. Ma Yicheng is here, and I won't lie about these facts." The owner of the musical instrument shop suddenly died. He indeed bears some responsibility. But considering he is over 60, he might be naturally aging or suffering from illness. Of course, each case is different. We need to see who is more responsible, and then the magistrate can decide based on this. Good. That's a good point. As soon as Yang Sheng finished speaking, Magistrate Wang clapped his hands in approval. Ma Yicheng, standing beside him, also looked excited and admired this young man. As the county magistrate said, scholars are indeed quick-witted. No matter how clever he is, he still struggles to make decisions when faced with such legal matters. Young Master Yang is truly impressive. After all, he's a scholar. His way of solving problems is clear and logical. Truly, scholars are clever. Haha, sir, I appreciate your praise. It's the official's decision to investigate this matter. It's getting late, so I will be returning with my sister. Yang Sheng smiled calmly. He looked at Su Jiner with a gentle gaze, a hint of pride flashing in his eyes, feeling quite pleased with himself. Su Jiner saw his hidden happiness and smiled even more softly. She glanced toward Ma Xiaoyun, and in just a few words, her charming eyes showed a hint of admiration. Su Jiner withdrew her gaze and stepped to follow Yang Sheng. Wait a moment, Ma Yicheng called out to them. Yang Sheng turned back. Is there something else? I've discussed with Magistrate Wang. Young scholar Yang, you are very talented and smart. We value talented people like you. Would you consider accepting our offer to help investigate and handle this matter? Rest assured, once it's done, Ma, will give you a private gift of 100 taels of silver as thanks. I promise to give it with both hands. Ma Yicheng spoke sincerely, looking very serious. 100 taels is a significant amount in this city. Su Jino looked at the middle-aged man and thought about how Ma Xiaoyun casually took out a pearl worth 30 taels this afternoon. She realized he must come from a wealthy family. Of course, he is also a high-ranking official family. At the moment, Ma Yicheng seemed quite decent. Since this was Yang Sheng's first stop on the path to heaven, and he might even become Yang Sheng's future father-in-law, Yang Sheng should consider accepting this offer. Master Ma is right. Your quick thinking is needed to help us. This will be your test. If you succeed in helping us solve this problem, the position of assistant magistrate in the county office, which is currently vacant, will be yours. County Magistrate Wang looked very pleased. He was worried about his own slow mind, and since the county deputy was unwilling to help him proactively, he had to seek help from outside. The young man, who became a scholar at such a young age, left a good impression on him. If he could succeed, it would show he was capable, and in the future, he could help him solve problems and lighten his worries, perhaps even save him some hair. Assistant Magistrate Yang Sheng was surprised to realize he might have a chance to eat official meals. This job seemed good. It would bring a decent amount of money. More importantly, it could help him build experience for his future career and possibly benefit him later. Thinking this way, he decided to accept the task. He instinctively looked at Su Jiner beside him. When he saw her smiling encouragingly, her bright eyes shimmering with warmth, he felt a gentle wave of hope inside. All right, I will do my best, Yang said. If I need any help during this time, I hope the county magistrate and the messenger can assist and be flexible. Immediately, Magistrate Wang and the messenger nodded and promised full cooperation. Meanwhile, Ma Xiaoyun, who had been watching Yang Sheng closely, looked at him softly, her gentle eyes full of affection. The matter was settled. Su Jina knew that Ma Eng's situation marked the true start of Yang Sheng's career. This small test would likely earn him the respect of the magistrate and the messenger in the future. When border conflicts arise, he would have more power to influence decisions. This was a good thing. The investigation would begin tomorrow. On the way back, Su Jino listened as Yang Sheng organized his clues, occasionally offering him helpful hints. The process was simple. First, understand the relationships around the deceased. Second, check if he had any underlying health issues. Third, try to negotiate with the two sons of the deceased to gauge their willingness to cooperate. Using reasoning, emotion, and law, these three approaches have given us many clues, Yang Sheng said with a smile. In just half an hour, his ideas became clearer thanks to Su Jiner's guidance. With her encouragement, he felt much more confident. Then I wish my brother good luck with the case tomorrow. While resting and healing these days, you should also work hard to solve this problem, Su Jiner said happily, her eyes shining with innocence, hiding her true sharpness behind a gentle smile. Yang Sheng knew his sister was just as clever as he was. He thought that if they worked together, combining his modern knowledge and her intelligence, they would be unstoppable. On the way home, they coincidentally saw a farmer selling livestock on the street. Su Jiner bought some chicks and ducklings, placing them in a bamboo basket she carried on her back. She planned to raise them in the backyard, providing fertilizer and fresh eggs in the future. She smiled happily, and behind her, Yongsheng watched her carrying the basket on her back, smiling softly. The work on building the bed did not get delayed because Yongsheng went to investigate Ma Eng's matter. Instead, he took the time to find a partner family and signed a cooperation agreement with them, sharing 30% of the profits each month and supporting the bookkeeping at any time. Yongsheng was not worried about the other side trying to be clever. Now he had the backing of the county magistrate, who was a respected scholar. In this area of Wuming, no one dared to deceive him, only fearing trouble over money. The cost of making a bed into a brick bed was not high. He aimed to make it affordable for every family. The prices and the agreement were registered with the county magistrate. In a way, this brick bed was also good for the country and the people. It was a good achievement for the government. Magistrate Wang took the initiative to supervise this project and included it in official reports to the capital. Because of the special location, these reports went directly to the imperial court. Although the matter was briefly mentioned in the documents, it made the emperor remember this young scholar. Of course, that was a story for later. The next afternoon, Su Jiner waited alone at home for the brick bed construction team. Knowing it was Yongsheng's family, the workers worked very diligently. In just one afternoon, they transformed 3 rooms into brick beds. The charge was not expensive, 30 coins per bed. Su Jiner paid 100 coins directly, giving 10 coins as a tip to the workers. The firewood at home had to be bought, but it was affordable. Su Jiner ordered a full wall of firewood stacked in the kitchen. In the coming days, she would rely on this brick bed to get through the winter. Yongsheng was busy outside every day, and things were going smoothly. In less than 3 days, he had already negotiated with the head of the merchant guild that the old man had joined and other major merchants. The 2 sons of the deceased were also present. The weather changed yesterday, and a heavy snow fell from the sky. By morning, over 20 centimeters of snow had piled up on the ground. Su Jiner sat cross-legged on the brick bed covered with a quilt, feeling warm and comfortable as she read ancient books. When she was tired, she went outside to practice archery and sword dancing, also training her skills. She didn't think about whether Yongsheng's plans were going well. Actually, the night before he left, they had rehearsed possible scenarios face-to-face. With Yongsheng's intelligence and quick reactions, this matter will surely succeed. The only concern is whether his weak body might fall seriously ill due to the cold snow. In recent days, besides cooking at home, she is focused on making medicine to treat his injuries and improve his health. She used ginseng threads to make nourishing soup, bought 2 hens for eating, and it's clear that his condition is improving well. His injured shoulder is healing quickly too. When the system signaled that the negotiations on the man's side were almost finished, Su Jiner walked outside with an umbrella. She looked at the new light snow falling outside, holding an oiled paper umbrella in one hand and a second umbrella in the other, then stepped out in thick boots. The negotiation spot was outside the merchant guild, not far from the entrance. She saw several guards standing there, all carrying long swords. The man she met that day, Ma Yijing, was also present, with Ma Xiaoyun, dressed in a green velvet dress, standing beside him.
Mistsider. Maanantaiksi ja nodet kindli topstai sunnuntaitsaider.
Under the snow, her delicate face looked even more beautiful. Hello, Lord Ma. Hello, Miss Ma, Su Jiner replied, stepping a little away from them and stopping nearby. She had a graceful and tall figure, with 2 long ponytails swinging like whips behind her. Some soft, fluffy hair peeked out, and her gentle, kind face wore a faint, warm smile. Holding an oil paper umbrella decorated with red plum blossoms, she wore a thick, pinkish winter coat that didn't look bulky but instead added a cute, tender charm. The more she looked, the more her beauty stood out, impossible to ignore. Even though she seemed to melt into the snow, she had a clear, elegant and calm presence that left a lasting impression. Ma Xiaoyan looked at Su Jiner and suddenly felt uneasy for no clear reason. She didn't understand why, so she quickly looked away and obediently waited beside her father. Ma Yijing also noticed her striking appearance. Although she came from a farming family with Yang Xiao, she looked so composed and outstanding that he couldn't help but glance at her a few more times. He paused, then thought of something and asked Miss Jiner, "Do you have many suitors?" His question was sudden and a bit rude. Ma Xiaoyan, standing nearby, also became interested in this question. Su Jiner gently paused, her lips pressed together without showing any emotion. Then she looked at him normally, without giving Ma Xiaoyan a glance. Jiner isn't interested in anyone right now, and doesn't plan to look for someone. My brother agrees with me. What about Lord Ma? She asked knowingly, her gentle eyes turning slightly cold. For a moment, Ma Yicheng wondered if he had misunderstood, but he couldn't deny that he saw how impressive this girl was. Her looks were good, but her intelligence might be just as strong as that of Scholar Yang. He shook his head and smiled. Just asking out of curiosity, since it was someone else's family matter, he had thought about matching this girl with his useless son, but now he saw her attitude and knew it wouldn't work. "Oh, curiosity is natural," Su Jiner replied calmly, not saying anything more. As for what Ma Xiaoyan might think, it didn't matter to her. Not long after, about half an hour later, Yang Sheng and several well-dressed, round-bellied merchants came out laughing happily. The atmosphere was friendly, and it seemed the matter was settled. Ma Yicheng also looked pleasantly surprised. His son's problem was solved in just 3 days, which made him very happy, but he couldn't show it now. He took his daughter and approached the merchants, speaking kindly to show goodwill. This also meant lowering his status a bit. The merchants were a little surprised, but secretly thought the deal was quite profitable. After a brief chat, everyone dispersed. The other side wouldn't hold Maong responsible, but at the same time, the Ma family needed Maong to come and apologize personally, showing sincerity and making amends. They also required 50 taels of silver as compensation. As long as this was done, the matter would be considered settled. Compared to a life, money was not important to the Ma family. They hurried to handle Ma Eng's issue and left that noon. Once everyone had gone, Yang Shen looked at Su Jiner and smiled proudly. "It's done, Jiner. Your brother managed to fix it. Brother is capable. No wonder the county magistrate and Lord Ma value you. When you become a clerk in the county office, I'll keep working hard too." Su Jiner praised him generously, holding an umbrella for him and leading him away from the street, ready to go home for lunch. "Of course, I heard that there is 20 taels of monthly silver, so Jiner won't have to worry about spending money carefully anymore." Yang Sheng's handsome face carried a carefree smile. He wore a black brocade robe and cotton coat, making him look very different from Bai Shui. His unique and striking presence made him stand out. "Now that the family isn't short of money, you don't need to think about finances anymore, brother. Focus on studying and working for the county office," Su Jiner gently reminded him as she walked in his footsteps. She handed him the umbrella she was holding and took out another umbrella to shield herself from the cold. Despite the freezing weather, Yang Sheng's passionate spirit remained strong. He nodded heavily, already looking forward to his future career in government. The weather kept getting colder, but the new year was still a few weeks away. Yang Sheng, who had been working on a case for 3 days, had injured his shoulder. He stayed at home to rest for 10 days. During this time, Ma Yicheng sent over 100 taels of silver, and County Magistrate Wang also sent officials with official documents for his new position. During these 10 days, the two of them went shopping early for the new year. Yang Sheng bought several warm cotton robes for Su Jiner, each costing over 10 taels of silver, but he didn't mind spending. The house was decorated with red everywhere, and they spent money to renovate and fix it up. Leaking parts were patched, and the whole house looked much newer. Su Jiner had been training for about 10 to 15 days, and her physical strength was improving rapidly. Her archery and sword skills were getting better and better. She went to the nearby mountain outside the city several days in a row, finding a trail on the other side of Shangye Ridge. She carried a basket and collected many herbs, including 200-year-old Lingji mushrooms. When she entered the city, there were guards on duty. But because Su Jiner and Yang Sheng had previously met the county magistrate, their impressive looks left a good impression. No one caused trouble for them, and they could come and go easily. Whenever this happened, Su Jiner would quietly give some small silver coins to make future dealings easier. Food was scarce in the mountains during winter, and animals appeared more frequently. She brought some seasonings and grains into the mountains, set traps with the food, and hunted animals. She processed the game directly in the mountains, hanging and drying the meat in her newly discovered cave. Little by little, her small store of food grew. With good protection, her mountain cave soon became a small food storage. She didn't even tell Yang Sheng about this. When he was about to start his new job at the county office, Magistrate Wang and Assistant Ma sent people to invite them to a meal as a thank you and celebration for Yang Sheng's appointment. The place was at Luo's restaurant. Su Jiner took out a dark blue cotton robe for Yang Sheng to wear. She also put on a warm cotton coat herself. Before leaving, she checked the door lock. She and Yang Sheng walked in the snow, one step after another. The snow had fallen for several days, and the high snowbanks on both sides of the street reached her knees. The snow in the middle of the road had been shoveled, but it was still a bit slippery. When they arrived at the restaurant, Su Jiner's thick shoes were half wet.
Wow.
Scholar Yang is here. Please come in quickly. Magistrate Wang and Assistant Ma are waiting for you in the private room. Shopkeeper Luo kept his eyes on the door. When he saw them enter, his face lit up, and he personally came to greet them. He looked at the two people who had changed a lot in just half a month. The man was still thin, but his appearance was very different from before, even though he was wearing a light white robe. The girl still looked bright and beautiful. Today, she was not wearing patched clothes. She wore a fancy white cotton coat, and a fox fur collar around her neck made her face look fresh and tender. She looked just as good as Assistant Ma's daughter, who had come with them today. Both of them had a bright and gentle aura. They were outstanding people, easy to spot in a crowd. Shopkeeper Luo, Yang Sheng nodded to him. Nice to see you again. Oh, Scholar Yang, you are truly talented and brave. In just half a month, you've become a master at the county office. It's clear you are very smart. I am honored to meet you early, Luo said with a warm smile, sincere but not overly humble. He made a welcoming gesture. Scholar Yang, Miss Jiner, please follow me. I will take you upstairs. Thank you, Shopkeeper Luo. Yang Sheng nodded. Then he looked at Su Jiner's wet shoes and asked, could you please send someone to buy a new pair of shoes from the nearby shoe shop? Luo was surprised. Why buy shoes during a meal? Just then, the delicate girl standing quietly beside them reached out and gently tugged Yang Sheng's sleeve. Her soft voice was sweet and pleasant even in the cold winter. Brother, I'm not that delicate. No need to trouble others. Su Jiner refused Yang Sheng's suggestion. Her shoes weren't actually wet, and her soles were still thick. She looked at Manager Luo and softly smiled. Brother's joke. Don't take it to heart, Manager Luo. Let's go upstairs first, so we don't make Magistrate Wang and Lord Ma wait too long. This girl looked delicate and charming, but she didn't have the fussing attitude of someone unwell. Manager Luo sighed, noting that children who grow up through hardships tend to be sensible. Meanwhile, he also looked at Yang Sheng. In this era, men mostly made the decisions. Seeing his action, Su Jiner's smile faded a little. Yang Sheng kept his eyes on her, noticing her change in mood. He then said to Manager Luo, listen to my sister. The family is led by her. I always follow her lead. All right. Okay, Scholar Yang. Manager Luo quickly understood Yang Sheng's firm gaze. He thought to himself that Yang Sheng truly loved his sister, giving her the authority to run the household. Because of this, he would have to pay more attention to Miss Jiner in the future. Seeing how Yang Sheng gave her respect, Su Jiner looked at him with a gentle smile. Yang Sheng stared at her, lost in thought, thinking that making a beautiful woman smile was indeed a happy thing. Under Manager Luo's guidance, the two entered a private room. As the door was pushed open, they saw Ma Ong and Ma Xiaoyan, the siblings, coming to greet them from their table. Meanwhile, Magistrate Wang and Lord Ma, sitting on stools, also stood up and laughed heartily. Scholar Yang, I was able to come out safely this time thanks to your help. I, Maong, apologize for my impulsiveness earlier. From now on, you are my brother, and Miss Jenner is my sister. If you need anything, just say the word. I will do my best to help. Maong stepped forward, clasped his fists, and bowed deeply. His eyes showed sincerity, with no trace of his previous arrogance. It seemed he had learned his lesson and wouldn't act impulsively again. Hey, Brother Maong, there's no need for such formality. I took this job for the reward and the position, not for charity. You don't have to bow so deeply. Yang Sheng helped him up, noticing Ma Xiaoyun's gaze on him. He smiled and nodded at her. Miss Ma, you look even more beautiful after half a month. Ma Xiaoyun already liked Yang Sheng very much. Her gentle eyes, full of admiration and attention, looked at him as if she were water, captivated and unable to look away. Now, hearing his teasing words, he immediately blushed and stammered, "Young Master Yang, you are too polite." In a daze, it seemed as if a subtle, flirtatious atmosphere was spreading in the air. From a distance, Magistrate Wang and Marshal Ma exchanged glances, thoughtful. Brother, Su Jenner lightly glanced at the oblivious Yang Sheng and then said to Ma Xiaoyun, "Miss Ma, my brother's words are careless, not meant to offend. If he has upset you, please don't take it to heart. I apologize on his behalf." Her words were sincere, her delicate face gentle and kind, which made Ma Ong stare in surprise. Before Ma Xiaoyun could respond, he quickly said, it's nothing. Brother Yang and I are both not very familiar with social manners. I mean, my sister doesn't mind." Ma Ang's enthusiastic attitude drew everyone's attention in the room. Ma Xiaoyun looked at her brother's behavior and couldn't help but smile secretly. She was no longer shy and smiled charmingly, saying, "Brother is right. Scholar Yang is honest and fair, so he wouldn't intentionally say anything rude. Please, everyone, take your seats. Young Master Yang, Miss Gina, please come and sit. The food is cold in this winter, and we're all hungry. Let's eat and chat, shall we?" Magistrate Wang quickly broke the ice, waving his hand to invite them. Marshal Ma also let out a hearty laugh. Yes, please sit down, both of you. Given their statuses, they didn't need to pay much attention to Su Jenner. Women of her status were generally low, relying on their families before marriage and their husbands after marriage. Now, the respectful attitude towards Su Jenner was probably because they saw her importance in Yang Sheng's heart. They intended to get along well with Scholar Yang, and this girl didn't seem simple. Naturally, they paid more attention to her. Yang Sheng realized he had spoken out of turn and awkwardly smiled. As he sat down, he leaned close to Su Jenner and quietly asked, "Did I say something wrong?" He was very close, and she could feel his warm breath near her ear. Su Jenner slightly turned away, her brows lowered, her thick eyelashes casting shadows on her fair face. Her voice was soft and gentle. "Brother, praising a girl for her beauty casually is like teasing. Today, Miss Ma is kind-hearted and didn't mind. If it had been before, you probably wouldn't have escaped a scolding." Her words carried a teasing tone, making Yang Sheng feel even more embarrassed. He quickly apologized to Ma Xiaoyun, saying, "Sorry for my rudeness, Miss Ma." "Nothing's wrong, young Master Yang." Ma Xiaoyun chuckled softly, smiling kindly and gently. The group sat down with a man leading. They exchanged words back and forth during the meal. The only women present, Su Jenner and Ma Xiaoyun, sat quietly, occasionally talking to those nearby. Because he had made a mistake from the start, Yang Sheng always asked Su Jenner for her opinion before speaking. Despite this, he sometimes said surprising things, making the county magistrate and the messenger more curious and respectful toward him. Because he often asked Su Jenner questions and even helped serve her food, everyone at the table paid more attention to her. During the lively meal, Ma Ong from across the table occasionally tried to test her with a few words. His intense gaze didn't bother or embarrass Su Jenner. She remained calm and peaceful. Yang Sheng didn't like Ma Eng's gaze. When the messenger asked about Jenner's marriage, he looked cautious and quickly changed the subject. Jeaner is still young. I promise to take care of her always. When she finds someone she likes, we can talk about marriage then. Young Master Yang thinks differently. Jeaner is already 15, quite old enough to marry. But since you're caring for your sister, we understand, the messenger said with a smile, glancing at his gloomy son, secretly scolding him for being useless. He then looked at the young girl eating slowly. She was young but calm and mature, clearly not interested in his useless son. Ma Eng's thoughts were interrupted, and County Magistrate Wang also gave up on the idea of matchmaking for Su Jeaner. After the banquet, the snow outside turned into heavy, goose-feather snow. Lanterns on both sides of the street lit up, and people walked through the night, lively and bustling. Feeling warm from the meal, Su Jeaner and Yang Sheng bid farewell to Magistrate Wang and the messenger, then walked together into the snowy night. The lanterns' glow was faint, and their figures gradually shrank to the size of snowflakes. The next day was Yang Sheng's first day on his new post. Su Jeaner woke early, prepared breakfast first, then began her exercises. Their home had plenty of rice and flour. They ate thick rice porridge with steamed buns prepared earlier as breakfast. After eating, Su Jeaner carried a basket, took her long sword and bow, and accompanied him to the county office. Once they entered the office, she headed toward the city gate, ready to go up the mountain to pick medicinal herbs. The snow in the mountains is thicker, and because of the white covering, some hidden traps might be difficult to spot. She doesn't run far but instead collects the prey caught in the traps she set earlier and goes to her usual spot to gather common medicinal herbs. Like before, she tidies up the prey in the mountains. She lifts the wooden board and stones blocking the cave entrance and adds sulfur and various insect repellent powders at the doorway. After checking that her stored food inside is safe, she carries a dead wild rabbit and a half-filled basket of herbs down the mountain. She avoids passing by houses, or rather, she deliberately takes a path away from farmers' homes. Only she knows this route. A few hundred meters outside the city gate, there are more pedestrians, mostly merchants heading into the city. Among them are a few strong men dressed in martial arts clothes, who seem to come from beyond the borders. Fortunately, although they look strong, they don't seem to want to cause trouble and are just in a hurry to get to their destination. Su Jeaner, with a gray cloth covering her head and a basket on her back, walks through the snow. Suddenly, she hears soft whimpering sounds nearby. She stops her steps, looks at the numb expressions of the people around her, and walks toward the sound. In a patch of grass almost completely covered by snow and ice, two small brown-black puppies are lying in the grass, whimpering and making confused noises. In this cold snow, if no one cares, these two dogs will only have a sad ending. Host, your yard is big enough to raise two dogs. I have a dog training guide here. Maybe someday, the dogs can help you a lot. The system feels pity for these tiny creatures. But it's right. Su Jeaner nods, bends down, and gently holds the two puppies in her hands. Her hands are a bit cold, but warmer than the puppies' bodies. She doesn't mind the dirt and places the puppies in her warm arms, then quickens her steps to go home. Miss Jeaner is out gathering herbs again. The guard at the city gate asks with a smile. Su Jeaner nods, her face covered by the gray cloth, and her voice remains soft and sweet. These are for everyone to drink, to keep warm in winter. She throws two small silver pieces to the guards, thanks them, and then leaves. Yang Sheng did not go home. Su Jeaner lit the Kong, a traditional heated bed, and took out some old clothes and fabric to make a nest beside it. She used the warm heat to place the small dog inside the nest. There was still some leftover rice porridge from the morning in the pot. She heated the white rice soup and helped feed it to the small puppy. Seeing the two brown and black dogs settle down and sleep peacefully in the nest, she then went to the kitchen to prepare lunch. System. How is Yang Sheng doing at work? The system can see the progress of the story at any time. This world revolves around Yang Sheng. Whatever he experiences, the system can observe later. Of course, most of the time, it is summarized in a few words. County Magistrate Wang is a former military officer. As you know, the host, County Magistrate Wang, can't even solve cases properly. Now, The male lead has become his assistant, and County Magistrate Wang pushes all the work onto him. The county magistrate's duties are not just about finance, taxes, and law. He makes decisions on almost everything in the county. The county magistrate's deputy should assist him, but they are not on good terms. Lu County Deputy is a shrewd old fox who often avoids questions with vague answers. Fortunately, Yang Sheng is young and smart. He also wants to learn about governance and make a mark in this world. Now that County Magistrate Wang is pushing all the work onto him, Su Jiner guesses that although Yang Sheng might feel overwhelmed at first, he won't back down. Then he probably won't come back for lunch. There are shops around the county office. Otherwise, you could deliver the lunchbox there. The system chuckled happily. It had a good idea. No matter how the task is completed later, it's always good to keep the male lead close. Delivering food to gain some favor might make the male lead more kind-hearted toward the host in the future, right? No need. The county office is a busy place. It's not good for me to go there often. He's busy with his work, and I need to do my own things. Yang Sheng, as expected by Su Jiner, was immediately overwhelmed when he saw the large stack of official documents, which was only a small part of what he had to handle. Fortunately, he had been studying classical texts for over half a month, so reading these documents was not difficult. He spent the morning sorting and categorizing them. He made tables based on modern statistical thinking, organizing the documents into categories like economy, military, and taxes. He was so busy that he didn't even have lunch. After a long day, he rubbed his sore limbs and, feeling hungry, finally went home from work. He closed the door and called out. Seeing some new haystacks made into targets near the wall of the yard, he picked up a newly made bow and arrow nearby and shot. The shot was only SOSO. He blamed his lack of strength caused by hunger for the poor aim. Su Jiner came out of the kitchen, smiling at him. Brother, you're back. How was your first day on the job? Ah. It's hard to explain, Yang Sheng said, holding his head. He didn't try to act calm in front of her and said whatever came to mind. Mostly, he complained, but he also talked about ways to improve. He looked at her with hope. I knew my brother is smart and can do everything well. Once you gain enough experience here, you'll be even more confident when you become a high official. Su Jiner praised him with a smile, then took him to the living room and lit a fire in the brazier to keep warm. A few small dogs whined softly, overlapping sounds. Yang Sheng looked down in surprise and asked her, These little dogs, I found them when I returned to the city. It was freezing outside, and I couldn't bear to see these two puppies die there, so I took them home. Su Jiner poured hot tea on the table, handed him a cup, and took one herself. Her gentle expression made her look very kind. Yang Sheng looked at her carefully, then nodded and said with a bright, cheerful voice, That's good. If we keep them in the yard, we won't have to worry about someone sneaking in at night. It's also good for guarding the house. He squatted down and stroked the puppy's fur. It looks like a wolf dog, but I don't know what breed it will grow into. Any breed is fine. I also learned some dog raising skills from my father. From now on, if the dog goes east, it won't go west. I've decided. Su Jiner put down her teacup, squatted beside him, and picked up the other puppy, petting it. The one with yellow fur on its neck is called Little Yellow, and the one with a white spot in the middle of its forehead is called Little White. Brother, what do you think? Yang Sheng listened to her and looked along the puppies' necks and foreheads. Sure enough, one had a white spot and the other a red spot. He couldn't help but laugh. Your names are quite lively. Both dogs are mostly brown and black, but you named them after these two spots. Hee hee, simple and easy to remember. No need for complicated names. The food in the kitchen was almost ready. After Yang Sheng went to the backyard to feed the chickens and ducks, he also filled a bowl of rice porridge for the dog. After they finished eating, they sat on the kong, a traditional bed, to read and do some work. When it was time to sleep, Su Jiner returned to her own room. The next half-month was the same as the first. Yang Sheng devoted himself fully to his work. Sometimes, he would come home late at night because of urgent matters. Su Jiner spent most of her time studying medicine, aside from exercising. To make it easier to prepare various semi-finished medicines, She bought some tools for making medicines and followed the system's instructions to create semi-finished products herself. Whether successful or not, she would take them to the pharmacy to ask the experienced master to check the effectiveness of the powders or pills. Her results were impressive. She had successfully used modern medical formulas to produce many effective semi-finished pills and powders, mostly for cooling, stopping bleeding, and calming. She stored most of them in purchased porcelain bottles. Because her medicines exceeded the effects of ordinary doctors' pills and powders, the doctors she often consulted started calling her their teacher and asked her to share her new pharmaceutical techniques. They were all old men in their 50s or 60s, but Sue Jenner didn't want to be their teacher. She was also open and generous. Her formulas came from modern times, aimed at better healing and injury treatment. If she could save more people in this era and in the future, she was happy to do so. However, since she planned to share her formulas, she wanted to maximize their effectiveness. One night, she told Yang Sheng that she intended to openly share her medicine-making methods, hoping this would help him achieve a good future. Medicinal formulas are key to healing. If my brother wants to enter official service, his early achievements are very important. I am willing to publish these formulas to the world, so they won't be monopolized by anyone. This is good for the people and a valuable achievement. Sue Jenner sat on the Kong opposite Yang Sheng. Her expression was serious, and her tone was calm but sincere. Since I created these medicines, the credit should be shared with you. Magistrate Wang is quite capable and has given you some authority. I heard that the civil service exams are coming soon, and Magistrate Wang must be worried about this. If you help him, he might save you from trouble in the future. Have you thought it through? Yang Sheng asked softly, his gaze fixed on her elegant face illuminated by the candlelight, a faint sparkle in his eyes. After more than a month in office, he was becoming more successful at the county office and gained the respect of Magistrate Wang and Deputy Ma. Even Deputy Liu praised him highly. However, this came at a cost. He had less time to talk with Sue Jenner at home. They only discussed everyday matters, and he didn't realize she had quietly accomplished so much. She had prepared dozens of improved medicine recipes. The semi-finished medicines included hemostatic powders, vaccines, and various pills to reduce heat and dampness, all with different effects. They didn't look as fancy as modern foil-wrapped pills, but they worked very well. In just over a month, she had achieved this, which made him admire her intelligence and skill, even though he knew she had some knowledge of pharmacology before and often went into the mountains to gather rare herbs like ginseng and lingji. Now she wanted to share her recipes publicly. He felt both happy and amazed. As a modern person, he knew how many lives these semi-finished pills could save. He was determined to become a high official and make a difference in the world. He also hoped these recipes could benefit many people. This was a matter passed down for thousands of years. How many lives could be saved? Are you sure? You can take these recipes, brother. Sue Jenner nodded and looked at him, smiling softly. I don't want to take apprentices who are 50 or 60 years old. Hearing her joke, Yang Sheng couldn't help but laugh. His handsome face lit up. Haha, Jenner, you're talented. If you trust your brother, I will do my best to handle things. I won't let your efforts go to waste. He was determined to prevent the medical knowledge from being lost or monopolized. As the new year approached, the Imperial Civil Service exam was coming up every 2 years. It mainly tested officials' performance. Performance depended on local governance. If taxes were collected on time, that was one sign. Also, if there were no major cases or scandals, governance was considered clean. If both were good, the region could be called a peaceful and prosperous place where no one lost their belongings. Magistrate Wang lacked strong governance skills. His area had been peaceful mainly because of the honest folk in Wuming Post for the past few years. But due to invasions by the Hu people, local farmers were hiding or struggling to feed their families, and tax collection was poor. To improve the situation, achievements would be needed. Regarding the achievements, including the previously reported work on the Kong bed, there has been no response from above. No response means no recognition. He is feeling overwhelmed and is pinning his hopes on the newly appointed Yang Sheng, the steward who has managed Wuming in very well. He entrusted him with an important task, and in recent days, he has often checked on his work. Yang Sheng's work is very organized, but it is only within his own scope and not considered a special achievement. He had a drink with Ma Yijing, and the next day, he didn't plan to go to the county office. However, in the afternoon, officials came to the training ground to find him. Master Yang wants to see you. He says it's urgent. Oh? Is it an emergency? Then go back now. In this small county, Yang Sheng handles everything from chicken thefts to solving cases very well. It's rare for him to be called in such a hurry. County Magistrate Wang was curious and rode faster. When they arrived at the county office, they didn't see anyone unfamiliar. Instead, they saw Yang Sheng and his sister standing in the courtyard, holding a thick stack of paper. Master Wang. Yang Sheng nodded and greeted him with a smile, showing no sign of urgency. What is this about? Magistrate Wang was puzzled and didn't understand why he was so hurriedly called back. Yang Sheng spoke directly, glanced at the official accompanying him, and said with a smile, "This time, my sister has come to help resolve your worries. This isn't the place to talk. Shall we go somewhere else to discuss official matters?" He hinted at something, and Magistrate Wang looked at his sister, noticing her holding the thick papers. Su Jiner was dressed in a light blue long dress suitable for training, not shy about his gaze, and simply nodded and smiled. "Master Wang, I wanted my brother to handle this matter, but he insisted I come instead. If you have time, we can find a place to talk briefly without taking up too much of your time." As she said, they had agreed yesterday. She originally wanted to give Yang Sheng credit for the medicine formula, but he refused, insisting on doing it himself and not wanting her to take the main credit as the creator. Or perhaps he wanted Su Jiner to stand in the same place as others, instead of silently working behind the scenes like other women, who only contribute in the shadows. Having credit is not a big deal for Su Jiner, but Yang Sheng is honest and straightforward. She can't hold him back, so she decided to come along today. County Magistrate Wang naturally agreed. He believed that Scholar Yang was not a careless person. However, when he learned the true reason behind this, he was quite surprised. "You want to report these medicine formulas and methods for making medicine for free?" He looked at Su Jiner in shock, unable to imagine why she would make such a decision. "Sir, I am sharing these formulas for my own reasons. One is to hope that my brother and you can achieve some results, and the other is to wish that people everywhere can benefit from these medicines. These rare formulas should not be lost." Su Jiner stood calmly, with her hands clasped. Her expression was steady, and she didn't react to the magistrate's surprise. Instead, she gently smiled and shared her thoughts. The formulas she held were already in Magistrate Wang's hands. Each one contained her effort and modern wisdom. They should now serve their purpose. "Miss Jiner, I wish you were a boy. Then your talent wouldn't be limited to medicine, and you could go further in many fields." Magistrate Wang looked at the brother and sister with admiration. Both are outstanding. While Yang Sheng was shining in the county office, Su Jiner was also doing her own thing. She was honest and not greedy for bribes. Like Yang Sheng, she valued justice and had a broad vision beyond most women she knew. If she were a boy, free from gender restrictions, she would surely go far in officialdom. "You're mistaken, sir. Whether male or female, as long as one has talent and heart, they can make their own contributions. Unfortunately, society places many restrictions on women, which has stopped many talented young women from rising." Su Jiner shook her head lightly and said little more. "I am giving these formulas to my brother and you, Magistrate Wang. How you handle them is up to you. Women's lives are like this now. People like Su Jiner are rare." Even if Magistrate Wang disagreed with her ideas, he didn't want to argue or debate. He smiled and nodded. "These formulas have eased my worries. If they can be reported as achievements from Wuming Post to the capital, you can rest assured. Scholar Yang has helped me a lot over the past month, and I value him greatly. I know you shared these formulas for your brother. I will do what I should." He looked at Yang Sheng. When Su Jiner and Magistrate Wang were talking, he didn't interrupt. Seeing Magistrate Wang's gaze, he nodded and said, "I have no objections. When you report to Lord Wang, please write my sister's name on it, clearly stating that she was the sole developer. This shows he doesn't want to claim the main credit. Magistrate Wang understood his meaning and grew to respect this talented young scholar Yang. Of course, his sister was also not an ordinary person and deserved this achievement. Good. This is what Miss Jenner deserves. Magistrate Wang cares about the official achievements in his jurisdiction. Any accomplishments his subordinates produce are reported through him, and the credit is counted for him. He doesn't care who actually developed the medicine. He just wants the credit to go to the right person. When Magistrate Wang reported this matter, and when Ma Yijing and Lu Yijing discussed it, they realized that if this improved medicine could be widely promoted, it would be a major event worth recording in history. As the developer of the medicine, Su Jenner, and even Magistrate Wang and Wuming Post would be mentioned in history books. It was a truly great thing. That's wonderful. With this, the official achievement is assured. I saw the finished medicine and also asked the doctor, who collaborated with Su Jenner. The effects are excellent, and it will surely be promoted. Magistrate Wang chuckled loudly. These two siblings coming to Wuming Post is truly a blessing. Ma Yijing stroked his beard and sighed. Yes, young scholar Yang has great ambitions. Coming from a humble family, how could he be anything but excellent? Lu Yijing said with a smile. He used to look down on Magistrate Wang, who had shifted from a military officer to a civil official. Several times, Wang asked him for help, but he refused. In the past, he was very proud and looked down on Yang Sheng's way of working. But after seeing how Yang Sheng handled his work and interacting with him, he realized his own prejudice and arrogance. Gradually, he lowered his pride and actively engaged with the magistrate and the post officials. Seeing Wuming Post thriving more and more, and Yang Sheng becoming more capable and thorough, he knew he shouldn't remain stagnant, but should look forward. Now, seeing Su Jenner, a young girl, with her eyes full of hope for the world, he felt even more deeply moved. In fact, as the three of them thought, the report directly reached the emperor. When the young emperor saw the thick stack of prescriptions, he was immediately overjoyed. After the imperial doctor in the palace prepared the medicine according to the prescription and confirmed its effectiveness, the officials publicly praised the prescription presented by Wuming Post. When they learned that the creator of the prescription was a woman, they were either curious or had other motives, and the court highly praised her. The emperor personally ordered Su Jenner to be awarded the title, Skilled Hands with a Kind Heart, to show his appreciation. Additionally, Magistrate Wang and Su Jenner's brother, Yang Sheng, were mentioned a few times. At this moment, Su Jenner was waiting inside the county office. She stood beside Yang Sheng, with Magistrate Wang smiling in front of her. Soon, officials from the capital arrived to present the plaque. To show the emperor's great favor, everyone knelt and bowed. After hearing the imperial praise, they stood up and looked on. The officials were dressed in official robes, not palace eunuchs. They placed the plaque down, exchanged a few words with Magistrate Wang, received several dozen taels of silver from him, and then left with their people. Su Jenner was still helped up by Yang Sheng. She looked confused, turned her head to look at him, and softly hesitated. Brother, I'm not a doctor. The praise of skilled hands with a kind heart might have been a bit exaggerated. Yang Sheng looked at Su Jenner's innocent face with her confused eyes. Usually clever and quick-witted, she seemed to have frozen, which made him find it both amusing and interesting. The emperor gave it to you, so don't worry about the title.
It's an honor for you.
As for me, I didn't expect that after working in the county office for 2 months, I'd earn such a quick honor like you did, Jenner. Su Jenner snapped back to her senses, looked at him with some helplessness, her thick eyelashes drooping, revealing a gentle smile. Brother, now you're accumulating small gains to achieve great success later. When that time comes, even this, skilled hands with a kind heart, will just be a plaque, nothing more. Miss Jenner, you are too modest. Before Yang Sheng could reply, the magistrate who had just left strode back confidently, unable to hide his happiness. This plaque was personally bestowed by the emperor. With this honor, even if your brother is just a scholar, no one will easily bully you in the future. It's a good thing for you, Jeaner. He finished speaking and looked admiringly at Su Jeaner, his gaze sweeping over her increasingly refined and beautiful face. He straightforwardly said, with your outstanding looks, Jeaner, if you don't have a strong background or connections, meeting someone with ill intentions at Wuming Post could bring you a lot of trouble. Yang Sheng listened and felt a sudden pang in his heart. He always knew that beauty often brought misfortune. In this small Wuming Post station, he had seen many men who were interested in Jeaner, including some with good backgrounds, like Mong. The local customs here are simple and honest. As a scholar working as a clerk in the county office, he almost held all the powers a county magistrate should have. Having both qualities meant no one dared to have bad intentions. Sooner or later, he would leave Wuming Post Station. Magistrate Wang was right. If he wanted to leave, he needed to plan carefully. Su Jeaner understood Magistrate Wang's words. Seeing Yang Sheng deep in thought, she smiled softly and said, "That plaque is actually good for me. If that's the case, I will keep working hard and hope to earn more plaques in the future." Yang Sheng nodded. As long as he could achieve something the emperor valued, he could then ask for a favor to let Jeaner decide her own marriage. He looked at the gentle, smiling Su Jeaner and slowly exhaled. "Jeaner, you have big ambitions. Rest assured, if you need any help, just ask your brother directly. You don't need to trouble me." Magistrate Wang was eager for these siblings to do more good deeds. Passing the civil service exam this time was a success, and he had also gained some face in front of the emperor. If they came here a few more times, his career might go even better. Then, "Thank you, Magistrate Wang." Su Jeaner bowed politely to show her gratitude. Yang Sheng had been working in the county office for over 2 months. As the new year approached, he finally finished organizing all the accumulated files and details. "Master Yang, are you leaving now?" asked the guard with a smile. "Yes, it's time to go home and prepare for the new year. You should go back and rest early," Yang Sheng replied kindly. He looked up at the sky, which was already dark. Fortunately, the new year was coming soon. The lanterns and candles on the streets were burning brighter, lighting up the area. He counted the days and realized tomorrow was the eve of the new year. Remembering that only Jeaner was at home alone, he quickened his steps. When Magistrate Wang saw him hurriedly leaving, he shook his head and laughed. This scholar Yang really is hard to understand. He finishes his tasks and rushes home, not even stopping for a drink. He thought for a moment and said to himself, but then again, with such a beautiful sister at home, it's natural to worry all the time. Drinking alcohol was no longer an option for him, so he had to go alone to Luo Ji restaurant to meet with Ma Yicheng's family and Lu County Magistrate alone. Ma Xiao'er noticed that no one was following him and felt a little disappointed, but she quickly hid her feelings without showing it. Su Jeaner was at home preparing the New Year's Eve dinner. Over the past few days, she had carried back some pre-marinated cured meat from the mountains outside the city and bought a lot of fresh meat. She planned to finish dinner tonight and then make steamed buns to pass the time. Tomorrow would be her first New Year celebration here. She definitely wanted to go to the city for a good walk, but before that, she needed to eat well and rest. Suddenly, there was movement at the door, and soon Yang Sheng's voice called out, "I'm back."
Woof, woof.
Woof, the first to speak were 2 small dogs. Over the past month, Little White and Little Yellow had grown from the size of a palm to knee-high, and their appearance was starting to resemble wolves. Yang Sheng closed the door and saw the 2 puppies running toward him. He smiled and called out Little White and Little Yellow. He avoided their licking tongues and gently patted their heads. "Stop! Stop! Sit!" He called out a few short commands. The 2 puppies, still jumping on him, responded quickly and sat down on the snow. Their wagging tails and alert ears showed they were listening carefully. Yang Sheng looked at the obedient puppies and felt even happier. "Good dogs. Come on, let's go to the kitchen." Seeing the candlelight in the kitchen, he knew Su Jeaner was cooking inside. He stepped forward, with Little White and Little Yellow following on either side, giving a sense of protection. As soon as he entered, he saw Su Jeaner in a neat dress, standing at the table kneading dough. Her long black braids hung down her back, and she had a tall, graceful figure. When she saw him, she turned her head and smiled. "Brother is back. Tonight we're having cured meat stir-fried with cabbage. Do you want anything else? Make some ants climbing a tree. I'll do it. You rest. Yang Sheng's face relaxed as he glanced at Little White and Little Yellow, who were drooling at the table but not running around. He smiled and said, Jeaner, you've trained Little White and Little Yellow very well. Brother likes them. I'll give Little White to you. From now on, you can take him to work with you. It will also protect you. Su Jeaner finished kneading the dough and was doing the final touches. She then washed her hands with water. A noise came from nearby. Yang Sheng crouched beside her and said, the puppy is still young, and its personality isn't set yet. I'm worried that taking it to the county office might spoil it and waste your effort. Let's raise it at home for a few months first. Also, the county office doesn't have extra food for dogs. That makes sense, Su Jeaner nodded. Her fingers, after being washed, were a bit red from the cold. Yang Sheng looked at her red fingers that looked like green jade, then stood up and took her to the kitchen stove. You stay by the fire first. I'll change my clothes and come back. Okay, there was no strict rule in their home about women needing to cook. Without outsiders, anyone who wanted to cook could do so, and those who had time could cook. There were no strict rules. She guessed that County Magistrate Wang and the others probably didn't know that the clever scholar Yang Xiaokai, whom they knew, could cook at home. After Yang Sheng finished preparing the side dishes, about half an hour had passed. Su Jeaner helped him build the fire, and he was in charge of cooking. When they had free time, they would chat. Brother, right now we have over 1,000 taels of silver at home, with no place to spend it. Every month, you get 20 taels of silver, and the profit from making the Kong bed is at least 20 taels. The money is increasing. Do you have any ideas? During this busy time, besides training the dog and learning medicine, she spent most of the last half-month outside collecting money and treating patients. She wasn't running her own clinic, but was working with an experienced traditional Chinese doctor she had previously cooperated with. She would diagnose the illness first, then prescribe herbs based on the situation. Because she had contributed dozens of free medicinal formulas, the old doctor was generous and didn't hide his knowledge. Seeing her eager to learn medicine, he taught her carefully and helped her. They weren't master and apprentice, but more like friends exchanging knowledge. The collision of ancient and modern Chinese medicine sparked new, exciting ideas. Not only did Su Jeaner's medical skills improve rapidly, but the old doctor also made significant progress. Recently, he was writing a new medical book, and he planned to include Su Jeaner's name in it. Remembering a woman's name in this era was rare. Usually, women weren't taught many skills or techniques. But now, Su Jeaner had broken that tradition and became unique among the Yuming soldiers. Even when she treated patients outside and covered her face with a scarf, her name in the city was now as well known as Yang Xiaokai's. Through her recent treatment and study, although she mostly only charged for medicinal herbs, she still earned some money with her medical skills. Today, when she counted her money, she found that the amount in the public account had reached 2,000 taels again. Since it was just sitting there gathering dust, she decided to ask Yang Sheng for his opinion. He works at the county office, and with the ongoing chaos in the city, it's best to prepare early. She thought it would be good to ask him what he needed, so she could get ready in advance. How much is it now? Yang Sheng poured water into a pot, covered it, and listened to the sizzling sounds inside. He then took a small stool nearby and sat down. About 2,000 taels, Su Jeaner replied. She saw his face turn a little serious. 2,000 taels. Jeaner, the area might not be peaceful soon. Brother wants to prepare early. Jeaner's brow furrowed.
Is it?
The barbarians? She wasn't surprised that he guessed this. A few months ago, when they were still in the village, the barbarians often came to attack. Yes, he nodded. I've been thinking these days, if we want to win this fight, we need to make the enemy suffer. I've read some books about gunpowder and know how to make it, but these are military supplies that are strictly controlled, so we definitely can't buy them. What does brother mean? Su Jeaner looked up at him. He turned to look at her, raised his hand, and placed it on her shoulder, speaking earnestly. I'm worried about you. When chaos breaks out, I won't be able to protect you. Recently, Manager Chun is planning to take his family to the nearest city. I think you should go with them after the new year and settle down there first. His words were sincere, and his eyes looked deep into hers. She met his gaze, gently pressed her lips, and said, "Brother, I'm not someone who fears death. If you're here alone, how could I want to leave? If something happens to you, what will I do? I'd rather die fighting with you on the battlefield." Jeaner lowered her head. Her full forehead reflected the firelight, and her eyes drooped, hiding her beautiful, gentle eyes. Yet, she looked ethereal and beautiful. Yang Sheng slightly looked away, a bit flustered. After taking a deep breath, he gradually calmed himself. "Then you should stay for now." If it really becomes unavoidable, hearing her words, he felt a slight tightening in his chest. He quickly thought about what might happen to her if something really happened to him. With her delicate appearance, it was easy to imagine what she might face. Thinking about what might happen, he felt a sense of dread, as if he wouldn't find peace even after death. Never mind, for now he would keep the person with him and figure out a plan later. After finishing the meal, he couldn't find where to spend the money. The 2,000 taels of silver remained untouched in his bag. Su Jina sat on the Kong, lost in thought. Soon, she came up with a new plan for the money. She wanted to stockpile grains, oil, medicines, and herbs. If the merchants in the city raised prices suddenly, she could work with Yang Sheng to weaken their position. Throughout history, many people have made quick, greedy profits. Since the money was in her hands, she thought it was better to buy rice and store it. Even if she didn't use it, it was safer than spending it all. She looked up at the person across from her. Yang Sheng, dressed in clean white robes, leaned on the side, supporting his head with his hand, reading a book deeply absorbed. "Brother," she called softly. When he looked up with his handsome face and clear eyes, she shared her thoughts. "Stockpiling food. Are you worried that during chaos, the merchants will raise prices?" Yang Sheng's voice was low and steady. While thinking, his gaze was fixed on the candle beside him. "Yes, I also want to buy some herbs in advance and prepare semi-finished products. In an emergency, they could be useful." As trouble loomed, Su Jiner felt uneasy. Although she had a modern soul, her body was mortal. She knew she could get hurt or even die in this small world. She knew she had to be very careful. Yang Sheng looked at his thoughtful sister. His handsome jaw tightened slightly. "I understand. You want to stockpile supplies. Later, I will talk to Magistrate Wang and ask him to send someone to buy grains and herbs from nearby cities. They can be stored in the county office, so no one will notice and cause trouble for you." He paused. "When the time comes, we can rent the county office for 2 taels of silver a month. If we really need to use it, I won't let you suffer losses." Although he knew Su Jiner was thinking of the common people and might not care about money, Yang Sheng wouldn't let her lose a single coin. He couldn't bear to see her suffer as she did before. "That's a good idea, brother. I'll listen to you." Yang Sheng thought quickly and knew more than Su Jiner about what to do. She trusted him completely. As for how they privately called official servants to buy grain and supplies, it depends on how he explained it to Magistrate Wang. The county office still works during the holidays, but everyone takes turns. Only officials like Yang Sheng and Magistrate Wang, who hold higher positions, only need to visit the county office during the day and can return when they are done. When Yang Sheng left early the next morning, Su Jiner prepared the last of the meat and vegetables for the New Year feast. Since it was cold in winter, she kept the cooked vegetables outside to freeze. When needed, she would take them inside to warm up for a hot meal. After exercising, she scolded the 2 puppies. During this time, the puppies' wild nature came out. She fed them raw meat, and with commands, the puppies would go where she pointed. To make it easier to give commands in crowded places, she also learned to whistle with her hand. Different quick whistles meant different things. Xiao Bai and Xiao Huang were very smart and learned quickly. Near noon, Su Jiner heated the food and packed it into a lunchbox. For the first time, she took Xiao Huang and Xiao Bai out of the house. During the day, people and carriages moved busy in the streets. It was New Year's Eve, and many children wore red clothes, holding bright red candied hawthorn sticks and eating happily. Su Jiner bought a stick of candy when she passed by. She chewed loudly, and the children jumped and ran around like they were playing. Xiao Bai and Xiao Huang, wearing leather collars, licked their tongues and followed happily. The atmosphere was very cheerful. Miss Jenner, a man's voice suddenly came from behind. Su Jenner stopped and looked back curiously. Ma Ong, dressed in armor, ran over from a distance, followed by two servants. Oh, it's young Master Ma. She nodded politely and made a hand gesture downward. The two dogs obediently sat at her feet. Miss Jenner, what a coincidence. Are you going to see Brother Yang? Ma Eng's face showed obvious happiness. He hadn't seen anyone he wanted to meet for over half a month. He didn't see Yang Sheng at yesterday's banquet, so he hadn't had a chance to see Su Jenner. Meeting her now on the street made him very happy. Yes, my brother is working at the county office. He doesn't have time to eat. Today is New Year's Eve, so I must bring lunch to my brother. Su Jenner smiled and gently curved her eyes, her fan-like eyelashes fluttering like butterflies. Ma Ong felt his heart tremble, but he knew Su Jenner didn't like him, so he held back his excitement and smiled, saying, Brother Yang is very lucky. You and your sister look after each other, and you are truly a good example for Xiaoyun and me. Su Jenner didn't think there was anything worth learning from that. She politely maintained her smile and said, Young Master Ma, do you have something to say? I need to go quickly, or the food will get cold and won't taste good. Ma Ong felt a little disappointed and couldn't help but glance again at her fair face. He awkwardly touched his back and then shook his head, saying, It's nothing urgent. I just wanted to ask if you and young Master Yang are free tonight. Maybe we can go out to walk and light lanterns? Everyone will be lighting lanterns in the city tonight, so I thought you might want to join. Lighting lanterns? Is that a local tradition here? Su Jenner pursed her lips slightly, her eyes showing doubt. Seeing his nervous look, she decided not to give him any hope. Sorry, I can't say for sure now. Let's talk about it tonight. I really have to go now. Goodbye. Before Ma Ong could reply, she turned and left quickly, her steps light, as if she was unaffected by his feelings. Xiao Bai, Xiao Huang. Let's go. Two dogs sitting on the ground barked happily and ran after her. Only Ma Ong stood there, looking disappointed. Young master, let's go back, a servant called, glancing at the beautiful figure of the woman ahead.
Ma An nodded.
Let's go. When Su Jenner arrived, she happened to meet Yang Sheng coming out of the county office. They bumped into each other. He immediately smiled and walked over. How is my sister doing? Brother, today is New Year's Eve. At noon, I will eat with you, and Xiao Huang and Xiao Bai will be there too. Su Jenner smiled at him, allowing him to hold her wrist as they headed into the county office. She nodded politely to the guards coming their way. Everyone come and eat with us. It's noon now. I'll stay here and watch over things. Don't go too far, Yang Sheng called out to the other guards. Then he took Su Jenner into his office, which was filled with neatly arranged files and many sheets of paper with writing on them. Seeing Su Jenner looking at the papers, he smiled and said, These are some reflections I wrote after reviewing recent books, adding my own thoughts. What do you think? I can't understand long speeches, but I can read the words one by one, Su Jenner said with a smile as she sat at the table, carefully helping him put away his writing. She waited until he finished serving the food. There were 3 dishes, 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable dish plus a bowl of rice with 3 stacked bowls underneath. While waiting for Yang Sheng to serve the rice, she arranged the bowls and chopsticks, then told Xiao Huang and Xiao Bai to sit nearby. They started eating slowly. This evening, Lord Wang came to me and said there will be a banquet and performance at Hongyan Tower. He invited me and you to go. Jenner wants to go, but I refused Lord Wang this afternoon, she said. Today, Yang Sheng wore a dark blue official uniform, looking tall and handsome. He sat on a stool, occasionally glancing at Su Jenner with focused eyes. What's Hongyan Tower? Su Jenner asked while eating rice, not looking at him. It's a place to drink tea, watch performances, and eat. I thought it would be lively there today, so we can enjoy a lively evening. After dinner, I'll go with you to release lanterns, Yang Sheng said softly, picking a piece of lean meat and placing it in her bowl. The atmosphere between them was warm. Even though they spoke little, no one felt awkward. Is Lord Wang hosting? If it's a formal invitation, we should show respect, Soo Jiner said softly. She looked at her old clothes, which she wore for convenience while working, and at his official uniform. But if we go, we should change into new clothes. The ones we bought for the new year are perfect. Otherwise, it would be a waste. Wearing new clothes for the new year symbolizes fresh beginnings and good wishes. Because of this, Yang Sheng didn't stay long at the county office in the afternoon. After working for an hour, he went home with Soo Jiner. Before leaving, he told the servant that if they saw Lord Wang, they should inform him that they would attend the evening banquet. At home, there were many herbal medicines for health and detoxification. Soo Jiner glanced at a prescription for strengthening the body and disinfecting, then boiled a thick broth. She added warm water and took a bath to cleanse herself. Yang Sheng was weaker physically. She waited until he finished washing and dressing before pouring water for her own bath. She slowly washed and styled her long hair as well. When she put on her clothes and left the room, her wet long hair was bundled into a cloth, and she went straight to the fire pit to dry it. The wooden comb slid through her hair as her slender fingers untangled the knots. After 2 hours, her long hair was smooth and dry. Fortunately, the stove in the room was always burning, and the heated kong, a traditional bed, kept the room warm enough to prevent coldness. When Soo Jiner came out of the room, she was surprised to see that Yang Sheng had already taken care of Little White and Little Yellow. After washing, the puppies look much better, she said with a gentle smile, leaning against the wall and looking down. Yang Sheng was petting the fluffy fur of the puppies. Hearing her words, he turned around and smiled. When he saw the girl with her long hair draped over her shoulders, he paused for a moment. The girl was wearing a soft pink cotton robe with a white scarf around her neck. The fluffy fur hugged her small face. Her thick black hair fell over her shoulders, contrasting with her porcelain white skin, making her look lively and bright. Her eyes curved into a gentle smile, and her face was naturally rosy without makeup. Even dressed in pink, she didn't look plain. The bright red accessories at her waist added a touch of elegance, making her look even more beautiful than a flower. She looked like the girl he often dreamed about at midnight. Hearing her voice, Yang Sheng slightly averted his gaze, feeling his heart pounding wildly. He didn't speak for a long time. He tried to control himself, took a deep breath, and stood up. His face became calm again. Brother also needs to change clothes. We'll leave soon. Jiner, you should get ready too. After saying that, he headed toward his room, his steps a little unsteady. Soo Jiner's smile faded slightly. She looked at Little White and Little Yellow, then went to the kitchen to reheat the lunch, feeding the puppies first. Women in this era were not allowed to let their hair down in public, as it was considered improper. Soo Jiner sat in front of a bronze mirror, holding a red string to comb her long hair. Her hair was parted into 2 sections, no longer just a simple ponytail. Instead, she divided her hair into small braids, wrapped them around her head, and formed a few coiled buns. She tied them with red strings and simple jade hairpins. The braids falling from her shoulders were looser, and she used red strings to tie them at intervals. The striking combination of red, pink, and black makes her charming face look playful, cute, and lively. The gentle expression in her eyes softens this energetic vibe. The clash of these 2 strong feelings makes her even more eye-catching. Yang Sheng finished changing and saw her like this. He was momentarily surprised but quickly regained his composure. His gaze moved from her fluffy braid hanging over her shoulder to her smiling face. Jiner, you look so pretty. I can't bear to see you get married. Soo Jiner stood still and gave him a playful look. Did you forget you're not supposed to praise girls outside the family? This is our home. You're my sister. There's nothing wrong with me praising you. Yang Sheng smiled and stepped closer, sniffing a faint, fresh scent. He gently pinched her red ribbon and brushed his fingers through her black hair. Someone behind her felt very noticeable. Soo Jiner looked at herself in the mirror and saw Yang Sheng behind her. Today, he wore a light green robe, which made his already handsome face look different, less youthful and more mature. His strong build, thanks to good nutrition and daily exercise, gave him a more masculine look beyond his scholarly appearance. His complex aura made him stand out. If he was once a delicate scholar, now he was a handsome young man with both talent and strength. No wonder more girls in the city started to notice him. Time's almost up, brother. Let's go. She took a small step forward, picked up a canvas bag she made, and happily looked back at him. Yangsheng reached out but missed. His hand froze in the air. Seeing her glance at his hand, he awkwardly smiled, hiding his slight disappointment. He nodded and watched her walk away silently for a few seconds before following. This time, Xiao Bai and Xiao Huang also came along. The two dogs went together to Hongyan Tower. Inside a private room on the second floor, they saw the same familiar faces. Ma Yicheng's family of three, Magistrate Wang and Magistrate Liu. Almost as soon as they entered, everyone in the room looked at them. Ma Eng's eyes lit up. He stared at Su Jiner without moving. She did not give him a glance first. She followed Yangsheng to greet and bow to Magistrate Wang and the others. She made a hand gesture downward. Only after Xiao Huang and Xiao Bai crouched against the wall did Yangsheng sit down one step behind her. Wow, is this Miss Jin's dog? Why is it so obedient? Magistrate Wang looked surprised at the two dogs lying in the corner, amazed at how quiet and obedient they were. It's specially trained. Just like how the horse groom trains the horses, by proper training and commands, animals can understand human speech.
Su Jin sat upright in her chair.
Seeing many bottles of wine on the table, she couldn't help but smile. Looks like tonight we won't leave until we're drunk. At the same table, she spoke calmly and naturally to Magistrate Wang, Ma Yicheng, and Lu Yanqing, the officials of the three counties, as if she didn't care about their status. Although it was a bit improper, Magistrate Wang and the others didn't mind much. They were concerned about her abilities and her current position, and with Scholar Yang nearby, they didn't pay much attention to her attitude. Yes, festivals are meant for drinking. Come on, since everyone is here, let's eat and watch the show. Next year, Yu Ming and will need everyone's help. Come on, Scholar Yang, drink more. Magistrate Wang stood up and poured wine for Yangsheng. Yangsheng quickly raised his hand to refuse, but he couldn't stop Magistrate Wang's enthusiasm. At the table, everyone focused on eating and watching the opera on stage, not on official matters. Yangsheng and Su Jiner couldn't understand the opera, so they just watched the costumes and styles. Seeing men dressed as women, they lost interest. However, when the actor playing a woman pretended to fall and die, Su Jiner frowned. Just then, Magistrate Wang, Ma Yicheng, and Lu Yanqing also sighed and told a story about a woman who was harassed by a stranger, felt her honor was insulted, and committed suicide. Later, she was honored with a chastity arch by the emperor. From their tone, they admired the story. They saw a woman who committed suicide just because she was lightly harassed, as if she valued her chastity. It was simply ridiculous. Su Jiner lost her appetite. She lowered her eyes, put down her bowl and chopsticks, hiding her cold expression. Yangsheng also disliked the story. He knew life was hard for women, but he couldn't believe that just because of a stranger's teasing, a woman would choose to die to prove her innocence. Although the performance in the play was somewhat exaggerated, it subtly reflected society's view of women. He noticed Su Jiner's movements and knew she was uncomfortable. He proactively poured her a cup of tea. After she looked at him, he gave her a gentle, reassuring smile and softly asked, "Do you want to eat more? If not, we can leave." Meanwhile, the three men, including Wang County Magistrate, continued to praise the woman's behavior, their words full of admiration. Seeing his concern, Su Jiner felt a warm flutter in her heart. Big Brother is different from those men. If one day he becomes a high official, could he help create more opportunities for women like us? From this close distance, Yangsheng finally noticed her brown eyes. They weren't the gentle, light color he remembered but had darkened slightly, as if filled with deep, hard-to-understand thoughts. When he heard her words, he responded without hesitation. "Of course. I want Jiner to live however she wishes, without worrying about what other men think." His expression was serious and stern, unlike his usual relaxed, talkative self. This was his promise. Thinking about Su Jiner possibly becoming the main character in this story, or recalling that when he first arrived in this world, she almost experienced something similar, made his heart ache with a mix of pain and helplessness. It must not happen. It cannot happen. His eyes shimmered like rippling water. Su Jiner looked at him and smiled softly.
Yes.
I believe in you, big brother. Across the round table, Ma Xiaoyan kept casting flirtatious glances at Yang Sheng. Seeing that he hadn't looked at her since entering and was only talking to his sister during the meal, she felt a bit disappointed. Ma Ong, though somewhat attracted to Su Jiner, still cared a lot about his sister. Noticing her low spirits and her occasional glances toward the other side, he also looked over. He had been paying attention to that side for a while. He then spoke up, Brother Yang, what are you and Miss Jiner talking about? Why aren't you watching the play? Yang Sheng paused, caught off guard by the question. Seeing that Wang County Magistrate and others were all paying attention, he chose not to explain further.
We're just not used to it.
Neither of us has heard this kind of opera before, so we're just talking casually. His thoughts didn't quite fit with this world. The overall environment was like this. Even if he managed to change the opinions of Wang County Magistrate and the others at the dinner table, it would take a lot of effort, and they might not even agree with his ideas. Today is a festival day. He does not want to argue with anyone. Changing a woman's status is not something that can be done overnight. It requires long-term planning. May I ask what young Master Yang thinks of this opera? Ma Xiaoyan is very unhappy with the content of the opera. It clearly depicts women as men's accessories, not as individuals, but as objects that can be easily harmed or killed. This makes her, even though she is favored by her father at home, feel very dissatisfied with her own position as a woman. She finally finds a good opportunity to speak with Yang Sheng and asks him directly about his views on women. She glances at Su Jiner beside him. If Jiner girl faced a similar situation, how would Yang Sheng react, and what would he do? Young Master Yang usually only studies wise books and probably doesn't understand this opera. You might not know the story of the loyal woman. But in this story, women value their chastity very highly. They are willing to die to protect their purity and their husband's reputation. This makes them models for women everywhere. Lord Wang takes a sip of wine and notices Su Jiner's frowning expression. He chooses to stay silent wisely. Lord Ma, I disagree with what you just said. Yang Sheng puts down his chopsticks, looking serious and upright. I may not understand this opera fully, but I know that the women in this story are victims. Even as victims, they choose to die to prove their chastity. While this shows their integrity, it is also a tragedy. An innocent woman lost her life. Ultimately, this society does not allow women like her to survive. In my opinion, this is not true virtue, but a sign of a sick society. Instead of holding men responsible, an innocent woman is unjustly killed. His words are shocking and unconventional. Instead of praising the woman's virtue, he looks at the bigger societal problem. The people at the table, including Magistrate Wang, immediately change their expressions. They can't even smile. Young Master Yang, your words are turning right and wrong upside down. Lu County Magistrate stands up, looking displeased. What do you mean by turning right and wrong upside down? In this opera, the black represents the men who bully others, and the white represents the women who are bullied. The women are forced to die, while the black is just briefly mentioned. That's the real distortion of the truth. In the end, the woman's death is meant to uphold the man's dignity. Yang Sheng does not back down. He shows no fear of the county magistrate who has assisted 2 previous magistrates. He originally did not want to argue with the people at this table, but when Ma Yijing said that the woman was a model for women everywhere, he felt angry. He also wanted to speak up for women like Jiner and defend their dignity. This is hardly a model worth praising. It is simply the innocent girl who died, labeled by outsiders. Who doesn't want to live? Who doesn't wish to stay alive? It's just the harsh reality. Yu, how can you call yourself a scholar? Lu County Magistrate didn't expect him to be so stubborn and scolded him with a wave of his sleeve. The atmosphere became a bit tense. Magistrate Wang saw that the two seemed to be at odds and quickly said, both of you, stop for a moment. Let me say something fair. Ma Yijing was also very unhappy with Yang Sheng's words. His face grew cold, and he looked at him and asked, "What does Magistrate Wang think? Do you also believe it's the fault of the world?" "Well, I don't know if it's the world's fault, but I do agree with one thing," Yang Xiaokai said. "This woman is a victim. She was willing to die to protect her and her husband's reputation, but we can't expect all women in the world to do the same, right? I admire the purity of women in stories, but I also don't blame those who survive. Everyone just wants to stay alive. Sometimes, Magistrate Wang's words to mediate are just right. He is bold and cheerful, and now with his help, the tension eased a bit." Lu County Magistrate sat down again, and everyone at the table naturally started to change the subject. Suddenly, Ma Xiaoran said, "Young Master Yang's words are really good. They speak for us women. If only the world could see that women are weaker, and reduce some of the prejudice against victims, maybe women wouldn't have to face dead ends." Her eyes shone brightly as she looked at Yang Sheng, as if she saw a light she couldn't look away from, ignoring the change in her father's and brother's expressions. Because Yang Sheng spoke up for women, her good feelings for him instantly turned into deep affection. Her fox-like eyes became softer and more charming. When she focused on someone, it was enough to make one's heart flutter. Yang Sheng was just momentarily stunned and nodded gently. "It's the right thing to do. Men should have broad hearts. A truly strong and healthy country is where its people live peacefully, with men and women nearly equal, each living for themselves, not just shadows or objects of others." Ma Yijing, who was upset that his daughter had spoken up for Yang Sheng in front of everyone, felt embarrassed and thought he had lost face. It also showed that he hadn't disciplined his daughter well. He wanted to speak up and scold her. But then, Yang Sheng said something else. He was stunned. Magistrate Wang and the somewhat angry Lu County Magistrate both froze. Men and women. Equal. How is this possible? Men should achieve great things, and women should stay at home. How can they leave their families?
Mai Kang frowned.
Universal harmony and equality for all people is the highest goal. We can't achieve it now, but we should start by changing ourselves, abandoning prejudice. Women can also contribute. Have you ever thought that maybe we just rarely give women a chance? Yang Sheng smiled but said no more. Many people's thoughts are too stubborn to change easily. Allowing women to step forward might make some men feel uncomfortable or offended. Scholar Yang has big ambitions, but please don't speak such shocking words again. Let's forget about this matter today. Everyone eat and drink, and don't mention it anymore. County Magistrate Wang advised. Ma Yicheng and Lu County Magistrate were surprised by Yang Sheng's bold ideas, but they had to admit that his ambitious thoughts were valuable.
Universal harmony.
They didn't know what kind of world that would be. Both men gave face to County Magistrate Wang, and the dispute was forgotten. Ma Yicheng also glared at his daughter, who wanted to speak. But she lost her appetite. Yang Sheng and Su Jiner had already put down their bowls and chopsticks. The others didn't drink much either. After eating enough, they stood up and said they could leave. "Then I will take Jiner and leave first. Everyone, be careful on your way home." Yang Sheng bid farewell to everyone, his face now calm. Su Jiner obediently stood behind him, acting as if she hadn't cared about the argument at the table. Mom couldn't help but glance at her. Tonight it didn't snow. A group of people stood under the night sky, looking at the lit lamps on the street, feeling happy. Ma Yicheng and Lu County Magistrate had already left together. County Magistrate Wang took a step back. Just as he was about to leave, he couldn't help but walk over to Su Jiner. "Lord Wang?" Su Jiner looked up at him. Noticing Ma Ong and Ma Xiaoyan also approaching, they hadn't left with Ma Yicheng. "Miss Jiner, I have a question for you." Seeing Yang Sheng frowning, County Magistrate Wang hesitated for a few seconds before speaking. "Lord Ma, please go ahead," Su Jiner replied calmly, letting Xiao Bai and Xiao Huang stand at her feet, listening as County Magistrate Wang said, "If it were Miss Jiner, if you encountered something like in a play, what would you do?" Wang County Magistrate's idea was simple. He always thought these siblings were different, and Su Jiner, as Yang Sheng's sister, had been performing well in the city these past few months, no worse than anyone else. He used to worry that Su Jiner might cause trouble because of her beauty, risking her reputation and her life. Now, he was curious. Had she made her choice? Are you saying that if someone teases me, I should just see how I react? Su Jiner pursed her lips and looked at Yang Sheng, who was worried beside her. Suddenly, she chuckled softly. Of course, if someone bullies me, I'll fight back. Rumors can destroy a person, but fists can crush rumors. With real strength, who dares to talk nonsense? Seeing Wang County Magistrate's eyes widen and Yang Sheng's relieved smile, she relaxed her tone and said gently, I don't care about the world. If someone tries to make my life difficult, I won't let others have a good time either. Even if I'm pregnant before marriage, so what? It doesn't affect anyone else. If others want to control me, they should ask if I agree to what I hold in my hand. And, what? Wang County Magistrate gasped, startled by her bold words. He asked instinctively. She smiled more freely now. The world is big, including deep mountains and forests. There are plenty of places I can go. Wang was momentarily stunned. Ma Xiaoyun and Ma Ong, who were walking with him, were also shaken by her shocking statement, more than anything Yang Sheng had ever said. Yang Sheng was a man. His words, though powerful, had a different impact because of his status. Su Jiner, a woman, boldly declared she wasn't afraid of the world or rumors. If she couldn't survive, she would make sure others suffered. Her words were full of reckless courage. Even Wang County Magistrate broke out in a cold sweat from her fearless words, not to mention the others. But Su Jiner didn't give them time to react. She turned to look at Yang Sheng, who was smiling proudly at her.
Jiner is right.
Nothing is more important than life. Being bullied is just temporary. The river flows east for 30 years, then west for 30 years. A gentleman's revenge doesn't have to wait 10 years. As long as we live long enough, those who bullied you will eventually get what they deserve. Listen to your brother. If anyone bullies Jiner, she'll seek death. If Jiner is reborn 800 times, even the king of might give up on her. Su Jiner made a joke, tugging on his sleeve and shaking it. Let's go shopping. I heard there will be lanterns tonight. Jiner wants to release 2 with my brother. Then we can give some to Little Yellow and Little White. Let's go. Yang Xing turned around, and he and Su Jiner happily skipped away. Hey, Brother Yang, Miss Gina, Mong, who hadn't had a chance to speak earlier, quickly caught up, pulling Ma Xiaoyun along. Watching their figures disappear into the distance, County Magistrate Wang sighed. We're not from the same family, or even the same door. Miss Jiner has a fiery temper, and Scholar Yang spoils her. 30 years on the East Bank, 30 on the West Bank, such pride and spirit. I'm afraid no one dares to easily challenge these 2 siblings. But he was overthinking. He should have been angry about Su Jiner's astonishing words and scolded her for acting against tradition. Yet, just thinking about how such a talented and beautiful girl might really harm herself over small matters made him feel uneasy. Never mind. The future depends on how the young people choose to walk their paths. Meanwhile, Su Jiner and Yang Sheng walked together, accompanied by Ma Xiaoyun and her brother. The 4 strolled through the street, stopping now and then at street vendors. Su Jiner and Ma Xiaoyun each held a string of candied hawthorn. The former was happily nibbling on the sugar shell, her movements innocent and carefree, completely different from the girl who had spoken such shocking words. Ma Xiaoyun rarely visited the market in the city. She was cautious, worried about Yang Sheng nearby, and held her candy carefully, unsure. Miss Jiner seems to really like these candied hawthorns. Ma kept glancing at Su Jiner. Seeing her lively, jumping manner, his heart couldn't help but flutter. He lowered his voice, no longer shouting, feeling a bit awkward. Yes, they're the first snack my brother bought me after coming to the city. They're sour and sweet, and I enjoy eating them. Su Jiner smiled and replied, her long braids swinging. Yang Sheng, with one hand behind his back, followed calmly. When he heard her, he looked at her nose, which was red from the cold. There are some snack shops on the way. We can buy some to take home. If you want to eat, just eat. Those are too sweet, but if my brother wants to buy some, I won't mind. Su Jiner grinned brightly. Suddenly, she saw a red, flying in the sky far away. She clapped happily. Sky lanterns? They look so beautiful. I want to buy one too. She quickly ran ahead, with little white and little yellow already in front. Seeing this, she called out and jogged to catch up. Yangsheng looked at her and couldn't help but smile and shake his head. He was about to walk faster when he felt Ma Xiaoyan lean closer. His older brother, Maong, had already caught up. Young Master Yang. Ma Xiaoyan looked at him with eyes brighter than stars, her pretty face showing a hint of nervousness. Oh, Miss Ma, is there something you need? Yangsheng looked away from Maong, his lips barely twitching before returning to a gentle expression.
No.
I just think that young Master Yang and Miss Jean are very unique, bold and daring. Their views on the world really surprise and impress me, she said, clasping her hands with a soft cloth, her face turning red. Her eyes looked at him charmingly, but he didn't seem to notice her disappointment. She looked up again, noticing her high nose and long neck under the lantern light, which made her heart skip a beat. Miss Ma, you're being too kind. I just have some personal thoughts. Women find it harder to survive in this world. I'm not only speaking for women everywhere, but also for Jean, he said, not lowering his gaze. A faint smile appeared on his face. They've already gone far ahead. Let's hurry to catch up. Ma Xiaoyun's words caught in her throat. Seeing him walk away, she felt even more downcast. The concern she usually showed for Su Jin was not even half for herself. She wished she could be part of this story too. The system informed Su Jin of the new developments after the two met. Hearing that they were talking and a subtle affection was forming, she couldn't help but smile. Ma Xiaoyan had long fallen for Yangsheng's charm. In just a few months, their feelings would likely grow even deeper. Jean, do you like this sky lantern? Ma Eng's quiet voice came from beside her, as if afraid to disturb her. Su Jin put down the sky lantern and smiled at him. It's okay. Most of the sky lanterns look the same. Oh, that shop over there is pretty good. She turned and walked toward the next stall. Although it also sold sky lanterns, this shop allowed customers to draw colorful patterns on them, though the price was higher. What would you like, miss? A young person dressed lightly was selling items at a stall, with a brush placed nearby, likely a scholar. I want 4 sky lanterns. How much for drawing patterns on them? Su Jiner looked at the lanterns on the table, which had detailed and lively designs. It was clear that the young man had good painting skills. Portraits cost 5 coins and animals only 2 coins. The young man seemed a bit nervous. When he saw a strong man approaching with a tall build, he thought he might cause trouble. But when he saw the way he looked at the girl, he quickly relaxed. Miss Jeaner wants to buy this. Ma Ong saw her nod and reached into his pocket to pay, trying to be polite. His hand was stopped. Brother Ma, you can't pay for this. Yangsheng pushed his hand back and took out a small silver piece. This should be enough to buy 6 lanterns, including the painting. Seeing that the young man was handsome and generous, he smiled and took the silver. That's enough. What would you like us to paint, young masters and misses? Wait a moment. Yangsheng turned to Ma Ong and Ma Xiaoyan, who had just arrived. There are 2 lanterns I'm giving to you. You can choose what to paint.
Ah.
Ours too? Of course, of course. Ma Ong nodded happily. Ma Xiaoyan looked a little disappointed at first, but when she saw the lantern Yangsheng gave her, she suddenly smiled. Thank you, young Master Yang. I'll paint. A flower. What kind of flower does this girl want? The young man asked, holding his brush over the lantern. Ma Xiaoyan instinctively looked toward Yangsheng, but she only saw his profile as he talked to Su Jiner. Anything is fine, she finally said. We have 4 lanterns. Later, Xiao Huang and Xiao Bai will each have 1, and my brother and I will have 1. We'll just paint. Portraits, Su Jiner said with a smile to Yangsheng, noticing Ma Xiaoyun's sadness and her eyes flickered slightly. She had a strange feeling. She looked up at Yangsheng, who had a gentle smile and deep eyes, still the same as always in front of her. But he didn't pay much attention to Ma Xiaoyan. Ma Xiaoyan is a very beautiful woman with charming features. Even she has to praise the female lead for her good looks. Despite being only 15 years old, her figure has already become very graceful and attractive. Now, looking at Yangsheng, It's clear he prefers to stay close to himself rather than respond to the other person. Could it be that he hasn't fallen for her yet? System, are you sure the story shows these two developing feelings for each other? Ah, that's how it's written in the story.
Mao siya oyun blushes, Yang Sheng smiles softly.
Such descriptions usually aren't wrong, right? The system hesitates, worried. Or maybe it's a story bug. Well, this kind of situation isn't new to you and me. We can't just trust the words, Su Jiner thinks to herself. Hearing Yang Sheng whisper something softly in her ear, she nods gently. The young street vendor's drawing skills are very good. Just a few strokes bring the characters to life on paper, with colorful details that make their expressions seem real. Su Jiner's own sky lantern has her portrait painted on it, with red, black, and white colors blended perfectly. She looks closely, amazed at the young artist's skill, then glances at Yang Sheng's portrait. Your brother is also drawn as a handsome and elegant young man. Just looking at his eyebrows and eyes, you can tell he's quite charming. I think Jiner's lantern looks better.
Or,
should I exchange your lantern for mine? Yang Sheng smiles at her, reaching out his hand to swap the sky lanterns. Su Jiner looks at him thoughtfully, holding the lantern with his portrait and gently shaking it. Noticing Mao Xiaoyun and Ma Anjian's envious gazes, she tilts her head slightly. Next to the shop, a few people light their sky lanterns. The paper lanterns slowly rise into the sky. The four stand in a row, looking up. These lanterns are like small balloons. Maybe someday we'll make big balloons that can carry people into the sky, Yang Sheng softly says, watching the lanterns fly higher and higher. This is the first New Year he spent here. Are there also lanterns that can carry people? Are you joking, young Master Yang? Mao Xiaoyun turns to look at him, her heart pounding as she sees his tense jaw. Of course there are. I just don't know how to make them yet. Yang Sheng looks at Mao Xiaoyun, then returns to the vendor's stall and takes two small lanterns, one yellow and one white. Jiner, come quickly. One for me, one for you.
Oh.
Little yellow and little white. Jiner walked over, took a small lantern with a white forehead portrait and called Little White before squatting down herself. Yang Sheng sat opposite her, rubbed the little yellow dog's head, and lit the lantern. The dog sniffed the lantern curiously with its nose. Maybe it sensed the coldness of the lantern and barked twice. The two lanterns flew high from in front of the two people. For some reason, this time Yang Sheng did not look at the lanterns, but instead focused his gaze on her beautiful face as the lanterns rose and disappeared. His eyes swept over her black hair and looked into her dark, shining eyes, like stars, glowing with the lantern light. A sudden feeling of heartbeat, as if deliberately ignored, burst out like a spring. It made his expression gentle and soft, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. No matter their status or future, at this moment, his gaze on her felt like eternity. Ma Xiaoyan immediately saw Yang Sheng's look at Su Jiner. She felt this was not a brotherly look at a sister, nor a normal man's gaze. It was like a deep pool, with dark flames burning inside, enough to make someone feel weak and hot. She bit her lip, her eyes turning red as she looked at Su Jiner across from her. The girl held two medium-sized wolf dogs in her arms, her bright smile as warm and dazzling as a light shining in the dark. The sparkle in her eyes was like stars, making her stand out even under the dim yellow light. She didn't look at him. Ma Xiaoyan clenched her fingers, feeling a strange tension. She suddenly remembered the names of the brother and sister. One surnamed Yang, the other Su. Could siblings really have different surnames? Thinking of this, she felt strangely nervous. She should ask clearly because since they met, everyone seemed to treat Yang Sheng and Su Jiner as if they were siblings. They had always introduced themselves that way outside. But now, Yang Sheng's gaze on Su Jiner was clearly not the look of siblings. For some reason, she didn't ask this time. Ma Yong was naturally careless and didn't notice anything wrong. He looked at Su Jiner, who seemed dazed, without sensing anything unusual. Yang Sheng's gaze was too obvious. Even the system detected it. Su Jiner looked up at the full sky lanterns above her. After a few seconds, she gently lowered her head and met Yang Sheng's dark eyes. She stared at him silently, thinking, do you know how many heroines there are in this world? 10. If the system had a nose, it would be awkwardly scratching it now. By the way, are you confident you can defeat 10 heroines? I don't mind a partner's past, but that doesn't mean I would share a man with other women. Sue Jenner's voice was a bit cold. So, unless necessary, I won't take the second path. Not for now. She wanted a loyal love, one that could last long after tests and challenges. Although she had only been with Yang Sheng for 2 months, she believed he might have feelings for her. But how deep were those feelings? Brother. Sue Jenner stood up, breaking the awkward silence between them. She avoided his gaze and took a few steps forward, pointing at the tea house ahead. I see a tea house up front. Let's go in for tea. When we're tired, we can go back to rest. Tea sounds good. The view there is nice, and we can watch the sky lanterns, Ma Ong said eagerly. Yang Sheng glanced at him, nodded softly, and took a gentle breath to calm his racing heart. He looked to his side again, watching Sue Jenner's delicate profile. Her full cheeks and smooth skin made his hand itch to reach out. Ma Xiaoyan silently followed behind them. Just as they approached the tea house, Sue Jenner suddenly looked up. In the distance, a beacon fire on the mountain was lit, flickering faintly among the trees, with other small fires twinkling in the forest. The beacon fires kept burning, spreading from one fire to the next, stretching further into the mountains. Countless sparks lit up the night like stars, but they didn't bring hope. Soon, panic spread through the city. Barbarians are coming, someone shouted. The beacon fires burned brightly, and the sky lanterns floated above, but everyone in the city was terrified.
Woof. Woof.
Woof. Little Yellow and Little White barked loudly, seeming alert. Little Yellow, Little White, come back, Sue Jenner called out, tense and alert. She looked at the distant fires burning farther and farther away, feeling uneasy. Host, it looks like a battle is about to start. Sue Jenner knew this day would come, but she didn't expect that these foreign barbarians would choose to attack during the New Year festival. Yes, as the annual family reunion festival, it is also the time when everyone is most relaxed. Today, even the county magistrate and other officials have been drinking, so the servants are likely to have been drinking too. Brother Ma, take Miss Ma quickly to inform your father. Jenner, you, and I will go to the county office. Yang Sheng reacted quickly. After making arrangements, he grabbed Sue Jenner's hand, and the two of them ran toward the opposite direction of the county office. On the way, many residents celebrating the festival came out of their homes. Seeing the mountain full of signal fires, they looked very worried. In the past, when the barbarians came with soldiers, they only raided grain stores and villages outside the city and never attacked places like Wuming Post directly. Such small-scale invasions usually didn't even light signal fires. But tonight, during this festival, suddenly something happened, and even children could feel the tense, hot air in the air. They came so quickly. A few days ago, I received news that the barbarian army had moved, but today they suddenly attacked us unexpectedly. Yang Sheng looked ahead while running, his brows tightly furrowed. From what I see, war is definitely coming. Brother, has the city made any preparations? Sue Jenner followed him, looking worried. She remembered the improved crossbows and bows at home, which she had prepared in advance for this battle. If needed, she would give those weapons. Yang Sheng had almost handled all the duties of the county magistrate at the county office. He knew a bit about the enemy's military strength outside the city. To protect himself and Sue Jenner, he had made some preparations over the past 2 months. He repaired the Great Wall, bought gunpowder weapons, and took most of the silver from the storeroom to make arrangements. Not enough, so he personally went to the Merchant Guild to ask for donations. With the good relationships he had, everyone cooperated.
So he was not too panicked right now.
Don't worry, brother has a plan, he comforted Sue Jenner, and soon they arrived at the county office. Although Magistrate Wang had been drinking, he was not drunk. When he heard the report, he quickly got out of bed. Seeing Yang Sheng and Sue Jenner enter, he didn't say much. Master Yang is here. Please wait a moment. Although Magistrate Wang is not skilled in government affairs, he is very experienced in military matters. He immediately sent people to check at the nearby relay stations, arranged for troops to come, and also notified the military station master to have all personnel carry swords and spears, ready to support the city walls at any moment. Compared to his lack of political skill, he is very organized when it comes to military planning. Yang Sheng watched this in amazement. Su Jiner gently pinched his arm to remind him to watch his image, then looked at Magistrate Wang and said, "Bring my armor and big sword." He looked at Su Jiner and Yang Sheng, smiling boldly. "It's been a long time since I wore this armor. I bet these foreigners have forgotten how sharp my sword is." These foreigners came to raid on New Year's Eve. This year, many cattle and sheep on the plains probably froze to death. They won't leave until they gather enough food supplies. Miss Jiner, go back and rest quickly. Yang Shirya, you should go to the front line with me. You think quickly and might do better than me in some places. As the top commander during wartime, he knew he couldn't avoid being called upon. Of course, Yang Sheng wouldn't back down either. Having all the information in his hands helps him make better decisions. He looked at Su Jiner, about to speak, but she grabbed his sleeve. "Lord Wang, I also want to go with you. Could you please allow it?" Su Jiner looked at Magistrate Wang, who was wearing her armor. Her young face was calm but determined. "You? A girl going to join the fun?" It wasn't that Magistrate Wang looked down on her. He subconsciously thought that the battlefield should be a man's place. If a woman went, it would be embarrassing for him as a man. He looked at Yang Sheng, hoping he could stop his proud sister. But Yang Sheng simply said, "Even if you don't persuade him, it's fine. Wang Darren, Jiner is much more skilled than I am. If she goes, she might be able to help." He had always known that Su Jiner was different. Once she made a decision, he knew he couldn't change her mind. It was better to let her go with someone so he could watch over her. Besides, Jiner has often gone hunting outside the city alone. "She's braver than I am. Please consider it." County Magistrate Wang closed his armor, shook his shoulders to loosen his large sword, and looked at the handsome brother and sister with curiosity. "I know you do things differently from others, but I didn't expect that now one wants to go to the battlefield, and the other even allows his sister to go. It really opened my eyes. Well, as long as Miss Jean won't hold us back, it's fine to go together." "Thank you, sir." "Jean won't hold us back," Su Jiner said confidently, ignoring his dismissive tone. Since they're going to fight, she and Yang Sheng both want to know who their enemies are. This is for early warning and preparation. County Magistrate Wang already carried a 40-pound sword, wearing armor and a hat with wings, which made him look a bit odd. "Let's go." To the city wall, he shouted loudly, not caring about his image. He led the way, with Su Jiner and Yang Sheng following behind. Several dozen guards with swords and spears, who arrived earlier, also followed closely. The street was still lit with lanterns. It was lively earlier, but now most of the street was empty. Vendors had not packed up their stalls. Their messy goods and tables were on the sides, but the people had disappeared. The only remaining people were the residents rushing around and County Magistrate Wang leading the way to the city wall. Umming Post has 4 city gates. This time, they went to the south gate, which faces the burning beacon tower. Earlier, Su Jiner and Yang Sheng entered through the west gate, which is not far from here. Both gates are built near the mountains, with narrow roads leading in and out, not suitable for large troop movements. Each gate has a commander in charge of soldiers, who patrols the walls on horseback to observe the situation. The commander at the west gate, which Su Jiner often visits, is named Li Nan. She had met him a few times because they often exchanged silver with his subordinates, so she was familiar with that place. The south gate was less traveled, but she had been there a few times. She had not seen the commander there, but knew he was a young man named Jiang. When Su Jiner followed Yang Sheng onto the wall and saw the strong man riding down from his horse, she finally recognized Jiang, a young, sturdy, and fierce-looking officer in his 20s. Beyond the distance, the enemy soldiers holding torches appeared as tiny dots, making it hard to see how many there were. The young man was clearly about to go into battle, but he showed no sign of fear. She silently nodded. With a commander like him guarding the city, there was still hope for the Wu Ming post. Yang Sheng was standing by the wall, looking into the distance. It was his first time seeing a battle scene from ancient times. He felt nervous, knowing that weapons without safety measures could be dangerous. He had counted the number of defenders in the city. If the enemy didn't retreat tonight and the large army kept pressing, the city might fall. There were no powerful weapons that could cause massive destruction. He looked down thoughtfully. Suddenly, he sensed movement beside him. Turning his head, he saw Su Jina, dressed in pink, also leaning against the wall. Her face showed rare signs of worry. "Jina, are you afraid, brother? Fear won't help. These Hu people won't stop unless they get enough food. Our Yang family village might already be lost by now," she whispered, her brow slightly furrowed, but her tone calm and steady. She wasn't really afraid. Having lived through great disasters, she had seen death and destruction. Now, in this small defensive battle, she remained calm. "But I hope the reinforcements arrive early tonight," she murmured softly. The messenger to request help had already left. Su Jiner didn't know how far away the reinforcements were, but the sooner they arrived, the better. General Jiang and Magistrate Wang were discussing the current situation. The young general was confident, saying that there were at least 100 Hu soldiers outside, but the defenders in the city didn't seem to have that many. Still, he believed they could hold the city. Fighting was always harder than defending. He thought there might be some weapons inside the city that hadn't been moved yet, which gave him some confidence. "Sir, our scouts report that there's a fierce battle 2 miles away at the warehouse. The Hu are attacking there. The one 5 miles away has already fallen. If the Hu break through the 2-mile warehouse, they'll likely attack Wuming Post next." The 2-mile and 5-mile warehouses were key points on the border, forming part of Wuming Post's defenses. If both fell, Wuming Post would be breached, and the Hu could march straight south. That's why Wuming Post was so important. Magistrate Wang looked out beyond the city walls. He saw the Hu cavalry riding fast, holding torches, shouting loudly below, their taunts obvious. This excitement made him feel energized. After more than 2 years without training, his body also felt a bit itchy. He laughed loudly and said excitedly, "Great! We must show our strength in this first battle.
Come.
Bring the war horses, archers on the city wall, and let Commander Li and Commander Wang lead the troops to fight with me." One squad leader led about 20 men, so 2 squad leaders led around 40 men. As time passed, a few dozen more Hu soldiers on horseback appeared within a few hundred meters below. Commander Wang was not afraid at all. Instead, he personally went to fight, leading the charge out of the city with a heroic and confident stance. He wielded a large sword weighing over 40 jin, swinging it loudly and skillfully. His skills were indeed impressive. Su Jiner watched from the city tower, listening to Yang Sheng and others from the county office talking. Commander Wang used to lead 1,000 men and was a top general. His martial skills are excellent. When he draws his sword, the enemy soldiers are terrified. With such a leader, this first battle will surely be a victory. The team leader who came with them smiled and said, not noticing anything unusual. Yang Sheng, however, felt uneasy. He looked down and saw that Commander Wang was indeed very brave, just as described. He temporarily suppressed his worries. Commander Wang led the charge on horseback, with archers on the city wall drawing their bows and preparing to shoot. Commander Wang and the 2 squad leaders rode at the front, with the remaining 40 soldiers holding spears or shields made of wood and iron, advancing in formation. The horses galloped swiftly. Commander Wang waved his big sword among the crowd, taking down at least 10 enemy riders, causing the Hu soldiers and other Hu troops arriving later to panic and scatter. Yang Sheng's eyes widened in shock, but someone tugged at his sleeve. He turned his head and saw Su Jiner's clear eyes reflecting the flames of battle, calm but with a serious undertone. "Brother, I need to go back for a while. Little White and Little Yellow are here to protect you. As a civilian official, don't be brave and go out. Just wait on the city wall." "What is Jiner doing?" "Going back to prepare some things." Yang Sheng thought she was planning something worst case, so he didn't stop her. There were fewer than 50 people left on the city wall, and with the reinforcements arriving, it was about that many. Su Jiner quickly left the city wall, ran back home, and in the backyard, she let out her mule. She then took the mule to a room outside the storage shed, where she pushed out a wooden cart. The cart was surrounded by wooden planks, and inside, it was filled with crossbows made of wood and iron. The crossbow is not fixed to the body of the bow. It is a separate part that can be easily attached or removed by sliding it into position. The principle is similar to a magazine. A set of 20 wooden arrows, each about the size of a palm, are stored in the crossbow clip. The arrowheads are sharp, and with system-recommended improvements, the crossbow can shoot up to 100 meters. With simple materials, the small crossbow's range, originally over 50 meters, can reach 100 meters, which is a big improvement. Although the wooden arrows are only palm-sized, the optimized design and faster firing make them very deadly. Close-range shots can be fatal, and even distant shots can cause injury. Sujin looked at the black-tipped arrow. As a medical professional, she knew these weapons were prepared for war, so the tips were coated with a bitter, toxic plant juice. First aid can treat the poison temporarily, but on the battlefield, unless someone has prepared an antidote in advance, it's uncertain whether the person can survive after half a day or a day, especially with injuries. Host medicine. Medicine. Knowing that the host plans to go to the battlefield herself, the system was more nervous than Sujin, urgently reminding her what to bring. The car was loaded with a full load of bows and crossbows. Sujin went to her room and took 2 pre-packed blue bundles. Inside were semi-finished medicines she had prepared earlier. She also kept some for herself, light-colored bundles containing sliced and packed ginseng, vital medicines, and some silver notes and coins. These are probably the most valuable possessions she has in this world, aside from her family's assets with Yangsheng. The porcelain bottles inside the bundles clinked as she carried them onto the cart. She then went to the yard, slung her improved longbow and quiver over her shoulder. The bowstring had been modified, and the bow itself reinforced with metal, making its range comparable to the bows used by archers on the city walls. Before leaving, she changed into a simple, comfortable gray cloth outfit. She tied a cloth headscarf, pulled her cart, and let her mule out of the house. Along the way, many villagers were busy packing their belongings. Seeing her appearance, some couldn't help but glance at her during their hurried escape. They noticed that instead of soft bundles, her cart carried weapons, which puzzled some. "Miss, why aren't you fleeing quickly? Why do you seem to be heading toward the city wall?" A middle-aged man, carrying his family, spoke first. He had a woman and 2 teenagers with him, all carrying 4 large bundles. Many people nearby also listened carefully. A woman wearing a headscarf, whose face was hidden, said, "I'm heading to the town edge. If the northern horsemen break through Wuming Post, how far can we run tonight?" Su Jiner's bright eyes shone under the dim lantern light. She looked around and spoke in a persuasive tone. "Humans can't run faster than horses. If those northern horsemen come into the city to burn and loot, they will do terrible things. I am a woman, but I know some skills in martial arts, so I want to help. The city defenses are weak now. Everyone, how far can you run? But what if we don't run? What can we do? Fight? We're not trained soldiers, and we don't have those weapons." The middle-aged man hesitated slightly. He heard the woman say the horsemen were cavalry, and humans can't outrun horses. That was clear. But not running means death, and running also means death. His wife held his arm, worried on her face. Others who were about to escape also stopped, looking hopeless. Su Jiner saw more than 20 people around her, half of them young men and women. She smiled slightly behind her scarf and raised her voice a little. "Everyone, this winter many cattle and sheep froze to death. The northern horsemen won't stop unless they get enough supplies. The county magistrate has sent people to find help, and reinforcements are on the way. This means, if we can survive until the reinforcements arrive, Wuming Post will not fall.
I have an idea.
If you're willing to join, we might have a chance to survive." "Not going to fight?" asked another young man watching nearby, looking at the crossbow on the mule cart. "Yes, we will fight, but not to send everyone to die for nothing. Su Jiner stood among the crowd. Her small figure was like a solid rock. With a wave of her hand, more people gathered around her. There were men and women, old and young, all looking dazed but listening carefully. The girl in gray stood among them, standing high on a cart. Her eyes shone like stars. This battle will involve everyone, men, women, old, and young. Those who are strong should fight. Those with skills should help. The crossbow in my cart needs someone fast with a good shot, but the arrows are made of wood. Those willing to help and skilled with bows and crossbows will shoot arrows. Others who cannot will do logistics at the back, just need a knife to carve wood into arrows. I will soak the arrowheads in my herbal medicine. Everyone works together to keep the Huns outside the city gates. Who worries about moving and escaping? Su Jina looked around and saw everyone's hesitation. She lowered her eyes and said, "The faster people run, the sooner the city falls, and the fewer cavalry are lost. Everyone knows the consequences. I won't force anyone to help, but if we fail, our families will be destroyed." Her words were like adding fuel to the fire, and the hesitant crowd immediately became excited. For us who live here long-term, choosing to fight is better than fleeing and dying. Who wouldn't want to choose the first? I'll go. But I can't shoot a bow, so I will make wooden arrows, said the first person to speak, a middle-aged man. He was muscular, and Su Jiner guessed he was a blacksmith, so she nodded. Those willing to come, follow me. To avoid chaos, archers and logistics teams, please stand behind my mule cart. On the left, led by this big brother, is the logistics team. On the right, led by this young man who volunteers, is the archery team. Everyone spread the word. If anyone joins, remind them. Carry your luggage and follow me to the South City Gate. People tend to follow the crowd. A family of 4, with a young man, led the way. The surrounding crowd, including elders and children, mostly chose to follow. Soon, a team of over 20 people formed a long line, with more than 100 following. Some joined out of curiosity, thinking it was a refugee group fleeing, but when they heard it was to help in the fight, their desire to escape faded. Huh? What's going on? Lu County Magistrate hurried over, followed by a few clerks from the county office. He wanted to go to the city wall but saw the large crowd coming and frowned, stopping in his tracks. Lord Lu, Su Jiner jumped down from the mule cart. Before Lu County Magistrate could ask, she said, "Lord Lu, these are residents of the city who volunteered to help. As part of Wuming Post, they also want to protect their homes." Oh, his reprimanding words caught in his throat. Lu County Magistrate had been somewhat upset with Su and her brother earlier tonight, but now he couldn't care less. He looked curiously at the young woman in rough cloth clothes, carrying a crossbow, and quickly guessed her plan. He glanced at the mule cart with a determined look. The officials behind him also looked at what was loaded on the cart, their faces changing slightly. "Is this your stuff? Did they come with you too?" The crossbow was very unfamiliar, a style not found in the county armory. It looked new and very unique. The residents in the city were surprisingly not trying to run away. Instead, they gathered in groups, standing in 2 lines, men and women of all ages, looking nervous but rarely leaving their positions. He was very surprised and amazed that these people willingly came to the front lines. "Lord Lu, these people see that I am just a weak woman and still want to help at the front. Everyone has a true desire to protect our home, so they all came voluntarily." Su Jiner lowered the lead rope of the mule and quickly explained, "These weapons are actually my own creations, made out of interest. The 2 groups behind are not coming to the city gate right now. The group on the left is for logistics. I've arranged 5 people per team to do different tasks. The group on the right is skilled with bows and crossbows, ready to shoot with these weapons. If needed, everyone will go up to help." Seeing Lu County Magistrate's surprised expression, as if he couldn't understand, she continued, "This time, everyone is fighting for a home. If it's not necessary, I don't want these residents to risk their lives. Lord Lu, let's go up to the wall first. I still have matters to discuss with Lord Wang." Lu County Magistrate knew that Scholar Yang's sister sometimes went to the mountains to gather herbs and hunt, but he didn't expect her to have such persuasive skills. Moreover, she had already arranged everything for these residents' roles, which was quite astonishing. But she was right. In this wartime, it's important. If these people are willing to help, it's definitely good to avoid causing trouble elsewhere. Everyone's willingness to help shows their trust in us. Let's follow Miss Jenner's plan and go up first. After saying that, Lu County Magistrate led his people to move ahead. Sue Jenner didn't immediately follow but turned around to call the two groups' leaders, middle-aged men. She handed them 2 porcelain bottles from her bag. There is poison inside. Find someone to fetch water. Soak the arrows you've prepared, and then follow my instructions. Understood, miss. Rest assured, we will do our best. Wangen took the porcelain bottle and turned to find water and tools. Sue Jenner carried her long bow and walked up to the city wall. Below, a young man was distributing bows and crossbows to the residents behind him, mostly men with a few women. They studied their weapons, and the young man was teaching them how to use this new type of bow and crossbow. She thought she might see the county magistrate Wang, but besides the dozens of soldiers left to defend, even Lu County Assistant, who had just gone upstairs, was nowhere to be seen. Host, it seems to be in the nearby upper building. Upper building? Sue Jenner looked over there and saw several people coming and going. She headed in that direction. Everyone was busy, and no one paid attention to her. From outside, she looked inside and saw Magistrate Wang lying on a table. His armor was removed from his upper body, and a large wound was exposed on his back, bleeding. Dr. Lin, with white hair, was applying medicine gently, saying, "This poison isn't very strong. The powder can remove the remaining toxins. He just needs a few days to rest, and he'll be fine." Inside, Yang Sheng and Lu County Assistant were standing nearby, relieved to hear this. Jiang Brigade Commander, who had gone out to fight with Magistrate Wang, was also there, but he avoided Lu County Assistant's gaze. It was unavoidable. Lu County Assistant confirmed that Magistrate Wang was safe and sound, then scolded all the officials present, slamming the table loudly. "Idiot! As dumb as a pig. A city commander personally going into battle? That's completely brainless." He was furious, pointing around wildly and shouting loudly. "None of you advise the Lord, yet you follow him recklessly. The common people are neglected, the city defenses are poorly arranged, and as officials, you are brave but clueless. You only show bravado, what a fool." During wartime, the county magistrate was the main official. Now that Magistrate Wang was injured and unconscious, the martial arts school, which was usually inferior to civil officials at the same level, was in a weak position. So, among those present, Lu County Assistant was the unquestioned leader. Everyone lowered their heads, allowing this usually lazy middle-aged official to scold them into silence. No one dared to speak. Lu County Assistant was naturally angry. With over 10,000 civilians in the city, his wife and daughter were also inside. If the barbarians really entered the city, their safety would be at great risk. Fortunately, he met Sue Jenner downstairs at the city tower. After hearing her actions and words, and seeing that some civilians were willing to help voluntarily, he believed reinforcements wouldn't be a problem. Thinking of this, Lu County Magistrate calmed his anger and tried to stay calm. He then looked at Yang Sheng nearby. This usually well-organized steward of Wuming Post was now bowing his head and not speaking much, but he was one of the people Lu County Magistrate could rely on. "Master Yang, your sister Jenner has called some villagers to help with our logistics. Since there are many people and things are chaotic, you are responsible for communicating with the residents above and below the city. Help us defend Wuming Post." Yang Sheng paused and looked up at him. "Yes, Lord Lu. Good. You and your sister are always clever and unique in handling affairs. You know a lot about the city and its residents. With you here, we can make the best use of this situation. If you need anything, we will cooperate with you." Lu County Magistrate looked around at the senior officials from both civil and military sides. His words were also meant for them. Anyone who didn't cooperate would face criticism. "Understood. We will cooperate fully with Master Yang." Jiang, the general, replied first. Yang Sheng was thinking about what Sue Jenner did to make Lu County Magistrate value him so much and give him authority despite being an outsider. Suddenly, he looked outside and saw a pair of dark eyes. A girl was dressed in rough cloth, wearing a headscarf, with only her familiar eyes showing. When he looked at her, she blinked and then moved to the side. Miss Jenner is here too.
Perfect.
Master Yang, you should go now and make arrangements. The residents below the city must be fully utilized. Lu County Magistrate also saw Su Jenner and immediately spoke. Others looked toward the door. After a while, they recognized her as the girl in pink who had just gone upstairs with County Magistrate Wang. They thought she had gone back to hide, but unexpectedly, she had brought residents along. Jiang, the general, was very curious. He knew Master Yang often managed city affairs and understood why he was valued. His sister had only heard a few rumors. One said she was skilled in medicine and honored by the emperor. Another said she was beautiful and intelligent. He had seen her appearance himself, truly outstanding. Now he was very eager to see how she handled things. Brother is here. I can't possibly wait alone at home for your news, right?
Let's not talk about that now.
Brother, ask Lu County Magistrate to send some soldiers over. I brought at least 100 residents from the city. Some are good with bows and crossbows, some can fetch water and make wooden arrows. But you need to inform them promptly about what to prepare. For example, if there aren't enough wooden arrows, notify them quickly so residents can make more. Or if food supplies are low, gather supplies from everywhere to help. Using the power of the people is much better than just a few people fighting alone on the city wall. As Lord Wang went out to fight, about 40 soldiers went with him. 6 died, more than 10 were seriously injured. Now they can only rest and recover. Jenner, your people arrived just in time. Yang Sheng clearly understands how strong people can be when they work together. He immediately went to Lu County Magistrate and asked for 4 soldiers. Then everyone left the city wall. Looking down, he saw the street was already crowded with people, 5 around each table. Some were chopping wood with knives, others were making arrows. Where did this crossbow come from? One soldier asked.
Yang Sheng looked at Su Jinar.
He saw the mule at home but didn't see the cart and the crossbow, which looked strange and separated into parts, arrows and the crossbow body. Could this advanced weapon really be something his sister invented? Could it be? His eyes flickered as he studied his sister carefully. This is my own design of a bow and crossbow, Su Jenner said calmly. The Hu people have been attacking our village for years. After they come into the city and are well fed, they spend their free time making these. Su Jenner looked steady, her eyes bright but calm, as if she didn't care what he was thinking. Soon she went to the mule cart and took out a bow and crossbow. This crossbow shoots arrows less than a hand's length. A bundle has 20 arrows. It can fire repeatedly, with a range of about 100 meters. The arrows are soaked in poison, so even if they don't kill, they will cause injuries for days. Brother, the people on the right are all good at shooting arrows, but they don't know how to fight on the city wall. You should have someone teach them so they can help and stay alive. Su Jenner's expression was serious, as if she was glowing with a light. The 4 soldiers looked at her in surprise. They are fighting for her home, but I also hope they can survive as much as possible. Once, in her homeland, those people lost their lives in battles. Now, she no longer wishes to see such scenes. Yang Sheng stared steadily at Su Jenner's face. He felt that Jenner seemed a bit unfamiliar now, so mysterious and yet so sad. But soon, her expression changed back to one of kindness and compassion, filled with trust and confidence in him. I will do my best. I will arrange everything so that no one sacrifices their life in vain, Yang Sheng promised, leading his officers into the crowd. Some people here knew Yang Sheng. In the past, he handled cases like lost pigs and dogs, so they trusted him a lot. This trust made his work go smoothly. For officers trained the support team for the city tower, while others continued making arrows. Everything was organized well. Along the way, some rumors spread about theft and suspicious activity in the city. After reporting to County Magistrate Liu, Yang Sheng personally ordered patrols to check the city and asked residents from the southern part to help at other city gates. To prevent fear, he explained that they were only doing logistics work and emphasized the importance of defending their home, explaining the dangers of giving up. Using peoples helped quickly stabilize the city. There was less panic than expected, and the situation was better than he had feared. Yang Sheng kept a clear mind about everything. Now that Lord Wang was unconscious, County Magistrate Lu was in charge, but Yang Sheng, who knew the city's affairs best, was ready to step in if needed. In the early hours, the Hun's attack was not very fierce. After organizing the work, Yang Sheng and the officials had some time to rest. Then, Jiang Bazu led the trained residents to the city gates to explain how to defend against attacks. Yang Sheng felt complicated about these residents volunteering to help. They were risking their lives for their home, and it was good to have more people alive. He explained everything carefully, and even gave them knives, so if the Huns attacked the city gates, they would have close combat weapons. He was very interested in Su Jiner's self-made crossbow and even shot a test arrow. Although it couldn't shoot as far or with as much power as the longbows used by others, it was still useful. However, the advantage was that they could fire multiple arrows quickly, catching the enemy off guard. The arrows were stored in barrels and separated from the crossbow, so after use, they could be set aside for the residents behind to refill with newly made arrows. This method was almost endless and very efficient. It didn't require much effort or precise shooting skills. As long as there were many enemies, each arrow shot would likely hit someone. Because of this, he fully recognized Su Jiner's intelligence and admired her skills. He realized she was capable of more than just medicine. Lord Liu, I have formed a new medical team here with Jiner, Dr. Lin, and Dr. Liu as the core. Each has 3 small groups of 5 people, carrying different semi-finished medicines and moving along the city walls. They are responsible for transporting the injured and handling urgent wounds. Do you have any suggestions? Yang Sheng approached County Magistrate Liu alone after explaining the arrangement. He also shared a new idea. Thanks to Su Jiner's logistics team, he took the initiative to plan for future injured patients. Since tonight, Yang Sheng had been very organized in his work. County Magistrate Liu was very pleased with him. Seeing him proactively raise concerns about the injured, he nodded kindly and said, "All right, you can make arrangements. These residents are good people, and their contributions are obvious. If we get through tonight, the county office will issue a public notice to commend them. Thank you, Lord Liu. I will go and arrange it now." More and more people in the city were volunteering to help. Su Jiner assisted Yang Sheng, setting up a medical station in a spacious area with tables and soft cloths. The injured soldiers were placed here, and Doctors Lin and Liu were treating their wounds inside. She distributed her semi-finished medicines to 2 members of each small group, teaching them how to use it, and also trained them on emergency bandaging for bleeding wounds and handling poisoning. Meanwhile, others were boiling herbs into soup for later use. To prevent everyone from starving, she also paid for porridge to be cooked, so helpers could eat for free. She could manage the southern part of the city, but not the other city gates. Many officials were running back and forth, and Su Jiner told her helpers to also drink a bowl of porridge during their free time to keep their strength for the tough night ahead. Various logs, large rocks, and even primitive cannons that looked like cannonballs, things she had never seen before, were brought out. The townspeople looked on in surprise, and their confidence grew. Late at night, snowflakes quietly fell, and cold mountain winds blew into the city. After teaching how to use the medicine, Su Jiner finally relaxed when her stall was set up. She climbed onto the city wall, letting the cold wind on her face. Her messy cloth scarf blocked her view, and before she could move it aside, a large hand reached out from the side and grabbed her. Brother, seeing it was Yang Sheng, she lowered her hand and leaned on his strength, not wanting to bump her head into his chest. He was too close. She could even smell a faint smoke on him. She couldn't see the fire in Yang Sheng's eyes at this moment. His hand, which was holding her shoulder, tightened slightly with restraint and patience. It seemed he thought of something, and soon he let go of her. But he didn't push her away far. His hand stayed on her shoulder as he looked at her young face and clear eyes. "You've done so much. You must be tired." "I'm fine, brother. I am weak, but I seem to be holding up," Su Jiner said, glancing at him and brushing off the dust from the wall on his shoulder. "Fortunately, you had the wall repaired recently. Otherwise, tonight's fight would have been much harder." Yang Sheng smiled bitterly. "I'd rather not fight. But Jiner, you helped me a lot this time. Let's rest for a while. The second half of the night might be dangerous. We should save our strength. In the upper building, there was a large shared bed. Because Su Jiner was a woman, Lu County Magistrate arranged for Yang Sheng to sleep with her at the Jade Emperor Pavilion near the southwest city gate. There were no blankets, but sitting against the wall for a while was already a rare comfort. Maybe the recent fighting had affected Yang Sheng. The friendship in his eyes was starting to become hard to control. Even knowing they were siblings, his every move seemed to cross a line. Little yellow, little white. Whenever this happened, Su Jiner pretended not to notice and avoided it if she could. She called the two dogs, Little Yellow and Little White, over and let them sit and sleep at her feet. She also wanted to lean against the wall herself, but Yang Sheng reached out and grabbed her wrist. She sat down following his gentle pressure, noticing his relaxed expression and calm tone. It's hard everywhere here, and there are no pillows. You can rest your head on my lap. Here we go again. Su Jiner didn't follow his words but leaned back against the wall at this spot, speaking tiredly. It's too complicated. Brother, you should rest quickly. Jiner isn't a delicate girl. She closed her eyes and took a gentle breath. Maybe because she was too exhausted mentally, she soon drifted into sleep. She vaguely felt her forehead being gently touched and leaned her head on the person's shoulder beside her. Yang Sheng protected Su Jiner's head. Her hair brushed his face, making him feel slightly itchy. His expression was a bit serious. He gently touched her soft cheek with his hand that hadn't left her left side. Thinking about their identities, he sighed deeply. Relying on each other, he closed his eyes. They were awakened by a loud, sharp horn. Little Huang instinctively barked loudly. The two dogs stood up and protected Su Jiner in front of them. She rubbed her eyes and realized she was leaning on Yang Sheng's shoulder. At this moment, he was frowning and massaging his shoulder, clearly feeling numb. I'll help you. Su Jiner stood up and pressed on a few acupoints on his shoulder. Soon, she eased his numbness. Once he stood up, they quickly ran outside together. Outside, there were shouts of battle everywhere. Soldiers ran back and forth on the city wall, chopping the hooks that the enemy used to climb over. Trained residents shot crossbows at distant targets and the lower parts of the wall. If anyone was injured, medical teams rushed over to treat them. Unless someone was killed instantly, most injured people were successfully rescued. When more people gathered below, city guards used large spiked clubs to roll down from the wall, crushing the attacking enemies and causing them to scream. Then, soldiers pulled ropes to bring the clubs back up, repeating the process. I'll go see what's happening. Jiner, stay here and don't move. There was no need for words. Enemies also had arrows. He didn't want Su Jiner to get hurt. Yang Sheng ran off. Su Jiner hid to the side, finding a corner to look outside. Now, the enemies outside, including cavalry, numbered at least 500. They were caught off guard by the city's defenses and arrow attacks. Suddenly, a rider blew a horn, and the enemy cavalry began to retreat. If the original garrison in the southern city had fewer than 100 soldiers, even with the advantage of terrain and weapons, they probably couldn't withstand the human wave tactics and long-range arrows. However, now with residents brought in by Su Jiner for logistics, Yang Sheng has arranged attack teams to help boost firepower and medical teams to care for the wounded. These defenses are no longer easy for the barbarians to break through. People's unity can accomplish anything. When everyone works together, even the hardest problems can be solved. This is the first time I've seen such a united front between soldiers and civilians, Lu County Magistrate sighed. Yang Sheng and his sister have used people and their hearts to the fullest. Seeing the barbarians' first wave of attack retreat in the middle of the night, he felt confident that reinforcements would arrive soon. Sir, inside the city, Miss Jiner and Master Yang have prepared rice porridge and steamed buns at their own expense. Would you like to have a bowl to regain your strength? Wang Inspector asked as he approached. Oh, they paid for the porridge? I should try some. Let's go. Lu County Magistrate, hearing the good news, was curious about how the work behind the scenes was organized, and he took people to see for himself. Along the way, they met General Jiang, who was laughing loudly, and he also joined them downstairs. They saw Yang Sheng standing among the crowd, surrounded by a few officials and ordinary residents, busy organizing the next resource distribution, including issues related to the residents helping out and wounded medical supplies. Lu County Magistrate was increasingly pleased with Yang Sheng. This kind of practical scholar, though his ideas are shocking, is quick-witted and does things unexpectedly well. The tense atmosphere from the New Year's dinner was completely gone after this night. These brother and sister truly are not ordinary people. Lord Lu, General Jiang, how come you're down here? Yang Sheng turned around and saw Lu County Magistrate leading people behind him. He approached and saw they looked in good spirits, knowing the situation on the front was stable, and he smiled too. I heard from Inspector Wang that you siblings paid for food and porridge for everyone. We're hungry too, so we came down to eat and see how you're organizing the tasks, Lu Magistrate said kindly, looking around with some curiosity. Why is your sister not here? Has she gone back to rest because she's tired? In his impression, Miss Jean was much stronger than Yang Sheng. Yang Sheng smiled and said, Jean is on the city tower with the dog. There was chaos during the arrow rain, so I told her to wait. Come with me, I'll take the adults to eat. Miss Jean is still upstairs? Yang is busy, but I can go get her. It's late, and she should eat something to regain strength. Jiang the captain volunteered, tall and young, already turning back. He looked a bit hurried. Yang Sheng furrowed his brow. Jiang, you should eat with the adults first. The barbarians might send more people later. I'll go to Jean later. Lu County Magistrate chuckled and looked at Yang Sheng, helping him say, Yes, Jiang, don't waste time. Jean is quite capable. She's not as strong as you, but she's much better than us men. He grabbed Jiang, stopping him from leaving, ending his hopes of meeting Su Jin. Meanwhile, on the city tower, 100 soldiers and civilians were defending in teams. The soldiers and civilians who fought earlier had gone to eat and rest. The new arrivals were talking about battle strategies. Because they had just successfully pushed back the barbarian attack, everyone was very excited. Su Jin went to the place where the cannon was parked. She looked around, inspecting the structure. Jin, do you see anything unusual? A soldier asked, watching her move. They all liked Su Jin and Yang Sheng because she had convinced the residents to help and even paid for supplies herself. Even though she was a woman, daring to help on the city wall and inventing a multi-shot crossbow, they saw her as more than just an ordinary person. This cannon hasn't fired yet, and I haven't seen any special effects. It looks normal outside. But if there are any abandoned ones, we could study them, Su Jin said, straightening up and sneezing from the strong smell of oil. She wiped her nose on her sleeve and shook her head, then communicated with the system. Can this be improved?
I really don't know much about this stuff.
I only have the blueprints, but I'm not a military system. This involves gunpowder, which is very dangerous. Maybe the main character should handle it? The system stammered awkwardly, feeling a bit embarrassed. Why are you nervous? I was just asking. Su Jiner glanced at the 4 soldiers watching her closely, nodded to them, and then turned to leave. Gunpowder is indeed dangerous. If not measured carefully, it could explode. She hoped the system could help with that, which would be the best. If it couldn't help, then so be it. Because the city defenses were so strong, no shots had been fired yet, and she hadn't seen the effects of the cannons. But given the military level of this world, she didn't have high hopes. For now, everything was still peaceful. Su Jiner wandered around the city wall, then went downstairs with her 2 dogs. Her bow and long sword on her back had not been drawn. Many people along the way greeted her with smiles. She nodded back, her expression gentle. Miss Gina, over here. From afar, someone shouted. Su Jiner wanted to go to the pharmacy, but seeing Jiang Bazu calling her, with Lu County Magistrate and others nearby, she paused for a second and then walked over. Lord Lu, everyone, is there something you need? She hadn't seen Yang Sheng's figure and wondered where he had gone. Hey, Miss Jiner, it's late. You must be hungry. How about a bowl of porridge? You paid for it, so you shouldn't go hungry. Jiang Bazu, young but already in charge of defending the city, held the position of city guard commander. Though not a civil official, He was the highest-ranking military officer in the city. He looked good, tall, handsome, with a confident presence. When he saw Su Jiner, he slightly lowered his posture and smiled warmly, showing friendliness. Lu County Magistrate glanced at him, sipped his porridge quietly, and watched Su Jiner's reaction without showing any emotion. She was not shy at all. Instead, she remained calm and spoke in a steady voice. Please eat first, everyone. I want to visit the medical clinic to test some new ideas. Lord Lu, I'll go now. Su Jiner bowed to Lu County Magistrate. After he nodded, she turned to leave, as if she hadn't noticed Jiang Bazu's disappointed expression. On the way, she saw Yang Sheng. When he approached, she took the initiative to say, Brother, I remember seeing a medicinal herb before. Its ground powder can be used as a sleeping incense. What do you think about burning this on the battlefield? Sleeping incense? Yang Sheng was about to find Su Jiner. Hearing her words now, his eyes lit up. Seeing the continuous snowstorm in the sky and the cold wind blowing everywhere, she couldn't help but feel disappointed. This wind is unstable. Unless we have enough herbs and a large enough fire, it won't be very effective outdoors, and it might even accidentally hurt people inside the city. If we can't take advantage of the wind, then this method can't be used. That's true. I was thinking too simply. Su Jiner felt a bit annoyed. She hadn't fought in battles before, and most of her tools were improved with help from her system. Sometimes, thinking too simply can cause problems. She silently remembered this lesson. When she looked up, she felt warmth on her wrist. Yang Sheng was holding her hand, leading her back onto the mule cart. All the arrangements here are done. It's getting late, so Jiner, take Xiao Huang and Xiao Bai home to rest and wash up. Once everything here is settled, your brother will come back to see you. Yang Sheng didn't want Su Jiner to run back and forth on the dangerous front line. There were enough people here, and he was confident about the medical supplies and logistics. His first thought was to let Su Jiner leave. Seeing her clear, bright eyes like clouds and moon, he felt a wave of emotion he couldn't hide. Because there were many people around, he held back his feelings. Su Jiner sat on the mule cart, looking up at his tense, delicate jaw. His handsome face showed concern, with a layer of dust on it. Her lips moved slightly, and she gently pouted, touching the bow and arrow on her back. But I haven't shot an arrow yet. I haven't even drawn my sword. I know you're skilled with archery and swordsmanship, but Jiner, it's too dangerous here. Your brother is worried. You should take Xiao Bai and Xiao Huang home to sleep. Tomorrow, your brother will come back, and everything will settle down. Then you won't need to act personally. Since they arrived in this world, they had looked out for each other. At first, Jiner took care of him, and now he wanted to protect her safety first. Seeing the determination in his eyes, she guessed that tonight wouldn't be so simple. But since Yang Sheng was the main character of this world, he wouldn't die easily. After thinking for a moment, she agreed. She took out a silver note worth 500 taels from her pocket and handed it over. This is the family's money. We originally planned to buy grain in another city and bring it back, but we didn't make it in time. Brother, you can keep this as a backup. The rice, flour, and shops around here were all bought with my money. If you haven't finished eating by tomorrow morning, please have someone bring these supplies back, because there were many helpers in the southern city area. Even civilians from other city gates helped out. When people were hungry, some would come over to drink a bowl of porridge. People came and went, and 3 large pots kept boiling thick rice porridge nonstop. At the East City Gate, Yang Sheng arranged for someone to cook, using the family's funds, not public money. In total, they had spent nearly 100 taels of silver. Su Jiner didn't mind spending. After all, she was doing this to help Yang Sheng build a good reputation. Plus, he had taken the initiative to help stabilize the wartime situation, which was a big help. When Lord Wang or County Magistrate Lu wrote official reports, mentioning his contributions would also give him a chance to show off in front of the emperor. Besides the soldiers defending the city, Yang Sheng's contributions were the greatest. I understand, Yang Sheng said softly. He gently took the silver note into his hand, and his fingers brushed her hand casually. The warm touch reached deep into his heart. He lowered his eyes to hide his feelings. Seeing Su Jiner hold the mule cart and leave step by step, leaving Xiao Huang and Xiao Bai to protect him, made his heart soften. Su Jiner indeed went back. The city was supposed to be in chaos, but because Yang Sheng arranged for additional guards to patrol, and their house was in a good location, there was no theft. He casually placed his bow and sword on the table. After washing himself and lighting the oil lamp to illuminate the yard and his room, he checked his escape bag before going to bed. In this era, there was no internet, and the system couldn't get information remotely. The only way was to learn from the story. He lay on the bed, telling the system to wake him if there was any emergency, then closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. That night, the firecrackers and gunfire at Wuming Post filled the air with smoke. As the night progressed, it was said that the number of invading Hu people increased sharply. The key points at Early Tun and Wuli Tun were lost, and the enemy focused their main attack on Wuming Post. All the city's weapons and cannons were used. With the help of rapid-firing bows and crossbows, they surprisingly managed to hold the city walls. As the war dragged on, the Huns grew angry and frustrated. They repeatedly launched attacks with several large cannons against the city walls. Later, a messenger from the relay station, who was called to support, unfortunately lost his life. The other soldiers and workers suffered varying degrees of casualties. The relay station officer was killed, leaving the position vacant. Lu County Deputy personally appointed Yang Sheng as the new acting relay officer, trusting him to handle military intelligence and manage the supply resources behind the scenes. Although Yang Sheng was not fully familiar with all the duties of this new role, he still managed to keep going, relying on 4 remaining young assistants from the former relay officer. Despite some setbacks, he persisted. The city defenses held until dawn. When the enemy broke through one corner of the city gate, the residents responsible for logistics, filled with courage, prepared to rush out and fight. Just then, reinforcements arrived. The general in charge of the Wuming relay, Commander Li, along with his deputy, 7 staff officers, and an army of over 10,000 soldiers, came to rescue. The most elite troops, armed with muskets, arrived first. Their presence scared the enemy into fleeing in panic. Along with them, there were also military overseer Wen Guan and 2 officials from the palace, Wang Gonggong and Gong Zhong. These officials were not experienced in warfare but were responsible for supervision. Because of their status, Commander Li was cautious about their words. He was misled by Wen Guan's talk, missing the best chance to pursue and attack the fleeing enemies. This was an undeniable fact. Commander Li led his troops to support Wuming relay. He thought the situation was very dangerous, but once inside the city, he saw many civilians sitting on the ground. They weren't running away. Instead, they were making arrows. The enemy had attacked all 4 city gates all night, but only managed to break a corner of the southern gate. All these things were very different from what he had seen before. Wen Guan was also curious about this and asked about the reason. Lu County Deputy, now the highest official at Wuming relay, wanted Yang Sheng to go further. He explained the situation to Yang Sheng, praising him and mentioning Su Jiner. He pointed out that the city's achievements were thanks to these 2 people, and even the porridge they distributed was paid for by themselves, not from the palace. At this moment, Yang Sheng, a young scholar and rising star, was already seen as a bright light among everyone. Oh, so you're only a young scholar at your age? Will you take the provincial exam next year? Wen Guan, although a minor official in the court, often met the emperor, which made his status quite special. Although Wang Gonggong was just a small in the palace, he still had access to see the emperor. In this remote town, even Commander Li had to be careful about their identities and speak cautiously. Now that master, he took the initiative to ask, County Magistrate Lu's mind moved, and he gave Yang Sheng a subtle signal. Yes, master he. Yang Sheng stepped forward to bow respectfully.
Good.
You did well guarding Wuming Post this time. Everyone who held the line through the night contributed. When I return, I will report this truthfully. Master he nodded with satisfaction. Seeing that this young scholar was handsome and organized in handling city affairs, he couldn't help but feel a bit impressed. Suddenly, Gong Gong Wang, standing on his tall horse nearby, spoke up. Your name is Yangsheng? The technique of the clay bed you used before was also reported from Wuming Post to the court. Did you develop that method? Although he was just a minor palace, the leader of his group was a favorite of the emperor's. They often studied the emperor's thoughts, and since the clay bed appeared strange, the emperor mentioned it once. He heard others talk about it and remembered. He never expected to see the real person today, and such a young man at that. Yes, Gong Gong Wang. This technique was originally created to fight cold and keep warm. Reporting it was also to benefit the country and the people, to help the emperor, and to prevent more people from suffering in the cold, Yang Sheng said with a bow. Gong Gong Wang nodded with satisfaction and had a good impression of this young man. County Magistrate Liu, being clever, saw that Yang Sheng easily gained the favor of the two and decided to add fuel to the fire. Gong Gong Wang, Master He, Commander Li, Yang's sister once created 25 medicinal formulas, all reported to the court before the new year. This was also Yang's idea. I and Magistrate Wang have interacted quite a lot with them. Both are wholeheartedly loyal to the emperor. The formulas. Are they the ones the emperor praised as kind-hearted and skillful? Gong Gong Wang asked. Master He and Commander Li's eyes widened. They were truly surprised. Yes, Gong Gong Wang. County Magistrate Liu nodded with a smile, glancing at Yang Sheng, who kept his head slightly bowed. He was very pleased with his cautious attitude. We have already used these formulas in the palace, and the effects are remarkable. The emperor not only praised this girl several times in court, but also mentioned her privately. Now, these formulas are being promoted nationwide. Do you think the medicines used in the Wuming Post battle also included them? Gong Gong Wang said. His gaze at Yang Sheng had changed. Yes, we used it. However, the herbs were all gathered and prepared by Miss Gina herself from the mountains, and they came from our private stock. The residents willing to help in the city are mostly thanks to Lord Yang and Miss Gina, County Magistrate Liu explained. Looking around, everything was neat and orderly. Among the weapons collected by the guards, there were also unfamiliar crossbows and bows. Where are these crossbows and bows from? Commander Li asked curiously, immediately having someone bring one over to examine its structure. County Magistrate Liu gave Yang Sheng a subtle look. With a lowered brow, Yang Sheng stepped forward, keeping a close eye on the surroundings. This is a multi-shot crossbow developed by my sister. The arrowheads are soaked in poisonous herbs, and it can shoot up to 100 meters. It played a big role in defending the city gates tonight. Oh? Your sister is not only skilled in medicine but also knows how to make weapons? Grandpa Wang's eyes lit up. Commander Li looked up, surprised. The design of these arrows is also unique. They can be disassembled from the crossbow, and if loaded quickly, they can really help suppress the enemy in numbers. No wonder there were only about 100 people guarding the city gates, along with some civilians who didn't know how to fight, yet they managed to hold off the continuous attack of over 1,000 barbarians. Everyone you may not know, but Gina often carries a bow and crossbow when she goes up the mountain to gather herbs for self-defense. These crossbow arrows were also made based on her understanding. We didn't expect they would come in handy. Excellent. Truly worthy of the praise from His Majesty. Scholar Yang is also very talented. Both of you are impressive. Your sister is even a heroine among women. Very good indeed. Grandpa Wang laughed heartily, his attitude friendlier than towards Commander Li. His idea was simple. If one of the siblings caught the emperor's eye, the other would be equally talented. With their achievements in Wuming Post, it was only a matter of time before they would be summoned to the court. At least now, both of their names were on the emperor's mind, especially Yang Sheng's sister. Since they would inevitably meet in the court in the future, they would have to interact. He was just making early connections. May I ask, what is this young lady's name? Could she come out and meet us? Lord, he was also sharp. Through Grandpa Wang's words, he quickly learned that Yang Sheng and his sister had bright futures. His attitude was no longer so aloof. He asked with a smile. It would be good to meet her. Her skill in making these crossbows is truly remarkable. Commander Lee was very curious about this woman praised by the emperor and wanted to see her in person. However, there are still many things to arrange in the city, and the arriving reinforcements need to be temporarily settled. Yang Sheng took the initiative to mention this. Although a few others were interested, they decided to wait and see for now. But the position of the postmaster is clearly suited for Yang Sheng. He immediately took charge, organizing the soldiers' accommodations and the supply of grain and fodder. When Su Jiner woke up and learned about these developments, she couldn't help but sigh. Maybe I've also contributed to the hero's cause. Definitely. Your skills with the bow and arrow and your herbal remedies are more advanced than the hero's. Right now, you're more impressive in front of the emperor than Yang Sheng. But do you think the heavens might think I'm stealing the spotlight and cause trouble for me? No way. You're the hero's sister. Your achievements can help him, and soon his path will speed up. The system is full of confidence. While feeding the chickens, ducks, and mules in the yard, Su Jiner also gave a bowl of oil and rice soup to Xiao Huang, who had run back home. After handed over work to Xiao Bai and fed it, she continued her chores. By the time she finished, it was already past 10. Su Jiner doesn't mind that her efforts have ultimately benefited Yang Sheng, as she believes it's all about mutual needs. She helped him go further and more steadily, and in return, she gained more luck and blessings. Moreover, she and Yang Sheng are not strangers. They've depended on each other for a long time, and their relationship is deep. Helping him succeed means he will also have the strength to protect her in the future. The world is tough on women, and she still hopes Yang Sheng will change women's status. Of course, she will do her best to contribute. The chickens and ducks at home have already laid eggs. She picked up the eggs from the nest, boiled 2 fresh ones, and pocketed them before heading out. The city was bustling with soldiers and patrols, but surprisingly, each squad was equipped differently. Curious, she continued walking forward. She saw that the residents had returned to normal life, and several city gates were being repaired. There were people moving on the city walls. She circled around the south, west, and east gates, finally arriving at the north gate, which housed the most soldiers because reinforcements entered and exited through here. Inside, a few tall horses were still parked. Suddenly, she saw someone she recognized. Wang Zhubu. Wang Zhubu. She softly called out, and the small white dog at her feet barked in response. Immediately, a group of people looked over, including Wang the clerk from Wenminjiai County Office. Miss Jean, what are you doing here? Wang the clerk approached her, seeing she was alone with a large gray wolf dog at her side. He smiled and asked, Miss Jean, do you need something? Su Jean was surprised. Wang the clerk, do you know where my brother is? He hasn't come home for a long time. I came to ask. In the past, Yang Sheng was highly valued by Wang the clerk. Now, with the approval of Officer Li, Minister He from the court, and the palace's grand, the brother and sister's status had improved. Wang's attitude became more friendly. Seeing she was asking about Yang Sheng, he wondered why no one had informed Jean about her brother's situation. Instead, someone had come to ask her directly. He said proactively, Miss Jean, don't worry. Master Yang, no, Officer Yang, is safe and sound. You can rest assured. He was temporarily assigned as the station master and has many things to handle, so he returned a bit late. Station master? Su Jin's eyes widened in shock. Has my brother been promoted? Wang the clerk nodded with a mysterious smile. Miss Jean, you should go back and wait. If Officer Yang comes back and can't find you, it would be a problem for both of you to miss each other. Based on my estimate, he should be back by lunchtime. Officer Yang wouldn't want you to worry. I will also send someone to inform him that you're looking for him. Thank you, Wang the clerk, Su Jin said gratefully, turning around with the small white dog and heading back. On the way, she noticed the townspeople seemed calm, and even the street vendors were gradually returning to normal. She bought some flour and went home to start cooking. She kneaded the dough over the fire, making it into hard round cakes. Today was the first day of the new year. The various buns and foods she had prepared for the celebration days ago had not been eaten much and were still stored in the snow. The freshly made flatbreads were similar. She kept 2 as supplies for Yang Sheng when he went out, and the rest were left to dry on a basket, waiting for the moisture to evaporate so the bread would become harder and more difficult to bite. Yang Sheng, new to managing station affairs, found many problems and was even challenged by a few generals demanding supplies. Although it was troublesome, he managed to resolve everything in time. When the official sent by the Lord's clerk arrived, he finally snapped out of his busy thoughts. The excitement and stress of the day and night had made him forget that today was New Year's Day, and he also forgot to send a reply home. During this festive time filled with swords and lights, his emotions kept fluctuating. Even though his future might be bright, thinking about his and Su Jiner's future made his heart feel heavy. It's better to be anyone else, but why did he have to become Jiner's brother? Feeling down, he still hid his emotions and smiled as he returned home. He had changed into new clothes for the new year, but they were covered in dust and ashes from fireworks. Inside, the fire stove and brazier were lit, creating a warm and cozy scene. Su Jiner was sitting by the fire, reading a book. Her graceful figure sat quietly, with her clean, long hair draped over her shoulders. She had only tied 2 simple hair buns and wore matching light-colored hair accessories on each side. Unlike yesterday's playful and delicate look, today she was lightly made up, with a gentle yet cool aura that made her back view irresistibly charming. Woof woof, Little White ran out of the room, wagging to his side and nuzzling Little Yellow. Su Jiner turned around and saw Yang Sheng looking at her tenderly. He had a faint smile on his face, but his handsome face was covered in dust and soot. She couldn't help but laugh out loud and quickly went to greet him. "Brother looks like a clown. Come back quickly. I've prepared hot water for you to take a bath. Jiner is joking with me." Yang Sheng's eyes curved slightly, his almond-shaped eyes narrow, and a handsome smile appeared on his lips. He reached out with one hand to hold Su Jiner's sleeve, stopping her from helping him. He shook his head and said, "I'm dirty, so I shouldn't let you help me. All right, then go take a bath first. I've prepared lunch." Su Jiner let go of his sleeve and led him to the washroom, where she had set up a bath bucket. She went to fetch hot water, and the narrator had already prepared soap nuts and clean clothes. Yang Sheng had washed his face in the kitchen, his face slightly red from the cold water. Fortunately, there was warm water on the table. He took a sip and felt like he had come back to life. The exhaustion from the night and morning made him very hungry, with his stomach pressing against his back. Since he hadn't ridden a horse today, and the courier had to ride to deliver messages, his body was sore and weak. His legs also hurt from friction and scratches. "Do we have any medicine powder for treating external injuries?" "Yes, we do." "Did you get hurt?" Su Jiner was heating rice in the pot. "Yes, there's some issues, but..." "It's hard to say," Yang Sheng said with an awkward smile.
Su Jiner looked thoughtful.
"The medicine package is in the white bag in my room. Brother, go and get it yourself." Yang Sheng nodded, washed his hands, patted Su Jiner's head, then went into her room. He didn't have any romantic thoughts. Their rooms were open to each other freely. But this time, he carefully looked at the room's arrangement. It was clean, tidy, and well-organized. The medicine cabinet nearby was empty, probably used up last night. He found the white bag hanging nearby and was surprised to see that inside, besides some bottles of medicine and what looked like ginseng, there were also 2 important documents proving their relationship, a few hundred silver notes, some knives for self-defense, and other emergency supplies. They were simple and practical, like items prepared for fleeing in danger. He hadn't expected Jiner to think of such things. She was very thoughtful. By the way, the crossbow arrows were also made in advance by Jiner to defend against the Huron people, without him knowing. It seemed he was somewhat inferior to her in foresight. He picked up a bottle of ointment, returned to his room, and started cleaning himself, making sure he hadn't missed anything important. For example, the 2 documents proving their engagement. If he had opened and read them, he would have known they were officially betrothed. Cleaning his hair with soap was not easy, but after struggling, Yang Sheng dressed and thought about how the soap was made. Maybe one day, he could make some at home for personal use. Lunch was rice, steamed buns, meat dishes, and a stir-fry. After a night of fighting, being able to eat such a meal was already a great happiness. The two sat facing each other, eating while Yangsheng told her about what happened after Su Jiner left last night. She had some idea, but not as detailed as Yangsheng's experience. She also learned about the personalities of the old steward, Lord He, and General Li. Then she listened as he described the unnecessary steps and irregularities in the army. She couldn't help but smile lightly. When it comes to fighting, I definitely can't compare to you, brother. If there's a chance in the future, you could improve these flaws. Well, let's talk about it when the time comes. By the way, Jiner, after I finish my rest this afternoon, if you have time tonight, why don't we go see the Ma siblings together?
Yangsheng suggested.
Huh?
Has no one reported back about Ma Yicheng's situation? Jiner asked, then quickly realized that no one had come to deliver the message here either. Ma Yicheng has already died, and the city guards are probably too busy to go there. She pursed her lips. It's not good for my brother to go. You're now the postmaster, sitting in Ma Yicheng's old position. The Ma siblings might easily guess something. Plus, telling them now would only cause unnecessary sadness. Maybe we should wait a day or two, let things settle in the city first, then go see them? Yangsheng chuckled softly. That's also fine, he said. It's good that you're careful and ask around. They had a warm and simple meal, eating enough to feel satisfied. Afterward, Jiner mixed some leftover food into rice and fed it to the small dog. Then she helped Yangsheng lie down on the bed, covered him with a quilt, drew the curtains, and quietly left the room. The bed was warm, and as the warmth spread, Yangsheng's eyelids grew heavy, and he gradually fell asleep. No one disturbed Yang family during the night. Yangsheng slept in his room, while Jiner practiced martial arts and archery in the yard, making a few more crossbows and arrows. The medicinal herbs in the yard also needed replenishing, but now the city was under strict control, making it hard to go out. There might still be enemies lurking on the mountain outside the city, so she had to stay put. After a night of chaos, Wuming Post quickly regained much of its vitality. The city was quiet, and the Yang family's small courtyard was unusually peaceful. Since everything was fine, Jiner went into the city again in the afternoon. On the way, she met Captain Jiang returning from patrol on horseback and also ran into a few officials from the county office. They didn't treat her as an outsider. After greeting her, they told her that the bows and crossbows she stored last night had been requisitioned, and that Lu County Magistrate planned to use public funds to reimburse her. They were just small items that could be replaced. She smiled, nodded in thanks, and after saying goodbye to them, headed to the city's medical clinic. Dr. Lin. Oh, Miss Jiner has arrived. Master is resting in the backyard. He was very tired last night and hasn't gotten up yet. Do you need anything? The visitor was Dr. Lin's top apprentice, Zhang Yuan. Now in his 40s, he was a middle-aged man who showed great respect to a young girl half his age, which seemed a bit strange. But Zhang Yuan dared not be disrespectful. Setting aside his relationship with the girl and his master, and not mentioning the 25 medicinal formulas he had created, it was clear that last night's effort to defend the city was thanks to Su Jiner and her brother Yang Xiaocai. Because of them, the city was still safe, and everyone in the town was grateful to the siblings. I forgot to mention, Dr. Lin's health isn't as good as that of younger people. I came just to see if you have any herbs for sale. I want to keep some as backup. Su Jiner smiled awkwardly. The clinic was busy today, but everyone had a bottle of half-made medicine, probably because they saw how effective it was last night. Most of the herbs and semi-finished medicines have been taken by the army. The shop only has a small amount left, and the rest are being sent from other cities. But Miss Jiner, if you need some, I can give you a few bottles right now. All right, just a few. As many as you can spare. Su Jiner reached into her sleeve and placed a silver coin on the table. When Zhang Yuan brought over 5 porcelain bottles, she smiled and said, "Thank you. The money is here. Please also pass on my thanks to Dr. Lin. You all helped a lot last night. You're welcome, you're welcome. Take care on your way." Zhang Yuan saw her to the door and stood there for a long time before returning, full of admiration. On his way back, Yang Sheng was already awake. He dressed in simple, comfortable clothes, not official robes. After tidying his hair, he was about to leave. They bumped into each other. He looked at Su Jiner, who was cold and covered in a layer of snow on her shoulders, and quickly stepped in front of her. Where are you going? I went to buy some medicine. Are you going to the post station to see the governor? Sue Jenner looked up at him. He was tall, and she could see his tense neck and handsome nose from her position. His slightly bluish eyes were clear. No, I'm going to the county office. There are some things I need to discuss with Deputy Liu, and I want to see if Lord Wang has woken up. You stay at home. I'll be back soon. Yangsheng put his arm around Sue Jenner's shoulders and pushed her into the yard. He waved goodbye, a little reluctant, and left. Sue Jenner could only have Xiaobai and Xiao Huang follow her to protect her. She returned to her room to continue making bows and crossbows. Last night, the thick cannons on the city wall and the weapons protected with heavy cowhide gave her some ideas. She also thought about the matchlock guns, which she had never seen but knew were the ancestors of long guns. Host, I have a simple method to make a basic matchlock gun. It's an improved version. The system spoke promptly. Its database was messy and didn't contain much organized information. Many details were probably things Sue Jenner had seen once and then stored in the database. There was also data accidentally gathered through online connections. You have improved blueprints, but I've never seen a matchlock gun before. This was a major flaw. Even if I wanted to modify one, I would need someone skilled to help test it. By nightfall, Yang Sheng returned to update about Wang Daren's condition. The poison in Wang County Magistrate was detoxified, but he was still unconscious and weak. Now, all official matters in the county office were handled by Liu County Deputy. He took over the position of courier, so they needed to work together closely. The cold wind grew stronger at night. The two of them sat by the fire for dinner, working together to tidy up the house. Yang Sheng finished sweeping the floor with a broom, then turned to serve food to Xiao Bai and Xiao Huang. The two dogs lay quietly by the fire, their strong figures making him very fond of them. But before he could open the door, Xiao Huang and Xiao Bai suddenly stood up and barked loudly at the entrance. At the same time, a loud bang sounded as the front door was kicked open. Cold wind rushed in, and someone punched Yang Sheng on the shoulder. He staggered back several steps, nearly falling to the ground.
Woof! Woof!
Seeing their owner attacked, Xiao Bai and Xiao Huang kicked off the ground and leapt into action, biting at the attacker's vulnerable spots. Ma Ong, who had wanted to intervene, had to retreat and dodge. He took a few steps back, his face full of anger. Xiao Bai, Xiao Huang, come here. Yang Sheng called out just in time. The two dogs hesitated for a few seconds before obeying and returning to his side, their fierce eyes watching the intruder and baring sharp teeth. Brother Ma, Miss Ma, what are you doing? Yang Sheng, clutching his aching shoulder, frowned at the door. Ma Ong and Ma Xiaoyan were dressed in white mourning clothes, holding long whips, with angry expressions. Their eyes showed both fury and disdain. You ungrateful traitor! Who do you think you are, calling us brothers? You became the courier but ignored your loyalty. You refused to help us with our father's funeral and even drove us out. I don't recognize you as my brother. Ma Ong angrily scolded and raised his whip, which was sharp and full of power. If it hit someone, it would take at least 10 days or half a month to recover enough to move freely again. Seeing him about to strike, Yang Sheng's face turned cold. Xiao Huang and Xiao Bai at his feet were ready to jump forward, gathering strength in their hind legs. He shouted sharply, his voice no longer gentle and smiling but cold and unfamiliar. Nearby, Ma Xiaoyan, watching him coldly, moved her hand to stop Ma Ong from hitting. At this moment, Sue Jenner arrived, carrying water for washing dishes. Her usual gentle expression was slightly serious, her beautiful face showing a hint of sternness. You two came here to cause trouble for my brother without understanding the situation. You just started hitting without asking questions. I thought you had learned your lesson and changed, but it seems you still don't understand right from wrong. Her soft but sharp voice made the two people standing at the door turn around in surprise. Their eyes met. Ma Ang's angry face showed hesitation, and he stopped trying to break free from Ma Xiaoyan's hold. Miss Jenner, what you say is true. It's a fact that the people from the post station drove us out. Yang Xiao is now also the post station head, which is true. Ma Xiaoyan raised her eyebrows slightly, her tone calm. Are you saying that those who drove you out said it was your brother's idea? Su Jiner walked over empty-handed. Yang Sheng saw her approach and called out worriedly, meeting her calming gaze. Ma Xiaoyun and her brother were stunned by her calm attitude and question. They no longer made a move and looked at her with furrowed brows. The people from the post station used to be your father's men. They should know your situation, and if not, they should at least give you a hint about who is behind this. But judging by your expressions, you probably received no warning at all? Seeing their stunned faces, she gently shook her head. What you sowed in the past, today you are reaping. If you don't understand right from wrong and start blaming others without knowing the facts, it's likely you've done this kind of thing many times, which makes people lose faith. Ma Ong and Ma Xiaoyun's previously flushed faces turned pale, as if they had been scolded. Su Jinu understood and calmly slipped past Ma Eng's side, heading inside. She looked into Yang Sheng's eyes. He was watching her intently, as if his gaze was fixed on her. Seeing that he was not paying attention, she gently tugged at his hand. She looked back at the Ma brothers and sisters, her expression softening. Young people are full of energy. With family caring for you, your current attitude shows you have been happy before. Ma Yicheng also cares for and loves you very much. Ma Yicheng has indeed taken good care of his brother. We won't forget this kindness. Please come inside. It's cold outside, and it's better to talk openly. She gave Yangsheng a look and picked up the bowls and chopsticks to serve food to Little Yellow and Little White. She stepped outside, with the two dogs following her, occasionally turning back to watch the two intruders cautiously. Little White, go close the door, Su Jiner called out. The white-marked wolf dog, about half her height, ran to the door and pushed it shut with his nose. There were rustling sounds outside. Yang Sheng snapped back to attention, rubbed his slightly sore shoulder, and looked at the pale-faced Ma siblings. His expression softened.
Come in, brother Ma, Miss Ma.
I just learned about Ma Yicheng's situation. I will definitely not let him be buried in snow. Ma Ong and Ma Xiaoyun did not move. Ma Xiaoyun, dressed in white like a snowflower, trembled slightly as she held her long whip. Their pain from Su Jiner's words made them come uninvited, seeking trouble without understanding the full story. They couldn't really argue with what Su Jiner said. Jiner always speaks very directly. Not just to you, but also to Magistrate Wang and Deputy Liu. Whenever it involves us, she's never gentle. Don't take it to heart. First, tell me what happened so we can clear up the misunderstanding. Yang Sheng stepped forward, gently pushing the two inside. Since they had some connection and their father had just died, he didn't want to be harsh with them. After they sat down, he poured tea and placed it on the table. Young Master Yang is very lucky to have a sister who cares for you. Ma Xiaoyun softened her voice. She used to like smiling at Yang Sheng, but now she couldn't bring herself to smile. Miss Ma, isn't your brother the same? Yang Sheng said gently. That's not the same. Ma Xiaoyun's stiff fingers moved slightly. She and Su Jiner were different. Su Jiner was clever, capable, and even took the initiative to help Yang Sheng. She studied bows and crossbows for city wall battles. But she kept causing trouble for her father and couldn't even understand what was really happening. Even their appearances. How could this comparison not make her lose confidence? She thought, with such an outstanding sister. No wonder Yang Sheng didn't pay much attention to her normally. Yang Sheng couldn't see through Ma Xiaoyun's thoughts. He had some guesses about her feelings for himself. Wanting to avoid trouble, he said nothing more. He raised his hand and poured another cup of tea for Ma Ong. He seemed deeply affected, still not back to normal, with his shoulders hunched. To comfort him, he patted his shoulder and asked, Brother Ma, do you still mind Jin's words? She really has no bad intentions. Ma Ong lowered his head. His usually strong posture seemed to sag a little. He looked disappointed and said, No, I don't blame her.
She's right.
I have been impulsive. Now, with this result, it's all my fault. But it has nothing to do with Xiaoyun. Young Master Yang, please don't blame Xiaoyun. He knew Ma Xiaoyun's feelings for Yang Sheng. Since he and Su Jiner had no chance, he naturally hoped his sister could get what she wanted. But now, with this awkward situation, Su Jiner saw how foolish he was.
How could he have the face to?
The three of them sat together, and the matter was quickly discussed. It all started because of Yang Sheng. To entertain a high official from the capital, he ordered some fine rooms to be prepared. The best rooms in the inn were only a few, where Ma Yijing and his family stayed. Ma's brother and sister knew about Ma Yijing's death. They went out in the morning to retrieve his body, planning to set up a memorial hall in the inn. But unexpectedly, when they returned in the evening, they were turned away. They were immediately angry and furious. Maong even punched and slapped some of the small officials. If they had spoken softly and politely, perhaps they could have found another room. But their proud attitude only made things worse, provoking the officials in charge. Since Ma Yijing had passed away, they didn't want to keep the siblings for long, nor did they want to let them set up a memorial hall in the inn. Earlier, Ma Yijing had lived outside the city. The siblings had only been in town for less than 3 months since he took office, and they had no other place to stay. This made them furious and come to confront the officials. Yang Sheng listened and sighed. Uncle Ma's death makes me sad too. It's just that I just took over the inn's affairs today. I was busy arranging supplies and other matters, and I haven't even seen all my staff. I have mentioned Uncle's situation to Jeaner. I plan to explain everything to you tomorrow so you wouldn't feel sad when you hear about it. I didn't expect such an incident to happen. Besides, I am not someone who is unkind or indifferent. If Yang Sheng were truly unkind, there wouldn't be anyone better than him in the county office or the courier department. Ma Xiaoyan was stunned. My brother and I also made mistakes. If we hadn't acted, it would have been too late. Sorry, young Master Yang. We misunderstood you. She knew that Yang Sheng had previously worked in the county office. Now that she thinks about it, it was just bullying. He couldn't have done such a thing. She was angry and came to confront him. It seems Jeaner was right. She indeed is not as calm as Jeaner. Ma Xiaoyan's expression darkened a little, and her smile was bitter. People forget you once you're gone, and they treat us badly. Ma Ong slammed his hand on the table and cursed angrily. Ma Xiaoyan stood up and smiled bitterly at Ma Ong. Brother, let's go. We were reckless this time. Sorry for disturbing young Master Yang and Jeaner. The two got up and left. Ma Xiaoyan and Ma Ong grew up outside the city. They are skilled in horse riding and martial arts. They are straightforward and generous, but impulsive. However, in all the time they have known Yang Sheng, this was the first time he saw them so lost and spiritless. Seeing Ma Xiaoyun's sad expression, he couldn't help but remember when they first met. At that time, he was truly surprised by her unique temperament and personality. He frowned slightly, but couldn't bear to see them like this. He stood up and called out to them, Brother Ma, Miss Ma, Uncle was sincere to me. Now that Uncle has passed away, I should do my part. I will handle the funeral arrangements. It's also my way of showing filial piety. He stepped forward and took out 100 taels of silver, handing it to them. Find a place to rest tonight. Tomorrow morning, Brother Ma, please come to see me. Ma Xiaoyan turned around and pushed his hand away. No need. We have money. Thank you, young Master Yang. Her eyes were full of affection, shining like water. Any man who looked into them would feel his heart skip a beat. Yang Sheng simply looked away and said nothing more. Ma Xiaoyan felt disappointed, her lips pressed into a slight line. Mong saw her sister's expression and Yang Sheng's actions, and understood that he had no romantic feelings for her sister. He felt a bit regretful. Yang Sheng is a talented young man. If he could marry his sister, it would be perfect. His sister wouldn't have to suffer alone and follow this reckless man. A familiar gentle call came from outside the door. He turned his head to look, as if seeing a divine figure he longed for but could not reach. Yang Sheng also looked toward the door, his gaze falling on Su Jeaner's gentle eyes and brows. He couldn't help but smile softly. I've prepared the food. The two of you have eaten. Later, I'll ask my brother to help you, by what Uncle Ma needs. Yang Sheng had never arranged a morning hall before, so he didn't realize it needed to be set up overnight. If they waited until tomorrow, the two of them would have nowhere to go to prepare the hall. Probably, the Ma siblings also felt guilty and didn't dare to mention anything unusual. She then took the initiative to come over and remind them.
Huh.
Oh, yes. I was careless and didn't prepare the morning haul. Brother Ma, Miss Ma, I'm really sorry. I didn't think it through. Realizing she was giving hints, Yangsheng guessed he had been foolish again and quickly agreed with Su Jiner. This also made Ma Xiaoyan and Ma Ong breathe a sigh of relief. They exchanged glances and hesitated slightly. Su Jiner's voice rang out again. You two shouldn't fuss over the things. Come and have dinner with us. Later, Brother will take you to the post station to set up the morning haul. Sending Uncle Ma off early will give everyone peace of mind. It would only take a day and a night at most. When the post station master leaves, as long as he's in his official capacity, it's not wrong to see him off. She led Ma Xiaoyan into the living room. After everyone sat down, she called Yang Sheng into the kitchen to help. In fact, she was giving him instructions for what to do tonight. There was no need to say much. Yang Sheng was quick-witted, and with help, it wouldn't be difficult. They came with a carriage. Inside should be the post station master's remains and their personal belongings. Since they are elders, I'll go see the last time I can say goodbye after they settle in the post station. Su Jina scooped out 2 portions of braised meat noodles from the pot, adding plenty of meat slices. She reached out to pick up the steaming bowls. It's time to send them off, Yangsheng said, blocking her hand naturally. He took 2 bowls from each side. Let me do it. You rest at home tonight and I'll go tomorrow. Su Jiner followed behind him as they entered the living room. Ma Ong and Ma Xiaoyan saw Yangsheng holding a bowl and quickly greeted him with surprise. Brother Yang, you're a scholar. Why bother yourself with holding the bowl? Let me do it, Ma Ong said, reaching out to take the bowl. Ma Xiaoyan kept looking at Yangsheng's face, seeing him smile gently. It's nothing. My sister and I handle the household chores. There's no difference between men and women. He spoke casually, but he truly didn't mind doing these small tasks at home, which was different from most men she had seen. People say men should stay away from the kitchen and aim high, but Scholar Yang is so broad-minded and different, yet still very talented. However, the more outstanding he was, the less he paid attention to her, which made Ma Xiaoyan feel a bit sad.
Ma An wasn't surprised.
He knew this brother and sister were different from others. After feeling a bit better, he looked down at the noodles made by Su Jiner and finished the bowl, even drinking the broth. Delicious. Miss Jiner has great cooking skills. Because of a previous mistake, he didn't dare to look directly at Su Jiner, so his gaze was directed toward her. Ma Xiaoyan ate slowly and nodded when he heard this. Miss Jiner is talented in many ways. These noodles smell wonderful. Thank you for your hospitality. It's all thanks to the ingredients. I don't cook very well, but as long as you enjoy it, that's enough, Su Jiner said with a smile. She sat gracefully in her chair, watching the two and occasionally saying a few simple words to lighten the mood. Yang Sheng wanted the Ma siblings to relax, so he also joined in the conversation. After they finished eating, he immediately stood up, took them to the carriage, and accompanied them to buy various items needed for the memorial hall. Then he led them to the yamen to help set up the memorial hall. Coincidentally, they also saw the small official who had tried to chase them away. Seeing his red and swollen cheek, he didn't blame him but spoke kindly, calling a few people over to find a room for Ma Yicheng to set up the memorial hall. Honestly, he was angry after Ma Ong hit him without reason, and he had a good reason to be upset. That small official had been slapped several times and his face was swollen, so it was understandable that he would be upset. Ma Ong and Ma Xiaoyan knelt before the incense burner in mourning clothes, burning paper offerings as tears streamed down their faces. Ma Xiaoyan, dressed in plain white, cried even harder, her eyes red and swollen. Yang Sheng also burned some paper money, but the sorrowful atmosphere made him uneasy. Worried that Su Jiner at home might be waiting for him, he clenched his fists and prepared to leave. Just as he reached the door, a soft voice called out, "Young Master Yang." He turned around and saw Ma Xiaoyan slowly walking toward him. The cold wind lifted the hem of her white robe, showing her slender figure. She looked so fragile, as if she might be carried away by the wind. Yang Sheng paused, meeting her anxious and hopeful gaze. Ma Xiaoyan came closer and knelt to give him a respectful bow. Young Master Yang, thank you and Miss Jenner for your help tonight. Without you, my brother and I wouldn't have been able to fulfill our duty to our father. Ma Ang was impulsive and hot-tempered, and as a woman, Ma Xiaoyun's words carried little weight. If not for Yang Sheng's position as a postal officer, they would never have been allowed into this place, let alone hold a memorial. Miss Ma, you're being too polite. Your father was my elder. This is what I should do. Please don't bow to me. Yang Sheng helped her up, quietly letting go of her hand afterward. Under the flickering light, her delicate face was filled with sorrow, and her red, tear-stained eyes made her look even more fragile. In the lamplight, she looked almost ethereal, her white clothes adding to her gentle beauty. Her pitiful expression made even Yang Sheng, who had wanted to keep his distance, pause for a moment before calmly looking away. Perhaps sensing his restraint, Ma Xiaoyan realized they might not meet again. Taking advantage of the quiet snowy night, she softly began to speak, sharing her heartfelt regrets. She talked about how she wished she hadn't upset her father so often, how she now understood the pain of wanting to care for a parent who was no longer there, and how her father had come to Wuming Station because of her own selfish wish. These were things even her brother had never heard. Yang Sheng listened quietly, not moving, while Ma Xiaoyan stepped a little closer, as if seeking comfort. Tears fell again as she looked at him with a complicated expression. If only I had known earlier. If she had known things would end this way, she would never have insisted that her father take the post at Wuming Station. If I had known I would meet Yang Sheng, I wouldn't have casually lost my temper with a whip on the street that day. Now he looks at me so calmly. If I had known. Yang Sheng frowned and took a few steps back. There is no way to know everything in advance. No one can predict what will happen in the future. Miss Ma, none of this is anyone's fault. When something happens, we should look forward. We need to seize the present and cherish it, so we won't regret missing it later. His eyes darkened slightly, and a beautiful image of a woman flashed through his mind. For once, he looked a little sad. Seize the now. Seize the now. What can I hold on to? In Wuming, my brother and I have no relatives, only a little savings. Once today passes, we probably can't hold on much longer. Young Master Yang, do you think I should go back to my hometown with my brother? She felt very nervous. Even though she knew Yang Sheng didn't like her, she still hoped. She wished to see some pity in his eyes. Maybe if he spoke, she would stay. Yang Sheng, a handsome and elegant young man, was the youngest scholar. Unlike most men in the world, he didn't see women as playthings. His tolerant and understanding attitude was something she had never seen before. If she could marry him, it would be a blessing she had worked for many lives to earn. Now her family had fallen on hard times. He was not yet 20 and had already taken the position her father once held. She heard that some high officials from the capital valued him greatly. His future seemed bright. His sister was also well-educated and sensible. Even if they were not truly siblings, she and Su Jenner might share a husband in the future. She couldn't help feeling nervous and happy, her heart quietly filled with tender feelings. Yang Sheng had always only considered Ma's siblings as friends. Now that their family was struggling, he seriously thought about their future. Politics was impossible for him now. Ma Eng's temper was too fiery. It was good if he kept out of trouble. Women in this era had a hard time doing anything. Jenner, being so clever and brave, was rare in the world. But he also didn't want Ma Xiaoyan, so young, to be harmed. After thinking carefully, he said, Wuming is not safe. If you have a place to go back to in your hometown, it might be best to return. I am willing to give you and Brother Ma 500 taels. When you go back, open a shop and do some small business to support yourselves. With help from relatives and friends, life shouldn't be too hard. Young Master Yang, you really don't know what I am asking? Ma Xiaoyan's eyes filled with tears like clouds and mist. She looked at him pitifully and straightforwardly, her fists clenched tightly in her palms. Once she loosened her grip, it seemed she might faint from the emotion. Suddenly, even Yang Sheng, who wanted to avoid the situation, was stunned. Miss Ma, you, young Master Yang, with your intelligence and wisdom, I don't believe you can't see how I feel about you. Ma Xiaoyun's eyes sparkled with charm, and a blush appeared on her face. She temporarily set aside her usual modesty as a woman. Xiaoyun admires young Master Yang greatly and is willing to stay by your side. Young Master Yang, Before she finished, Yang Sheng took a step back. His tall figure stood firm like a mountain, but his handsome face turned serious and cold. Miss Ma, I have no feelings for you. Please don't say more. I said what I meant. I will leave now, without disturbing you. He turned to walk away, ignoring Ma Xiaoyun's resentful gaze behind him. After walking a few meters, he heard her sobbing voice. Young Master Yang, is it because of Miss Jean? Miss Jean is beautiful and clever. I can't compare to her, but I am willing to step aside. Stepping aside in this world, in front of other women, only means becoming a concubine. Yang Sheng paused, frowned, and looked back. Why do you say that? Young Master Yang, your surname is Yang, and Miss Jin's surname is Su. But look at her eyes. Aren't they different from those of a sister? Ma Xiaoyun forced a smile, noticing his brow furrow even more. She thought he still disliked her and couldn't help but say, I won't argue with Miss Jean. Everything is for her. Young Master Yang, my brother and I have nowhere to go, and we don't want to go home. Please let us follow you. Yang Sheng no longer cared what she was saying. His tense jaw slightly lifted, but his eyes grew deeper. Yes, he was surnamed Yang and Jeaner was surnamed Su. Why had he never doubted their sibling relationship? Yang Sheng quickly realized that after coming to this world, he had been influenced by his assumptions. He lost his memory and believed what Jeaner told him. That was why he had always thought they were siblings. Thinking back now, he remembered that in those first few days, they had vaguely mentioned their identities. For example, Jeaner said her father hunted and taught her archery, yet he, with a man's body, was weak and fragile. Even if her father didn't favor boys over girls, he shouldn't have let his healthy son become disabled, right? At that time, his body had died from a severe cold illness. When he woke up, he was extremely pale and weak, as if he hadn't exercised at all for a day. However, after less than 2 months of training, his body had visibly become much stronger. Also, how did old lady Li from Yangjia village address Jeaner? The title, Yang Su's wife. This address. Yang Sheng's heart was pounding. A thought was about to come out, but another question also arose. If he and Jeaner are or were husband and wife, then why does Jeaner keep calling them siblings? Since he had doubts, Yang Sheng decided to investigate immediately. He looked up at Ma Xiaoyun, who was disappointed, and said, Miss Ma, you helped me a lot this time. You and Brother Ma can decide whether to stay or leave. If you choose to leave, I will give you 500 taels of silver with both hands. After speaking, he quickly turned around, his steps excited and quickening. He went to the front yard to get the fine horse prepared by the clerk, and without returning home, he headed straight toward the county office. Only the duty officer was there. He went directly into the back hall, first searching through the files to find his own record, then trying to find Su Jeaner's file. He was looking for information about people from Yangjia village and nearby villages. Based on Su Jeaner's familiarity with the mountains around Yangjia village, he judged that Su Jeaner's family, the Su family, was not far away. He searched all night and finally found a few relevant files. One file, marked with the word Hunter, caught his attention. He opened it and saw that the head of the household, Su Daming, had a record of his only daughter, Su Jeaner, which matched her age exactly. His heart was pounding wildly. His face turned red from the cold night, and his eyes shone with excitement because he was trying to control his joy but couldn't. He was so happy. Sir, do you need help? It was almost dawn. The duty officer, seeing that he hadn't come out yet, knocked on the door and asked. Yang Sheng snapped back to himself and stood up straight, walking toward the door. No need. I will go back now. When Lu County Magistrate returns, please inform him to bring the officials to the Yizhang Shu to pay respects to Magistrate Ma. The officials at the county office held Wang County Magistrate in the highest regard. Usually, Wang County Magistrate took great care of him and even entrusted many affairs of the county office to him, the assistant. Because he handled matters well, everyone trusted and respected him within a few months. Even if we set aside his sister, no, even if we ignore the things Jenner did, in this small county office, his influence and authority as the assistant were still significant. He initially planned to go straight home, but halfway there, he suddenly remembered Lord Wang, who was recovering from injuries at the county office. It was already daylight, and he wondered if Lord Wang might have woken up. He decided to go to the back hall of the county office. There, he saw two servants of Lord Wang sitting on the kong, a traditional heated bed, having breakfast. As soon as he entered, the two servants quickly got off the kong. This young scholar was no longer just a young man the master valued, but also someone important in the capital. "Master Yang, are you here to see the master?" One asked politely with a smile.
Yang Sheng nodded.
"How is the master? Has he woken up yet?" "Not yet, but the fever has gone down. Do you want to go in?"
"I'll accompany you," they said.
Yang Sheng shook his head, wiped the water from his coat, and after some thought, he took it off and handed it to a servant before walking inside to check on Lord Wang himself. Yang Sheng hadn't gone home all night. The next morning, Su Jenner woke up early to train. By daylight, she still hadn't seen anyone. She wasn't angry. Instead, she learned from the system about the story involving Yang Sheng and Ma Xiaoyan. The two had spent over 10 minutes talking outside the spirit hall of Ma Yicheng. Ma Xiaoyan was confused about her future, while Yang Sheng carefully prepared 500 taels of silver for the Ma siblings. From this description, it seemed as if the two had already fallen in love and developed feelings for each other. This was consistent with the plot. Su Jenner thought this was normal, but for some reason, she felt a strange sense of disbelief. "Why don't I believe it?" The story clearly says Ma Xiaoyan's bright eyes glisten with tears, which moved Yang Sheng. And here, under the lamp, Ma Xiaoyan's slender waist outlined her graceful figure, as if she might be blown away by the wind. Yang Sheng couldn't help but take a few steps closer. Wait, aren't these detailed descriptions enough? The system didn't quite understand what Su Jenner was doubting. It just thought she was overthinking. "You've forgotten what happened centuries ago?" Words can be deceiving, but seeing is believing. Jenner Su was not very angry with his words. She raised her long bow, loosened her grip on the arrow, and with a sharp sound, the arrow accurately hit the target in the distance. Moreover, based on what I know about Yang Sheng, he isn't very interested in Ma Xiaoyan. Ma Xiaoyan used to be a wealthy young lady, beautiful and well-dressed, with charming fox-like eyes that looked at Yang Sheng with gentle longing. At that time, he didn't feel anything for her. Could a brief half-hour conversation outside a morning hall really move his heart? Unless Yang Sheng prefers girls who are weaker than him. Jenner Su remembered the look he had in his eyes for herself and couldn't help but shake her head with a light smile. Love is always so unpredictable, hard to understand, and so difficult to see clearly. The story about Yang Sheng stopped when he and Ma Xiaoyan parted ways. After that, only 2 sentences. Yang Sheng went to the county office to look for information, and at dawn, he visited Lord Wang, who was still asleep. What happened next is unknown. Jenner Su did a simple stretch, finished her grooming, and went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Then she went to the backyard to feed the chickens and ducks, and trained the little yellow and white dog with a wagging tail. By the time breakfast was ready, everyone still hadn't returned. However, in the story, Lord Wang had woken up. Since there was no danger on Yang Sheng's side, Jenner Su asked the system to temporarily stop managing the plot. She decided to explore the city outside herself, visiting a few blacksmith shops. Coincidentally, she ran into the family of 4 who had followed her to the South City gate the night before. "Are you all blacksmiths?" Jenner Su received a very warm welcome. She sat on a chair prepared by the hostess and asked curiously while holding her tea. "We are the Zhang family of 4. My father and 2 sons all work as blacksmiths, making pots and tools. Miss Jenner, you save the people in the city. Whatever pots or tools you need, just tell us. We only charge for materials." The speaker was a middle-aged man named Zhang Quan. His strong muscles showed under his rolled-up sleeves, and he was covered in sweat. He looked very serious. If it weren't for providing for his family, Jiner Soo thought he probably wouldn't even charge her for materials. No need. I don't care about that small amount of money. I do need some items to be crafted, but I'm still thinking about the design. Since your skills are good, I might come to you later to try out your work. She smiled and said that she had a good impression of this family, similar to Manager Chen from Chen Clothing Shop, and she found them trustworthy. She left a message and then went around the nearby city gates. The soldiers were still there, and General Jiang was riding his horse on patrol, with sharp eyes that immediately spotted her. Su Jiner couldn't avoid being noticed, so she had to stay and say a few words to the other person, then find an excuse to leave. Finally, she went straight to the county office and happened to meet Yang Sheng coming out with a smile. Seeing the strange flicker of surprise on his face when he saw her, Su Jiner thought deeply but kept a calm expression as she walked over. "Brother, has the courier from Shu been arranged? Last night, we agreed that I would go to Shu to see the courier off, but I don't know the place. Can you take me there?" Yang Sheng quickly stepped forward and walked beside Su Jiner. Under the suspicious gaze of the guards, he looked steadily at her smiling, obedient face. His heart was beating slightly like a loose arc almost out of control. He held back his feelings and questions, smiling as he took her wrist. "I'll take Jiner there, but the journey is far, so I'll ride my horse and bring you." Su Jiner doubted if she heard him right. When she met Yang Sheng's smiling eyes, she saw a faint, dark ink-like shadow that seemed to want to swallow her whole. That emotion she wanted to hide but couldn't was about to burst out. She felt something was wrong, especially since riding a horse together was usually only allowed between siblings and not in non-emergency situations. Perhaps because her expression showed her suspicion too clearly, Yang Sheng, seemingly unconcerned, casually smiled and said, "Haha, I was joking, brother. We'll walk there. But Jiner should also learn to ride a horse, in case of future needs." Su Jiner pulled back her wrist and nodded gently, with a calm look. Yang Sheng's fingers twitched slightly, as if recalling the smooth feeling of her hand just now. A few seconds later, he felt a bit regretful. He considered himself a gentleman, but now, perhaps after knowing the truth, he couldn't help but feel emotional, almost losing control of his actions. He looked again in Su Jiner's direction, seeing her lower her eyes, unable to tell her mood, whether happy or angry. His heart was tense and anxious. "Jiner, are you angry?" His gaze was fixed on her, and he was thinking about the answer. If her anger was because of his overstep, maybe she already knew they were not siblings. If she wasn't angry, then why was she silent and not even smiling at him? "Brother, you're overthinking. Let's go to the post station in Shu. It's getting late, and I worry the memorial hall might be taken down soon." Su Jiner's expression softened slightly, her delicate face showing no change, as if he was talking nonsense and she was just looking at him with a normal expression. Yang Sheng felt a bit upset inside. Noticing many people around watching him and Jiner, he didn't want to say private things, so he nodded and quickly took a few steps forward. He was still holding the horse that Bantu had brought, and halfway there, he insisted that Su Jiner get on the horse while he held the reins and walked. "Brother, don't make things difficult for yourself. It's only morning now. If there are urgent matters in the afternoon or evening, you'll have to handle them anyway." Su Jiner sighed, then pushed him onto the horse, patted the horse's rear, and the swift horse carried Yang Sheng forward. She jogged behind him, and after about 20 minutes, they arrived at their destination. Lu County Magistrate and the officials from the county office, including Wang Shibu, just came out. Behind them, Ma Xiaoyun, dressed in white and plain clothes, was sending them off. Her face was hidden under a white scarf, and her swollen eyes made others feel a sense of pity. Lu County Magistrate sighed and said a few comforting words, then waved his hand to signal them to leave. A few steps away, Yang Sheng rode up on his fine horse, and not far behind him, a girl's figure followed. Wang Shibu looked and was almost surprised enough to stare wide-eyed. "Young Magistrate, why are you riding a horse but Miss Jiner is running behind?" This man and woman, one weak and one strong, made him feel like the yin and yang were reversed. Cough. Lu County Magistrate cleared his throat, covering his mouth to hide his smile. Others around him followed suit. But secretly, they looked ahead. Yang Sheng dismounted and approached them, rubbing his nose awkwardly. Haha, I was planning to let Jeaner sit, but she didn't want to. She said I might have urgent matters in the afternoon and evening, so she didn't want me to go far. He was a little embarrassed at first, but by the end, he felt proud and happy. Not letting him go far was a sign of caring, wasn't it? Young Magistrate is indeed quite frail. Miss Jeaner is thoughtful and considerate, which shows she cares about you. Lu County Magistrate spoke with difficulty. When Su Jeaner reached his front, he smiled and nodded at her. Miss Jeaner, are you tired? Lord Lu, everyone, hello. I'm not really tired, just a bit sweaty. It's not more than I usually sweat during morning training, so it's not a big problem. Su Jeaner casually wiped the sweat from her forehead and smiled lightly as she nodded to everyone. Have all of you gone to burn incense? Lu County Magistrate sighed. Yes, we have. You all came to burn incense too, right? Yes. Since I am an elder, my brother came to help last night, and I've already seen him. But I still want to come and see for myself. Su Jeaner looked inside. Ma Ong and Ma Xiaoyan knelt on the ground, looking numb and unmoving. Her hand was pulled gently. She turned her head and saw Yang Sheng looking at her. Jeaner, you go inside. I won't go. Lu Darren and the others still have something to talk about. One reason was to avoid seeing Ma Xiaoran feel awkward. The other was to inform everyone that Magistrate Wang had woken up. Su Jeaner walked alone into the room. She saw some officials and minor officers from Shu around. She nodded friendly at them. She took a long incense stick, lit it, and bowed deeply. Ma was very moved by Su Jeaner's appearance. His expression also regained some energy. Ma Xiaoyan's thoughts were complicated. She looked at Su Jeaner back and forth, then lowered her head again, not saying much. Su Jeaner thought she was just sad. After bowing, she came out and saw a soldier in armor at the door, followed by a few armed guards. Host, these should be the people the male lead met last night. Got it. Su Jeaner stood at the edge of the doorway waiting. She saw that the general named Ming and Yang Sheng had a friendly attitude and seemed close. At least for now, their relationship was good. She couldn't help but marvel. In just one night, she didn't know what Yang Sheng had done to make these people like him so much. Because it wasn't just General Ming. The guards behind him also looked at Yang Sheng with gentle expressions. After some conversation, Lu County Magistrate and others, who were supposed to leave, followed Yang Sheng and the General Ming, along with the guards, into the room. They took incense and paid respects to Magistrate Ma. General Ming's rank is much higher than that of the postmaster. Coming here to burn incense is a great honor, like a school principal attending a funeral of a provincial leader. Such a distinguished person offering incense makes the Ma siblings very grateful. The other person doesn't know Ma Yicheng, and only someone familiar like Yang Sheng would come to pay respects. Ma Xiaoyan looked at Yang Sheng with a sad expression but could only give him a casual, indifferent smile. Originally, Ming Sheng was just here to show respect and make a brief appearance. But when the Ma siblings approached and saw Ma Xiaoyun's face, he suddenly found himself unable to move forward. Ma Xiaoyun, as one of the main female characters, naturally has a beautiful face, small, delicate, with smooth skin. She wore plain white clothes, which made her look even more stunning. Her charming eyes seemed to melt anyone who looked at her, making hearts feel soft. His family has 3 rooms and 6 concubines, living in the water towns of Jiangnan. The women are all beautiful, but none compare to the stunning woman in front of him. After the two bowed, he looked away and politely told them to stand up. There's no need for such a formal bow. Your father sacrificed himself for the country, and I, Ming, should come to pay respects, but the Ma siblings didn't get up immediately. Ma Ong, full of resentment, said, General, Ma Ong wants to join the army, to fight the Huns and protect our homeland, and also to avenge my father. Please help me. Ming Sheng hesitated. Although they called him general, he was aware of his own status. He could privately recruit a few soldiers, but in front of so many people. Ma Xiaoyan saw her brother in trouble and softly pleaded, General, my brother is skilled in martial arts. Even giving him a minor position as a cavalryman would be enough, as long as he has a chance to serve the country and honor our family. Ma Xiaoyan's eyes were so captivating that few men could resist. Ming Sheng was momentarily stunned and quickly agreed. Ma Ong became one of his personal soldiers, a squad leader. This was a decent position. Confident in his martial skills, Ma Ong believed he could make a name for himself in the army. He was satisfied with his new role. He helped his sister up and sincerely thanked Ming Sheng. Then, he couldn't help but glance toward a corner outside the crowd. Su Jiner was standing there obediently, her head lowered, lost in thought. He watched her like that, thinking that if he gave himself time to succeed, he would surely be worthy of Miss Jean in the future. Yang Sheng noticed his gaze and saw him looking toward Jiner. He couldn't help but frown slightly. Just then, there was still some matter in Ming Sheng's army, and since the war had not yet started and the situation was unclear, he stood up, told Ma Ong to handle the funeral, and then went to report to the military camp. He also said goodbye to Yang Sheng and Lu County Magistrate. At the door, he instinctively turned his head to look and saw a gentle, bright-faced woman standing at the edge. He paused in surprise. This woman had a delicate face, a smooth, round oval face, porcelain white skin. Although she was not wearing makeup, her skin looked pure and natural with a hint of pink. She was dressed in rough cloth clothes, standing quietly beside him without speaking, her eyes gentle and smiling, with a faint aura of strength in her expression. "Who is this?" he couldn't help asking. Such a unique temperament. She was not soft and gentle but had a quiet strength, with a lively energy in her figure. It was clear she was skilled in martial arts. "General, Lord Lu, brother." Su Jiner saw him ask and stepped forward to bow politely. She did not avoid his gaze but looked at him calmly, then lowered her eyes again. She showed no weakness, only a calm confidence that could be seen at a glance. Ming Sheng looked at Yang Sheng and laughed loudly. "Yang Yijing, is this your sister?" "She's my family," Yang Sheng said with a smile. His lips moved slightly, subtly blocking Su Jiner a little. Seeing his action, Lu County Magistrate's eyes flickered slightly. He took the initiative to say, "General Ming, these two rely on each other. Jiner has helped a lot in defending you Mingshi in the city. But you're in a hurry. Next time, I will explain everything to you properly." He subtly reminded Ming Sheng, who was also interested in this girl named Jiner. But from his words, Ming Sheng knew he couldn't stay long. He nodded and said, "All right, Yang Yijing, Lord Lu, I will take my leave now. Next time, let's have a drink together. Safe travels, General." A group of people saw them off on horseback. After they disappeared from sight, Lu County Magistrate and his men also left. What they didn't know was that although Ming Sheng didn't know Jiner's name, he had already remembered her in his heart. Even after going to the military camp, he didn't forget to send people to find out more about Jiner. He heard that in recent months, she had made some moves and even received a personal title from the emperor himself, which made him admire her greatly. There truly exists such a remarkable woman in the world. From then on, he occasionally thought of Su Jiner. When he learned about her relationship with Yang Sheng, feelings of regret and sorrow took root in his heart. Yang Sheng did not leave immediately. He took the initiative to meet with the Ma siblings to discuss what to do next. Ma Ong wanted to join the army with General Ming. Since time was tight, they couldn't hold a 7-day vigil, so he suggested placing the coffin in a temple. However, after Ma Ong left, the whereabouts of Ma Xiaoyan became a difficult problem. Su Jiner listened as he and Ma Ong discussed the matter. She did not interfere. How Ma Xiaoyan's future was arranged, or her attitude towards him, was left to the development of the story. A flash of depth crossed Su Jiner's eyes. She gently turned her head away, listening as they argued back and forth. First, they considered letting Ma Xiaoyan stay at the post station in Shu, but neither the person nor the station mattered anymore. Although he was considered Yang Sheng's friend, outsiders saw it as more of Yang Sheng using his influence for personal gain. That idea was rejected. Then they thought about paying for a guest house. Ma Xiaoyan and Ma Ong both refused. One didn't want to spend that much money, and the other didn't want to use the money Yang Sheng earned, meaning, even if they borrowed it from him, they still wouldn't agree. Yongsheng couldn't help but turn around and glance. Su Jiner stood far away, seemingly an outsider. The wind lifted her long hair, brushing her white cheeks, making her seem as unreachable as a person from the heavens. Suddenly, he felt a bit panicked. He stepped over to Su Jiner, ignoring the fact that their relationship was not that of siblings, and firmly took her hand. Ma Ong and Ma Xiaoyan both froze in shock and surprise. Su Jiner glanced at them, not pulling her hand away. Her beautiful eyes looked at Yongsheng with calmness and ease, her voice soft and gentle. "Brother, what are you doing?" "Jiner, I have something I want to talk to you about. But first, do you have any thoughts on how to settle Miss Ma?" Seeing the hope in his eyes, Su Jiner's lips curved into a gentle smile as she looked at him warmly. "Isn't there an extra room at home? It's not filled with much clutter now. After we go back, we can put things in the kitchen. Otherwise, why not let Miss Ma stay with us?" Her attitude was natural, implying that the main characters, the hero and heroine, were being brought together. Otherwise, would it be possible to insert herself into the plot and attract the attention of the celestial consciousness? However, Su Jiner clearly understands that this is a world where one man has many women. The natural order might allow her to become Yongsheng's woman, but it doesn't mean he can only have her. This is the contradiction. Her plan is to bring the main male and female characters together. If that doesn't work, she will take a second route, seeking to monopolize Yongsheng. She is very open-minded, believing everything is for gathering good fortune. But seeing Yongsheng's current look, she fears her identity might have already been exposed. Hearing Su Jiner's words, Yongsheng feels both angry and helpless. He gently pinches a soft, tender hand, feeling a slight softness in his heart. "I'll do as you say. It's undeniable that Ma Xiaoyan likes him." He is upset that Su Jiner shows indifference toward him and doesn't see any feelings from her face. Now, Ma Xiaoyan has nowhere to stay. Since they are old friends, he wants her to stay at his house for now. Once the foreign troops retreat and Ma Ong returns, Ma Xiaoyan will have someone to rely on. Sometimes, Yongsheng doesn't think enough. He didn't realize that this small choice could be his chance to get closer to Su Jiner. He simply obeyed her wishes and thought about waiting until the foreign troops left. But he doesn't know how long the foreign retreat will take. Ma Eng's fiery temper might not return safely from the battlefield. Whether this decision will have the expected results is uncertain. At this moment, Su Jiner isn't surprised by his choice. She withdraws her hand and sees Ma Xiaoyan hiding a delighted expression. She gently smiles. There are 10 female leads, and this is a forest. She doesn't think she can compare to a forest. Or rather, she doesn't believe she is inferior, but she doubts Yongsheng's trustworthiness. The small troops on the front line are still fighting. Both sides are testing each other. Yongsheng still has many things to do in Shu. Seizing the time, he helps send the Ma siblings' coffins to the temple for storage. After everything is arranged, he takes Ma Ong to report to the army, then personally escorts Ma Xiaoyan and Su Jiner back home. He doesn't even have time to say much to Su Jiner before he leaves, hesitant and reluctant. Su Jiner doesn't react much to his expression. Instead, Ma Xiaoyan stands by the door, watching his back with lingering reluctance. Unable to see Yongsheng's back anymore, she turned around and saw Su Jiner had already entered the house, carrying a pile of miscellaneous items. She hurried over and said, "Miss Jiner, I'll help you." No matter what Su Jiner's relationship with Yongsheng is now, she has a lot of respect and admiration for her in her heart. It wouldn't be right to eat and drink for free at this home, so she took the initiative to offer help. "Miss Ma, don't be polite. Since you live in my house, you can eat and drink with us. As for chores, just do them when you remember. There are no strict rules, feel free." They weren't enemies, and Su Jiner wasn't narrow-minded enough to compete with women over petty things. She smiled and took her around a yard, then took out a new quilt to make the bed, explained how to use the kong, a traditional heated bed, and since it was already evening, she pulled her to the kitchen to cook. Little Yellow and Little White followed her, wagging their tails like propellers. The food at the Yang family was much better than the usual meals at the Yijing Shu's place. Every lunch and dinner had meat, with rice and noodles served alternately. Yesterday, Ma Xiaoyan had eaten meat soup noodles here, and tonight she enjoyed plain rice with stir-fried cured meat. The food was delicious and sweet. She wasn't in a good mood at first, but after spending so much time alone with the warm and friendly Su Jina, she relaxed and felt much happier. The closer she observed Su Jiner's life, the more she realized how eye-catching this woman was, shining like she was glowing, attracting people around her. There's not much entertainment tonight. You can read a book on the Kong or embroider. If you need any help, just say it. I'm straightforward and won't beat around the bush. Su Jiner helped light the Kong. Seeing her nod, she had nothing else to do and left. Back in her own room, she took out paper and a brush, leaning over the desk. Under the dim, yellow oil lamp, she began to brainstorm. Following the system's hints, she drew a design for an improved version of the firelock. Her calligraphy was ugly, but her wrist was steady. The strokes were a bit thick, but the characters were still recognizable. She spent 2 hours on this research. With the system's help, she didn't manage to come up with a breakthrough. Forget it. I heard the county office has firelocks. Since Magistrate Wang is awake, I'll go to the county office tomorrow and find an excuse to look at the firelock structure. Maybe I can make some progress? She put down her brush, let the drawings dry, and carefully stored them away. These 2 hours of her effort were captured in those sketches. Outside, the cold wind was blowing. She went out to check on the dog's den. Little White and Little Yellow were lying inside a simple shelter made of straw and mud, with old, fleece-lined clothes underneath. Their thick fur kept them warm, and they had slept all night, still feeling cozy. She petted the dog's fur and adjusted her cloak. Seeing that the candle in Ma Xiaoyan's room had already gone out, she looked at the time. 9 p.m. Yang Sheng hadn't come back yet. She asked the system to check the situation. The story didn't mention anything important happening, so it was probably just a normal delay with official work. There was no need to worry. After a quick wash, Su Jiner got into bed. The warm, heated bed was very comfortable. She wore fleece pajamas, pulled the blanket over her, and closed her eyes. Before she could fall asleep, the front door suddenly creaked open. Little Yellow and Little White didn't bark. The person returning was probably Yang Sheng. In the dark, Su Jiner blinked her eyes and waited quietly. After a moment, she listened for any sounds outside the house. When she heard nothing, she closed her eyes again. She wanted to hide, but Yang Sheng didn't give her a chance. After washing up, he immediately knocked on her door. The wooden door made a soft sound. She opened her eyes but didn't respond. Yang Sheng was persistent. He had something very important to ask, and he had been waiting since yesterday, too long. "Jiner, are you asleep?" After a long time without any response from inside, he even thought she might not be in the room. He decided to speak directly, listening carefully for any movement inside. If there was still no sound, he would break in. Su Jiner half sat up, making a soft noise as she moved the quilt. She saw his shadow standing at the door. She put on her outer robe and went out, looking at his tall figure outside. With a creak, she opened the door. Her face was hidden in the darkness of winter. The faint glow from the cooking fire in the room lit her figure. "Why are you coming so late? Is there something important?" A faint scent of her daughter's fragrance drifted past her nose. Yang Sheng's gaze fell calmly. He looked at her familiar figure. Even though he couldn't see her face clearly, he could imagine her expression. Her beautiful face was probably a little confused right now, with big, clear eyes like a calm lake looking at him. He gently nodded and stood still. "Light a candle, and we'll talk inside." In the past, Su Jiner used to sit by the fire in his room, doing her chores. Today, he was the first to come to her private chambers so late. A faint, cloud-like understanding seemed to hang between them. He felt that Jiner, being so clever, already knew why he had come. At first, he was a little nervous. But when it was time to be honest, his nervousness was replaced by a strong sense of courage. When the figure in front of him lit the candle, he closed the door and turned around. His gaze couldn't help but linger on her slim, graceful figure under the light. Her long black hair fell freely to her waist, without any special style or decoration, just loose hair, which made her look cool and charming. At that moment, she turned to look at him. She seemed alive again, her gentle eyes looking at him kindly.
Brother, sit here by the fire, she said.
Su Jinur led him to the glowing charcoal fire. She adjusted her coat and took a deep breath before sitting down in another spot. After he sat down, she looked at him with questioning eyes. I checked the records, Yang Sheng said softly, his lips slightly parted. His eyes stayed on her figure, trying to see how she would react. Whose records? Su Jinur knew it was probably her own or his, but she pretended not to understand. Yours and mine, Yang Sheng said, raising his eyebrows slightly. He tried to stay calm. I saw them. We're not biological siblings. Why didn't you tell me before? His eyes reflected the firelight, looking serious and focused. He looked at her without backing down. She had to look away slightly, her lips pressed together. What do you mean, brother? We're not siblings, but you didn't ask, she said softly. Suddenly, his hand grabbed hers. Her eyelashes fluttered, and she tilted her head to look at his hand holding her wrist. His large hand was a little cold, but he didn't let go, covering her hand with his. Jinur, Yang Sheng's heart was pounding. His mind was racing. I didn't ask, but when you had the chance to tell me the truth, you didn't. He paused, leaning forward slightly, with a look of urgency. You must have noticed my feelings for you. Several times, you even deliberately avoided me. I used to hold back because of your status, but I don't understand. Thinking of this, he withdrew his hand, feeling a bit frustrated. I want to know the truth. Why are we siblings? If I had known their true relationship earlier, I wouldn't have suffered so long in pain. If only Jinur didn't like me, I could have taken the initiative to pursue her. Oh no, host. Why does the male lead seem to be completely captivated whenever he's around you? The system looked at the male lead's awkward expression and thought to itself that the host was truly adorable, like a lovable little bun. It's quite unbelievable. Binding such a host, the system didn't know whether to feel happy or nervous. Su Jinur didn't reply to the system. Her clear eyes looked at the candle flame on the table, a gentle smile on her beautiful face. Then she slowly looked at Yang Sheng and said, Brother forgot. It's because I didn't explain clearly. The two of us were originally engaged to be married. Since my father died early, he wanted to find a husband for me. At that time, my brother was seriously ill and alone. Our family was poor, but he still had the status of a scholar. My father gave me some silver and the family's wealth so I could move into the Yang family as a wife. However, my brother only wanted to pass his exams and stay away from women. But he also cared for me, a weak girl, so he promised me that I would always be his sister, no matter how successful or poor he became in the future. This was indeed the truth. From then on, they depended on each other for life. After coming here, Su Jinur took on the identity of her sister and looked after the unfamiliar soul from another world who had traveled through time, helping him find his way more smoothly. In the original story, although their identities were eventually revealed, that was more than a year later, not within just a few months now. It just shows that words can't control a person's actions. Every small change can cause a butterfly effect. Su Jinur remained calm, but Yang Sheng's face immediately fell. The original host was a bookish person, so he had no objections. He also had no problem with Jinur being his sister. The real issue was that he didn't know they weren't blood-related siblings, which brought him a lot of worries. Now that he thought about it, he felt both frustrated and helpless. Forget about the past, brother. I came back from the underworld to start anew, so we can start over. He looked at Su Jinur's face, and when their eyes met, he blushed and felt a bit embarrassed.
Imin, ilikiyinar.
Since we're not siblings, how about you consider being my brother? In just a few months, many men in the county office have secretly admired Jinur. These men include young talents like Jiang Bazong and high-ranking officials like General Ming Sheng. If they don't try to get close now, they will surely regret it later.
Su Jinur remains silent.
The system in her mind screams loudly, probably surprised that the male lead suddenly confesses his feelings. Yang Sheng thinks she is feeling awkward. He notices that although she cares about him daily, she has never shown romantic feelings. He becomes eager to prove himself. Gina, what do you think of me? If there's anything you don't like, I will change. Sue Jenner clasped her hands on her knees, gently lifted her innocent face, and said with a smile, Brother is very good. Before turning 20, he is already a scholar. Now he is the county office's courier, which is more impressive than the postman who has worked for decades. He respects women, is tolerant, speaks humbly, and is kind and earnest in his work. He even helps with house chores. Most importantly, he is handsome. Many girls in town secretly admire you. So, besides being physically weak, it seems your only flaw is that you are perfect in every other way. She looked at Yang Sheng. He blushed deeply from her praise and felt a warm rush in his chest. He thought, Gina is such a good girl, full of virtues. Her intelligence is obvious, and her martial skills surpass his. The only thing he can offer her might seem ordinary to him, but in this world, it appears rebellious and unconventional. Yang Sheng's lips moved slightly. Since I am so good, what do you think, Gina? We are already engaged, which means we are destined to be together. Over these months, you've seen my character. I won't let you down. He no longer cared whether Sue Jenner liked him or not. As long as he had a chance, he would climb higher step by step. Yang Sheng is not a rule follower by nature. He is lively and impulsive. In this ancient society, strict customs and traditions often restrain him, and sometimes he can't help himself. The thought of Gina standing beside another man in the future, whether that man treats her well or badly, makes his heart ache painfully. On the first night she traveled through, and at the first glance she looked up, he already felt a faint difference in her. But Gina only wants to be with one person for a lifetime. With how outstanding you are, once you become a high official, you'll probably have many wives and concubines. Men are often unfaithful. Few are truly loyal and loving. If we continue to be siblings, and you become a high official, marrying a lovely wife and beautiful concubines, our family will be happy. Gina will either find someone or not. As long as you have power, Gina will have support. Isn't that a stable relationship you want? Sue Jenner quietly looked at him, her words innocent and naive, yet capable of hurting. Yang Sheng couldn't bear to hear this. He moved closer, lowering his voice. I only want to be with one person for life. I won't have many wives or be unfaithful. If you ask which man is most reliable in this world, besides your father, it's me. The girl's face in front of him was round and fair, with a charming look. He paused for a moment, then said, As long as I can be with Gina, I'd rather not be an official, but do business. That would be a good life. Sue Jenner frowned. But I'm afraid things in the world don't always go as we wish. Her tone wasn't angry, and her expression and body language didn't show rejection. Yang Sheng's lips moved slightly. So what? Let's take it one step at a time. Gina isn't against me, and she doesn't have anyone she likes. Why not try? With me? He said try, but he knew deep down it was almost a kind of trick. If Sue Jenner agreed, his goal would be achieved. Big brother isn't honest. Sue Jenner looked at him. In his awkward gaze, she paused for a few seconds, then gently smiled. But what you said is right. I see clearly now. If I compare you to other men, you are rare in this world. The best person for a girl to marry. Once you get promoted and wealthy, I will rely on you, and no one will dare to bully me. Her eyes shone even brighter, as if shining into Yang Sheng's heart, and her blood seemed to rush wildly to her chest. He opened his lips, struggling to find his voice. Why you've agreed? Or should I think about it some more? Sue Jenner tilted her head playfully and replied. Yang Sheng had already bent down, placing his hands gently but firmly on her shoulders, pressing her into his embrace. Her forehead just touched his chest. There was no strong smell, only a faint coldness like a breeze of snow. The weight on her shoulders grew heavier, and she seemed to feel the joy and suppressed emotions of the person in front of her. She heard Yang Sheng's voice above her head. Tomorrow, we will go to the county office to register. We have long been engaged, and once registered, we will be husband and wife. After the chaos at Wumingen settles down, I will give you a grand wedding ceremony. There's no need for that, Su Jiner softly replied. Our home is empty now, and we've already held all the necessary ceremonies in the village. There's no need to repeat them. Yang Sheng hesitated but insisted strongly. No, I must do it again. I want everyone, including Lord Wang, to come celebrate our wedding. It's also a good way to introduce our relationship to others. He didn't want to neglect Su Jiner, but he also had a little prideful reason to keep people around her from coming and going. He loosened his grip slightly, looked into her clear eyes, and a mischievous, warm fire flickered in his gaze. His eyes darkened as he leaned down and gently bit her red lips. It was just a light touch, but the soft, sweet feeling was better than he expected. As he moved lower, he couldn't help but want more. He thought it wouldn't work, but the girl unexpectedly let go of her defenses, inviting him to explore further. His breathing grew heavier, and only when he was about to run out of breath did he pull back a little. Her lips were slightly swollen, and Su Jiner's eyelids fluttered as her delicate skin, like porcelain, showed a hint of pink. He couldn't help but love her more and kissed her cheek again. Jiner, you're too indulgent, he said in a husky voice. Tonight felt like a dream, so beautiful that it seemed real. Her unresisting attitude made him even more excited, and he found it hard to control himself. Su Jiner gently lowered her head, raised her hands that were resting on her knees, and softly embraced his waist. Her cheeks still had a blush, and she smiled lightly. I keep my promises. I'm not shy. Is my brother-in-law not used to this, or does he regret it? Her gentle, flirtatious tone made Yang Sheng's bones tingle. He quickly embraced her too. How could I regret it? This is the best thing I've ever done. It felt like a dream, so close and real. His happiness only grew stronger, and his love for her deepened. Su Jiner softly hummed and playfully pressed her forehead against his chest. Then, brother-in-law, stay with me tonight. Yang Sheng was momentarily stunned by her words. So soon, Su Jiner released her hold on him, pushed him to stand up, and looked at him with a pretty face. Forget it, let's talk tomorrow. I want to rest now. You can go out. Yang Sheng felt annoyed at himself for speaking so quickly. Now he had missed a good chance to stay. He sighed, cleared his throat, then stepped over Su Jiner and walked toward the bed. I was wrong. We are married and sharing a room, so it's normal. He lifted the quilt and lay down, feeling a faint scent of a girl. His face slightly reddened as he lay on his side. The warm heat of the earth bed made his body feel cozy, and even his desires seemed to heat up. Su Jiner watched his actions openly. Seeing his shameless look, she chuckled softly. I'll go turn off the fire in your room's earth bed and pour some tea. She stepped outside, her clear eyes suddenly deepening. Host, didn't you say you would wait until you were 18? That's the theory. So, is this an exception?
Well,
it's like a man's first time. I don't like men who have been with many women either. Su Jiner looked a little innocent. She went into Yang Sheng's room and put out the burning firewood. The system was a bit confused. Are you afraid he'll be dirty later? But he said he only wants you? You don't understand. Sometimes, things in the world are beyond control. Men like Yang Sheng are too attractive to women. As he rises in power and status, the women he encounters in the future will be even harder to deal with. By then, even if he wants to, he won't be able to do anything. That's the rule of the times. Unless he has enough power, he can't do as he pleases. She stood up and went to the kitchen to pour a pot of tea. Fortunately, I seized this opportunity. If the timing is right, I will retreat. The rest, we can talk about it later. She didn't deny that Yang Sheng liked her enough, but she still believed she wouldn't share a man with anyone. Emotions also need time to prove themselves. She needed to plan her escape in advance. When Su Jiner returned to her room, Yang Sheng was lying on the bed like a pervert, sniffing the air. He had taken off his outer shirt, only wearing his inner shirt. Whether it was from heat or shyness, his face was flushed bright red. Upon hearing the door open, he quickly lay down, his eyes looking to the side as if waiting for affection like a favored consort. You're back, Su Jiner nodded, kicked off her shoes, and climbed onto the bed. Her long hair slipped from her rounded shoulders, revealing her slender neck and delicate collarbones. Yangsheng glanced at that area, saw her fair skin, and felt his cheeks heat up. He quickly looked away. Feeling Su Jiner lying beside him, his beautiful eyes also looked over, and he followed her gaze. Silence filled the room. Su Jiner stayed still, watching him as he slowly moved closer to her like a crawling insect, his hand under the blanket resting on her waist like a spider. The man's voice was hoarse. He looked at the figure almost slipping into his arms like a wolf, her face showing a playful smile, her beautiful eyes like clear pools, and her warm, red lips. Brother has been tired for many days. You should sleep early. Tomorrow, you might need to handle official matters at the station. Her red lips moved slightly, revealing white teeth and pink gums. He couldn't help swallowing. Yes, there are affairs to attend to, but with Jiner by my side, I feel like my heart is on fire. I can't sleep. He gently lowered his head, his right hand brushing her black hair, gradually pressing down. Seeing Su Jiner's eyes gently close, as if she was indulging herself, her face flushed, and her body became more excited. Suddenly, he leaned in. Their hot breaths intertwined. In his past life, he had never had a girlfriend, so his movements were a bit awkward. But such things are mostly instinctive, and he quickly learned some delicate techniques. Just as his hand was about to slide along her smooth belly towards her waist, she stopped him. Su Jiner's eyes were red as she used her right hand to stop his large hand, and her left hand pushed him away. Her porcelain white neck showed a few red marks. Ahem, she coughed lightly. It's late. Sleep now, brother. This was a clear rejection. Burning with heat, Yangsheng felt like crying but had to withdraw his hand, covering her fair abdomen and delicate navel with his clothes. His right hand, which had been behind her head, passed through and held her close to his neck. He took a deep breath. Jiner really knows how to torment me. Tomorrow, when we register, you won't be able to escape. He was feeling impatient. After seeing her with her eyebrows curved and lips raised in a charming smile, and hearing her soft, alluring moan, the strong contrast made him even more excited. Su Jiner noticed his awkward expression under the blanket. She looked at him with a gentle smile, her lips red and swollen, and let out a soft laugh. Brother, you usually act so serious about your work, but today you look completely different. Huh. You underestimate your charm, Yangsheng said, holding her gently. He shifted his position slightly to avoid any awkwardness, passing his left hand through her waist to hold her right hand, their bodies close. His warm breath brushed against her ear. Su Jiner blinked, her thick eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings, creating a vivid scene. When his breathing gradually calmed, she closed her eyes softly and whispered, I'm tired. Let's sleep. There was little change in the atmosphere. Yangsheng watched her breathe more evenly and knew she had fallen asleep. He smiled bitterly, kissed her forehead gently, and closed his eyes. On her first day at the Yang family, Ma Xiaoyan woke up very early. She didn't even do her morning exercises and went straight to the kitchen, eager to wash her hands and show her cooking skills. She was a bit clumsy, breaking a plate and dropping a few pairs of chopsticks, her movements somewhat awkward. Fortunately, she was quick and responsive, so there were no major mistakes later. Hearing sounds outside the room, she hurried out, nervously watching to see which door opened. She saw that the light was on in the room to the left of the living room. When the door opened, Su Jiner came out wearing a simple cotton robe. Their eyes met in the dark night. Though they couldn't see each other's eyes clearly, they nodded at the same time. Miss Ma, you woke up so early? You could sleep a little longer. Su Jiner went to the kitchen and saw that the fire was already lit, boiling porridge. She looked at her again with some curiosity. Ma Xiaoyan's face showed a hint of embarrassment. Jiner, I didn't mean anything special. I just don't want to eat or drink for free. I want to do something. Su Jiner looked at her steadily, not exposing her little thoughts. She smiled and nodded. There's no need to wake up so early. Brother usually gets up at dawn. If he has work, he can eat on the street. Ma Xiaoyan felt embarrassed. Today, she wore a light-colored long dress. Under the firelight, her figure looked elegant and cool, and her eyes sparkled, making it hard for others to blame her.
Sujin Enadid.
Yes, in the future, take better care of yourself. It's okay to have breakfast a little later. But now, the food is already simmering in the pot, so no problem. Just reheat it later. The front yard is big. I usually practice martial arts on the left side, and you can use the right side. The backyard is poultry, and the smell is a bit strong. Be careful if you go there. Although Ma Xiaoyan was a bit temperamental, a little clever and a little proud, she was still a good person. Most importantly, she was beautiful. Having such a beautiful woman at home, she felt happy just to look at her more. She also showed the other person the greatest respect and gave her the right to do so. Thank you, Miss Jenner, Ma Xiaoyan said gratefully, with a faint smile on her face. When she saw Su Jenner step outside and start practicing in the front yard, moving quickly and skillfully with a sharp aura, she couldn't help but feel surprised. Her skills were no worse than those she had learned outside the city. Some of her moves she had never even seen before. If it was close combat, she wouldn't dare underestimate her. And for long-range attacks, she saw the long bow hanging on the rack nearby. Although she hadn't seen Su Jenner shoot arrows, the structure of this modified bow was different from a normal one. She had heard that the city guard's multi-shot crossbows were also designed by Miss Jenner. This long bow's modification must also be quite special. Both women, she thought, might be watched by the man she liked, who could come out of his room at any time and see this scene of practicing martial arts. With some unnecessary comparisons and a desire to show off, Ma Xiaoyan watched for a while, then went to the right side of the yard and started practicing her skills. For a moment, only the rustling sound of clothes moving could be heard in the yard. Xiao Huang and Xiao Bai also woke up early. Because it was cold, they stayed in their nests, unwilling to come out. Their eyes kept shifting between the door and the yard. At 7 a.m, the rooster in the backyard crowed loudly. Yang Sheng, who was lying in bed dreaming sweet dreams, suddenly opened his eyes. He reached out and touched the bed beside him. Seeing no one there, he thought last night's events were just a dream. He sat up in panic. When he looked around and confirmed he was in Su Jenner's room and saw that the bedding was made of light blue floral fabric, his heart dropped suddenly, then started pounding wildly. Hearing the familiar whooshing sound of arrows outside the door, he snapped back to reality. He quickly got out of bed, dressed, and a faint smile of happiness appeared on his face. Before fastening his belt, he couldn't wait and opened the door immediately, looking straight toward the familiar place. It was still dark outside. A few torches lit the yard. A familiar figure stood in the field, holding a long bow and 5 arrows. The soft, delicate hands he had held yesterday now showed great strength. With a gentle release, the controlled arrows shot out like missiles, accurately hitting a straw set up in the distance in the blink of an eye. The arrows shot from the modified bow had a powerful, piercing sound. All 5 arrows targeted the same spot, the straw fixed on the wood, causing it to fly backward and get stuck on the wall with a great, amazing. He felt like a cheerleader, unable to hold back his praise. The joy and pride swelling in his heart were beyond words, making him shout out loud. Su Jenner suddenly turned around, surprised to see him standing at the door with his shirt open, eyes wide in shock. "Brother, why aren't you dressed properly?" Her soft, gentle voice reminded Yang Sheng of her charming moans last night. His body tensed up, but suddenly he felt another hot gaze on him. He turned his head and saw a tall figure standing in the yard on the right, hands empty, seemingly stunned by his appearance. His mind went blank. He didn't recognize this unfamiliar woman. But in the next second, he remembered quickly, slapped his forehead, and said regretfully, "Oh, I forgot Miss Ma was here too.
Saudi.
I'm used to being casual at home." The door suddenly shut with a bang. He hurriedly fastened his clothes, worried that Su Jenner might misunderstand or Miss Ma might get the wrong idea. But then he thought again, feeling less anxious. His explanation was good enough, showing how deep his feelings for Gino were and maybe making Miss Ma stop her thoughts. In the yard, Ma Xiaoyan stood helplessly in the cold wind. Her long sleeves fluttered gently. Although her clothes seemed thick enough, she inexplicably felt cold. Her face was pale, as if she might cry at any moment. But she knew she had no reason to blame or be unhappy. Yang Xiaocai cared nothing for her, focusing only on his career. The only woman he cared about was his sister. She didn't believe that the two were simply siblings. However, seeing Yang Sheng come out of Su Jiner's room, she felt a sense of the world collapsing in despair. The way young Master Yang was so happy and natural suggested that they had been living together for quite some time. Su Jiner was caught off guard by Yang Sheng's actions and even wondered if he was doing it on purpose, just to make Ma Xiaoyan jealous. She glanced at the person standing stiffly in the cold wind. The dim lighting made it hard to see her expression, but the sense of brokenness was shocking. After thinking for a moment, she stepped forward and said, "Miss Ma, you're probably cold. I see you're dressed too lightly. Why don't you go inside and warm yourself by the fire?" No, thank you." Ma Xiaoyan gave a bitter smile.
Jiner.
You and young Master Yang are not siblings, right? Although she knew the answer, she couldn't help but ask.
Well.
We never were. But something went wrong. My brother lost his memory, so we called each other siblings. I thought it was fine to keep it that way. But yesterday, my brother came back and asked about our identities. Su Jiner truly didn't know what had happened before yesterday, or why Yang Sheng suddenly started checking records. Yesterday, besides the officials from the county office, Yang Sheng also had a private talk with Ma Xiaoyan. According to the story, they should have already developed feelings for each other. But when she heard this, she saw Ma Xiaoyan's face turn pale and her body almost collapse from weakness. She quickly stepped forward to support her.